2049. Serpent. What? A novel by Randolph D. Calverhall. National Vanguard Books. And just how? The mongoose demanded scornfully of the serpent. Do you propose to climb Mount Kailas, the home of Lord Siva, you who have neither arms nor hands, neither feet nor toes with which to grip the precipices? Very slowly the serpent replied, carefully coiling back and forth upon my belly, over a rock here, up through a crevice there. I shall get there in the end, you know. The mongoose snorted in derision, but in his heart he suspected the serpent spoke truly. Chapter 1. Sunday, December 22, 2041. There were two men in the dank, cluttered back office of the lithographer's shop. He who stood in front of the table wore faded workpants and a black, leather biker jacket. The jacket was old and frayed, its decals flaking, its once angry motto now illegible. The other man sat in shadow. Posture hinted at a younger person, a sophisticated man, one who might be acceptable in the upper strata of society. The black-jacketed man could see little more than a thin tie upon a white shirt, a black ribbon painted down the middle of a dazzling highway that glowed blue-white behind the table's one fluorescent work lamp. Two arms sheathed in lead grey tweed extended out of the darkness that was the man's torso, and pale fingers plucked at the dog-eared files heaped upon the tabletop. Pallid spiders scuttling about amidst a moonscape of buff and white papers and scarred, chestnut-hued wood. Best we could do on short notice, the biker said. He was a diffident, ordinary sort. His face was raddled with pockmarks, and his complexion reminded the other of red brick walls slathered over with graffiti. Whatever. The prissy, delicate fingers burrowed deeper into white paper. Lesser, you said, Lessing? Lessing, Alan Lessing. The older man gleaned a smidge of secret amusement from the smear of black lithographer's ink visible upon the other's left sleeve. He'd have the devil's own time getting that stain out of the expensive sport coat. Lessing fought in Angola in 2030, then in Syria during the Balbec War. Then he came back here for a while. His voice trailed off as he read. He looked down at the man behind the desk and finished, a good enough man, a real mercenary. Reliable? How would I know? Never met him. Leather creaked as the older man scraped thick fingers through his grizzled, grey-red hair. It's all in the file. American high school, a year of college, a family that he don't remember, and they don't remember him. 6. Randolph Calverhall. A male, though. Coming from the younger man, the term sounded self-conscious. Did he see combat? Real combat? It's all there. Read it for yourself. The other's voice took on a querulous tone as he dropped the file onto the desk. He moved to peer out the one grime-smeared window as the man behind the desk picked up the file. God, it's started to snow hard out there. I've got to get home. Politics, I don't see anything about that in here. If it's not written down, he don't have any. Any religious or racial problems, will he cooperate with other team members, blacks, Jews, Arabs? The older man snorted and wiped a stubby finger across his upper lip. Lessing fought for it, and against every ethnic group there is. I have to know. The older man turned back to the window, now an abstract study in black dirt and white snow. He's okay. Whatever you tell him. Come on now. One more minute, we can settle it all here and now. What more do you need? Take Lessing, he's good. Then either you pick the team or let Lessing do it. You provide the stuff, cars, weapons, whatever. I don't want to know. You want just make the contacts and get him here. Where is he? The finger strayed up to a surprisingly ugly, lumpy nose. India, I think of Beijing, bodyguarding her for some American exec, somebody who don't want to get dead over there. India's like most of the rest of the fucking third world now, open season on foreigners, especially Westerners, and Saturday matinee special on Americans. White teeth glimmered a pale crescent in the darkness. It just squealed as the younger man pushed it back and stood up. Good, get Lessing. Who you got in India? Dos Silva Gomez. One of them can give him the details, and he can send out for whatever help he wants, then fly him to Mexico City. We'll pick him up there. Have him there by the middle of next month, January 15th. Let my secretary know when he arrives. You'll get your commission through the regular channels. No problem. The older man reached for the leather gauntlets lying on the table, fumbled, dropped one into the litter of paper on the floor, and bent over to pick it up. He sighed. "And a Merry Christmas to you." The other made no reply. Take nothing for granted in war. The commander who would live to return home is he who anticipates not only the unusual but the totally unexpected. Rizlat al-Harb, 1 LTH Century Muslim Military Manual. Chapter 2. Thursday, January 30, 2042. For Christ, still grunted. He swung the binoculars left, then right. Come on, what is it? Lessing wrested the glasses from the smaller man. Their 4 companions were somewhere behind them, hunkered down in the glazed, ankle-deep snow. Who would have thought there'd be so much snow in the American Southwest, even in January? People said the climate had changed since the Vietnamese-Chinese War back in 2010. Teen wriggled up beside them. The muzzle of his Riggerman S71 automatic rifle had been blackened with grease, but it still gleamed. Lessing pushed it down so no sentry could see it flash in the watery winter sunlight. The compound below was empty. A dilapidated truck stood beside the peeling, white, wooden wall of the main house. The garage in back was unpainted and ramshackle, and the boxy, little water storage tower, the logical place for a sentry, was as disreputable an edifice as Lessing had ever seen. Even the Angolans built better than that. Dill gestured urgently. Hunch and Che would be watching the rugged slope behind them while Char continued to scout, invisible somewhere in the grey-black rocks ahead. Lessing waggled 2 fingers at Teen, indicating that he should watch the rest of the white-shrouded terrain around the compound. Only when he was satisfied did he look through the glasses. A booted foot protruded from behind the dirt-caked back wheel of the ancient truck. The vehicle was a 4-wheel drive Hideyoshi vintage about 2025. "He working on her?" Lessing whispered. He rested one thick forearm on his knee and adjusted the glasses. Too quiet, not moving. Doe reached for the binoculars again, but Lessing held on to them. EAS opened, but nobody there. Doe's English was tinged with the remnants of a German or maybe Belgian accent. Lessing had worked with him before, fighting with the covert American-Israeli strike force in Syria during the Baalbek War in 2038. Lessing had only a hazy idea of Doe's real name, or at least the name he used now. On temporary missions it was better this way. Today his comrade could become tomorrow's foe. Such makeshift units often gave their members numbers, letters, or artificial. 8. Randolph Calverhall. Names picked for easy comprehension in battle. When Gomez, Lessing Esconi's contact in Bombay, had supplied him with a squad of 5, Lessing had whimsically named them with Hindi numerals. He himself was Ek-1, the others were Do, Teen, Char, Panch, and Che. Do and Teen carried automatic rifles, as did Lessing. Char and Panch had light Israeli stitch guns and grenades. The girl, Che, who came from Australia or New Zealand or someplace down under, bore the heavy laser rifle. "Another one there," Teen muttered. Indeed, a heap of discarded clothing beside the water tower resolved itself into a second body. The man was unmistakably dead. "Not in uniform," Lessing murmured back. "But that's to be expected. This isn't a regular military installation, not anymore." Char came up, picking his way carefully across the crunching snow. Like Lessing, he was an American. Both were big men, burly and muscular, but Char was moon-faced, with milky skin and a stocking cap of coarse, black hair, while Lessing's features were thinner, his nose longer, and his hair like wispy, grey-blonde ash. "What's keeping?" Char began. Teen gestured at the visible bodies, and Char sucked in his breath and sat down. Lessing stuck up one hand to warn the rest to hold their positions. "Going in?" Teen asked. "Yes, what we repaid to do." Char thumbed one nostril. "Ido and me," Lessing replied. "You should cover us. Get Che down here with her laser rifle. She comes in when I give the up sign." They distributed themselves amidst the boulders and gullies of the forward slope. Lessing and Do stripped off their camouflage suits to reveal quilled, orange hunter's jackets and canvas pants. Do pulled a red hunting hat out of his pack and straightened the jaunty, yellow feather in its band. Maybe you should yodel, Teen snickered. You look Swiss. Those showed grey, uneven teeth, said something obscene in unintelligible Swiss-German dialect, and added a descriptive gesture. Teen made a face. You and your monkey chew. Teen sounded vaguely British, but he shifted easily from one accent to another, and who could say? On this trip alone, Lessing had heard him use Cockney, Chicano American, and a somewhat shaky Texan. He had spoken Spanish with the pilot who had dropped them all into the United States, and Doe recalled him chattering in Gutta Arabic in Syria. A useful man, though bitter-faced and given to sarcasm. Many mercenaries were like Teen. They picked their way down the slope, two lost hunters looking for directions, a cup of coffee, or maybe a telephone. Their own. Serpent S. Walk. 9. Weapons were left behind with their packs, and both now carried hunting rifles, good but not fancy. What the hell is this place? Lessing called loudly, apparently to Doe. Who lives way out here? Fire warden? University scientists? Geologists? Doe wondered back. Lessing signaled him to shut up, though his German accent would raise suspicions. They wandered through the open gate, then through the second, inner barrier. The 10 meters of open ground between the two perimeter fences was sown with miniature landmines, Lessing knew. Enough to knock a person down and maybe take off a photo TV surveillance camera was mounted above the outer gate, but it seemed to be out of order. Its stained metal ends too pointed down at the ground beneath it. They didn't go around back. Not yet. Lessing clumped up onto the ramshackle front porch and knocked. Hey, anybody? There was no reply. Doe prowled down to the end of the porch and squinted around the comer, along the far side of the house. He stuck out 2 fingers parallel to the ground, 2 bodies there. Lessing straightened up, abandoning his lost hunter pose. He went to the top of the front steps and stuck up his right thumb. A figure detached itself from the snow-splashed boulders and began zigzagging down the slope toward him. The rest of the landscape was utterly silent, ominously so. No birds, no insects, but what insects were there in New Mexico this time of year anyway? He had no idea. Lessing yelled, "Hi, anybody home?" Then he kicked the front door in. The front room was like 1,000 others in backwoods America. 2 chairs, a couch, a couple of lamps, a bureau, a fireplace with kindling stacked beside it, and a coffee table cluttered with orange peels, magazines, and old newspapers. Snapshots of friends and kinfolk smiled fuzzily down from beside glass statues of retrievers and spaniels on a knick-knack shelf on the rear wall. In the front comer stood a battered desk heaped with brochures, papers, and outdoorsman-esque magazines. A metal sign there proclaimed, Arthur L. Copper, Department of Wildlife Conservation, State of New Mexico. Nothing was out of order. Everything was as it should be. And it was all as phony as a game show hostess' front teeth. They made a hurried search of the house. Off the hallway behind the parlor was a bathroom with yellow, chintz curtains, a woman's 10. Randolph Calverhall. Doing. Back of that they came to a nondescript kitchen in which 2 blackened pots still stood on the propane stove. Somebody had turned off the fire, but the food inside, beef stew and boiled potatoes, though noted it was cold and greasy, maybe 2 days old. In the side bedroom that opened off the kitchen, a dead woman lay sprawled on a double bed. Lessing eyed the room, saw nothing, and went to look at the body. The woman was in her 40s, greying and bespectacled. A flame-pink chino spread was crumpled around her ample, pajama-clad hips, and a can of some coloured drink stood on the nightstand beside her. The gaudy blue cover of a paperback novel protruded from beneath her purpling left hand. She had been dead perhaps a day or 2. The faint, sick, sweet smell told him that, yet she hadn't a mark on her. Her tongue protruded, and her features were contorted, but there was no odour of chemicals, no blood, no violence. The pink coverlet had been tossed aside in the agony of her dying, and it now sagged down onto the threadbare red carpet, a lurid lava pool of middle-class tastelessness. It died at night, Lessing said, just before going to sleep. Either that or she took afternoon naps, Doe suggested. A board creaked behind them, and they both jumped, rifles up and ready. It was only Che, her laser rifle cradled in stubby arms. God, what happened? Damn it, you were supposed to wait for my signal. The girl shrugged. and Lessing said, "No idea what killed her outside. Not a bloody soul alive, 4 deaders though." Shay was short, chunky, and as round-faced as a Dutch housewife. Char and Teen V searched. Somebody blew a great gobby hole in the garage, took out the power plant. Don't bother switching on the lights. There LLB an emergency generator. Lessing rose, strode along the hallway behind the kitchen to the back bedroom, and slammed one booted foot into the door there. He almost let off a half-dozen rounds into the figure that confronted him within, a huge, menacing, pale giant of a man in orange clothing. It was Lessing himself. The closet door had been left ajar, and he had almost blown away the full-length mirror. He let up on the trigger shakily, thinking how easy it would have been to kill himself with glass shards flying all over. He hadn't realized how terrifying he looked and how jumpy he was. "In here," he called. The back of the closet was open, revealing the elevator cubicle beyond. So far the plan Gomez had given him in India had been completely accurate. Serpent S-Walk 11. What they hadn't told him was that the current occupants would be cold meat when they arrived. "So, this is what we were here for." Doe spoke from behind him. "Deactivated base," Lessing growled. "It was Lime to give the squad they need to know. Secret leftover from before the Vienna Treaty. They didn't know what to do with it, just a storage depot now." He gestured at the bunks that lined the walls. The barracks and living quarters were torn down with just a few people left to guard this house and the underground installation below it. They doubled as wildlife wardens. "What's here?" Doe asked. "Atomic stuff, radiation?" Shay added. "Chemical warfare," the German persisted. "Worse." Lessing did not want to talk about it. "Come on, we've got to go down." "Oh wait." Shay nodded her thin lower lip. "We have a right to know, mate. Who what killed these people then?" Doe pawed at his cheek with one knobby finger. "Biological warfare." He backed away, toward the front room. Lessing's grimace told him he had hit the target dead on. "Damn it, there's nothing here that'll hurt us. If there was a leak we'd all be dead by now." "But these people, somebody else was here just before us. I don't know who yet, or why." Too bloody lovely. Che peered into the silent elevator. "The Russians. The Israelis. The Jews wouldn't have to kill anybody," Doe sneered. His shaky voice belied his truculent tone. "Just ask President Rubin pretty please for the key. Yeah, more likely one of the American rebel factions, bankrupt farmers, black ghetto gangs, tax protesters, anti-war, pro-war, Mexi immigrants, or mothers against bleeding child abuse." Jane knitted her pale brows and thought, "At least the American army probably has its hands too full to bother with us right away. How much time do we have?" "Who knows?" Lessing shrugged. "There must be alarms even on this fallen down chicken coop of a base. They'll send somebody, eh? Eventually." Lessing gestured toward the elevator. "That's right, let us get it over with, quick. Whatever happened here happened about a day and a half ago. Either we finish up and hide in the hills until our pickup, or else we abort." "Abort, I say," Doe blurted. "No killer germs from me." "No mission, no money," Lessing snarled back. 12. Randolph, Calverhall. "God damn it, you go. I stand watch. Fine. I'll do it alone." "No reason to get all exclusive and snobby, mate." Shay came over to stand beside him. "Two of us still, just say what our chances are." A companion was more welcome than Lessing wanted to admit. He said, "We've seen nobody alive so far. If they re-dead down inside too, we grab what we re-after and get back out within 10 minutes. We can holler if we run into trouble." He slapped the sleek communications box strapped to his belt. "You, Doe, find the others, bring them up to search the yard, the bodies, the garage. Break radio silence only if you spot somebody coming this way." "Look," Doe began lamely. Lessing let himself smile. "No problem. We'll squawk if the party gets exciting." "Right." The German took a deep breath, then coughed into his fist. He was a good man in a firefight, but a black catacomb, possibly filled with invisible, miasmic death, might have daunted a stronger man. Doe's footsteps clumped back through the house and down the steps. Che fidgeted while Lessing inspected the elevator. There were 3 buttons on the panel, and no traps that he could detect. He realized that he was stalling. He would lose his nerve if he waited too long. He jabbed the middle button quickly. The door closed, lights came on, and the car began to descend. The emergency power was indeed working. The door sighed aside to awaken shadowless fluorescent tubes along the ceiling of a cream-colored interior. Lessing advanced, crouched, and advanced again, while Che covered him with her laser rifle. There was no one. The room held only sheeted furniture. An open door in the rear wall gave into a passage about 10 meters long. This had 2 doors on either side, and a 5th at the far end upon which a stenciled sign proclaimed in letters the color of old, dried blood, security clearance 1 only. 3 of the side rooms were offices, dust-filmed and unused. The 4th was a storeroom. Bright cans of floor wax, boxes of toilet rolls, and cartons of duplicator paper lined its walls. Lessing made only a cursory search. A secret door was possible but unlikely. Inside the room at the far end of the hall, Arthur L. Copper lay face down in a welter of cartons and electronic components. The badge on his stained and crumpled white shirt proved his identity. Lessing rolled him over. Copper had been a fat, elderly little man, the very model of a petty bureaucrat. His balding head was just beginning to show the purplish brown mottlings of decay. Serpent S. Walk. 13. Radio room, Lessing murmured. He stepped over the corpse to inspect the communications gear that covered the back wall. He saw it at once. One item did not belong, a fist-size, silvery canister spliced into the console. Hummingbird. Che breathed. Czech or Korean? A hummingbird was a small, self-powered computer. Plugged into a security rig, it silenced alarms, overrode local signals, and continued to send whatever situation green. All normal message had been programmed into the system. A hummingbird could not be shut off, and it usually contained a bomb to keep busy fingers from mucking with it. Lessing prodded the spilled electronic parts with the butt of his rifle. The silence was more worrisome than Arthur L. Copper's mortal remains. Jury-rigging around the hummingbird so you could get a message out, he asked the corpse conversationally. The erstwhile Mr. Copper made no reply. Che sidled over to the communications board and peered at the innocuous cylinder. She did not touch it. No backup security system. They built this place just after the turn of the century, maybe during the missile crisis in 2013, Lessing said. The bomb agains were in power then, and their security was state-of-the-art for the time. Hummingbirds came later. Arthur L. Copper made no comment, his glazed, dead-fish eyes fixed upon the ceiling. Lessing rubbed the bridge of his nose. Always spoil sports. Somebody develops a gadget, somebody else makes it obsolete. He shivered. Copper's death was fresh, but there was old death down here too. He retreated to the door. Come on, even if the hummingbird is still sending out a clear signal, somebody may be telephoned and got no answer. I'll be on the way. Che stopped for a final look. No point to a hummingbird after an assault. You put it on first, to silence any alarm. It's an inside job, a weasel. They both hefted their weapons involuntarily. Damn, whispered Lessing. The bastard may still be around. They made it back to the elevator in record time. At the top, Lessing turned to face the girl. He gave himself no time to think, to consider whether Gomez's $75,000 American might be poor exchange for losing his life. He said, I've got to go down again, all the way to the bottom this time. You don't need to come, get back to the others and look for transport. Neither team nor I saw any vehicles, the girl said stubbornly. 14. Randolph, Calverhall. What about the staff here? They had to have something. That rusty truck in the yard is garbage window dressing. Too right, but I'll tell Doe to widen the search circle. Go out and join him. Damn it, I can handle the rest myself. He stared at her until she dropped her gaze and left. The grubby little bedroom was stuffy, the cheap furniture sly and secretive. Lessing found it hard to breathe. The air was thick with the smell of mothballs and old clothing. He was still studying the elevator panel when he heard footsteps. It was Che. He had not told her to return, and he raised his head to protest. passed on your message." She brushed back a lock of short, fine, dirty blonde hair from her forehead. "I am going to, you'll walk back up down there." "No," she snapped. "No need. Nobody. Push the bleeding button." She gave him no chance to argue but thumbed the third and lowest stud on the panel herself. Together, they descended once more into the netherworld. The lowest level was bigger, a dozen rooms and cubicles buried 20 meters beneath the New Mexico desert. The fluorescent lighting still worked, and the silent foyer and outer office were bright and impersonally businesslike with their leatherette chairs, buff-hued filing cabinets, and desks panelled with no scuff real wood plastic. Above one desk a homemade sign still proclaimed, "Smokers will be walled up alive." Lessing exchanged a grin with the Australian girl. Only a few old-timers still smoked tobacco. God, it was cold down here, though. The heat must be off. Lessing stopped to sniff. A reassuring drone somewhere far away behind the walls told him that the air conditioning was working. The place smelled like the inside of a vacuum cleaner, like any other sealed building. It was totally still. If there were a weasel hiding down here, he was either very good or else he was as frozen as soybean ice cream. Behind the anteroom, at the end of a short corridor, they came to a heavy security door. This stood open, apparently in perfect working order. The retinal pattern scanner had been shut off, but the alarm light beside the door glowed a pleasant green, showing that the hummingbird was operating. It looked more and more like an inside job. They might not need Char, their electronics man, after all. Lessing checked around the door. Some of these places were protected by secondary systems he knew: gas, automatically activated machine guns, lasers. He found nothing, signaled to Che, and stepped gingerly over the sill. Serpent S-Walk. 15. The laboratories opening off the passage beyond the door had long since been stripped. Everything movable was gone, and only bare wires and less dusty squares on the formica top table showed where equipment had once stood. Bare shelves and racks, filing cabinets, a few pieces of heavy machinery of unknown function, all were shrouded in plastic. It was a morgue, a mummy's tomb, a sepulchre for the murderous offspring of the paranoid 20th century. Not that the 21st was proving any less bloodthirsty. The stillness could be deceptive. Lessing forced himself to remember the chances of one or more hidden foes down here. He crouched and glided from door to door, wall to wall, as though the place were full of Russian advisors, just like Angola. Behind him Che did the same. The laboratories were lifeless, the fluorescent lights bright and unblinking. The cold increased. There must be an outlet directly to the winter landscape above. Yet the air did not smell fresh, it stank of ancient chemicals. His ears caught a throbbing, a motor sound just above the threshold of audibility from the room ahead. He hefted his rifle as he had done 100 times before in a dozen different countries and slid forward. Ahead he saw another open security door, this one with keys yet protruding from its double locks. There was a room beyond. Lessing sidled in, Che covering him warily. This place was furnished, more filing cabinets, chairs, desks, red leatherette and plastic and crackle finish metal. Here was the record room for what was still stored on the base. At the far end, a heavy steel door stood ajar, its glass window glinting white in the impersonal fluorescent glare. White. It did not look like paint. Frost. Both the motor noise and the cold emanated from that inner chamber. Lessing understood. "Refrigerator," he whispered. Then, in case the Australians called it something else, he added, "Cold storage." The girl nodded, watery, blue eyes large and round. It was her turn to move up. Lessing stood sentinel over the mute furnishings, a deep foreboding skulking just below the horizon of his consciousness. His head ached, and his own eyes felt like sandstone pebbles in their sockets. He struggled to focus. On a desk before him lay a stained blotter, a stapler, and a flip-top calendar that still cheerily displayed the month of April 2035. He would lay money on there being neatly stacked stationery, envelopes, and boxes of paper clips in the drawers. Pencils, ballpoint pens, ribbon boxes for the printers, all would be in place, ready to hand, waiting for some bored army secretary to come. 16. Randolph Calverhall. Bustling back from her coffee break and get down to work. Most of what was personal and human would be gone. However, the photographs of friends and children, the old Christmas cards, the party invitations, the souvenir napkin from somebody's wedding reception, the letter opener bought during a forgotten holiday in Mexico. The blank, timeless room had an accusatory air, like an old girlfriend you didn't call anymore. Life had once been injected into this remote, subterranean labyrinth. Now it had been withdrawn. J.'s hoarse call jolted him back to the present. The Australian girl stood by the doorway of the cold room. She beckoned urgently. "Here, Adder." In the far rear corner of the outer office, behind one of the desks, a man lay crumpled against the grill of an air-conditioning duct. He had not died easily. A trail of blood and entrails zigzagged back to the heavy door of the cold room, and smears upon the desk panels and baseboards showed where he had dragged himself along. He was young, thin-faced, and athletic, handsome in a bland, middle-class American sort of way. His eyes were closed, the lashes black half-moons within deep sockets. The cold had slowed decay, and only a chalky tinge to his tan cheeks hinted that he was not just sleeping. His features were relaxed and peaceful, but his lower back was a shattered ruin. A stitch gun had plowed 6, maybe 7 tiny, explosive needles from behind into his spine, buttocks, and thighs. Lessing inspected the corpse quickly. Whether the man had been one of the locals or the weasel himself could be discussed later. The mission demanded precision, and he knew what had to be done. 5 steps carried him to the thick door of the refrigerated room. It took only a moment to scan the compartments and bins within for the aluminum cases Gomez wanted. Those cases would be marked with U.S. Army identification numbers and the letters PCV, Pakov, as the little Goanese pronounced the acronym. They were supposed to be 2 separate PCV containers, PCV-1 and PCV-2. Doors hung ajar, cartons and containers lay in untidy disarray upon the frosted, black plastic floor, and someone had even opened the service hatch to the refrigeration unit, revealing coils and ice-sheath mechanisms inside. The motor was running full blast, struggling unsuccessfully to cool not only the storage chamber but also the rest of the complex and the whole southwest beyond. He spotted the PCV cases at once. They lay open just inside one of the storage compartments, 3 boxes of dully shining metal marked PCV-1. The 10 egg-shaped depressions in the grey plastic foam inside each case were empty. Lessing looked about and saw 3 more boxes, smaller and flatter than the first, stenciled. Serpent S-Walk. 17. PCV-2. These were also open, and their deep, squarish sockets held nothing. "What S up?" Shay put her head around the door. "Shit, we've been preempted." Lessing let out pent-up breath in a whooping gasp. The dry, frigid air made him cough, and he sat down upon a stack of containers. The girl understood at once. "The Opfos V nicked our stuff, bastards." Only a few mercenaries remembered that Opfor had once stood for opposing forces. When Lessing had first heard the term out in Angola, he had thought it a word from some African language. He groaned and got up. It was harder and harder to find energy and willpower for this sort of strenuous, damn fool mission after he passed 30. Lessing was now 32. Something else caught his eye, another open carton of buff-colored plastic this time. One cover was ripped away. The rib flooring beneath it was dark red with congealed blood. The dead youth outside had wanted something from this box, wanted it very badly. Lessing peered at the frost-furred legend stamped onto the plastic. Itrid GD-74. Nerve gas. One of the later and most lethal varieties. The container had cushioned spaces for 12 round objects, but only 11 shiny, plastic spheres glittered gold against the charcoal-hued packing. "Now what?" Shay asked, reasonably enough. He did not mention the nerve gas. Instead, he moved swiftly back into the outer office and bent over the corpse. It was as he suspected. The air-conditioning duct had been opened, its grillwork slimed with dried, blackish blood. The fingers of the young man's left hand were a rigid maroon and white spider clenched upon the cream-colored metal frame. "You need a torch?" "Eh? Oh, a flashlight." No. I think I understand." "What? Which way was the wind blowing when we came yesterday today?" Alma to the northeast, I think, fairly steady breeze. Why? That's why we realize, and why those people upstairs and out in the yard are dead. Nerve gas, a single globe of it dropped into the air conditioner. Shay goggled at him. What, nerve gas? They were killed by 18 Randolph Calverhall. One of the GD series, advanced as all hell, a milligram on your skin or in your lungs, and you've got barely time to lie down, then you re-history. White-faced, the girl stared at her own fingers as though they were somehow contaminated. God, no, wait, why here? Nerve gas doesn't need refrigeration, does it? It just stored here, I think, after the base was deactivated, all sorts of stuff stacked away down in a convenient hole where nobody would find it, and raise hell. Shay had another thought. But wasn't the bloody stuff a binary? Two separate compounds that had to be combined to be lethal. Right, but the bomb again got antsy during the missile crisis of 2013. They put GD gas into double-chamber ampoules that could be dropped from the air. But those were supposed to be rough and near unbreakable unless you threw them out of a plane or off a building. Bloody hell. This boy here knew that if the drop down the air conditioner shaft wasn't enough to crack the shell, then the fan blades at the bottom would do it. But why? It was coming together. Somebody, a staff member, a guard, a technician, was the weasel. He had access to the keys. Then he cut out the security system with the hummingbird copper, and his staff were probably sloppy about it. The weasel came down and took what he wanted. This boy, if for some reason his subconscious mind refused to think of the twisted corpse as an adult who caught him at it, probably in the refrigerator room, the weasel shot the kid and left him for dead. Meanwhile, Copper came into the communications room upstairs, saw the hummingbird, and tried to wire past it to get out a call for help. The boy probably never knew about that at all. The weasel blew the power plant as he was leaving to keep the locals confused. And once the weasel was gone, Che cut in. The kid came out of shock enough to get a globe of the gas and crawled over and potted it down the shaft. He must be thought he was saving the bloody world. Maybe he was. Lessing stood up. He found that his hands were shaking. Important enough, anyway, to kill not only the weasel but himself as well, plus his own people and any ranchers, tourists, or goddamn sheep who happened to be in range downward. The idea was terrifying. He backed into a desk, laid his rifle on it with a clatter that sounded like a tank rolling off a cliff, and leaned against the cold metal to keep his legs from trembling. There was the woman upstairs, them out in the compound. Us too, if the wind had been blowing to the southwest. Serpent S walk. 19. Great bleeding Christ, what S to the northeast? Lessing shut his eyes, rubbed the bridge of his nose. I don't know, I've never been in this state before. Magdalena, Socorro, not much population between here and there. Some ranches, some Indians, some resorts, livestock. God knows what the range is. I don't think it'll reach Albuquerque. Jesus. Shay put up shaking fingers to pat her dust-colored hair. And this was what the weasel wanted, this nerve gas? Lessing shook his head. Gomez had told him little, but he could guess. Worse, I think. He gave the girl a hard stare. The weasel got what we were sent for, and don't ask me what that is or what it does, because the players don't tell their goddamn pawns a damned thing. And don't ask me why the weasel decided to act just a day or two before we were set to arrive. I don't know. Gomez would have some explaining to do. Son of a bitch. Had he used Lessing and his squad as dummies? What did they call it? Red herrings. Patsies to take the fall for raiding a top-secret American installation, while the real thief was supposed to get away with the goodies. They had to get out. Lessing snatched up his rifle and ordered the surprised girl back to the elevator shaft. On the way back up, Che panted, "In now." Lessing thought and said, "If we find the weasel dead in the yard, we finish our mission. If not, we look for tracks. They'll all show up on the snow, and if the weasel has gone north or east, there's a chance we can still catch up if we can find a car." Catch up now, after a day or more? If he headed out in the direction of the wind, there's a very good chance he's as dead as these people. We can only follow and see. If he went some other way, into the wind, he'll be long gone by now. Then we can give it up. Che shuddered. Not sure I want to catch him, even though we get only half pay for coming home empty-handed. She furrowed sparse brows in sudden thought. Wait, how long is the gas active, then? What has the risk to us? Not much. It has airborne, as I recall it dissipates after a few hours. He strove to remember the article he had read during one of his flights to, or was it from, Angola. It evaporates quickly, combines with things in the atmosphere, and becomes inert, harmless. By now it'll all be gone. Jesus, I hope so. If it isn't, we'll hardly know it. You a cold sod, Lessing, Christ. My name is Eck, remember, on this mission I am Eck. 20. Randolph, Calverhall. Shay snorted, wiped her stubby nose with equally stubby fingers, and said no more. The sunshine, weak and pallid as though filtered down through a shallow sea, provided unabashed relief. Lessing met his squad at the front door of the house. None of the corpses got anything on them. The man Lessing had named Punch reported. No bombs, no weapons, no bullet holes either. Some kind of gas must we got them, look like Dave asked from the staff here. Punch was Swedish, a gaunt and bony man who looked like he ought to be ploughing rocks in some tiny field beside an Arctic fjord. Lessing had worked with him before, during the Baltic War in Syria. Together they have managed to save a village full of Arab refugees from an overzealous Israeli tank commander who had wanted to flatten the place. He mustn't think of the past now. Transport? He inquired gruffly. A little four-wheel drive set at Bosman, Char replied. Over there in a shed behind the garage. No booby traps, I checked. I am surprised the weasel didn't disable it, Lessing said, since he went to the trouble of blowing the power plant. Then the kid dropped the plum into the bleeding pudding, Che added. It took several minutes to explain the probable sequence of events to the others. Lessing finished and asked, anybody spot tracks in the snow? He found himself hoping that there were none, or that they led off to the south or west. Otto, Teen answered laconically. He pointed off toward the northeast. Small army, maybe, or one of them new all-terrain Vipers. He spat into the mud-splattered snow at the bottom of the front porch steps. Lessing was amused. The man was a chameleon. He had subtly shifted his stance, his posture, and his accent so that he now looked and sounded much like an American from the rural southwest. A hick from the cow country. If there had been a grass stalk handy, the bastard would be sucking on it. What a fraud. Any real native would pick him out at once. The automobile held four of them, Lessing, Teen, Char, and Che. Doe remained sullen. He tramped off to stand lonely sentry duty atop the hill behind the dilapidated base. Hans stayed behind to prowl around the house and the snow-covered foundations of the destroyed barracks and other buildings within the complex. Lessing knew this type of mercenary all too well. He ordered Punch to steal nothing that might be missed and not to tear the place apart like some adolescent ghetto burglar. Let the authorities guess who had come visiting and why. Serpent S. Walk. 21. The fuel gauge showed about a quarter full, enough for a quick search. 12 miles out and 12 back, Lessing decided to be on the safe side. If they didn't catch up with the weasel within that range, then so be it. Gomez could send somebody else. They drove in silence, the Viper S track a double line winding off ahead of them across the snow, a railway to hell. Lessing was tired. He rubbed the bridge of his nose again. Che, in the front passenger seat beside him, glanced over at him with concern. He hoped she would keep any erotic fantasies to herself. She was an excellent comrade and might, in time, become a good friend, but she had almost as much sexual appeal for Lessing as the eye-shrouded cacti that loomed up like pallid bogeymen outside the car window. He hated to remember, but memories came anyway. The last time a woman mercenary had got her panties wet over him had been in Jerusalem during the Baltic War. She had died somewhere near Damascus, in a nameless ditch full of mud bricks that were as old as Babylon. Get the job done. Do the needful, as Gomez said in his impeccably British Indian accent. Do the needful and get out. Whoever had driven the Viper knew the way. There was a road of sorts under the drifted snow, twin ruts that had once known asphalt, but were now no more than a frozen dirt track. More silent cacti lurched up out of the grey desolation, mesquite, sagebrush, rocks and boulders, and twisted monoliths of stone. It looked like the empty quarter of hell. "There," said Teen sharply. Lessing, in the driver's seat in front of him, jumped and swore under his breath. "Goddamn it. Right there." The man leaned past him to point. The Viper's track swerved, turned almost a half-circle, then dived off behind a tumbled stand of white horde brush. The odometer showed that they had travelled 11 miles. Lessing slewed their car to a slush-spraying stop. They pulled out, took cover behind the vehicle, and looked around. Nothing moved. He signaled for them to draw up in tactical squad formation. Canvas rustled, weapons clicked, Teen's asthmatic breathing wheezed in the frigid air. Then they were ready. It was about 50 meters around the brush pile. Lessing squinted, then waved an arm for a rapid advance. They began to jog, then to trot. Bushes, rocks, snow, a set of tiny tracks. Lessing had time to wonder if they were rabbit or squirrel or something else. Then they reached the tangle of black branches and debris around which the Viper had gone. There was no road here. The driver must have lost control. The spoiled meat features. 22. Randolph Calverhall. Of Arthur L. Copper leaped up unbidden before his eyes, then the chalk-lined face of the dead boy in the subterranean office. Icy daggers began to stab at Lessing's lungs. His breath plumed out in white banners. Blood surged against his temples, and he felt the jarring crunch of each footstep upon the slippery roots and stones buried beneath the snow. His rifle banged against his side. He heard Che just behind him to his left, Teen's heavy, gasping breathing to his right. Char was invisible behind them, guarding their rear. There was snow in his eyes, and he blinked. "Sir?" He tried to bring up a hand to brush his face, but found it pinned beneath him. He was lying prone behind a log. He realized that he had fallen flat, a reflex action so automatic that he had done it without being aware of it. God, if he got out of here, he'd have to take a rest. Otherwise he might find himself waking up with a scream on his lips and a gun in his hand. He was minded of Koufax, who had stabbed his wife 3 times one night before he realized he wasn't in Angola anymore. The Paraguayan police hadn't taken to that excuse well at all, and poor Koufax was still languishing in some hole of a prison down there. Lessing shook his head once hard, then peered through the dead leaves and twigs in front of him. A bright blue Viper lay upside down amidst the ghost-grey saplings. Lessing motioned Teen and Che to stay put and provide covering fire. He and Char got to their feet and moved in. Except for their breathing and the crackling of their footsteps in the snow-swathed weeds, there was no sound. Char took the left toward the front of the Viper. Lessing headed for the rear and got there first. He paused, patting beside the rear wheel. It took him a long moment to remember that American automobiles had a left-handed drive. Goddamn it, he had been away too long. In an American car, this was the passenger side, the right side when it was upright. No sound came. He squinted down the Viper's mirror-polished flank and noted that the passenger doors were closed. The car tilted so that snow obscured the side windows. The rear window was dark as well. He gathered strength, lurched up, and floundered through an unexpected, waist-deep drift to reach the driver's side. The front door was unlatched, though still shut. To get out, one would have had to crawl up at a fairly steep angle. He could not see any tracks in the snow below the door. The driver and any other occupants were still inside. A movement beneath the front bumper caught his eye. Char. He waved to show he was all right, ready for the final advance. The other wiggled a finger in return. Serpent walk. 23. The driver's window was still closed, round and blotched with frost. He rubbed it with his glove, but could make out only shadows within. The door, then, this gave easily, lifting up without so much as a creak. He steeled himself for whatever lay inside. He expelled breath in a rasping cough. So, the weasel was a woman. A black woman, in fact, although her wavy hair and fair skin hinted at an admixture of Spanish or Indian blood. Caribbean? She wore a tight and stylish blouse of some fancy, crushed-looking, maroon fabric, a short polo coat, elegant, grey slacks tight enough to have been painted upon her rounded thighs, and soft desert boots. Bronze-hued sunglasses hid her eyes. Which was just as well. She had died at least a day ago, maybe 2. The smell wasn't really bad yet. The weather had been cold, but Lessing's nose told him that she had soiled herself in her dying. Jesus! That was Char just behind him. Lessing could see nothing of any size under the body. He opened the rear door. The Viper lay mostly on its back, tilted so that the driver's side was higher than the other. Its rear seal was now a narrow tunnel full of upholstery and litter. At least he didn't have to crawl down on top of the dead woman. A wad of white plastic caught his eye, something much like a kitchen garbage bag. He sighed, gulped cold, fresh air, and dived down to retrieve it. It was heavy and lumpy. A glance told him this was what they had come for. Inside he could see oval capsules of silvery metal about the size of small hand grenades. There were also tubes of some dull black material, stoppered vials like overgrown deodorant bottles. The globes were stamped PCV-1, the black cylinders PCV-2. He knew without counting that there would be 30 of each. Got it? Char asked. He had a high, whining, demanding voice. Given time, Lessing could grow to dislike this man. Right. Lessing wriggled back up out of the Viper, the slippery smooth plastic sack clutched in his left hand. Signaling. Char hissed. Teen is signaling. He is spotted somebody coming. What dismal luck. A curious farmer would delay them. A county sheriff or state patrolman would hang things up much longer. Explanations, offers to go for help, the rather chancy ID cards Gomez had provided, all were problematic. He didn't even want to think about the possibility of a government patrol, MPS or FBI, coming to investigate an unanswered telephone or a noticed alarm back at the base. They couldn't just hide their tracks in the snow. 2-1. Randolph, Calverhall were like pointing arrows. Nor could they make it back to their car and run like hell, not in time. He waved Teen into the depths of a stand of brush, then pointed Jay to a heap of dead leaves and tree trunks. Both had the sense to cover their khaki camouflage suits with snow. Another cran to lay at Gomez's door. The little bastard ought to have known that white was better than brown during a North American winter. He still wore his red-orange Hunter-S jacket. Char-S dun-coloured pants and tan duffel coat might arouse suspicion if anybody stopped to think about it, yet there ought to be some American hunter stupid enough to wear earth colours during hunting season. He grinned mirthlessly. Many might perish, like jackrabbits caught in a car's headlamps, but hell, there ought to be a new crop of idiots every year. He dropped the white plastic sack into the drift beside him and scarfed snow over it. His Rigum and his 7.1 assault rifle he pushed under the curve of the overturned Viper-S roof, where it was invisible yet easily reached. Char hid his smaller, stubbier stitch gun behind his leg, by the front bumper. They were as ready as they'd ever be. The noise Teen had heard grew louder, the sustained clatter of a medium-sized vehicle of some kind, its engine badly in need of tuning. It was another minute before it hove into view, an archaic, black, German pickup truck, the standard workhorse of 21st century rural America. The newcomer paused beside their car, then janced on to stop near the Viper. The front seat held 2 men and a woman. The cargo space in the rear was empty. "Hythe," Lessing called. "Been an accident here?" Might as well be obvious. The driver stayed where he was, but the other man opened the passenger door and got out. The woman followed. Both wore nondescript winter clothing, boots, hats, and scarves. The man was youngish, red-faced, puffy-looking, and clean-shaven. The woman was older, plain, and pale. She wore rimless glasses and a bright red stocking cap. Too young to be the man's mother, too old to be his wife. No farmers, these. Look like a law clerk and a librarian. Lessing scowled, the good citizen who has just discovered a tragedy. "Woman dead in there," he began. Came off the road and tipped over. The man said, "Lordy." He edged forward as if to inspect the wreck. "You from around here?" the woman asked. "California. Hunting 7. Serpent S walk. 25. Yes, Char put in. Vacation. What was you hunting then?" The woman appeared too educated to use grammar like that. Blood began to throb at Lessing's temples again. Oh, just high hopes. She pulled her handbag up, reached into it. She might have been looking for a handkerchief. Not much around here to hunt these days. Lessing was first, his rigaminous 7-1 spotted, and the woman went down in a swirl of dark woolens and scarlet. Something blue and metallic spun from her hand. He went prone and heard bullets spang off the underbelly of the Viper. Then T&S automatic rifle snarled from somewhere back in the underbrush, and Ch.'s laser hissed and sizzled. The driver of the truck yelped, then shrieked just once. Silence. A single shot teen, likely, putting quietus to the driver. Lessing crawled to his feet, the Viper's flank cold and slick beneath his sweating palms. "Anybody?" he began. Then he saw Char. The man lay on his belly in the snow. He humped up, grunted, right, and clutched his abdomen, from which red now seeped to stain the trampled whiteness. "Oh God," Che breathed from behind him. "Get the car, we can." "No." Lessing motioned her back, then jerked a thumb at Teen. "You look at him, you've done medic before." This was no time for proper medical practice. The Englishman pulled the stricken man's red-dyed hands away from his belly. "Got shot," he reported tersely. "In shock. Doubt in an hour less we get him to a hospital." "Forget that," Lessing snapped. He went to stand before Char. "You want it over?" he asked softly. "Or you want us to carry you back? You'll die on the road, you know. We can get you out in time, and it'll all start to hurt soon." The other stared at him from shock-glazed eyes. Lessing raised his head to look at Teen, who had moved around to stand behind the wounded man. Teen's rifle pointed casually downward at Char's cap of black hair. The rifle echoed like a clap of doom. "Oh, Jesus." Che turned away. "Belt or so," Teen muttered matter-of-factly. Lessing turned to inspect the bodies of the newcomers. He patted their garments, extracted wallets, flipped open card cases. He asked Government ID Army Intelligence based in Albuquerque. Either there was a secondary alarm system the Hummingbird didn't get, or else somebody called to ask old cop of the time of day. He glanced into the truck, then exclaimed softly, 26. Randolph, Calverhall. "Jesus, Che, your laser just missed some boxes of ammo, couple of fragmentation grenades too. They were really ready for us." Che sat down in the snow. Lessing watched with sympathy. She had bowed more today than many men could have. How did you recognize them as agents?" she managed. "Clothes, manner, they looked as wrong out here as we did." Then the woman asked about what we were hunting, rather than about the car wreck. Hell, even if she'd been for real, I couldn't have answered her. How do I know what people hunt around here, in the dead of winter? It's probably not even hunting season. "Armadillos," Teen said. "What? Armed what?" The little man grinned and did a ludicrous parody of a Mexican accent. "No, Senor. No, fucking DF Woj. Get stuffed." Che looked as though she were about to cry. Lessing picked up his gun. "Back to the car. There'll be more agents on the way when these 3 done T report in. We drop Char into the Viper, set it on fire, run the Fed's truck off where it can be seen, and hightail it for the base. We pick up the others, and head out for our drop site. We should be there by dawn. It'll take the pursuit some time to sort it all out." Lessing reached into the snow and hefted the white plastic bag. So much death, and all for these spheres and vials. Murderous germs, lethal gases, some other subtle and ghastly weapon, the stuff of nightmares. God damn it, people used to fight for gold, for women, for honor, for values a person could understand. Now they killed for abstractions, words on paper, causes, doctrines, murky political games in which there were neither rights nor wrongs. And he, Lessing, had willingly chosen to become one of the pawns. Che and Teen wrestled Char's body up into the Viper's front seat. The case of ammo and the grenades would make a nice fanfare for the funeral. Lessing peered into the crinkly, white plastic bag. The silvery PCV-1 spheres winked evilly back. The black vials of PCV-2 kept their counsel to themselves. He slipped a hand tentatively into the bag, extracted 1 sphere and 1 cylinder. They felt cold, inimical, hostile. He thought, then made up his mind. He dropped them both down into the hidden pocket sewed into the lining of his canvas trouser leg. If Gomez or anybody asked, he would claim that he had only found 29. Who could know? Up Gomez. Up them all. Such insurance might come in handy someday. It was time to go home. I do not set much value on the friendship of people who do not succeed in getting disliked by their enemies. Mein Kampf, Adolf Hitler. Chapter 3. Sunday, April 60, 2042. Love you too, Wrench grumbled. He glanced up to find Lessing beside him, awash with undulating, grey-green light from the row of security TV screens, like some archaic idol submerged beneath the sea. So you got me out of bed. Who the hell is it? Lessing fingered the TV camera control console, but the visitor had passed beyond the range of camera 3 and was not yet visible to camera 2. He rubbed sleep out of his eyes. God damn it, he'd been meaning to splice in another camera to cover the blind spot between 2 and 3. Camera 26, down at the bottom of the garden by the factory fence, was also out. Lessing just didn't have the energy. Northern India in April was a cauldron of white-hot heat, and May and June would be worse. Only after the rains broke in July would the parched plains cool off again. And then only a little. Looks like one of your scruffier friends, Wrench remarked mildly. A small, neatly packaged man in his late 30s, his real name was Charles Hanson Wren, but his army footlocker had become the legend Wren CH, and the nickname Wrench had stuck. He was Herman Mulder's house security man. Lessing had charge of the compound and the buildings of Indoker's chemical factory in India, just south of Lucknow, off the Kanpur road. Lessing said nothing. Look, I am sorry to get you up. Wrench's tone indicated that he thought it was funny. He smirked up at the wall clock, which read 210, and showed teeth so white and even that everybody thought they were a plate. Actually, they were his own. Wrench was just a trifle jealous. Mulder always chose Lessing as his BG whenever he made one of his infrequent forays out into the chaos that was 21st century India. Sure, sleeping is a comfort in this heat. Lessing looked at him. Like everybody else in Indoker's Lucknow operation, Wrench knew that Lessing shared his bed with Mulder's Indian liaison girl, Jamila Husseini. Nobody gave much of a damn where or with whom the hired help slept, and Wrench didn't care, nor was he himself interested in Jamila. She was overeducated for his tastes, a graduate of the Kennedy School for Special Children in Delhi and later of Columbia University. Wrench did enjoy knowing. 28. Randolph, Calverhall. Everything, however, too damn nosy and too much of a comic. One day somebody would hoist the little smart-ass by his head of glossy, dark hair, as wavy as an ad for gigolos, and drop him off a minaret. An image moved on camera to a small screen. The visitor halted before the outer gate, glanced around, looked up at the lens mount above his head, and made a nervous gesture toward the bell. That is Mr. Lessing there. I'm sorry to bother you with him at this hour. It was the man Lessing had named Felix Bauer, as he had learned from Gomez a month after his return to India. Wrench pressed a button. A ruby warning light flashed. He is carrying a popper, or else he is wearing a cast iron jockstrap. Lessing picked up the microphone and said, "Hello, Bauer, put your ordnance into the lockbox on the post next to you, then follow the left-hand path around to the rear." The lockbox duly registered the weight of a good-sized pistol and possibly a boot knife as well. The metal detectors pronounced Bauer clean. Only then did Lessing press the double buttons that opened the gate. At this time of night, the veranda of the senior staff quarters was deserted. Lessing met Bauer at the top of the steps and pointed him to a rattan settee as far away from the main circle of porch furniture as possible. The lighted area had two disadvantages. It teemed with flying insects, and the ceiling fan concealed the surveillance mic. Why make it easy for Wrench to eavesdrop? Bauer sat, licked his lips, and looked about. His glance lingered on the gleaming, white refrigerator visible inside the screen door. Lessing took pity on him. Bauer's journey out here from Lucknow at this hour of night must have been a hot, dusty, and thirsty one, and he must have paid the taxiwala a fortune to boot. Lessing got up again and came back with 2 bottles of Indian beer. Well? Lessing decided the German looked terrible. They hadn't met since the New Mexico business in January, but then they had never been friends or enemies either. Just 2 people doing a job. The other gulped cold beer. Then he said, "Einar H. Jelming of the Swede called Punch is dead." Lessing grunted. How? Shot from ambush. They tried to kill Hollister Euroteen, the Britisher, too. Missed him by 5 centimeters. Bauer pawed at his greying hair with thin fingers. Who asked they? People said you would know. Serpent S. Walk. 29. Me? I don't know anything. He did have a question. What about Che, the Australian girl? Rose Thurley is her name. I haven't heard. She went back to Canberra, I think. Well, oh, fine. I am sorry about H. Gelming. He wasn't but it seemed to mean something to the other man. May I speak frankly? Lessing watched him. Sure. I came to ask you to leave me alone. You don't have to say anything, just let me go my way. Don't thumb me. Lessing snorted up a noseful of bitter beer. He coughed, wiped his mouth, and growled, What? I mean it, I don't cause problems. There were stories, of course, of mercenaries who were later thumbed by their employers or by their comrades. Too much knowledge wasn't smart. Such incidents were fewer since it had become acceptable for nations and corporations and causes and even individuals to hire MERS to do their special operations. Now the world, the Western world anyway, thought of mercenaries as glamorous samurai, an honor-bound warrior class, the stuff of endless TV series. Bauer knew Lessing's reputation. No one had ever accused him of thumbing before, and, supposing that he had been paid to thumb his squad, Bauer should realize that he did do the job himself and not hire some grimy, city hitman to handle it. Lessing kept a straight face and said only, Mercs get killed all the time, one of the joys of the trade. The bluntness of the accusation was wearing off, and Lessing's mind began to work again. Bauer was clearly frightened, his rigid jawline showed it. Was he sane? Paranoia was a common ailment amongst mercenaries. You didn't learn to suspect every bush, every door, every footstep, and not have some of that caution sift down into the cracks of your immortal soul. Bauer clutched his beer bottle with both hands. People we do get killed, but not by hit men, not in Copenhagen or Rio. Lessing, for God's sake. For God's sake, what? I haven't anything to do with this, not with H. Shelming, not with Hollister, not with you. Who gave you this idea? Who said I was thumbing my squad? Even a breath of this kind of rumor could end a man's career. Worse, it could get that man himself thumbed. Bauer hesitated. Nobody said and nobody came right out. Lessing glared at him. You really stupid, Bauer, really stupid. If I am thumbing, then this is my chance to finish you off inside our fence. Nobody questions Ndoko's business. You could vanish without a trace. He spread his hands on the table, palms up. 30. Randolph, Calverhall. Think, if I am not thumbing my squad, then I am going to find out where the rumor started and what I can do about it. If I have to kill the worst to keep my reputation clean, I will. Either way, you lose. He began to get to his feet. Do we chat easy or hard? Look, please, Bauer's eyes reflected the flickering light. We have a room in the garage, Lessing remarked. We keep our auto repair tools there, it is soundproof. God, I never meant I only wanted. Who, Bauer, who? Copley in Paris. He never said you were thumbing. Just that some people run you might die. I took him to mean. I imagined he meant. Bauer shifted his grip on his beer bottle, holding it horizontally so that he could smash it against the table edge and jab it into his adversary's eyes. Bauer had studied barroom brawling with experts. So had Lessing. He pointed. Go ahead, try. The table is woven rattan, and there is a good chance the bottle won't break. Do you want to take that chance? He smiled. Bauer sat back down. Just give me your word. No harm to me. I don't want to know anything. I could even pay you a little. He tapped his rumpled shirt pocket. I don't want your goddamn money. There is nothing to know. No thumbing, and I can protect either of us until I know what is going on. Then why H. Shelming and Hollister? Why Copley? He gossips a lot with the Euro mercs. He must be heard something. He heard rumors, just crap, bullshit, talk. H. Shelming and Hollister, they weren't just talk. Bauer muttered defiantly. Lessing made a derisive noise. Personal grudges, violent crime, it is going the rounds, you know. Bauer took the remarks seriously. No, not so. You assassinate execs, you kidnap execs and technicians, you shoot spies, but nobody kills off-duty mercenaries. We re only the soldiers, the soldaten, the muscles and the bones. He paused and then finished on a defensive but stubborn note. Why should Copley lie? He said people around you might die. Who is going to kill them, goddammit? Who? Indoko. Lessing relaxed a trifle, still keeping a wary eye on Bauer's bottle. Bauer had regained both his composure and a measure of defiance. How should I KNBW? Copley only made warnings about you. Maybe somebody else thumbs you too later. Bauer sounded crazier than Lessing had thought. He stifled a yawn. It would be good to rid himself of this unwanted guest and get back upstairs to Jamila. It was going on 3 in the morning. Serpent S. Walk. 31. The German peered into the beer bottle, but it was empty. It was the job, the New Mexico thing, I think. What about it? It was Lessing's turn to sound defensive. Hell, Indoko owed me a vacation, and I needed the money. An agent I know made me an offer. See the American Southwest and the budget plan. His plan and his budget. I did what I was told, and I got paid. I don't ask, and I don't tell. Yes, but it. Bauer pursed his lips, the picture of a prissy European bureaucrat. Then you have seen nothing, been told nothing. Lessing pressed one hand to his pajama top. Nothing, Scout S. honor. Bauer missed the sarcasm. Truly? Nothing? Not a thing. All we get out here are student protesters, Yankee go home, that sort of stuff. The police stand around until they think we're going to be overrun. Then they make a laugh-out charge and knock a few heads. It's a local ritual, like the peacock's mating dance. Bauer blinked at him. Lessing said more kindly, Look, it is too late for you to go back to Lucknow tonight. Stay over here and take it easy. We can put you up. Tomorrow, after breakfast, we'll talk. Hell, maybe Wrench can gel you a security job at the factory. A post? No, I. You frightened of contamination, pollution, cyanide-laced rosewater, radioactive powder? That is what the Indians claim we make here. He grinned to show he was joking. Bauer only stared at him wide-eyed. I have to get back. My taxi is waiting down by the factory gatehouse. The driver is drinking tea with your watchman. He got to his feet, stiff, dignified, determined, and apologetic all at once. Thank you. Lessing let him go. He couldn't blame the German for not trusting him. Who would? He watched Bauer march down the walk and out of sight around the 6-car garage. Then he trudged back upstairs to the air-conditioned company flat he shared with Jamila. If somebody had it in for their squad, why hadn't they come for him? After all, he was the mission leader. Yet he hadn't heard or seen a thing. His trouble-smelling instinct had never failed him yet. Was he becoming complacent? Senile? Blind in his old age? He decided tentatively that Bauer was probably suffering from battle fatigue, though mere jerks, as the tabloids cutely named the syndrome. The 3-room flat in the squarish, whitewashed senior staff quarters building was semi-dark, only Lessing's imitation Aladdin's lamp electric, with a 220-volt bulb instead of a wick and oil burned him in what the Indoko employment brochures gushingly. 32. Randolph Calverhall. Described as the sitting room. The flat was hot and stuffy. Even the big German air conditioning unit couldn't cope with India's heat. Jamila was asleep in the bedroom, one slender arm flung out upon Lessing's pillow, a tumble of raven wing hair visible above the thin sheet. She stirred, and Lessing paused to look at her. Unlike American women with their broader shoulders and boyish waists, Jamila Husseini came from a softer and more curvaceous mold. She reminded Lessing of the Giantafresco's, an oval face with a high forehead, long-lashed eyes, skin the hue of old gold like a South German on a cloudy day. Wrench said, a tall, slender, long-legged figure, firm, up-tilted breasts, a narrow waist, and thighs like some Hindu goddess from a sculptured frieze. He had once tried to tell Jamila how much he preferred her beauty to American angularity, but he was not good with words. She took him to mean that her hips were to be blunt fat, and she hadn't forgiven him for a month. She still played tennis furiously every morning with Indoko's 7 European women staffers, and he knew how jealous she was of the prettiest of them. She had no need to be, it was they who envied her. He did not wake her but lay down close by upon the thin, hard mattress. Jamila moved against him, and he began to spiral down into sleep, her unbound tresses tickling his shoulder and filling his nostrils with pungent jasmine perfume. Yells and noise ripped the fabric of his dream to shreds. He sat up, groaned, combed back his thin, ash-blonde hair, and fumbled his way out onto the flat-hest tiny balcony. He hadn't dreamed it, there were more noises below. He looked out over black satin darkness, the impenetrable night of India, to the tangled, diamond spider webs of the factory's lights. Strings of bulbs hung on every tank, pipe, catwalk, and tower, turning the prosaic factory into fairy spires and oriental palaces, richer than Sinbad, more wondrous than the 1001 Nights. He squinted down into the courtyard closer by, just beneath the balcony. In the stark glare of the gate floodlights he saw a dancing jumble of white pants, white shirts, white teeth, black beards, and dark faces and skins, like cut-up scraps of a black and white photograph tossed into the air. At first he could make out nothing. One splotch of scarlet in the midst of it all was clear, however, a body on a company stretcher. He could not see the face, but he sensed it was Barr. Wrench was already at the gate when Lessing arrived. Both had dutifully endured Ndoko's and Estoni lessons, but this was Jamila Husseini's special duty, and Lessing had to go back, wake her up, and then wait impatiently while she donned the Shalwar kameez costume she favoured, essentially a tunic and slacks, much different. Serpent walk. 33. From the Hindu sari. She took along a shawl, which she wrapped around her head and shoulders when she went forward to speak to the plant watchmen the Pathan chowkidars Mulder had hired to supplement his European security people. The Pathans surrounded her, reporting, reenacting, and gesticulating. Enough dramatic talent for a TV series. He looked down at the stretcher. An arm moved, and he heard breath bubbling beneath the rusted company blanket. Bauer was alive. God, he was tired. His head hurt, and he couldn't concentrate on poor Bauer. Let the company doctor, the little Bengali gentleman now chattering with Jamila, handle that. He just waited, an automaton whose motor functions had been turned off but whose senses were still on. His eyes were at TV camera, recording but not comprehending. Sharp gravel pricked his slippered feet, and his skin was simultaneously clammy and dry with the unforgiving, relentless heat of the Indian night, the harbinger of the scorching morrow. The air smelled of baked brass, charcoal, alien spices, and warm earth as old as God, all mingled with animal manure and flower scents and people. Endless people, now over 1 billion in this 5th decade of the 21st century. Jamila said something soothing to the senior chowkidar of the plant. She came back to Lessing and Wrench. The taxman struck him, they think. He asked not with his vehicle now. Nobody saw any fight. The stranger, she shot a quizzical glance at Lessing, returned from the compound and went straight toward his taxi. The watchman didn't see him again until he came staggering up from the auto park, all bloody. Mohammed Khan took him inside and called the others. Jamila was good, Lessing thought. He had served with dozens of Mirs who couldn't make a report as concise as that. He smiled at her, then realized she would think he was patronizing her. Who is he? Jamila asked. It was her job to make any statements to the Indian police. He will live, Dr. Chakravarti interrupted excitedly. Live, if we get him to Balrampur Hospital in time. Mr. Wren, Mr. Lessing, please to give permission for the station wagon. Kuldeep can drive. Any other problems? Wrench threw in, speaking over the doctor's head to Jamila. Other break-ins, trouble with the students, the villagers, outsiders? She rubbed at her forehead, pushing her heavy tresses out of her eyes, then translated for the senior chowkidar. A babble of voices answered her. She replied, no, nothing. 34. Randolph, Calverhall. Somebody go get Mr. Mulder up. Wrench ordered to search the plant, the perimeter. He was visibly excited. But then Wrench struck Lessing that way, an overreaction for every occasion. Bring him on inside, a new and deeper voice said. We can see to him there. If he is critical, we'll have to drive him to Lucknow. Lessing turned his head to see Bill Goddard, Mulder's senior executive officer. Behind him, a hulking shadow in the darkness, stood Herman Mulder himself. The commotion had brought him down from the mansion. Dr. Chakravarti would have gone on insisting on the station wagon at once, if not sooner, but nobody argued with Goddard. The man was a rock, huge, massive, as solid as the ramparts of the Delhi Red Fort itself. Goddard said, "You, Lessing, you, Wren, come with." He ignored Jamila as though she didn't exist. He disliked Indians, even those with European features and light skin like Jamila, and Lessing had often wondered why the company had sent him out to Lucknow, of all places. Lessing gestured, and two of the chowkidars took up the stretcher and carried it through the gate, past the staff quarters, and up the inner drive to the director's house. What a parade! Squat, hairless, old Mulder lurching along in front, his bald head as shiny as a dress helmet, then Goddard, wrapped in his own self-importance, then the two Indians with Bauer, the main float, then Dr. Chakravarti trotting behind, and Wrench and Lessing bringing up the rear, the trained dog act, the big, rhiny German shepherd, and the nervous, yapping little terrier. The big house was cement block and concrete, a pink monstrosity that looked more like a transistor radio than a residence, the sort of modern bungalow one found everywhere in the best suburbs up and down the subcontinent. It was air-conditioned throughout, so cold that it was almost an affront after the sticky night outside. It smelled of furniture varnish and the disinfectant with which the servants mopped the concrete chip mosaic floor. The cavernous drawing-room beyond the screened veranda was empty. There was indeed a Mrs. Mulder, but she appeared so rarely that Wrench called her the fairy godmother. It comes out with her 1-3 times a year: Christmas, the 4th of July, and Indian Independence Day, to sprinkle stars and bless us all, then poof, back to limbo. The watchman set Bauer's stretcher down, and Dr. Chakravarti knelt for a better look under the popping, fizzing fluorescent lights. "Not so bad as I had." "Fine," Goddard snapped. "Fix him up. Who the hell is he?" "Serpent S. Walk, 35. Lessing stepped forward before Wrench could offer any snide little sarcasms. "Friend of mine. Came to see me. No idea who knifed him or why. Some quarrel with the taxi wallah, maybe. Asterisk. Charming. All we need is a tangle with the police. Prime Minister Ramanujan's government would love an excuse to send all foreign companies packing and confiscate our installations in the bargain." Goddard looked to Mulder for confirmation, but the old man was watching the doctor, puffy, heavy-lidded eyes as blank as a temple statuette. "The wound is in the chest," the doctor went on, clinically and precisely, as though no one had spoken. "A bandage, antibiotics, rest. He will be all right." Lessing saw that Bauer's eyes were open. "Who stuck you? The taxi driver? Can you talk?" The other grunted something in German, or maybe it was Flemish or Dutch. Then he said quite clearly, "Not the taxman, another, come for you, maybe, or something else important. I was just a by the way." Mulder opened his mouth to ask a question, but he was interrupted. The double doors at the far end of the room swung open to reveal Mrs. Mulder herself. Without makeup, coiffure, and French chiffon, her fairy godmother magic was sadly lacking, a gaunt, vinegary American housewife in the latter years of menopause. She bore neither want nor sparkling stars. "Dear," she trilled, "you told me to call you if the red lights came on." She stopped, dismayed by the size of her audience. "Oh, I had no idea." "Red lights?" Mulder asked blankly. Goddard said, "The security alert lights. Somebody's gotten inside." "Intrusion," Wrench cried. Neither he nor Lessing had brought weapons. "Which light?" Mulder heaved himself toward his spouse, a plump and hairless white whale. People said he was over 70, but he had the energy of a much younger man. "The little one on the end." The woman dithered. Lessing had never seen anyone actually dither before. "Get my," Wrench shrilled. The doctor and the two chowkidars were in his way, and he did a ridiculous dance to get around them. Lessing knew which light was lit. He had helped install the system himself. Outside, beyond Ndoko's compound, lay wasteland, a crumbled mosque and a deserted Muslim cemetery that the government wouldn't let anybody uproot. Kara 26 was out of order, whether by accident or design. That meant that an intruder. 36. Randolph, Calverhall. Who knew the layout had a clear route over the plant back fence all the way up into Mrs. Mulder's formal rose garden behind the mansion? If it wasn't a false alarm, the red light on Mulder's panel indicated a security breach in the main house itself. Weapons. Lessing threw at Mulder. The other, already ahead of him in the corridor leading to the rear of the house, waved a hand and shouted back something that sounded like bedroom. Lessing rounded the corner at the end of the passage. He couldn't see Mulder anymore. The old man must have entered one of the two doors there or gone upstairs. Lessing chose the door to his left and skidded into the dining room. The closed, stuffy darkness smelled of spices and cooking, but the woven bamboo blinds and ornate imitation Mughal furniture were undisturbed. A door at the far end opened into a shadowy hall beyond which lay the pantry and the serving kitchen. Meals were actually prepared in a separate building, some 20 meters away. From there a train of servants bore the dishes up to the main house or over to the staff refectory. Even in these days of electric appliances and do-it-yourself housework, old traditions died hard. India had swarmed with servants long before the British had arrived. Now it was only foreigners, the rich, and corporations like Indoco who could afford them. Lessing glanced around and snatched up a heavy poultry knife from a drainage board. Any weapon was better than nothing. He checked quickly and found the back door locked. Goddard habitually opened it at dawn for the bears with their morning bed tea, another Indian custom, one that Lessing rather enjoyed. He whirled and dashed back out to the hallway, then up the slippery, polished concrete stairs 2 at a time. Mulder knelt in the corridor by the door of the master bedroom, hands to his face. A trickle of dark liquid oozed between his fingers. Lessing stopped and made sure he was alive. He crouched down and peered around the doorjamb. It was lucky that he had decided to duck. He found himself staring at a gleaming silver belt-buckle, black trousers below it, so close he could see the weave of the fabric, and a dark jacket above. An Israeli stitch gun hissed like a striking viper in his ear, and he heard the tiny, deadly explosions blasting 3-centimeter craters in the cement block wall across the stairwell behind him. He reacted as training had taught him. He shoved the big poultry knife up between his adversary's thighs, into his abdomen. The other gagged, doubled over, tried ineffectually to bat at Lessing with the stubby gun barrel, and then crumpled over, full on top of him. Blood and entrails splattered Lessing's chest. A gun bellowed from across the room, not a gas-powered stitch gun this time, but gunpowder. Serpent's walk. Lessing felt nothing. The shot had missed. There were 2 or more opfers then. Grimly he set himself to getting free from the thrashing body on top of him and to finding the damned stitch gun. Somebody behind Lessing yelped, and a second gun roared there. The voice sounded like Wrench's. Goddard must have given him a weapon. With all the concentration of a man defusing a time bomb as the seconds tick away to 0, Lessing fumbled around on the floor for the stitch gun. He found it, clutched at its blood-slippery butt, and rolled to avoid presenting a stationary target. He needn't have bothered. The room was silent except for someone wheezing just above him. He recognized Wrench's breathing. "You okay?" the little man gasped. "You dead, hey, Lessing?" "God damn it, I am all right. See to the outfalls, and Mulder." Goddard bringing the doctor. "Stay put if you're wounded." "I told you, I am not hurt. Check Mulder." One of them hit him with a pistol butt or something when he entered the bedroom. He heard voices, noises, footsteps behind him. On the floor, a meter from his face, his erstwhile opponent still twitched feebly. He clambered to his feet and felt his way across the room, past a gigantic double bed with the satin coverlet Mrs. Mulder had imported all the way from Denmark. There he stumbled over a spindly-legged chair and ended on all fours beside the second opera. Moonlight through the tangled drapes picked out splinters of white burn and a dark, liquid smear where the man's face should have been. Wrench was a good shot for a non-mere. Or just lucky. Lessing knelt, secured the man's gun, a neat, oil-fragrant Belgian 9mm automatic. Dark swirled and swam around him. Dimly, ebon upon black, he perceived shapes on the floor beside the body, flat, squarish things. A thought struck him, and he squinted up at the wall behind the bed. A cavity yawned there. Mulder's wall safe stood open. So the object of the intrusion was just simple burglary. Or was it? RS visits so late at night. His talk of the thumbing, the stabbing down by the vehicle park. Now this. Too many coincidences. Lessing groped on the polished terrazzo floor. His fingers touched a gnarled mass of jangling, metallic objects, one of Mrs. Mulder's necklaces, probably. Then 5 or 6 of the flat rectangles. They felt like record books of some sort, ledgers or diaries. He held one up to the fitful moonlight. 30A. Randolph, Calverhall. The book's cover was embossed in tarnished gold with a double lightning bolt design above a line of numerals. He slanted it toward the window and read 1948-1955. It couldn't he be, that would make the book almost 100 years old, and near antique. Yet it felt real. He didn't he know what to think. Mulder had never evinced interest in anything cultural, much less in rare books. Lessing picked up another volume, his curiosity piqued. It was newer, dated 1985-1987. Perhaps a dozen similar volumes lay scattered on the floor beneath the safe. Were these what the intruders sought then? Were they so rare and valuable? They certainly weren't Ndoko ledgers. Those were kept in the main office at the factory, and Lessing would have recognized them. Nobody had to risk a break-in to see those anyhow. The company was scrupulous about keeping open books for the benefit of the Indian government. He looked again carefully this time. 2 or 3 more of the same set protruded from a black cloth pack under the dead man's shoulder. The outfox had been seriously desirous of reading material. The double lightning motif nagged at his memory. He turned the book around so that it was upright. The symbols resolved themselves into a design he recognized, one known to every child who had grown up in America. They were not lightning bolts, but runic characters that stood for the letters SS, Schutzstaffel, the elite organization of the German Third Reich in the first half of the last century. Lessing goggled at the volume, so surprised that he forgot even the corpse on the floor next to him. The SS was almost a century ago now. The last veteran of the Second World War had been in his grave since about 2025, 17 years before. Yet the media kept the sides, the issues, and the propaganda as current as today as soap operas. Movies, books, and TV dramas refused to let the war go the way of the Crusades, Napoleon, the American Revolution, or a dozen other conflicts. On TV, the SS still marched the same ancient footage, and the black uniformed troopers still murdered, tortured, and swaggered for the titillation of 21st century American audiences. The SS was money. It sold books, movies, and deodorants just as well as heroic cowboys, sinuous starlets, acid-tongued private eyes, tough mares, or naked banger pump dancers who were the latest craze back home. None of which explained what these books were doing out here in India. They certainly weren't sadomasochistic Nazi porn. Lessing looked up to find Mulder and Goddard standing over him, Wrench hovering in the rear. My honor is my loyalty. The Nazis are still with us. Hitler died in Berlin, but his evil offspring still lurk in the ugly corners of the world. Even here in America, the racist, anti-Semitic, Nazi beast awaits its chance. It is our sacred promise to our Jewish people that these monsters will never regain so much as a penny's worth of credibility or power. Whatever we have to do to assure this is justified. Let every Jew beware of what lies just beneath the surface of the non-Jewish soul, particularly those who speak of the Western, Christian, and hence Aryan heritage. And, especially, let every Jew keep a little flame of hatred alive in his or her heart for the German, for there is the enemy. RZIRNPH. $9 in response. CVI Ireland, Commander of the Vigilantes for Zion, New York, 2035. Chapter 4. Monday, April 7, 2042. For no, Wrench insisted. They really are the SS, what it has become, anyhow. Lessing didn't he want to think about Mulder's secret Nazi connection. He wasn't he political, he didn't he care, and he wasn't he interested either in condemning or joining. He said, and my mother is Chicky Chicken, the cartoon queen. Wrench clucked and made flapping motions with his elbows. If you say so. Look, Do you mind? Jamila kept me busy yesterday filing reports with the CID, identifying the Opfo's Bauer statements, the whole mess. I heard 2 foreigners, car parked on the main road. No ID, just 2 lost coyotes looking for a home. The coyote was slang for an unemployed mercenary. South Europeans of some kind, Greeks, Italians. And Bauer? No connection, nothing to do with the burglars or with the taxi wallah. Some third man stuck him, an Arab. Maybe there've been as many of them wandering around India as elsewhere since Israel finished gobbling up the last of their land. How is Bauer? Better, Bauer and per hospital. Mulder and Goddard think there is a connection. Bauer was a diversion, to keep us all singing and dancing while the others went in for the books. No chance Mulder and Goddard can go play drop the soap in the shower. There was no reason to tell Wrench about Bauer's fear of Lessing himself. That was obviously irrelevant. 40. Randolph Calverhall. You don't realize the importance of those books, the records of the SS from 1945 to the present. Stuffed the books sideways. Mulder and Goddard, a pair of closet Nazis, let them dress up in black uniforms and howl each other till the cows come home. Wrench put on a reproachful expression. They read the real thing. Goddard is Goring, and Mulder is Adolf Hitler reincarnated. I thought only Californians went in for loony cults. Wrench took a turn around the veranda. It was just after dawn, and the sky was still a bowl of lapis lazuli, as glorious as any ever carved by a Mughal craftsman. Later it would be shrouded in white dust haze, and the dry earth would swelter like bricks baking in a kiln. He took up a slice of crunchy, dark toast from the silver rack on the table, slathered it with whitish butter, and dunked it in his teacup. Lessing watched. Well? Well, what? Lessing poured leaf for himself and added sugar and milk, Indian fashion. The tea was strong enough to walk by itself, not the yellow dog piss his father's term his Aunt Eileen used to make from tea bags. For a moment India flickered away, and Lessing looked out upon the softer, greener, more familiar contours of his Iowa childhood. Then reality snapped back into place like a loaded magazine locking into the butt of a pistol. Do you want to hear about the SS or not? Lessing sighed. I don't care. I don't ask questions. They pay, I do. Curiosity kills cats and mares. Wrench snorted. Lessing, you eat, you shit, and your feet stink. Otherwise I do think you were dead, God, but you re an apolitical animal. Lessing eyed him impassively. You've 2 choices, you know. 1, you join. 2, you get a rocket up the bunghole. Whoosh. He pantomimed a sky burst with his toast. 4 choices, Lessing corrected. 3, let things go on as they are. I do my job, and we read just like before. 4, you pay me off, let me go, and never hear from me again. I told you I don't talk. Mulder and Goddard won't believe you. You re-in or you re-thammed, I argued, but they wouldn't he. I told you I am not political. You re-asking for a fucking blit, man. Goddard, or let him try. But Mulder thinks he may be useful, and he is the one who counts. He tells me I tell you. Serpent s walk. 41. Some decision. Lessing gulped tea and waved an iridescent blue-green fly away from the marmalade jar. I join or I get unzipped. He shifted his weight so that his belt holster bulged beneath his beige-coloured raw silk bush shirt. He had other weapons as well. Unzipping. Lessing would be no easy op. At least hear what we've got to say. Wrench demanded. So talk. Lessing gazed out across the sun-drenched courtyard toward Mrs. Mulder's garden. The mango trees there were inviting, cool and dark and green against the naked glare from the whitewashed compound and the revolting pink ugliness of the mansion. Colours were never muted in India, never pastel, never soft. They tore at you like show music, like hot spices, like the violent smells of the bazaars. Wrench decided he had Lessing's attention. In 1945, when Germany lost, 2 submarines arrived in Argentina. Some of the remaining senior officers of the SS were aboard. They brought money, lots of money, a good part of the Irish Rio of the Third Reich. People thought it was lost or stolen, down in Bavaria, but it wasn't. I've seen the movie, Lessing scoffed. Martin Bormann in the Promised Land. It is true, though. You can read the historical stuff later if you want. Thanks, when I run out of comic books. He wasn't the only Borman, there were others. Seeing Lessing's look, Wrench hurried on. They founded a colony, set up businesses, made connections. Later they invested, linked up, developed. They built a series of interlocking corporations. The post-war boom and the recovery of Germany helped those corporations become conglomerates, then huge international holding companies based in the goddamnedest places. The Nazi family Robinson. What, God? You re a comical asshole, yes. Everything neat and tidy, out of sight, away from the Jews and the Nazi hunters and their network of financial institutions and pressure groups. The Third World made it easier. There were fewer controls here, fewer restrictions, fewer checks, fewer regulations, fewer watchdog agencies, less hassle with privacy. You can spot outsiders coming, like that coal bird in the mango tree over there. He can see all around his nest. Lessing looked but said nothing. They, the SS, and their descendants may have friends in local governments. The Third World has needed know-how, money, connections, and expertise. Expertise like death camps, torture machines. God damn it, Lessing, that STV propaganda, that's just crap. 42. Randolph, Calverhall. You sure? I mean it, of course. Since the Jews got the Anti-Defamation Amendment added onto the American Constitution back in 2005, it would be a miracle if you had ever heard anything but crap. The Holocaust is now the only legal history. You go to jail for saying different. I've been told. Well, then, leave that for later. Let me bring the story up to date. The SS, what was left of it, had business objectives before and during World War, and when the war was lost they just kept on. But from other places, Bogota, Sanchon, Buenos Aires, Rio de Janeiro, Mexico City, Colombo, Damascus, Dhaka, you name it. They realize that the world is heading towards a corporocracy. 5 or 10 international super companies that will run everything worth running by the year 2100. Those super corporations exist now, and they're already dividing up the production and marketing of food, transport, steel and heavy industry, oil, the media, and other commodities. They're mostly conglomerates, with fingers in more than one pie. Some of them are now by the old money interests. The Japanese and various foreign cartels run others. The born-agains have a couple. The Jews and their buddies control some big ones. And we, the SS, have the say in 4 or 5. We've been competing for the past 60 years or so, and we're slowly gaining. Lose the war, win the peace. Which ones do you button down Nazis on? Lessing was interested in spite of himself. I'll let Mulder tell you if he wants. But I'll give you an example, one I saw myself. About 10 years ago, we swung a merger, a takeover, and got voting control of a supercorp that runs a small but significant chunk of the American media. Not openly, not with bands and trumpets, or swastikas flying, but quietly, one huge corporation cuddling up to another one and gently munching it up. Like a great, gubbing amoeba. Since then we've been replacing executives, pushing somebody out here, bringing somebody else in there. We've these one program content around, 2, not much, but a little. So at one show, we've cut down on nasty Nazi movies, good guys in white hats and bad guys in black SS hats, lovable Jews versus fiendish Germans, and we have media psychologists, ad agencies, and behavior modification specialists working on image changes. Hell, if you can con granny into buying sugar turds instead of brand farts, then why can't you swing public opinion over to a cause as vital and important as ours? Hard to get people to love death camps. Serpent S-Walk. 43. We don't try. You can erase 100 years of lying propaganda overnight. We play those aspects down and stress the positive ones instead. The mystique, the scientific approach to racial genetics, the efficiency and organization, the dedication and the heroism. People will buy that. Good people who haven't seen a real American victory for a century now. People who are tired of watching the Jews and the mud races gobble up the world. People who don't want their country run by guys with alien ideas. People who are tired of being shat on and fucked over. But the gas chambers, the Holocauster. Wrench held out his hands, palms up. What gas chambers? Show me one piece of real evidence. There were labor camps, sure, and thousands died from typhus, dysentery, poor treatment, and malnutrition. What do you expect during a war? Your country surrounded, fighting off Russia, Britain, and the United States. the three most powerful nations on Earth with manpower and supplies to bomb while you re-scrounging for undigested grain in the chicken shit. A lot of Germans died, a lot of Americans and Englishmen and others too. People died in the war, people died in the camps, people died in the Allied bombings of Dresden and Berlin and Hamburg. But all we ever hear about are the poor, innocent Jews and the awful Holocaust when, in fact, there never was an extermination policy, a final solution, or anything like it. Oh, come on, what were the gas chambers for, if not for extermination? Oh, there were shootings of partisans, hangings of saboteurs, and the usual atrocities that always happen in every war. But the real use of the so-called gas chambers was for decontamination, ridding the clothing of camp inmates of lice and fleas. Nuremberg, people confessed. Under pressure, Lessing, some real bad pressure, though nobody likes to think about that now. Confessions, either hokum or else poor bastards hoping for a lighter sentence from the victors. How in hell do you expect me to believe this? All my life, all my parents' lives, everybody has taken the Holocaust for rock-solid truth. Some rocks are less solid than others. This one do wash away with the tide if it weren't for certain interests propping it up. Look at our evidence sometime. In any case, we slowly replacing those negative images with others, the good bad guy routine. Wrench spooned a tea leaf out of his cup. Outdoors, in India, it was wise to do that. It could always be a fly gone in for a swim. What do you think of Jesse James, John Dillinger, Julius Caesar, Genghis Khan? Lessing raised his pale eyebrows. 44. Randolph, Calverhall. Bad guys, maybe, but nobody hates them. The same with the North Koreans, the Red Chinese, the North Vietnamese, the Confederates, the Romans, the Turks, Attila the mother-humping Hun. For God's sake, the reality may have been rough, but there's a sort of glitter about most of those dudes, mean honchos but respectable. It's all how you package it. Opinion is a goddamned commodity. Impossible with the Nazis. It works with anybody. Remember the Pied Piper, the guy who tootled his flute, stole everybody's kids, ran off with them, and was never seen again. A child abuser. But who hates hearing now he has a dinkin' fairy tale image. Just image. Next you'll make Joseph Mendel over into naughty, sexy Dr. Joe. Every housewife's soap opera wet dreamed. He a funny man, Lessing. I mean it. Mendel was a physician and a scholar. He wanted to help his country's war effort at a time when it was needed. Some of his experiments were rough as putting American soldiers next to a bomb test, or trying Agent Orange on your own men, like the U.S. government did. He didn't do most of the things the Jews have accused him of, but he did put people into freezing water in his efforts to develop techniques for saving the lives of flies shot down over the North Sea. His experiments were really a lot more humane than those performed by the Russians, the Japanese, or other scientists back when medicine was younger. Nobody advocates such experiments today, but you do have to understand the urgency which existed then. Sure, some guys get good press, others get bad. Compare the Palestinians with the Jewish gangs who murdered both Arabs and Britishers before Israel was founded. Ask any American, he'll tell you the Arabs are murderous terrorists, and the Israelis are lovable freedom fighters and heroes. If George Washington had lost, today's kids would be reading about him as George Q, terrorist, the scourge of decent English folk. You'll never convince enough people to matter. Give it time. Aside from the media, we've been buying up private schools and helping some public ones through philanthropic foundations and working on the churches and the bomb-agains. The ceiling fan was doing its valiant best, but the veranda had grown hot. Lessing arose, squinting against the raw sunlight pressing in through the vines on the east side of the senior staff quarters building. He stopped in front of Wrench. When and if this happens, what does your little band of supermen want? Serpent S. Walk. 45. We in competition, Lessing. We win. It's our genes that survive and our Western heritage, our in culture, if you like, that provides the model for how people will live on this planet for the next millennium. If we lose and the Israelis win, then they run the bagel shop their way, exactly what they've been trying to do for centuries. If both of the above lose, then the Chinese, the Japanese, or some new booga power in the third world gets to pilot the ship on the cruise down to hell. As a white man, I wouldn't want to live in such a mongrel world. So your SS is hot for world domination again, business as usual. Lessing, you dumb mother, that's the name of the game, that has been it, the whole turd pile, the be-all and end-all, since Cheops built his pyramid to power, man, power, who gives the orders and what gets done. If you want you kind running the future, then you do what you have to do. And incidentally thumb the world? Of course not. Why should we want war? Too many atom bombs and killer satellites and city busters out there as it is, and not even cockroaches can live on a nuked planet. We don't want war, or slaves, or colonies. We want a future for our Western heritage, peace and plenty, an efficient government, an end to the social evils that re-tearing us up today, and purpose and hope for our kids. If I knew Deutschland I expire my eyes, I'd sing. Better the horse whistle lied. He never mentioned this stuff before. Would you have listened? Mulder had asked me to talk to you, but you never showed any inclination, as apolitical as a cow pie. Then came the break-in, and you found out for yourself. I never saw Indoko as a hotbed of far-right radicalism. Indoko doesn't need the publicity. It just goes on making fertilizers and pesticides and agrochemicals. It is a subsidiary of Time Industries of Athens, Greece. Time is part of Rocco Corporation of Florence, Italy. And above that I don't know. We do our jobs, watch the world go by, and quietly work to change public opinion. The sunlight made blinding, silvery dazzles of the cutlery, the teapot, and the milk and sugar pitchers. Lessing picked irritably at his shirt, already stained with perspiration and sticking to his spine. What about the neo-Nazis, the Missouri 7, the gang who blew up the power station in Munich in 2040? Wrench waved a manicured hand. They're part of it. Every movement needs street troops. Our enemies are tough, we tougher. Anyhow, there is no such thing as a neo-Nazi. You either with us or you part of the problem. A lot of little organizations. 46. Randolph Calverhall are called Nazi when they not. Some who rewrite off the wall of rubber room material, who mix our ideology with Christianity, survivalism, grassroots American patriotism, gut-level race hatred with almost anything. Wouldn't it surprise me to find a self-conservative rabbis somewhere passing as Nazis? Oh sure. And while we re-at it, just what do you have in mind for the Jews and the blacks, more gas chambers? I told you, there never were such things, none. That was wartime propaganda that the Jews kept going in order to gain sympathy, support, and money for Israel. We don't hate other races or ethnic groups. We just love our own people more. Our civilization is best fitted to run this bowl of mud, but that doesn't mean we're going to slaughter all of our fellow inhabitants. If they cooperate, they'll be a damn sight better off than they are right now. Lessing frowned. He could think of nothing to say. As I said, we're in competition with those people for world supremacy. We will win because we are the best fitted to do so. If others choose to live in peace within their own regions, we won't harm them. Those in our territory who are not our people will have to leave and settle elsewhere. It is as simple as that. We're willing to let other ethnic groups have their place in the sun, but as for living with us, running us, or grabbing what we have worked to build up for ourselves, no way. If that takes force to achieve and maintain, then so be it. As the Jews say, never again. No slavery, no labor camps, even if they were not death camps. Nope, slavery doesn't work. It always ends up, eventually, with mixing between slaves and masters, and then one is a real mess. Look what happened in the United States after the Civil War. We allow govern ourselves and do our own work. Others can run the societies the way they want. We allow use force only if others try to dominate us. But what about non-whites in America and other Western countries? They'll have to go elsewhere, establish their own enclaves, set up their own governments, and run their own show the way they want it. They cannot live permanently in our territory. No more minority rule or TV propaganda persuading our kids to go for mixed dating and mongrel mating. That is prejudice, sir. That has been the policy in the state of Israel since that country was founded a century ago. No intermarriage between Jews and non-Jews, second-class citizenship for non-Jews, and worse for Arabs. Smile crooked at them, and they blow up your house in Serpent S. Walk. 47. Retaliation. You can call it prejudice if you want, but don't accuse us of having a monopoly on it. And if non-whites don't want to live under your Nazi rule and don't want to go away either. Tough cases demand tough solutions. We will try to sort them out, preferably without violence. Wrench wriggled his fingers in the air. We are going to do this, either that or watch the future dribble away into a mishmash of alien ideologies and beliefs. Earth is overcrowded as it is, and what is coming will be worse. Over 1 billion Indians, another 1.5 billion Chinese, Africa bursting at the seams, hunger, war, pestilence, death. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are riding straight for us unless we head them off at the pass. We've got to take control, got to become efficient, got to weed out weakness, got to build up our defenses. Otherwise we and all the other races too are doomed. Humanity, you go the way of the dinosaurs. Lessing stared at him. You serious? Really serious? Unscramble the races. In North America, in New York City alone, send the blacks to Africa, the Chicaners to Mexico, the Haitians to Haiti. He chortled. The gays to San Francisco. Blessing, you asshole. Hell, even God couldn't he do it. It would make the shift of Muslims to Pakistan and Hindus to India back in the last century look like a kindergarten fire drill by comparison. It will be done without violence or war if possible. Our movement is international. Our sister organizations in other countries will help other races and ethnic groups to develop movements of their own. They have their pride and their right to live, just as we have ours. They'll persuade their people to come and live with their own kind. You re out of your motherly mind. Lessing had another thought. What of the mixes, the interracial marriages, the millions of mixed-race kids in the ghettos? Suppose they refuse to go? Wrench got up. The heat was a physical wall at the edge of the veranda. Yuri right, a problem but not as bad as we have now with those ghettos in full swing, sinks of poverty, crime, drugs, AIDS, and hopelessness. The present establishment can pay the cost of welfare and medical aid for much longer. Those people will be better off separated and living in enclaves of their own than they could ever be with us, given a worst case scenario, though. If they don't want to work things out, and if they offer violence, then and only then will there be trouble. Even so, it couldn't be as bad as the mess we're heading for now. How do you get em to go? 48. Randolph Calverhall. Make em an offer they can refuse. Line elsewhere and other positive inducements if they go quietly or whatever it takes to get rid of them if they make a fuss. Lessing rubbed the high bridge of his nose. Okay. What about the North American Indian? You going to move the white folks out of the United States to give the Indian back his country? Give us a break. We can right every wrong all the way back to Cain and Abel. We'll do what we can to make territorial homelands for people who want them. That is the best we can offer. You nuts. I am working for a sack full of certifiable pecans. At least we'll try. We won't just stand around with our fingers up our asses and watch doomsday come rolling in like the politicians and liberals now. Lessing snorted. The rattan porch chair squeaked and crackled as Wrench dragged it back out of the brazen sunshine. How about it, Lessing? He held out a hand. You in or out? What do I tell Mulder? I've already said. I don't give one flying finger jerk about your harebrained calls. You welcome toil. I work for pay. You pay. I work. Okay, first and seal tell your teddy bear Faher that. Wrench shook his head. Money, a hell of a reason to do things low class, man. I know, it has not everything. But it'll do until everything comes along. Okay, I'll tell Mulder he won't like it and got it you beg for your balls on a platter, but Mulder is the boss. He is one of the directors. I don't mean a director of Indoco. They're just front men but a descendant in the central directorate of the movement. He saved his life, and he likes you. He feigned a thick British accent. A mercenary as mercenary, what? Lessing opened the screen door. Answer me one last question. Are you one of these descendants? Nope. Just a red-blooded American boy fresh out of Rapid City, South Dakota. How did you get in with this gang? You always struck me as somebody with sense. Just a maverick, I suppose. Wrench shifted to a cowboy twang. Ever since high school, never did believe the Kapaki they taught us in civics class, started reading, got interested in political systems, then in history, and then the Third Reich. Met a guy who knew Mr. Mulder. And here I am. Jamila said you had an advanced degree. Oh, I do, but it didn't completely wreck my ability to think, like it does for some folks. Serpent s walk. 49. God, a sackful of pecans, Lessing muttered to himself. He dove into the cool shadow beyond the screen door. Wrench stood and blinked after him for a moment, then followed. A movement which proposes to reshape the world must serve the future and nor just the passing hour. On this point it may be asserted that the greatest and most enduring successes in history are mostly those which were least understood in the beginning because they were in strong contrast to public opinion and the views and wishes of the time. Mein Kampf, Adolf Hitler. Chapter 5. Wednesday, July 9, 2042. HV boardroom could have been anywhere. Plastics. Mahogany J. Veneer paneling. Soft light. Air conditioning. Metal chairs with green upholstery, a polished oaken table as big as 2 king-size beds, cut crystal decanters, smeary-looking abstract paintings on the walls, and an enigmatic sculpture of crusty, black metal in one corner. All the trappings of corporate grandeur. This particular room was part of a concrete and glass penthouse. Outside, 7 stories down, were the streets of Guatemala City rebuilt after the Great Quake of 2031. Colorful morning crowds bustled through the cement canyons, neither caring nor knowing about the assemblage gathered above. Lassie leaned against the west wall, that farthest from the windows. The sun beat against the tinted glass, and he preferred the cooler, shadowy depths at the opposite end of the room. Chairs had been placed along the side walls for the hired help. Wrench sat in one of these, and Goddard occupied a place of greater glory just behind Herman Mulder himself. Lessing was tired of sitting. He had already drunk his fill of ice water, read 2 pages of Wrench's news magazine, and nibbled on the bland crackers that the 3 dark-eyed Guatemalan female secretaries provided. Lessing had spent much of his life among dark-eyed, brown-skinned people, men and women who gesticulated and spoke in alien tongues, who wore strange clothes, who ate foods that blazed with hot peppers and spices, who struggled and pushed and crowded and hungered and yearned and demanded. He considered that. The cover of Wrench's magazine pictured a myriad of linny, naked bodies swarming over one another like ants in a sugar bowl. Those at the bottom of the page were portrayed as crushed under the weight of those above and were colored a bloody scarlet. The yellow header said, "How are you going to keep Emma?" The world overflowed with restless people, hordes of Asians and Africans and Latin Americans. Only disunity, inertia, and a certain lack of technology and organization kept them from spilling out of their boundaries and swamping the rest of the world beneath the sea of flesh. The magazine was not known for a rational doomsaying. Serpent S. Walk. 51. The West was moribund, it said. North America and Europe were strangling in their own pollution, their jungle of bureaucracies, their greedy lobbies, their economic woes, and their insoluble social ailments. The will to act was slipping away from Western society day by day, hour by hour, like a rope from the clutches of a drowning man. Wrench's magazine also contained yet another fright lesson, one that was repeated almost daily: the spectre of all-out war, the atomic debacle, the big kaboom. In 2010, the Vietnamese and the Chinese had lambasted each other with small but very dirty fission bombs. Now both Shanghai and Hanoi were fit only for tourists who enjoyed their vacations in radiation suits. 1 million people suffered from bombs, wounds, and genetic defects. It was a fright lesson indeed, one that might recur at any time, given humanity's usual stupidity, poor judgment, and bad luck. The weapons were all set and ready, yet not even the saber rattlers wanted to use them. Satellites infested the skies, silent fireflies in the dusk, but their particle beams, lasers, and missiles remained inert, and their functions were limited to intelligence gathering and communication. The ground silos were jammed with rockets and warheads, but none had ever gone screaming up to burst into flowers of crimson death. The submarines, the aircraft carriers, and the underwater launching sites were maintained, but toy boats in a bathtub saw more combat. The land armies and bases and all the rest of the accoutrements of war were the same. They stood idle in the fields and cities of the world, and no mighty hero dared send them to the attack. An end to war? No Armageddon? No kidding? Hallelujah! It should be a happy time, children growing up in peace, their parents free of fear. Utopia. The millennium. Humanity could go down on its collective knees and give thanks that the raging flame lord of the rockets lay chained, gorged upon blood from the mayhem of all the ages gone before. Yet there was a cost, one that was only now becoming apparent. It was a high cost indeed. The world was at peace, but that peace could be maintained only by a dangerous and frustrating balancing act. Pull society one way, and something else had to tug it back again, otherwise equilibrium would be lost, and the rockets would rise, shrieking and hungry, upon grasshopper legs of fire. It was a balancing act above a tiger pit. The world teetered and sweated above the lunging beasts of chaos. One could not allow changes, reforms, or major repairs to the social fabric. Inventions of Randolph, Calverhall, the more radical sort, were out too. They were too unpredictable, too dangerous, too unbalancing. One false step, and down went the circus only acrobat from the high wire. Not with a whimper, but with one hell of a thud. A fine finale for an audience on Alpha Centauri. The world could make no major changes, none that mattered, not the ones needed to halt pollution, to slow the birth rate, to increase efficiency, to end festering social ills, to alter the structure of government and law and custom to conform with modern exigencies. The world hadn't moved one way or the other in half a century. It didn't dare. There were improvements, of course. Most of these were minor. Compared with the changes that occurred between 1850 and 1950, most of those from 1950 to 2042 were trivial. The earlier century had seen the coming of electricity, of automobiles and highways, of radio, of television, of airplanes and rockets, of drugs that worked miracles, of flush toilets and telephones and movies, and who knew what else. The list was endless. The first decades of the next century saw one really significant change: the introduction of the computer and other microelectronic devices. Then the pace slowed. During the next 50 years or so there were better fuels, a few dandy medicines, more efficient guns and space hardware, cars with more gizmos, pop with more bubbly, longer-lasting sugarless chewing gum, more elaborate video games, and louder blasters for the banger music freaks. But very little that was radical. Very little that was important. The comparison wasn't even close. Why? The think tankers denied that humanity had invented all that could be invented. Much more could be done, they said, provided development was there and provided the powers that be let change occur. That last was the kicker. Change usually meant loss of control, loss of money, loss of entrenched investments. Those were the things that sent empires reeling. Invent something basic, a cheap synthetic fuel, for example, and watch the economic and political order go clattering down like a Japanese domino explosion. Reform one minor tax, end a program, close one bureau, and see the lobbyists scurry to the rescue. The powers did not want, could not permit adventurism. Important, far-reaching technical, political, and cultural changes were out. Brave, new world? Al Wrench insisted, and Lessing reluctantly agreed that it wasn't even a very brave old one, too chicken shit to get its act together and do anything about anything. Sides, lobbies, interests, propagandists, voices big and small, multiplied into an uproar of opinion, demand, and contradictory advice that Serpent walk outdid the Tower of Babel by million decibels. Change, you say? Develop? Reform? Not likely. Not with everybody pulling this way and that, from big oil and big steel to the lesbian dirt bikers for Jesus. Politically, the maps hadn't changed very much since the beginning of the 21st century, which kept the map makers poor but pleased the establishment. Russia and the United States, after a brief rapprochement in the 1990s, now glared at each other again across various international chessboards, and everybody else waited breathlessly on the outskirts, like kids watching two gang leaders about to duke it out in the locker room. So the West put up satellites with more sophisticated computers. The Soviets immediately followed suit with smart bombs that traveled underwater, then emerged and flew for short distances to smash land installations. The Chinese, the Brazilians, the Indonesians, the Indians, the Israelis, and everybody else with a dime's worth of technology strove to copy as best they could. It was an endless race, keeping up with the Joneses, that was both unwinnable and utterly wasteful of the planet's diminishing resources. Britain was a shell, a tourist attraction, a mouldering hulk immobilized by economic woes. France, Spain, Italy. Business as usual, nothing new. Germany, Austria, Switzerland, the northern countries. All well, thank you, but no sudden burst of progress. After all, progress was tied to change, which might mean unrest, and unrest led to trouble. For Europe, trouble might mean war, and that meant death. Who wants to light a match in a fireworks factory? Europe wanted no wars, no trampling armies, no bright, atomic suns kindling over Rome, Zurich, London, or Berlin. The only real winner over the past century had been Israel. The Zionists had busily expanded their defenses and retaliated themselves into the position of the major power in the Middle East. Israel owned everything from Libya over through Iraq and into Iran, more than 5 million square kilometers of territory and about 100 million sullen slaves. Even President Rubin's friendly American government occasionally made tusking noises at the Zionists' odd conception of civil rights for their Arab citizenry. Nobody listened to the Arabs, as one might expect, except the United Nations, which had become a meaningless wailing wall for the powerless. The Israelis made good use of propaganda. They squawked about provocations, then they retaliated. When those arguments didn't work, they trotted out their century-old lamentations about the Holocaust yet again, and their Western critics fell into embarrassed silence, as always. The Russians hadn't changed much in the last 40 years either. It was just like it had been before the collapse of communism back Randolph, Calverhall. At the beginning of the 1990s, the same secretive bureaucracies, the same missiles festooned warheads like Christmas tree lights, and the whole gamut of social injustices which the Soviets saw as properly necessary measures to hold a restless and disillusioned empire together. They held down their end of the teeter-totter nicely. No wars, no forays into alien lands, a few advisors here and there, maybe, and lots of propaganda. Balance. The Soviets understood the lesson of Hanoi and Shanghai too. Balance did impel the Russians to take Pakistan into protective custody, using the Red Mullah, Sajid Ali Lahori, as their puppet jailer. Central and South America were not yet their property, but several presidents, generalissimos, dictators, and people as revolutionary heroes jigged obediently whenever the Kremlin played the balalaika. During the past century, various South American nations went from democracies to people as republics to military tyrannies and back again to democracies. Not even the historians could keep track. Central America served as a free fire zone for weapons testing, causing local misery and evoking dismal cries from the drug smugglers whenever somebody napalmed their cocoa or cannabis crops. Yet nothing halted the violence. Cuba was once more solidly pro-America or pro-big crime, depending upon one's point of view. Castro's death in 1997 and the abysmal failures of his short-lived successors quietly ended any hopes the Soviets had for a foothold close to the United States. Moscow shrugged, figurative lie, and sought elsewhere. China was the third major party to the balancing act. Its hegemony spread through Thailand, Burma, and above India's northern frontiers to confront the Russians in Pakistan. The Americans believed, hoped, and prayed were more truthful that Peking would come down on their side in any shootout. Japan was still mostly in the American camp, although Japan now owned a lot of that camp and would have much to say in the international corporocracy taking shape to rule the decades to come. Korea, unified after the strife of 1998, was as Russian as Tashkent. Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, New Guinea, and the United Republics of the South Pacific were supposedly within the American perimeter. They squabbled, fought, and shook with political convulsions as devastating as their lava-spouting volcanoes. Australia and New Zealand went their own way, still profoundly British but aloof from the woes of Europe and the Americas. In 2009, a large part of Canada offered to join the United States, but Congress still hadn't ratified the accession 3 decades later. There were too many other things to worry about. The saddest of all was Africa. The Israelis occupied the northeast, the United Islamic Republic of Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia then. Serpent's walk. Northwest, and the interior was mostly up for grabs, all the way down to the fortress state of South Africa, stronger than ever behind its Siegfried line of bunkers and barbed wire and mercenary battalions. Africa was the favoured playground of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The Africans had little to say about it. They starved, suffered, and died on cue, just spit players in the tragicomedy of history. Armageddon, the war at the end of time, hadn't he happened? All told, humanity really ought to be grateful. Only when one looked at the crowding, the hunger, the unemployment, the frustrations, the dilemmas that would soon become insoluble for all time, did the gloomy visage of the future become manifest. Humans, one school of anthropology averred, were essentially aggressive, pugnacious, and acquisitive killer apes. If true, then sealing off the vents through which these traits were expressed would eventually blow the kettle. If man couldn't he lust, covet, fight, grab, and wave his collective privates at his foes, then he had to have escape valves through which he could release these estimable emotions harmlessly. There were no new frontiers for the privates wavers to conquer, no battlelands where they could pioneer and fight without hurting the stay-at-homes, no heroic conquerors, no knights, no dragons, no maidens to rescue. The moon and the planets were habitable only by tiny parties of skilled astronauts. The Earth was too crowded and its balance too delicate to permit much more brandishing of genitalia. Exercise, sports, and the caterwauling, orgasmic catharsis of banger pop music satisfied many, the rest were fed TV. The average citizen of the 21st century lived vicariously. He watched football, hockey, wrestling, suicidal car races, soap operas, talk shows, sitcoms, meme and jiggle dramas, game shows where everybody always smiled even when they lost $1 million, and vicarious violence for all ages and sexes. Every show was laced with the message, be passive, be peaceful, be bland. The blending of the world, as Wrench once put it, to which Jamila had replied, "Oh, you mean blandishment." They all laughed, but Lessing thought about the two words later. In spite of the blandishments of the media, the tangle of social and economic problems produced a sense of futility, a feeling that there wasn't much point to things. Unrest burgeoned, racial imbalances, labor unions, immigrants both legal and illegal, born-agains versus the godless and the heretics and the cuckoo cults, pro-life versus pro-choice, rich versus poor. All bubbled and frothed together in the overpopulated, polluted, crumbling cities. Suicide surpassed heart disease as a major cause of death. Other urbanized nations suffered similarly, and the guerrilla armies spent much of their 56. Randolph, Calverhall. Time quelling internal rather than external trouble. This 21st century was no utopia after all. Nor were international hostilities completely ended. Small wars were permitted as long as they didn't escalate. You see my sheep, and I rustle your cattle, and I'll see you in town Saturday night for a beer. Some regions, the unlucky ones like Africa, Central America, and parts of the Middle East have made dandy, reusable battlegrounds. Allowable and containable conflict gave rise to the mercenaries. The aggressive individual, the sociopath, the loner, the one who could not be blandish and was not satisfied with cop shows and football heroes, could join a mercenary unit and fight and die to his or her heart's content. Keep most of society down with indoctrination, help the occasional unredeemable loony find a suitably bloody heroic death. The media loved the merc wars. More vicarious violence for the folks at home, sell more breakfast food, pantyhose, and deodorant. Like the gladiators of Rome, mercenaries were eminently expendable, watchable, and bankable. Yet it wasn't a game, no matter how the TV casters prated about heroes, insignia, weapons, and kills. There were real causes: encroachments, terrorists, guerrillas, rebels, tyrants, and exploitation. The use of regular national forces would lead to escalation and confrontation, and those, in turn, led straight into the gaping maw of doomsday. And, anyhow, the establishments had always loved mercenaries. The Romans had hired, bribed, and eventually been swamped by barbarian troops. King John of England had used European captains and their bands to such an extent that the Magna Carta expressly ordered that they be sent packing. Read about the 100 Years' War or any of a dozen other European conflicts, and there was always the mercenary, grinning his cold grin, polishing his weapons, and ready for a spare shop. The game was in deadly earnest in the longer geopolitical sense, of course. Better arms, organization, and ruthlessness would eventually win, as the Soviets, the Israelis, the South Africans, to name just a few, well realized. Wear the enemy down, be patient, and keep coming back. Eventually thine is the power. Was the West ruthless enough? Could it win against opponents who played for keeps? Lessing doubted it, and he was not alone. Though blending of Euro-America might help suppress internal strife, but it made for damn poor fighting men. There were always barbarians out there, circling, ready to pour in and pillage, rape, and take over. Barbarians eventually settled and became urbanized, then they became decadent in turn and were trampled into slavery by the next horde of wild Goombas from the boondocks. Serpent S. Walk. 57. The wise man looked at history philosophically. You were out, then you were in, then you were up, then you were down, and finally you were out again. Maybe 100, 1,000 years down the line you got a second chance. Round and round. Western society had grown passive, as fossilized as a lump of coal. The West would soon go the way of the later Roman Empire, squabbling over ancient traditions that no longer mattered, prattling of the splendors of its past, and unable to defend against the inevitable Attila the Hun, the barbarian who must surely come. Down the tubes of eternity without a paddle, as Lessing's father used to say, quoting from some 20th century philosopher or other. And you only get one grab at the brass ring or whatever that had originally meant. Lessing's father had been quaint and antiquarian, a mild and prissy veterinarian who ran a pet shop in Iowa. Lessing had. He did not like thinking about his past. Yet the older he became, the more he found himself doing exactly that. He rubbed his nose, cleared his throat, and sat down in the chair next to Wrench. The conference dragged on through the morning. The 7 men and 5 women around the table struck Lessing as unlikely Nazis. Descendants of the fearsome SS. More an insurance agent's sales meeting. These people looked like accountants, executives, stockholders, coupon clippers. Good, grey, solid citizens all. Instead of ideology, they spoke in measured terms of profits and losses, new products and old, advertising, sales, commissions, government regulations, shipping, aircraft, tariffs, unions in Sweden, minor strife in France, taxes in Israeli-held Egypt. The minute hand on the black glass wall clock went around twice. Wrench nodded off and had to be nudged. Lessing felt his own eyelids drooping, and he gazed at the svelte Guatemalan secretary by the door until her cheeks flashed. She murmured an excuse and slipped out. No playing with that one. She probably had her eye on something more exalted than a lowly bodyguard. He scrutinized the conferees themselves. Aside from Mulder, who spoke with an urbane, East Coast American accent, there were 2 other Americans, 1 male and 1 female. 2 others had English surnames but talked like Spanish speakers. These were again a man and a woman, middle-aged, prim-looking, and businesslike. Another pair of males bore Spanish surnames and sounded like Latin Americans. One was plump, the other swarthy and dapper. With them was a youngish woman who appeared to be the dapper one's wife. Beside the latter sat the oldest of the conferees, a powder-pale woman who resembled a British dowager but whose English bore a decided French lilt. The man opposite Mulder at the end of the table appeared to be an Arab. Some SS officer in exile must have seen as 58. Randolph Calverhall. Come to loneliness. The last 2, again male and female and middle-aged, were Europeans, but so cosmopolitan that there was no trace of any accent. Not a German in the lot. Lessing's mid-20th century history was as vague as only an American high school could make it, but he did recall that some 30 years ago one of Israel's military rulers had vowed to visit the sins of the fathers upon the sons, as it said somewhere in the Bible, quite literally, and with interest. Many Germans abroad had then found it prudent to alter their identities. Lessing dozed, but then awoke again. Mulder was talking about the break-in at Indoko's Lucknow plant. But even though we do have copies, the originals are precious to us as history. More importantly, the diaries contain information on our corporate structure, companies owned, stock held, interlocking boards of directors, and the like. They would be quite devastating if used as propaganda or to create legal entanglements for us with 6 government. Mulder glanced back at Lessing and Wrench. Unfortunately, my security men here had to dispose of the 2 intruders. We have no idea who they were. Nothing on them since. It was the dapper Latin American male. Mulder shook his bald head, and the man asked, "Has anyone else seen or heard or noticed anything?" Papers rustled. The 2 Americans conferred in whispers. The Arab straightened his conservative English tie, shot back his cuffs, and smiled raptly at the ceiling. The ostensible English dowager, a Mrs. Delacroix, according to her place marker, turned to a woman behind her, a blonde, female assistant. She gestured her forward and said, "Lise, please." Lessing noticed her for the first time. Lise? It could be Lisa. Was that the blonde's nickname or her real name? It might be worth the trouble to find out. She was tall, slender, late 20-ish, pale of skin but not pasty or sallow, with a high forehead and angular cheekbones. Her hair was a darker blonde than Lessing's, straight, smooth shoulder length, and cut in the page boy fashion that was popular once more. From what he could see of her pearl grey blouse, she didn't tee off for much in the bust department. Not like Jamila, guilty thought it, but then Lessing had never restricted himself to the worship of the great American cow goddess. Lise had long, slender legs with good ankles. Edward Mestrich. Lise nodded toward Mrs. Delacroix and held up a manila file. Trade liaison officer for lead unit at Phil's Tractors and Farm Machinery. The company must be part of the conglomerate network Wrench had mentioned. Lise had a good voice, low and articulate, with a purring, throaty quality, but her delivery was curt and choppy. Mestrich. Our man. Trip last month. Serpent walk. 59. To Moscow, Leningrad, Smolensk. Held up by very unusual Soviet roadblocks, customs special checks. Soldiers. Followed everywhere. Hard time getting out. Others report the same. Lessing concluded that it would be nice to teach this Lise about verbs, adjectives, and complete sentences. Business efficiency should be carried only so far. They Changan leaders again? The American gentleman drawled. No, something else, something secret, very secret. Shit, the American groaned. What they planning now? He sounded as though the Soviets intended to discommode him personally. Nothing to do with us, eh? Inquired the Arab in near unintelligible Oxonian English. No, none of our agents say so. ISR. Archer Dogodo, by his name card, interrupted from across the table as polished expands. Excuse me, let me add here, we in Santiago do business in Vladivostok, and our representatives report similar tightening of security suspicion, much checking. One of my salesmen reported that the Russians had arrested several foreigners, Pakistanis, maybe, or Afghans. Did you find out why? Mrs. Delacroix patted her blue-white coiffure. The dye job was beautiful. For a woman in her late 70s, she was a work of art. No, Sahara, we tried. Assembly of the Holy Quran, Pashtun People's Front. Her blonde girl, Lise, tapped a polished fingernail on the table for each name. Islam International, Martyrs of Allah. All of the predominantly Muslim republics in the Soviet Union still resent Russian rule. Attempt on the Red Mullah's life a month ago. The fourth this year, chuckled the Arab. B. Lighter is still alive. Something odd in the state of Israel, too, the unknown European male remarked. Lessing squinted, but couldn't he read the man's place marker from where he was? Security, like Russia. Lise rapped. High tension between Israel and the USSR since last November. Soviet raid on Baghdad, Albanian Mirs, regular Red Army staging in Baku, nurse. Mrs. Delacroix sniffed. If cool and efficient Lise wanted to keep her job, she must learn not to take over conversations at meetings. The man continued, there are some aeronautics in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. American East and Mediterranean staff arriving, and highly placed Israelis coming and going more than the usual conferences and military movements. Naughty Muslims, the Arab intoned dryly, want their countries back. 60. Randolph Calverhall. That is not it, Mr. Avitalib, the European replied. Are quiet. Slaves are supposed to be quiet. Please, Mulder rapped on the table. We re-getting sidetracked. Better than half-tracked. Mr. Abu Talib pantomimed a tank rolling over his immaculate Savile row lapels. Order, order, the second American, the woman commanded. She had a voice like a drill sergeant. Our plane leaves at 1900 hours. Her name card said she was MS, Jennifer Sims Cole. The surname struck Lessing as fittingly onomatopoetic. She was clearly not connected to the older American male with the soft, slightly southern accent that Worthy drew away from her as though she had bad breath. "We have several things to find out, then," Mulder said above the ensuing hubbub. "First, who Indoco-S intruders were and what they wanted with our records and diaries. Second, whether this man Bauer, my Mr. Lessing S., our comrade, was connected with them. Third, and much harder, discover what is agitating the Russians and the Israelis and anybody else around the world. There is something in the wind." They broke for lunch at noon. At 1 o'clock, Lessing and Wrench returned to go over the boardroom with debugging devices. They also scanned the place with a metal detector and 3 kinds of electronic sensors. They found nothing. Mulder appeared at 1:20, perspiration staining the back of his white bylon jacket. This, he announced, was a special, private session, and he had Wrench and Lessing check one another for bugs in concealed weapons. Then Goddard arrived with Lease, followed by 3 of the Latin American security men. Lessing examined each with impartial care. Lease made no objection to Lessing's gentle, pat-down body search. She was talking in her rapid, staccato fashion with one of the BGs and affected not to notice. The other board members and their retinues filed in and received the same treatment. Lessing and a gaunt, nervous youth who worked for Mr. Abitalib were deputed to stand just inside the door, Wrench and 2 others by the windows on the north, and 3 more BGs along the south wall. Lessing expected some sort of ritual. Knox is at least thought to cry a Sieg Heil or something equally dramatic, but Mulder only fumbled with one of the slim SS diary books and read minutes of the last meeting, December 17, 2041, Jakarta, Indonesia. There followed a list of attendees, most of whom were different from those present today. He turned a page and continued. Serpent S. Walk, 61. I report the following actions. It was resolved 1. To fund the film on the life of SS Derman Fritz Crescent, one of the heroes of the Totenkopf Division on the Eastern Front. Crescent held out for 3 days by himself after all his comrades were killed, and he personally did for 13 Soviet tanks and about 100 enemy infantry. War films are popular, and we stand to make a great deal of money. Georges Kalatonis will direct. Cost sheets and projections are appended. 2. To offer $800,000 to Columbia University for the establishment of a fellowship fund for students working on modern socio-political history. 3 of our people will likely be chosen for the selection committee, and we'll thus have a very large say in the choice of candidates. Any useful recipients can then be recruited by our cadre there. 3. To withhold further support from the Congress of Americans for Personal Freedom, the reattracting unfavorable attention. The FBI is investigating them, and the theories smack too much of discredited bomb-again theology. If their president, William Gardner, were to be replaced by Grant Simmons, the treasurer, we could reconsider. 4. To purchase the property of Club Lingoni on the Micronesian island of Ponape in the South Pacific. We need a rest and recreation center in that region, and we can ensure privacy. Worthy students will be sent there for seminars and holidays, as will certain well-disposed political leaders. The cost will be in the neighborhood of $1.3 million US. Here is the prospectus, if anybody is interested. 5. To provide 500,000 German marks through our Austrian branch for legal aid to Franz Ulrich Koch, accused of debunking the Holocaust last summer. He is not a crank, and we'll get some favorable publicity out of his trial. He'll have sympathy. A gang of Jewish fanatics, the our vigilantes for Zion, broke into his house to teach him the usual lesson. He wasn't home, and they raped his daughter instead. The Israelis and the Euro-American Jewish groups disavow any connection with the culprits, but we do have evidence of their financial backing for the visas. Win or lose, the trial should help us. 6. To continue support for our regular list of newspapers, television stations, magazines, and other media organs at present levels. We'll be buying the Cairo Misa al-Yawm and the St. Louis Weekly News within the month. These will fill important gaps in our coverage. 7. To offer private aid to Speaker of the House John Ezra Ram in the U.S. Congress. He and his allies are already anti-black and anti-Zionist. They are also hostile to our movement, but then 62. Randolph Calverhall. They done teeny tor wanted to know who asked behind the curtain. 8. To evaluate and standardize the curricula of our chains of private schools, military academies, and gymnasia across Europe, Australia, and the United States. Offerings have become uneven. Students in the United States are behind those in Germany, England, and other places, due not only to the decline of American education generally, but also to the tangle of local regulations and needs and the lack of coordination on our part. A report and a budget are included. He stopped and looked around. Questions? New business? Someone asked. Progress on the book, the revision of Mein Kampf. It is not really a revision, as we've said before. Nobody could revise the first Führer's work. Mein Kampf was written for German readers more than 100 years ago, and some parts of it are as irrelevant to our present situation as Karl Marx, or the Bible for that matter. No, our book is a position statement and philosophical historical foundation for the movement as it exists today. We have a team of good people, publicists, psychologists, journalists working on it. It is hard to sell a cause as blind as ours, and we have to do the best job possible. Jennifer Cole raised her hand. Lessing noticed that she was actually a strikingly attractive woman, however brash her manners might be. She had auburn hair, probably natural, and the ruddy complexion that comes from days in the sun. She said, I still doubt that a committee can write a book that is worth anything. It needs a single individual, somebody with fire, a cause, a driving compulsion. We need a Führer, Mr. Abu Talib interposed bluntly. That is your point? Yes, but who? The American woman shot back. Name one of us. Blast it, madam, you know we haven't anyone with the talent, the charisma, the bloody balls to rewrite Mein Kampf for the 21st century. He stopped, embarrassed. A committee is really the only available method, you know. Mulder said, it will take time, and we have time. We at the bottom of the popularity barrel, there is nowhere to go but up. Which makes some of us agree with our street brethren, the Arab retorted coolly. March, speak, fight. Break heads and get heads broken in return. Mulder sounded mildly reproachful. This isn't Munich in the 1920s. Beer holes and despairing veterans of World War I, inflation and communists, Freikorps and anarchists in a dying Weimar Republic. Although, Serpent S-Walk. 63. The basic principles he enunciated remain as valid today as they were then. The first Führer spoke to his own times. We must do the same. Write a book by committee, and you get what you pay for, a Hollywood script. Mulder looked uncomfortable, but said no more. Jennifer Cole gazed across at Lessing, probably not seeing him at all, and the others stirred restlessly. Lessing lost interest after that. The conferees discussed further business matters, arrangements for publications, organizational details, and trivia. He managed to make eye contact with Lise, which he counted as a minor triumph. She watched him covertly, and he resolved to speak to her. Goddard was smirking at her too. His macho tower of power routine worked well with lady executives. Jamila came unbidden into Lessing's thoughts. Damn it, he wasn't seriously planning a night in the sack with this blonde. He was only fantasizing. Yet he knew Jamila would regard even that as infidelity. Indians and Pakistanis were still largely monogamous, a legacy from Queen Victoria and the stuffy, old British Raj, combined with attitudes from their own heritages. He had a hard time persuading Jamila to live with him, even within Indoko's isolated compound. Outside, she never showed him anything beyond impersonal friendliness. To do so, she said, would rouse prejudice and objections no Westerner could imagine. Whatever the starlets of the Indian film industry in Bombay did, Lucknow was still thoroughly provincial and conservative. American moors were radically different. Queen Victoria would have turned up her patrician nose at what passed for morality in the modern U.S. of A. Currently, just for starters, some 58% of all births were out of wedlock. Divorce split 2 couples in 3, and many young people opted for banga lifestyles ranging from homosexuality, anthropology, polyandry, group marriage, and Californian dildo of THC month parties. Marriage was increasingly rare among the educated, although small-town rural folk and wealthy old culture families still kept up traditional values. Shades of the last days of the Roman Republic. Lessing's own family had been virtuously Midwestern and medially class, one previous marriage for his father, no issue that they never talked about. His mother had been nicknamed the Ice Princess in high school, and not because she could skate. His father found out too late what her nickname meant, but stuck with her anyway for 50 years, a pallid, grey ghost of a man long before he died. Lessing's mother then continued to live on in respectable, clammy piety, which caused him to flee at the first opportunity. He had never looked back. Even then he feared that he had escaped too late. 64. Randolph, Calverhall. Did he love Jamila, or she him? The word was too simple for what they had together. English needed more fine-tunings of such terms as love, anyway, just as the Eskimo tongue was supposed to have a score of words to express different kinds of snore. There ought to be separate names for platonic friendships, once for the hell of it larks, casual rolls in the hay, pay-as-you-lay commercial couplings, motel afternoons, one-night stands, beach blanket weekends, let us try for a week experiments, month-long serious relationships, share the apartment until one of us gets bored, long-term stuff all the way up to eternal matrimony sanctioned in heaven and stamped with God's holy thumbprint. Lessing's relationship with Jamila Husseini did not fit any category. They cared a great deal for one another, but neither was sure where it went beyond that. Didn't he want to marry Jamila, settle down in India, or, God forbid, back in Iowa, and grow old and squishy like a potato in a bin? She hadn't mentioned marriage either. Wrench had once suggested that opportunity and proximity were the mainsprings of love. The indigo plant was a zoo, and Lessing and Jamila were tiger cubs tossed into the same pen. What would they do if the cage door were opened? It would be easy to hide any extracurricular games from Jamila. Indoco's wire mesh fences locked things out as well as in. Here in Guatemala City it was simpler still. He could lose Goddard and Wrench in a revolving door. Jamila would never know. To get down to bedrock, however, Lessing was no Captain Marlowe striker, the steely-eyed, granite-thewed, stereotypical mirror of the movies and TV. Fantasy was fine for the kiddies and the frustrated, but it wasn't reality. Fictional heroes might treat women as objects to be acquired, laid, and discarded. Lessing preferred women who were people, responsive and intelligent, with humorous, quirky personalities. He wasn't like Goddard, who went for TV sex goddesses with teeth like a pair of mortars. Such women were about as real as the Tooth Fairy. Wrench had never been known to have sexual congress with anyone or anything, animal, vegetable, or mineral. Nobody knew what turned him on. Lessing groaned inwardly. He was arguing himself out of what, for want of a euphemism, could be called a great lay. Here in this alien city he could have bar girls, booze, gambling, man talk with his fellow BGs, but those didn't appeal. He might as well read a book or count the little guys with sombreros pictured on the wallpaper. These appealed, even if only platonically. He made eye contact with her again. This time she smiled back at him. Mulder's smooth voice insinuated itself between them. And in view of the break-in at Endurco, I propose to transfer the movement as historic diaries to Mrs. Delacroix. Security in Pretoria. Serpent walk. 65. Will be better than ours in India, and, as a descendant, Lessing could almost hear the capital letter. She has a right to retain the diaries, just as my family has had them for the past quarter century. I shall thus send them along with my chief of security, Mr. Lessing is sorry, Alan, about the surprise trip, and Mrs. Delacroix's people can take over once they reach South Africa. It looked as though he and Lise were going to have something more than dinner together after all. What matters? What is worth establishing and maintaining? Survival. Only survival. Individual survival is first, then comes the survival of the family, the clan, the tribe. These are immediately comprehensible. Beyond them lie ever larger and more diffuse long-term loyalties. Eventually one arrives at the only objective that matters across the vast span of evolutionary time, the species. When the species prospers, it is possible for the individual to prosper. Fulfill the basic species needs, and individual members then have the leisure for art, literature, crafts, and all of the other enhancements of life. The primary goal is thus service to the species. Every individual has a duty to contribute to this. Yet it must be noted humanity itself is not homogeneous. Just as there are different species of apes, each with its own physical traits and temperament, so there are different races of men. We define breeds of dogs, horses, or cattle, yet some of us balk at speaking of different varieties of human beings. Why? Physical differences between races are manifest. Variations of temperament and mental ability are just as real, even if they are less evident to the uncritical eye. Some groups may be more inventive, others more contemplative, some more aggressive, others more cooperative and placid, some more powerful and with more stamina, others weaker. These differences have been poorly studied, due to the belief that to investigate racial differences is somehow dangerous or not nice. But it is no more reprehensible than saying that one breed of cat has longer fur than another, or that poodles respond to training differently than Labradors. This is fact, not theory, empirical truth, not propaganda. Some human subspecies may not be as distinct from one another as, say, Saint Bernards are from Pekingese. Yet the subspecific variations which exist within the human species make for psychological and cultural divergences that become immensely important in the aggregate. Each subspecies' basic genetic makeup combines with environmental, historical, and other factors to produce what may be termed a racial character. We may call a human group identified with a distinct racial character an ethnos. As one goes down the scale from subspecies to nations, from communities to families, and finally to individuals, the manifestations of the ethnos appear at every level. In essence, this is race, this is a society, this is ethnic identity, this is regional character, this is a large part of personality. The word ethnos includes, but is not limited to, the German term Volk. That term was inclusive enough for the nationalistic peoples of the early 20th century, but in this age of mass communication, easy travel, constant population shifts, and overlapping international economic and political power spheres, a new and broader term is required. Ethnos fills this need. Serpent S-Walk 67. Except at the highest levels of abstraction, it is difficult to serve the human species as an undifferentiated whole. Attitudes and ideas and objectives diverge as one passes from one subspecies to another. It is feasible to work for the communal goals of one's own subspecies, one's ethnos, however. This is intelligible to the individual. It is an extension of the tribe, the group, the community, and the family. It is the object of a human being's primary loyalty. What does not serve the ethnos is irrelevant, superfluous, and possibly dangerous both to the ethnos and to its individual members. Every sentient entity possesses a control center, a brain, which weighs perceptions, evaluates responses, and orders actions. In the past, the control center of each ethnos was fragmented. Kings, chiefs, princes, and pontiffs ruled moieties, clans, tribes, nations, factions, parties, sects, and other such groupings. These were shored up by such underpinnings as myth, ritual, ideology, morality, nationalism, tradition, the law, and the like. These sanctions were often further strengthened by declaring them to be God's eternal law or attributing them to some other authority. Reasoning past these obstacles was difficult. Acting counter to them cost many martyrs their lives. The time has come when there is no more room on earth, too little food, too many competing ideas and pressures. Catastrophe looms, and not for one species such as the dodo bird, but for life on earth. Humanity can no longer remain a mindless, purposeless organism whose parts cannot respond because there is no brain, no ganglia, no nervous system to issue commands. The human entity as a whole must develop such a brain, a leading, guiding, directing force. It is imperative that one ethnos, the one best qualified by its historical record of invention, organization, and development, should create a control center and lead humanity into the future. That ethnos is the one associated with Western European civilization. The control center is the party of humankind. There is no better way or, for that matter, any other way at all if humanity is to survive. This and only this matters. This is important. 7/S is worth the effort. The Son of Humankind excerpts from the second draft by Vincent Dorn. Chapter 6. Thursday, July 10th, 2042. For you. Not one of us. Lisa's full name was Annalise Mayseer, and her curt, shortened speech still grated. Close up, she was not as perfect as Lessing had thought. Her features were slightly irregular, her skin a sort of freckles rather than tans, her mouth a little large, her eyes a gold-flecked hazel rather than the green the 68. Randolph Calverhall had appeared under the fluorescent lights of the boardroom. She seemed a little too elegant in manner, too sophisticated for Lessing's taste. I am a security man, he answered. I was hired by Indoko for the Lucknow plant. You have a German name, Mrs. Delacroix declared sweetly. The old lady had abandoned the cockpit of her private jet to its pilot, much to the latter's relief, and she now occupied a seat beside Lise and opposite Lessing in the long-fore cabin. My ancestors came to America during Revolutionary War times. He was not sure, actually, but that was what his father claimed. Lessing, Mrs. Delacroix mused. Gotthold Ephraim Lessing, he was a great German dramatist and critic of the mid-18th century. Worked for the Duke of Brunswick among others, Lise interjected. It was as though she had to pay by the word to talk. Never mind, the elderly Frenchwoman said brightly. Gotthold Lessing is long dead. This one Alan, is it not, is alive. I am curious about Alan Lessing. Talking to Emma Delacroix was like handling fragile porcelain. Lessing had the impression that she would shatter if anyone disagreed with her. Not much to tell, nowhere to go at home in Iowa, that is one of the Midwestern states, got out of school, 1 year of college, no jobs, joined the army, served a while, then went into the army business for myself. He grinned self-consciously. It was a longer speech than he usually made, but Mrs. Delacroix shrewd, black eyes and powdered dull smile invited confidences. And Lise was listening. Not a member, Lise put in dubiously. Yet Mr. Miller seems to trust you. The who? Our Mr. Mulder, that is his name now. Then he is a descendant, yes, like Mrs. Delacroix. He was tired of the subject. The SS and the Nazi Party were as corpse cold as what was his name? Gotthold Lessing. He looked out the window at the tiers of white-clad castles. They had left Caracas behind and were now out over the Atlantic headed for Dakar. Mrs. Delacroix caressed one of the SS diaries with all the reverence of a nun touching a hallowed Bible. The more recent of the diaries were legibly copied in modern German and English, but the earliest of the 20-odd volumes were written in the archaic Serpent S-Walk 69, Switzerland German script, which neither she nor Lise could read. They would have to be transcribed when they reached Pretoria, something Mulder hadn't done while his family held them. The dark blue bindings and scuffed leather spines exuded an aura of almost mystic devotion. Those who had penned these pages had loved their cause with a terrible fierceness. They had not given up, even under the persecution of the Nazi hunts of the last century. Lessing felt something akin to religious awe, like the time he and Jamila had visited the cave temples of Ellora. The gods carved there were still proud, still powerful, still splendid in their enigmatic majesty. They still spoke to humankind. Jamila, whose family belonged to the Shia or Shi'i, which she insisted was the correct adjective, a sect of Islam, had laughed at him. Lessing had ceased to be a Lutheran when he was 16, when his mother's bitter piety and his father's Christmas-lit service finally had eaten away the last traces of his childhood beliefs. Later he had found little to tempt him among the dogmas of the bomb against the Catholics, Jamila's Islam, or any other of the world's faiths. He was sometimes still affected by religious and quasi-religious experiences, however. The diaries piled on the red plush airplane seat were just that. They overflowed with a power of their own, like the one of the South Pacific Islanders. They called, cried out, almost shouted, "Believe in us, believe in our Führer, believe in the National Socialist movement and in Germany and the glorious destiny of the Aryan race." He could almost hear the chanted Sieg Heils over the droning thunder of the jet. He jerked awake so violently that Lise stared at him. "Dakar by evening," she said. "Then Pretoria, return at once." He struggled to decipher her odd verbal shorthand. "Oh yes, back to Indoko." She crossed one silk cheese leg over the other, and her pearl grey, Chinese silk dress slithered away from her thigh. "Sleigh, day or two, show you around." Her expression was ambiguous. She might be making a pass at him, or she might be offering only ritual hospitality. He smiled and said nothing. He would cross that bridge after proper reconnaissance. He awoke again from a muddled dream of thorn bushes, black faces, and stuttering automatic weapons in Gola. For an unnerving moment he thought it was real. Just above his head Lise announced, "Africa, Mr. Lessing, landing at Dakar, Yoff Airport." It was real, as hot and wet as he remembered, and it smelled like India but with subtle differences. There were real black faces now, bony men in scruffy khaki uniforms, German SM-97 submachine guns slung ostentatiously over skinny shoulders. This was the new 70. Randolph Calverhall, Empire of Guinea, founded 40 years before by some army captain or other. The Guineans had taken over Senegal, Gambia, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and a few other relics of European colonialism. Their up-and-coming enterprise was backed by French and Portuguese money and Euromir officers to command Emperor Said Abubakar's Black Legions. Mrs. Delacroix disembarked, taking Lise with her. The pilot dealt with the paperwork while Lessing remained in the cabin. He took what precautions he could, locked the diaries in the aircraft safe, checked his 7.62 mm sidearm and his 9 MRA machine pistol, and inspected the tarmac and distant buildings with binoculars. If any interested parties knew that the diaries were aboard, now was the time to strike. He could expect anything from a hijacking to a rocket grenade. He switched off the cabin lights and waited. Heel trucks rumbled out to the plain, several commercial craft landed and took off, and airport control officers came aboard and then disembarked, redolent of Mrs. Delacroix's best French promenade. The pilot, a sandy-haired, young Scotsman, bent over his charts to plot a course for Pretoria. Outside, lines of blue landing lights made geometric diagrams upon blackness, and the dank odors of Africa mingled with those of gasoline, asphalt, and hot metal. A white light raced across the tarmac, became two lights, and resolved itself into an open car. Mrs. Delacroix and Lise? Not at that speed, and not with three huddled figures carrying blue gleaming automatic weapons jammed into the front seat. This could be it. The pilot emerged at Lessing's call, stared, ducked back into his cockpit, and returned with a Japanese GK-11 assault rifle, grenade launcher attachment, bayonet, scope, and all. He grinned at Lessing. Backed up the old girl a few times before. The vehicle squealed to a halt beside the landing stairs, and three black soldiers in shiny steel helmets and neatly pressed white uniforms leaped out. Behind them came a bony European in civilian bush shirt and shorts. "Hey, up there," the latter shouted. "You, Lessing motherfucker!" Lessing gaped. It was Johnny Casey now. They had been mates in the same unit during the Baltic War. The pilot smiled weakly and lowered his weapon, but Lessing hesitated. He wasn't ready to be thumbed by an ex-comrade now working for a different side. "Johnny, put your piece down and come on up. Leave your dog is there." Serpent walk. 71. There was a puzzled expletive from below. He heard the clatter of a weapon being tossed into the back seat of the car. Then Johnny Keno came loping up the metal stairs, two at a time. Lessing backed into the shadows inside the door, unwilling to let Keno within close combat reach until he knew more. Those troopers down there could be up and into the plane within seconds. "Hey man, why?" Keno grasped the situation at once. He stopped and flung his arms wide. "Clean, I am clean, what the hell is up?" "Nothing, I hope, just being wise, come on in." He bent an eyebrow at the pilot. He wanted to know instantly if Keno's buddies decided to join the party. Johnny Keno was as Lessing remembered him, a lanky straw sucker from Montana with pallid, mottled skin, oily, dark hair that covered his skull like a coat of paint, and eyes so close-set that people said he had to look through a pair of binoculars one eye at a time. After the Baltic War, Keller had taken service in the Imperial Palace at Conakry. Now he was the Supreme General of the Emperor's ever-victorious army, and it was rumoured that he had acquired a squad of Eurasian concubines, a chest full of medals and a chest full of gold to match. Not such bad duty. But then the life expectancy of imperial generals was no longer here than it had been in ancient Rome. Lessing asked, "How did you know I was on this plane?" Keep my ass clean and my eye on the passenger manifests. Kenna winked, an unprepossessing sight. Down here to pick up a French girl, a gift from the Emperor to his pig-sucking son, royal reception. He snorted. Best I tell her what is happening before she gets in with the wrong parties. Palace intrigue? Yeah, enough bullpucky to fertilize all o' Africa. Lessing began to relax a little. Tenno's next words brought him back to full alert. Boys here looking for you, 2-3 weeks ago. The who? I dunno, Euro-Mercs, Meb, or Arabs. He pronounced it Arabs, even after 15 years in the Middle East. Told them you was croaked. Any idea what they wanted? Not a goddamn. Heard there was other guys asking about you, Lou. He gave Lessing a sly look from narrow, red-rimmed eyes. You stash some loot you was supposed to lay home to Papa. Lessing samples of pack of rose instantly to mind. But no one could know about that. The little globe and the tube were concealed behind a metal inspection plate in the very innards of Indoko S-72. Randolph Calverhall. Like a plant. He knew for a fact that nobody had looked there since. Or maybe found somebody, shouldn't he? Lessing felt relieved. Kenna was just fishing. He smiled. Hell, I am too smart to screw up like that. Just do my job. You always was a careful son of a bitch. The other dug into her shirt pocket, produced a tattered pack of American cigarettes and held it out. Lessing shook his head. Heard something else, too, some kind of big rumble between the Israelis and the Ruskies, Mercs, regular soldiers, lots of scurrying back and forth, Americans and Brits and everybody else in the fucking world all hopping around, more kickabirds than you can shake your don at. Kickabird was slang for a spy, an intelligence agent. Lessing had heard that it came from some archaic joke about a big, dumb bird that sat out in the snow all winter and hollowed. Ki wrist, it is called. There was a shout from below, and they stood up to look. One of the helmeted soldiers pointed across the moisture-slick runway toward the blinking lights of a plane just landing. Henna spat out through the doorway. There is our French horn now. Got to go, Mab. I can knock off a bit o' nookie before Mademoiselle Lada fucking Da becomes Queen Empress. Hey, at least tell me what you think is going on. Lessing, also at the door, spied the lights of a second car coming toward them. Mrs. Delacroix coiffure glittered like a silvery tiara in the back seat. God damn it, I got no idea. Kenno shook hands, clapped Lessing on the shoulder, and started down the stairs. It is big, though, Meb, the big boom that I'll take out the world. I got the Emperor digging a bomb shelter right down to the middle of the earth. If anybody phones, that is where I'll be. He waved and was gone. Once there might have been room and food for those who do not or cannot serve the social wheel. Support for such individuals is now almost impossible. Not only is the planet overpopulated, but resources are already insufficient and transport is often not available to deliver supplies to those who need them. The economic system, too, is not tailored to serve great numbers of drones who cannot or will not contribute to production. Saying this is neither humane nor inhumane, it is simply the truth. The starving child who receives a barely sufficient diet today will grow up with serious physical and mental deficiencies tomorrow. He or she will give birth to an average of 3 or 4 new mouths to feed it, and so on, into the unthinkable future. This is insane and impossible situation. Weak and defective individuals cannot be supported forever without weakening the stock and exhausting the resources. It is no longer permissible to evade the problem and say, God will provide. This is an easy excuse for doing nothing. God often does not provide, as the many great catastrophes of history prove. If God offers a lesson, it is that each species must provide for itself or perish, like the dinosaurs. A solution, if there is one, will not come through petty reforms, pious words, or the good-hearted charity of individuals. The essential, inescapable requirement for survival is an efficient world state, not a motley crew of inept national governments, which are too weak and too slow and too impotent to solve the terrible dilemmas ahead. The time for disorganization is past. What is needed is a totalitarian world government. Those steeped in the mush of so-called liberal thinking will now throw up their hands and cry, not totalitarianism *, that is bad. This response reveals only ignorance, a misunderstanding of the meaning of totalitarianism. Simply put, a totalitarian state is one in which ideological and operational unity has been achieved. No more patchwork of tradition, religion, superstition, local customs, parochial prejudices, worn out ideas from earlier centuries, partially implemented structures that overlap and compete with other structures, and muzzy idealism that conceals practical greed. A totalitarian state must scrub the slate clean. It must reorganize, restructure, and redistribute. It must care for its people. A true totalitarian state values social cohesion, efficiency, and rationality. It must possess the means to implement these values, unlike other states, which churned out high ideals as automobiles spews exhaust fumes but were too incomplete and intricate ever to realize them. To paraphrase Plato, the best form of government is a good monarchy, the worst is a bad monarchy. A democracy can never be very good or very bad, because it is too inefficient. Monarchy, ruled by a single, hereditary king, cannot work today. However, the world has grown too complex. For the same reason, true democracy, which was never really pragmatist 74 Randolph Calverhall, taste anyway, also cannot serve. Intermediate forms, such as those in which each person votes for one or more representatives, are too cumbersome, piling layer upon layer of government. 8. Totalitarianism in its best sense is today's version of Plato's good monarchy, an effective, beneficent, and structured unitary government which serves the will of its ethnos. A beneficent totalitarianism is a necessity if Western civilization and the rest of humankind is to survive. This is the objective PF, the party of humankind. The party will replace all earlier, obsolete systems, preferably without violence and without war, through the natural process of species maturation. Just as humanity has abandoned such practices as cannibalism, female infanticide, and human sacrifice, so must our social organization now progress from fragmented, tribal nation-states to a true world order. It may be asked, who gives you, the party of humankind, the right to judge, to make decisions, to restructure society? Who appointed you to be God? The answer is that someone has to make decisions. Someone always has made decisions, an individual ruler, a council, a senate, an assembly. For all the so-called rationality of humankind, there is always muddled thinking and a tendency to do nothing unless action is urgent. A decision-maker is required. Whether this be a single person or a single, unified organization, if someone transgresses against the community, there must be a body of law, an enforcement agency, on a deterrent punishment. Other decisions must be made as well, a landfill here, a highway there, taxes upon certain products, regulation of businesses, and so forth. These decisions will be made. The question is how much inefficiency can be tolerated in making them. How much delay? How much waste of personnel and resources and time? In the past, the decision-making process was irrational, being founded upon tradition, superstition, taboo, religion, ideology, legal codes dating back to antiquity, and upon personal pique and avarice and perversity. Such a logic cannot continue. The world is too close to a final Armageddon. The state must have the power to implement needed decisions, even though some of these may be harsh. It must be allowed to define objectives, allocate resources, and undo the blunders of the past. Totalitarianism is not cruel. Cruelty is wasted energy, wasted personnel, wasted production. Severity must never be for its own sake or for the selfish goals of individuals. It must be employed sparingly only in the service of the greater good, the good of the ethnos, and hence the good of the species. In most circumstances it will be seen that kindness and positive incentives work better. The party of humankind provides a Weltanschauung, not a worldview, as this German word is often translated, but a world vision. This Weltanschauung is holistic. It casts aside the past, surveys the future, and plans for the creation of a society which will live in peace and in harmony with nature for millennia. Serpent's Walk. 75. Ena late to come. It commands the loyalty, service, and energies of all who seek true progress. Without this well-controlled, humankind will encompass its own destruction within the lifetimes of you who now read these words. This is as certain as sunrise, given present trends. The party of humankind demands the opportunity to make this world better for the species, for the Western ethnos, and hence for all humanity. Think, can this be any worse than what exists now? Then what is otherwise sure to come? The Son of Humankind excerpts from the Third Republican edition by Vincent Dawn. Chapter 7. Saturday, July 12, 2042. You like it? Lessing smiled and handed the manuscript back to Lise. The writing is fair, but doomsday is still a way off. I am not much interested in politics, and your totalitarian state, frankly, doesn't convince me. What you? The girl laid the sheaf of paper down, raised herself upon an elbow, and rubbed scent and lotion along one pale golden thigh. Sorry. He reached over and took the plastic bottle from her fingers. You were missing a spot, let me. It is not politics, Alan, Mrs. Delacroix said from her lawn chair in the shade. She gestured to take in the enclosed garden, the sun-dappled tiles, the potted plants, the pool, the statuary. It is survival, the survival of Western civilization, of the way of life you were enjoying now. At the moment all he wanted was to enjoy it and Lise further. He said, thanks for inviting me to stay. She was not to be put off. Yes, of course, but you people like you really ought to think about things seriously. After all, the strong survive, and the weak perish. That is evolution, the immutable law of nature. And who is still the strongest, even after decades of laziness and ignoring our responsibility to history? We, Alan, the Western ethnos, we are the ones who invent, develop, organize, create, and provide capital and jobs. We have done more than any other group. Now we are weakened by a babel of other voices, but we cannot afford to let them divert us. Who would take over? Can you imagine that dreadful Emperor of Guinea feeding even his own people, much less the people of Ghana, Nigeria, or anywhere else? If our industries and our expertise were taken away, there would be chaos, then destruction, and an end to all that all humans hold dear. 76. Randolph Calverhall. He cast about for another topic. If only she would go. Take a nap or something. Lise had been friendly last night. He sensed that she was ready to be somewhat more. He found himself thinking of Jamila again. Damn it. Not even a harmless fantasy in peace. He couldn't pursue Lise without coming to terms with Jamila. He had let himself be induced to stop over in Pretoria. He had been nice to Lise, some might call it courting, but he had gone no farther than a remark or two, a little body contact, and a few drops of suntan lotion courteously applied. So far he had only transgressed mentally, which was hardly a crime. So far. Did he push it, or did he let it lie? For the moment he would let it lie. He needed time. The perfume of the suntan lotion mingled with the faint, flowery scent of Lise's tangled, blonde tresses, and the sun-warmed, salt fragrance of her skin aroused him. He hunted for a safe subject. Who is this Vincent anyway? I never heard of him. Mrs. Delacroix gave Lise a look, very arch and very French. You are looking at her, not I. Lise, there she is, perhaps, the dumb, while others are the Vincent. What? Then he wondered why he was surprised. There had been talk at the Guatemala City meeting of a committee of writers. All he could think of to say was, congratulations. She writes the theoretical parts, Mrs. Delacroix continued. Others do the history and the, how do you say, action program. You mean the platform? Not exactly, your word platform is too concrete, a list of very specific proposals that leads to squabbles and factions within the movement instead. We emulate the first Führer. His will to John was no list of means and goals, it was a view of the future, of a strong Germany, of a society that could lead the West and the world. He had little use for platforms such as the one the party issued in 1920, nor did he fill his book, Mein Kampf, with specifics for people to argue over. His Weltanschauung was his eventual objective, but he was pragmatic and expected the details to change according to circumstances. He was a visionary, a prophet and a guide, an arbiter, a conciliator between individuals and factions, and he was above them all. No Führer now, Lise shook out her tresses. Have to attract through ideas, not charisma. Behavioral psychologists checking every word of our book. No mention of past, of nazism, just positive things: warmth, love, progress, stability. Serpent S. Walk. 77. Lessing was amused. You could hire an actor, Vincent Dorn, to give speeches. Lee sniffed scornfully and buried her head in her arms to let him massage lotion into the nape of her neck. Mrs. Delacroix took him seriously, however. We thought of that. We may do it yet, if we cannot find a charismatic leader. Speeches, television, public appearances, all are so important. An ESDC pass. We have also thought of keeping Monsieur Dom anonymous, comment incognito, but that could not continue after we become a public political force. The whole thing struck him as silly. A movement without a leader. A mob of psychologists collaborating with ad men and ghostwriters to compose the Holy Writ. It was a TV executive's wet dream. People were convinced by people, not by books, physical presence, words, and deeds, not abstract theories. Whatever else he may have been, Hitler had had the right idea about the realities of personal power. Hadn't he? Alexander, Napoleon, Churchill, Jesus all made it without too much reliance upon tracts and manifestos. Marx and Engels had written books, of course, but then they themselves had not fought in the revolution that swept Tsarist Russia into the dustbin. Men like Lenin and Trotsky and Stalin had led that, for better or for worse. Jamila's Prophet Muhammad had had a book, of course, the Quran, but he could never have succeeded without charisma. He had given speeches, met people, argued issues, gathered adherents, fought opponents, and eventually won. Now Lessing knew from his own military experience that people wanted real, live human beings to lead them. That was why abstract, impersonal visions of God tended to become displaced by very human father images, son images, mother images, and pantheons of saints, demigods, imams, gurus, holy mystics, or what have you. Human beings might die for an abstraction, but it would be another human being who convinced them the sacrifice was worth the candle. He ushered a non-committal grunt. The swimming pool and its surrounding garden were as crystal still as a photograph in some glossy resort brochure, an oasis of serenity cut off from the universe. Nothing entered without Mrs. Delacroix's approval. Nothing was allowed to change. It was as though there would always be sunlight, blue, chlorine-smelling water, tiles that were hot and wet and blindingly white, damp towels, gay-fringed, pink parasols, and little, rickety tables of glass and wire overflowing with bottles and magazines and all the bric-a-brac of leisure. Lise rose to her feet and stretched. She picked up a towel, muttered something about a shower, and glided off, barefoot and 70 Randolph, Calverhall. Mostly bare elsewhere as well, toward the house. Lessing's eyes followed her of their own accord. Her legs were very good indeed. You will be kind to Lise? Mrs. Delacroix's voice sliced into his reverie. What? You know, I am neither naive nor yet quite senile, eh? It was useless to dissemble. Neither of us, we haven't made any moves yet. You have both made it plain. I leave you two alone, and it becomes bedtime, no? He laughed at her turn of phrase. Maybe, anyway I have other commitments back in India. Nothing happens until I've decided about those. I don't have fun, then run. Bien, it should be what you both want. She extended one waxen, paper pale hand from the shadow into the sunlight. It looked almost disembodied. You would know about Lise? He said nothing, and she took his silence for assent. Lise is American, Alan. Like yourself. She ran away from home when she was 12. She does not speak of it, but I think it was her father child abuse, you know. The American family is more than half destroyed, the old values gone. She ended in one of your cities, was taken in by a black gang, was put to work as a prostitute on the streets, then was sold to someone in New York who took her to Cairo. A pomographer, a broker in human flesh. One of our people saw her there and bought her literally. He brought her to Frankfurt and made her, what do you call it? A mannequin, a model of fashions. She was no common prostitute. Anyone could see that she had too much, I do not know the expression. Class, Lessing murmured. Ah, oui, class. I was raised in the Free Republic of the Congo, now neither free nor a republic, but that is another story. My English is better than my German and my grandfather's language, but my French is best. Do you speak French, Alan? He shook his head, and she gave him a mournful little half-smile. Too sad, you Americans know languages, so Lise suffered. I need not tell of it. You hear the effects in her speech. She does not find it easy to converse. She writes, though. Her writing is good and gets better. So that was why Lise spoke as she did. My God, he breathed. How she must hate. Oh, no, not hatred. Not the way some women hate men with less cause. Not Lise. She is hard and cautious, like a crab in a shell. Tough, ready to fight, but fragile, and inside very soft. She tries to be philosophical. What happened to her happens to many these days. She does not hate, but she does want to dismantle the Serpent walk. 79. System that hurt her. Replace it with a world in which such horrors cannot exist. Who could blame her? But she is an idealist. There will always be wars and killing and cruelty and exploitation and crime and prostitution. No government, no movement, no starry-eyed political philosophy will stop those. There speaks the mercenary, the soldier, the pragmatist. Perhaps you are right, Alan, but we Lise and the rest of us have to try. Otherwise there is no point to life, eh? He wiped his face and shoulders roughly with the fluffy blue towel Lise had given him. Suddenly the chlorine smell of the swimming pool was suffocating. I have to get back to India. I don't want to put you out. Put me out? What does it mean? Oh, to disturb me. No, my secretary, Mrs. Van Tassel, has your ticket and documents. I shall add a gift to repay you for your services. She rose to her feet, twitched her wall sundress into place, and smiled. So, you and Lise, not now? He grinned back. Later, maybe. She laughed outright. Lise needs a good man, Alan. Perhaps you're good enough. A challenge. He chuckled and followed her into the house. Dinner was awkward. Neither an average, middle-class American upbringing nor years in various armies had prepared lessons for people who ale with 12 pieces of silverware. Thank God South Africa had at least abandoned dinner jackets and starch dickies. Mrs. Delacroix's 6 male guests were attired in a miscellany of sportswear, bush shirts, and business suits. The 4 women, including Lise, wore fashionable checksum-like dresses slit up the thigh, made of a metallic-looking, silky, synthetic fabric and accompanied by matching bodices with a little overjacket of translucent, lacy stuff. Sex had joyfully returned after long decades of stuffy, bomb-again Puritanism. The only one wearing a traditional dinner gown was the hostess herself, as regal and gracious as a portrait of some dowager empress. Lessing found himself between an elderly Afrikaner and a younger man in the uniform of a captain of the South African police. The former sized Lessing up at once, made a polite remark or two, and then turned to the woman on his right to discuss horse racing in Johannesburg. The policeman was more forthcoming, bluff, balding, tan, and familiar with the profession of arms. Mutual mercenary friends offered a starting point, and they went on to talk of native resistance groups, racial unrest in America, about which the policeman knew more than Lessing, who hadn't he lived there for years, and the present situation in his own country. I'd Randolph, Calverhall. We re-coming to it, the captain said unhappily. Sooner or later we shall have another great massacre like the one back in 2000, then many more. Both white and black will be killed, and again nothing will be solved. What can do? Lise asked from across the table to stop it. Lessing was getting used to her disjointed way of speaking. The captain rubbed at his wispy moustache. Like last time, military force, socially, we've got as far as we can. Education, healthcare, jobs, housing. They're, pardon my language, bloody lot. The blacks want to do to us what they did to Rhodesia, Zimbabwe. First independence, then a very proper British black government, then a president who is little more than a dictator, then army rule, then tribalism, then persecution of the white minority, and finally expulsion of whatever whites are left, then a shambles, like Zimbabwe today. Spots of colour appeared in his cheeks. Damn it, I am as African as these people, ancestors here since the 1600s and all that. I wouldn't give up my home any more than an English-American who is politely asked to leave by the Red Indians. Same case, different ratio of natives to whites, the all. Lessing had heard the arguments before. By his own lights, the captain was only describing the situation realistically. Philosophically, morally, ethically, in the best of all possible worlds, perhaps there ought not to be racial conflict. Yet the human animal, black or white, was aggressive and acquisitive, and whichever side was on top would almost certainly abuse its position. History proved it, and there were no signs of humanity undergoing a change of heart. Like the old saw said, "They ain't no justice." Where did one man's legitimate political aspirations become another man's oppression and tyranny? One had only to look to the Jews in Palestine, the British in Ireland, or any of a dozen other instances. He was glad when the captain let the subject drop. As he watched Lees and the others, he felt an emotion to which he could put no name, a vague disquiet, a doom-fatedness, like a man from the future seated at the last dinner on the Titanic. The bright, brittle conversation passed over and around him and echoed off into nothingness, the words no more than shards of glass, clashing and ringing and tinkling like the wind chimes on his parents' porch back in Iowa. In this company he was as far out of his element as the broiled lobster Lees was daintily devouring. These elegant, overly mannered people were soap opera on the whole of video. Whatever they said and did had no relevance to the real world. Covert observation of the old duffer on his right showed him proper knife and fork for the roast beef and the correct wine to go with it. He made no unpardonable gaffes, at least no one leaped up. Serpent walk. 81. To denounce him as an untutored low-class slob. Actually, it was funny. He had little affinity for these people, but as the meal drew to a close he realized that he could cope if he really wanted to do so. Etiquette and chit-chat were like camouflage paint, you put it on when you went out on patrol. It wasn't a part of you, and you knew how silly you looked with your face all daubed green and yellow and black, but you wore it because it meant survival. It was the same here. Dessert came and went, then coffee. They got up. The ritual now required after dinner drinks and conversation. "My name is Hoekins, Peter Hoekins." The police captain put out a bronzed hand for Lessing to shake. "Didn't he catch yours?" "Alan Lessing." The man blinked, and the muscles in his jaw tensed. "Lessing, eh? Oh well, I say. Something wrong?" He sensed Mrs. Delacroix's gaze upon him from the far end of the table. Oh, no. Not really. "What is the problem?" Lessing asked. "Could we speak privately?" The man signalled urgently to Mrs. Delacroix. The sitting room to which the old woman took them was rarely used, an oasis of dark, leather furniture, tribal shields and spears, subdued lighting from massive bronze lamps as big as barrels, animal skins, African kitsch. Lessing thought. Mrs. Delacroix turned upon Hoekins and raised an imperious eyebrow. "What is it, Peter?" The captain sighed. "Three, really. First, you are that Alan Lessing who works for Indoco. In India, I think." "Yes, so. Been a comeuppance at your plant there. Accident. Burned down part of it." "My God, how? Who? What? Anybody hurt?" He thought of Jamila. "Don't think so, but can't say. Came in over the telecom link earlier as I was leaving for the bash." "The other two things," Mrs. Delacroix urged. "Both the same, different sources. 3 days ago Europol put out an AD order that apprehend and detain for one Alan Lessing. The Americans want him on suspicion of murder, theft, and for God's sake treason. What the devil did you do, man?" "The third thing?" He kept his voice calm. He saw no reason to enlighten Hoekins. "Randolph Calverhall. The Israelis came through with the same demand a day after Europol got on the line. Catch this Lessing and hold him for an interrogation team from Jerusalem." "He would do that for them, the Zionists," snapped Mrs. Delacroix. "Have to," Hoekins fiddled apologetically with his cufflinks. "We supply Israel with arms and aid, and they us. You know, they swat flies in the north of Africa, and we swat flies down south. Not that we love the Isis, but, well, one hand washes the other and that sort of thing." The old woman put her hands on her hips and glared up into Hoekins' reddening face. "This Alan Lessing, he is Herman Mulder how do you say? A protege. He is one of us, you know." "Damn it, madam, nothing personal." "Fine, listen to me. You came tonight, you met Alan, but you never heard his name. He goes by my private jet to somewhere at once." Back to India, Lessing put in firmly. The Americans, at least have extradition treaties with India. You will be arrested. I have to chance it. I have reasons. Hawkins interrupted him. The Americans, State Department, CIA, I don't know which knew you were here, how you got here, not why. The Israelis just seem to be pushing all the likely buttons. The two of 'em haven't got together yet. You were sent here specifically to find Mr. Lessing? Mrs. Delacroix fixed the officer with a needle-sharp eye. A spy? My heavens, madam, of course. Not my superiors know you and I are friends, but not that Mr. Lessing would be here tonight. Anyhow, we have powerful support up top, and neither the Americans nor the Zionists are exactly welcome, what with their views of our internal policies and all. No, this was just coincidence. Lessing had heard enough. Anything else, otherwise I'll take that offer of a plane for India. Neither the United States nor Israel is popular there. It'll be months before an extradition order gets through Delhi's red tape. Of course, Mrs. Delacroix said. And by then your Mr. Mulder will have thought of something. Have just one small travelling case. I'll get it and be ready in 10 minutes. Now I'd like to say goodbye to Lise, please. Oboe, the captain flung after him as he turned to go. I say, Mr. Lessing, one more bit of information. Seems both the Americans and the Zionists are hunting not only for you but for an accomplice of yours as well. Best tell him to go to ground. 2. Serpent S. Walk 83. Who? Lessing thought of Bauer, then of Hollister, and lastly of Rose Thurley. Some chap named Pakov. I think that was the name. Russian, eh? Lessing fled up the stairs toward the bedroom Mrs. Delacroix had provided him. The ignorant see my grandfather's Germany as a place of ultimate terror, a scene in which the major landmarks are the labor camps, the secret police, and the darkness of despair. They fail to note that the only ones in despair were those who were not part of our society, those who were alien by birth, or those who had alienated themselves by their selfishness, their decadence, or their adherence to alien causes or creeds. They omit, often deliberately, the happy scenes, a recovering economy, jobs, stable currency, new highways and construction everywhere, an end to the street rioting between left and right, art and music, and a healthy interest in nutrition, exercise, and sports. Most Germans were optimistic for the first time since before World War I. It all ended too soon for most of us. We had a few years of peace, and then came the long and terrible night of war. We Germans knew that our country did not start the war, although we weren't permitted to say so after 1945. We were the bulwark of Western civilization against the Asiatic hordes and the madness of communism. The war brought casualties, bombings, rationing, forced labor, and all the horrors of a society being pounded into rubble. We endured it bravely and even gladly. We were fighting for positive values, for the survival and progress of our people. You ask about labor camps and oppression. Tell me, what would you Americans have done, surrounded by enemies? How would you gentle liberals have treated their camps full of nice if Japanese armies were advancing through California? Let them look into their own souls and then say honestly whether they would have done differently than we did. Paint the future in gay colors and show the world that a totalitarian state is no regimented monster. No wars, no violence, no tyranny, no tanks rumbling in the night. Not a military takeover, but a free election, such as the plebiscite that swept our first FTR to power in 1933. People must vote us into office. Why? Because we are the best chance this planet has. Perhaps the only chance, the last chance before Armageddon. The world must realize this. Personal letter from Mrs. Emma Delacroix, MS, Annalise Messier, dated January 31, 2042. Chapter 8. Monday, July 140, 2042. For what was the guy's name? Buffalo in the rain-soaked road ahead. After 20 years and only his old dog recognized him. Odysseus, Lessing replied. Him? They stopped teaching Greek lit in high school 50 years ago, even in English translation. Serpent S. Walk, 85. Wrench feigned insult. Hey, man, I got culture. I read it in a world classics comic book. Anyway, it doesn't apply to me. I've been gone less than a week. I still feel like a dog. Mulder says go get Lessing. I go get Lessing, all the way to Lucknow. Wrench squinted and racked the vehicle down to make a turn. Woof, woof, out here I feel like a dog most of the gubbin time. The monsoons had lowered over the dry North Indian plains since dawn. Now they became a cataract that thundered down with the vengefulness of an angry god. Mrs. Delac WestJet had dropped Lessing off at Palam Airport in Delhi, and the local flight to Lucknow was late, as usual. Lessing felt like a discarded mango peel, limp, tepidly wet, sticky, smelly, and gritty all over. He hung on grimly against all that Wrench could do. Wrench had told him about Indoko, not another break-in, as Lessing had feared, but a mass demonstration outside. There had been perhaps 100 students and another dozen unidentifiable Gundas, ruffians, the Hindi term for anything from the prodigal son to Al Capone, who were undoubtedly paid agitators, though nobody knew whose. The plant chowkidars had taken one look and fled, leaving the mob free run of the plant. Indoko would now have to rebuild 3 warehouses and replace some machinery, but no one had been seriously injured. Mulder was furious. He was talking of adding a score of foreign MEAs to his security force, but getting clearance for them from Delhi would not be quick or easy. Most important of all to Alan Lessing was the fact that Jamila was safe and waiting for him. He felt greater relief than he wanted to admit, even to himself. There was something new on the fume-off leading from the main highway to the plant, a straw-thatched hut and a cloth-draped pole down across the road. They put in a police post, Wrench grumbled. For our protection from more incidents. He produced papers, shoved them at the dark, dripping face that poked itself into the driver's window, held out a 10-rupee note, watched it disappear into the night, and drove on. Jamila, Mulder, Goddard, and 3 Indians awaited them on the veranda of the main house. Servants with clumsy, black umbrellas splashed out to the Deseda, and Lessing proceeded to flout 1,000 years of Indian tradition by marching over and embracing Jamila in public. Her warm, dry, spice-fragrant body felt wonderful. "You smell beside," she whispered sweetly in his ear. The Urdu word meant stinking, like raw meat. 86. Randolph, Calverhall. Mulder cleared his throat. Meet Colonel Srivastava, Indian Army, assigned to protect Indoko until there has been an investigation. This is Sub-Inspector Mukherjee, Uttar Pradesh Police, and Mr. Subramaniam from the CID. Gentlemen, Mr. Alan Lessing, Chief of Plant Security. He has been away on a business trip. Lessing was tired. He could barely see the figures around him or feel the hands that reached out to shake his. He heard Mrs. Mulder's tremulous fairy godmother soprano chirping at Jamila, "Take him upstairs to the guest bedroom. It is too late to go back to your own apartment." Then, somehow, he was there, in a boxy, whitewashed little room with frilly curtains. Jamila shooed servants out and herself struggled with the cantankerous plumbing to produce hot water for a shower. Then he was in bed. He awoke thinking how he hated to sleep on a hillside, his head higher than his feet. Where in hell was he? Syria? Yes, north of Damascus, with his mere comrades in the gully below him and Major Berger's crack Israeli brigade over the ridge, where they were taking fire from those big, new mortars the Russians had given the Iranians. The shit was heavy over there. Any minute Berger's there. Strike would come in. Why was he so cold and so damp? In Syria? He rubbed at his eyes with his knuckles and was surprised when the scene dissolved and coalesced again into an unfamiliar bedroom. It contained one cushioned chair, a huge clothes cabinet that Jamil called an almirah in the British, who could never pronounce anything foreign, an almirah, a slow-turning ceiling fan, and electric wires stapled to the wall. A linny, harmless lizard, which Jamil called a chipkuli, walked upside down across the ceiling over his head. The roar of Iranian mortar bursts became the gurgle of the ancient air conditioner time Mulder was always intending to replace. It did keep the room both clammy and damn near freezing. He glanced down and saw why he had dreamed of sleeping on a hillside. Goddard was sitting on the foot of the bed, his ponderous weight enough to scuffle. An ocean liner. L.J. Goddard was not only big, he was bristly as a boar, his broad skull, the backs of his hands, his shoulders, all were covered with springy, coarse, black hair. The light from the window made a halo around his head, something he would have only if Satan ruled in heaven. How old was he, anyway? 40. Buttard was an American from Chicago, a hard-ass, a comer, or would be exec, smart, and on his way up to the top of Indogo Estani. Lessing used the opportunity to kick out with both feet as they're just waking up. Serpent walk. 87. Buttard let out a satisfying yelp and leaped off the bed. Christ, you kick your little Indian chickie like that and you will I'll break all her bones. Lessing yawned in his face. Goddard wasn't he worth hating. Mulder's coming, he wants to see you, I am here. He got up, found his gear had been stored in the almirah, and dug out his shaving things. Make out with that blonde? He let the plumbing answer for him. The faucet bulged, hiccuped, and gushed a stream of brown fluid that slowly changed into steaming hot water. He shut the door in Goddard's beefy face so that he could use the facilities. When he emerged, Herman Mulder was sitting in the one chair. Wrench occupied the foot of the bed, and Goddard now leaned against the wall by the window. Mulder waited in Buddha-esque silence until Lessing had settled down again at the head of the bed. When he spoke, it was just one word. Pack off, sir, I. Please don't lie. Lessing had no intention of lying. He had been about to suggest that a mercenary's jobs were as privileged as a priestess' confessional or a psychiatrist's couch. More. Amir could get them for a breach of security. Opfos and employers alike frowned upon loose lips. He shut his mouth with an audible snap. Mulder appeared not to notice. You alive because of us, Alan. Very few know who or what we represent, but everybody knows that we protect our people, particularly in the Third World. Hear me out, only a very determined foe would attack you while you with us, yet somebody is willing to risk lives to get at you. The foe may believe that we send you to get it, and that we have pack off, which endangers us, do you see? The raid to get the books doesn't seem to have been connected with you at all, Goddard added. Maybe some other supercorp sniffing around to see what they could find and almost hitting the jackpot. It is possible they were Israelis or the vigilantes for Zion. The Isis and the Vizes have come close before. Never this close. Wrench protested. How did they know the diaries were here? All under control now. Mulder wiped his naked, pink forehead with an old-fashioned handkerchief. The last raid of the local scholars and their friends was not directed at us. They were looking for you again, Alan. It was lucky that Miss Husseini was over. G. Randolph Calverhall. At the main office. 2 of the non-Indian agitators got into your quarters and made a thorough search. Hitting Induka was a diversion. Nothing seriously damaged. Just yelling and burning and prancing around, and a lot of pretending to find dangerous pollutants and killer chemicals. They didn't even try to wreck the computer that controls our agrochemical mixes. Lessing said, Mr. Mulder, I can tell you more than you know. The name you mentioned is my business privileged info. It has nothing to do with you or Indoko. I'll swear to that. Wrench struck a heroic pose. The code of the West, the mass merc rides again. Lessing had an insanely funny urge to match Nan and cry, bring on your Gestapo. I'll never talk. Mulder, however, had little sense of humor, and Goddard even less. Shall I tell you then, Alan? Mulder held up a thick hand, as pale and hairless as a baby's. He went on a mission for one Senhor Gomez, a Gonese mirror broker. You traveled to the United States to an installation with the codename Marvelous Gap, located in New Mexico. It was built just after the turn of the century, during the worst period of bomb-again paranoia. Then it was officially lost, closed down, no mention, no records. The place would be an embarrassment to President Rubin's peace initiative if the Russians found out it still existed. They'd be held to pay in Geneva, and the United Nations would make a TV sitcom out of it. The present U.S. government thinks it is better to let Marvelous Gap stay marvelously. Lessing saw no reason to tell Mulder of Hoeken's information and the reason for his precipitous flight from South Africa. Mulder and his SS might decide he was more trouble than he was worth. He said, I am a soldier. Politics isn't my job. I follow orders. Mulder sighed. They didn't accept that excuse at Nuremberg. He saw that Lessing hadn't understood. That was before your time. Never mind. While you were in Pretoria, I sent a coded cable to Washington. Our people there have been investigating Packov and other bomb-again projects for some time. They punched some buttons, and now I know all there is to know outside of some top-secret data in the National Security Agency. The movement has friends in Washington, friends with access to the government's biggest data banks. The Packov formulae were all destroyed, as were the administrative records, right down to the mess hall grocery lists. But they missed one document here, another there. That's the virtue of computers. Once you find a clue, you get the computer itself to hunt for more. It collates everything, patches it together, and hands it to you in a printout. Serpent S. Walk. 89. Lessing shook his head. Still nothing to do with me. I am only the errand boy. I don't care what is in the package. Yes, well, Packov stands for Pandemic Communicable Virus, one of the uglier results of military experimentation with recombinant DNA. Do you know what that is? IV read magazines. Do you want to read what technical details we have? The cable is on my desk. I am no scientist. Actually, he would probably understand most of it. Lessing kept up on military developments as part of his trade. Very well, let me tell you in layman's terms. Mulder extended a hand to Shashranj, who had started to speak. Packov consists of two separate reworkings of the DNA chains of existing viruses. It is a piggyback weapon, a two-stage operation. You send in the first stage. The vectors, agents of transmission for Packov-1 are extensive. It travels through the air, the water, or directly from person to person and is highly contagious. It spreads for hundreds of miles if conditions are optimal. Packov-1 causes only a mild flu-like infection that disappears within a day or two. Public health authorities would overlook it, never consider it a serious epidemic, and even if they did, they'd have to look carefully to isolate it. Once a victim is over the flu, Packov-1 becomes dormant and almost undetectable. A month or two later you send in the second stage. Packov-2 is also a virus, just as contagious as the first, and just as harmless by itself. It reacts with Packov-1, however, to produce a powerful coagulant. A coagulant, Alan, a substance that turns your blood to thick jelly. Your heart isn't made to pump strawberry jam, and you die within 3 minutes. No warning, no vaccine, no cure. Those not exposed to both stages remain unharmed. There might be a few immunes, but they didn't do a lot of testing. As you can imagine, Packov-2 goes inert like Packov-1 within a week or two. Then you get your victim's country, all his property in undamaged condition, and a lot of corpses to bury. Mulder paused. Does this convince you, Alan? It did. Packov terrified the bomb again. They had opened the gate and come eyeball to eyeball with the worst nightmares of hell. They ripped out the installation at Marvelous Gap and scattered its personnel around to other projects. Maybe they even killed those most closely involved. They were no more noble than any government before or since. It wouldn't surprise me. What would happen if somebody used Packov today? Mulder inspected the half-moons of his tiny, salmon-pink fingernails. No idea. No data. Perhaps the stuff is too old and has gone inert. Perhaps it never would have worked. All we know is that it, 9, Randolph Calverhall, was intended as a last resort, the checkmate move, the doomsday weapon. No, worse. More like the last tantrum of a very bad loser. Leap up, shoot your opponent, and kick the chessboard to smithereens. Packov was meant to destroy nations, Alan, millions, perhaps hundreds of millions of people. Jesus, Goddard muttered. Mulder made a downward, circling motion. The last trump, not with a bang but with a gurgle, down the toilet, all mammalian life within the target area. God! Wrench exclaimed. What good is an army? Was there stuff? Mulder raised his head to look at the little man. Quite right, Charles. In the old days an army consisted of human beings with swords and spears, guns and cannon, whatever was state of the art at the moment. You could see the enemy, watch him coming, gird up your loins and fight. Then warfare went out into space. Missiles, bombs, satellites, platforms. You, the intelligence agencies, can still see those weapons, but they were so powerful that neither side dares to start a war. The only atomic devices used in this century were dropped during the China-Vietnam War. And we've learned a lesson from that. Lessing said. Quite so, hopefully, at least, but you see where I am going. A conventional army costs money, but every state can afford something, and it is visible to its foes. Space weapons are prohibitively expensive, billions, trillions more than even the United States or the Soviets can tolerate. Decade after decade, generation after generation, they were too powerful to employ without the risk of a retaliation that will turn your own country into a radioactive wasteland, and they were still relatively easy to keep track of. Both you and your opponents know what is there. He tapped the chair arm for emphasis. Think, though, all you need for Pakov or for the toxin counterpart the Russians call Starka is a handful of scientists, a wet lab, and a delivery system, cheap, cost-effective, and easily concealed. Any petty terrorist organization can afford it, any banana republic, any fanatic religious sect. He got up and came to stand over Lessing. Just how big were those Pakov canisters? It didn't matter now. He might as well tell it. A little globe like a Christmas tree ornament, and a cylinder about the size. He indicated 4 inches between thumb and finger. His own stash of Pakov came to mind. Maybe Mulder's movement, the descendants of the Nazi SS, were indeed reformed, just another bunch of nice guys making a living through hard work and honest capitalism. He didn't trust them. Not them, not anyone. He was willing to tell Mulder some of what he knew, but he'd be damned if he'd hand over his samples to these people, or to anybody. Serpent walk. 9D1. Except maybe God himself. And only then if the big guy asked politely. Mulder wiped pearls of sweat from his forehead. A family enters a country as tourists. Pakov-1 goes along in a box with their children's toys. Wrench uttered a nervous giggle, with a clown face painted on it. Mulder scowled in irritation. Tess, a month or 2 later, a man arrives with Pakov-2 disguised as a deodorant stick or a tube of insect repellent. He goes to his hotel room, cracks the container in the sink, and leaves again. He is safe because he wasn't exposed to Pakov-1, which is now quiescent. And everybody in the target area dies, gutter-breathed. True, Mulder said, but messy. There are no neat limits to a biological weapon. No idea how long it will really last. Viruses are unpredictable, and they can mutate. Did you know that there is an island near Scotland that is still uninhabitable because of British experiments after World War II? Almost a century later, biological weapons are cheap and effective, but they are two-edged swords. As blackmail? Goddard held up his cupped hand and made a throttling gesture. What if your target calls you bluff? Don't be stupid, Bill. They might decide to sterilize your side of the planet with atomic bombs, or use Stark or another BW agent of their own, and if Pakov got out of hand, you could end with a cemetery instead of a world. No one spoke for a time. The sun had grown insistent, and waves of heat beat against the rippled, bubbly glass of the window pane. The old air conditioner chugged and sputtered, just managing to keep the inferno outside at bay. Mulder wiped his face. Wrench fidgeted, and Goddard sat like a carved behemoth. Lessing pulled the pillow around, both for comfort and also to watch the other 3. Silent watching often got better results than speech. They blame us, my ancestors, for genocide, Mulder mused. Is Pakov our doing? Those missiles in the sky? Yes, we fought a war, and yes, we bombed and shot and slew. So did the Allies. Match Auschwitz against the firebombing of Dresden or the horror of Hiroshima. All horrible, all stupid. Alan learned a lot in 100 years. Lessing blurted out, and the Holocaust. Didn't Wrench tell you that there never really was one, at least, not the way the Jews tell it? Forced labor in camps and disease and maltreatment, yes, it was wartime, and my ancestors did what they believed they had to do. And there were some shootings in the Eastern Territories, mass executions of Jews and communist guerrillas. But no gas chambers, or any of the other fanciful inventions. 92. Randolph Calverhall. Claimed by the Jews. But as always the victors who write the histories. And hold the war crimes trials, Wrench whispered. Anyhow, whether there was a Holocaust or not is irrelevant to this age. No one wants a war that will end life on earth, nor can one people rule a world of slaves. The Israelis have expanded into a slave empire, and they are just beginning to reap the whirlwind. No, We LL in our way, Alan. We are the people who invented the technology and organization that makes this modern world possible. We refitted to win. We want a healthy people, a healthy environment, a healthy world. A radioactive desert or a rotten orange crawling with germs neither is of use to us or to the Jews or anyone else. Lessing said slowly, I don't know whether I believe you or not. I don't know that I care whether I believe you. It all happened 100 years ago. Your Hitler is as dead as last week's curry. Goddard stiffened, but the others ignored him. What do you intend to do, Mr. Mulder? What do you want me to do? Mulder heaved himself to his feet, Goddard leaning forward solicitously to lend a hand. We want you to find Pakov. Who paid you? Who else got it now? Ask Gomez. Goddard snorted. Gomez is dead, Lessing. His heart stopped. It had a bullet in it. Lessing stayed. Who? When? You thumbed him. That's the rumor. We know you didn't, because you were in Pretoria, but the mirrors don't know that. In some circles you read dead meat. But you know other mirrors, Wrench prompted. Gomez S. level? You can go and inquire, Mulder interrupted smoothly. Or you can go your way and face those waiting for you outside in Doko's fences. The ISIS are looking for you, and the Americans want you. Somebody knows about Pakov and Marvelous Gap, somebody who either wants to interrogate you or see you unzipped. We can protect you. You can stay here for a while, and if things blow over, fine. Otherwise, we can hire you as chief of security at Club Lingoni, our new spa on the island of Ponape. The South Pacific is lonely, but it is safe. He'd have to leave his Indian popsy here, Goddard sneered. Surprisingly, Mulder turned on the man. That's enough. Bill, do you know where the word Aryan comes from? Sanskrit. Bill, the ancestor of Hindi and other North Indian languages. It originally meant noble. India was invaded about 1500 BC by the Aryans, relatives of our own ancestors. Serpent S. Walk. 93. The wings of Goddard's fleshy nose flared. Mr. Mulder, are you saying that these Pakis are white? Wrench tittered, but Mulder did not flinch. Many in the upper caste are, at least Sir Alfred Rosenberg, one of the leading theoreticians of the Third Reich, said, though he did add that they had become mixed. In any case, the First Führer treated them as Aryans. There was a WQFN SS division, the Freihind, made up of anti-British Indians. It spent the war near the Bay of Biscay, I think. It saw no combat, but it was racially acceptable to Reichsführer Himmler. Spots of angry red burned in Goddard's cheeks. I suppose blacks are Aryans too. Not black Africans, certainly, but there were Muslims in the Waffen-SS. Wrench appeared to be enjoying the turn the conversation had taken, and he cut in, the Hanchar division. Right, Mr. Mulder, didn't the First Führer once line them up and hand out little queer ants to wear around their necks? Queer ants with swastikas on them? I think so. Mulder wiped his forehead again. There were men of many nationalities, Ukrainians, Latvians, Estonians, Dutch, Flemish, French, Romanians, Hungarians, even some Britons in the SS, more than just blonde, Germanic supermen, many different white subgroups. Not everybody was as pure-minded as Obergruppenführer Theodor Eicke, who complained that even many Volksdeutschen Germans who lived outside Germany were too weak and undisciplined to serve as replacements in his D/E/APE/ division. And what if the Reich had won? All those different peoples, all those languages and cultures and traditions. I know what your faction wants, Bill, but it won't work. Even if you cleanse the earth of every black and every Jew and every non-German, including yourself, being of French and English descent, I recall you'd still have to build a world. Hatred is a useful motive in combat, but it makes for very poor economic or administrative policies. You have to look beyond your immediate horizons, Bill. He made soothing motions with his handkerchief. Clearly he did not want a quarrel. Goddard struggled with himself, managed a smirk, and grated, "Excuse me, sir." He went out. A good man, Mulder looked after him ruefully. Enlightened racism, the service of our Western ethnos, is the theoretical basis of our movement, but Bill takes it too far, and then doesn't he take it far enough beyond that? 94. Randolph Calverhall all. Lessing had decided. I want to go to see a man in Paris, he said. I'll try to find out about Pakov, who got it, who wants me. I don't promise to give it to you. Nor do we want it. It should be destroyed safely. But / have to know for my own good. Fair enough. Miss Hillary down at the plant will get you tickets and reservations. Leave any time. After I've seen Jamila. At that time I was still a soldier. Physically and mentally I had the polish of 6 years of service. In common with my army comrades, I had forgotten such phrases as, "that will not go," or "that is not possible," or "we ought not to take such a risk, it is too dangerous." Mein Kampf, Adolf Hitler. Chapter 9. Thursday, July 17, 2042. The hotel room on the Place du Havre, opposite the ancient Gare Saint-Lazare, was small and musty, 4 paces from scarred door to grimy window, 3 from the far wall to the bed. It suited Lessing's needs. Terry Copley's secretary had said that Le Boss would return at 1400 hours. He ran a finger over the tatty upholstered chair, then sat down on and almost disappeared into the billowy featherbed that the French still preferred to anything invented since 1600. He checked the spring-powered spit-shooter wrench had insisted upon giving him a short, black, plastic tube that fired darts dipped in a variant of Sax toxin, a poison the experts said would kill within 20 seconds. Lessing had not wanted the weapon, but it did provide a backup to the 9mm automatic pistol he carried in a shoulder holster. Neither Indian nor French airport security had objected to his armament once he displayed the Indoko Courier ID Mulder had provided him. Shrill traffic noises penetrated the ancient and many times renovated stone walls. He got up to look outside. Paris had solved her time-honored congestion. Now the only vehicles permitted within the city were battery-powered electrics, flatbed delivery trucks, and 2 or 4 passenger dodgem cars with bodies built of a plastic material and engines that would propel them no faster than 30 kilometers per hour. Parisians displayed their traditional gallantry, adventurousness, and contempt for their fellows' lives by naming the smaller model of these vehicles the Dueliste and the larger Le Char the Tank. Both were fitted de rigueur with the most strident horns science could devise. The traffic situation improved somewhat, but not as much as was hoped. Many people bought both a town car and also a larger, petrol-powered traditional automobile for extended travel. The wealthy purchased all 3, which enriched the owners of rentable parking space in the suburbs beyond their wildest dreams. Across the plaza, the weathered, time-worn facade of the Gare Saint-Lazare bespoke an earlier and more leisurely age. The actual blue July sky seemed eternal. Crowds were denser than ever in this 21st century, of course, tourists in colourful shorts and bylon. 96. Randolph, Calverhall. Shirts that could be wadded up in one's fist and then shaken out like a magician's handkerchief, unrumpled and crisp. French businessmen sporting fashionable frock coats and vests, their trouser legs so tight as to be almost body stockings, shop girls in a variety of skirts and sweaters and blouses, and numerous young men attired in the scruffy shirts and pants that were as eternally Parisian as the Eiffel Tower. Lessing's nondescript tan sports jacket and cuffless brown trousers were 10 years out of date here. This was just as well. He could never pass for a Parisian nor even a European, but a footloose, not too rich American wanderer was a useful image under the circumstances. There were others on the street. He amused himself watching several hookers in the current Bangor uniform, a translucent glass-lined miniskirt, glittery pasties or metal tissue breast cups, and long braids, dyed whatever hue their owner felt matched today's aura. Some of the women carried the finger drums or tambourines that gave Bianga music its name, and the rest of the world a headache, while others didn't bother pretending. Hypocrisy aside, the good burghers of Paris considered the Bangor girls an asset, as much a tourist money-maker as the Louvre or the Metro. Lessing had been in Paris before, once on leave from Angola, and again when he flew out to join in the Bealbic War in Syria. Then it had been sophisticated and exciting. Now it struck him as alien, as different from India as Mars. He sensed something of what Jamila would feel, a disturbing dose of culture shock. That brought him squarely back to his own problems. His last meeting with Jamila had been stormy. She wanted him with her at Indoko, and she wanted an end to danger and instability. She had been furious when he told her he was leaving for Paris. "Never do you talk to me," she had cried. "Never explain, never say what you are doing." In the heat of anger the hard, retroflex consonants of her native Urdu crept back into her speech, and part of her American university polish bubbled away like paint exposed to flame. I can tea, you know that. Take me along. Can tea do that either? I'll be back in a couple of days. She glared at him, long lash eyes narrowed, two little, vertical, white lines beside her lips. He was reminded of one of their discussions about the Islamic concept of God. Allah, she said, displayed two aspects, Jamali and Jalali, the former being beautiful and gentle, the latter powerful, harsh, and violent. Like each of Allah's creatures, Jamila Husseini displayed both of these aspects, too, and her Jalali manifestation was truly a terror to behold. She snapped, mercenary work. Serpent S. Walk. 97. It wasn't a question, but he grunted, yes. You just go kill people, shoot people, fight. No reason except money. No principle. No. Ethics. We mere soldiers have ethics. Sometimes they read different from those of the folks back home. No feelings, a robot with a gun. Tears welled up and she fiercely scoured them away. Stay here, Alan. My father is a high officer in our CID. He'll protect you. He is what protects Sindoko. That confirmed one of Wrench's more devious suspicions. Emily Husseini had been planted in Indoko as a spy to keep an eye on the foreigners. Her father probably had not ordered her to start an affair with Lessing, however. The Soviets and some Western intelligence agencies might do that sort of thing, but it would violate too many taboos for an Indian father to ask that from a daughter, even in the interests of national security. I don't need protecting. I am going on a trip to see an old friend. How devious one could be and still speak the truth. He would not tell Jamila about Mulder's Nazi machinations or about Pakov. Either might get her thumbed. As far as he knew, too, she had no connection with Bauer. At least she hadn't gone up to Bahrampur Hospital in Lucknow to see him, according to Kuldeep, the driver. Stay with me, I want you. It was the nearest she'd ever come to saying I love you out loud. He went to her. Memories. Lips, breasts, nipples, soft skin, smooth eyes, fingers sliding and grasping and caressing, heavy tresses upon his breast, perfumed serpents coiling in the dark. Orgasm, thunderous, rhythmic, and savage, as close to the raw animal as a human being can get. But was it love? He shook his head, ran fingertips through his hair. Jamila knew him better than he knew himself. It was so hard to feel, so impossible to speak. Others could say love was glibly as they said hello. Not Alan Lessing. Others instinctively sensed a right and a wrong, although that was perhaps cultural and not some internal, universal voice of conscience, the God who just coincidentally happened to have all the values of a 21st century middle-class American wasp from Iowa. Others had something to live by, even when it was demonstrably stupid. Even Mulder and Lise and Mrs. Delac were stuck to their principles, although the rest of the world might despise them for it. He looked inside himself, as he often had done when he was a child, then later as an adolescent, and still later when he had faced death in a half-dozen unmemorable countries. He looked within, 98, Randolph Calverhall, and discovered the same old jumble of half-formed ideas, feelings, sensations, facts, fancies, memories, an attic full of junk he could neither use nor throw away. Was everybody like this? Jamila and Lise and the rest seemed so certain of themselves. Were they as confused inside? Were they too unable to speak, souls imprisoned in statues with HPS of stone? God damn it. Or had God already damned him? The telephone purred. Monsieur Copley would see him now. The squat little Dodgem taxi let him off in Rue Madeleine Michelis in Neuilly. He checked carefully for pursuers, but saw no one. Copley had a flat in one of the nicer buildings the French government had built after the labour riots of 2035. Lessing found 511 Copley beside a button on the directory board in the glossy, plastic-panelled lobby. He pressed, received an answering buzz, and entered the elevator beyond. It was undoubtedly fitted with a spy eye, and there would be more along the white, antiseptic corridor that led to number 511. Copley was a cautious man. The blank outer door opened upon desks, secretaries, computers, filing cabinets, molded paradox chairs, and a coffee table heaped with magazines. The place looked like a dentist's waiting room. 3 swarthy men, Arabs or Iranians, occupied seats along the left wall, and a single youngish European with a scraggly, blond beard sat by himself on the right. Lessing tossed his jacket onto a chair, sat down next to the blond man, and waited. It was a full half-hour before the plump French receptionist called Lessing's name. Colonel Terence B. Copley, U.S. Army, retired, rose from behind a paper-cluttered desk and stuck out a hand. He hailed from Alabama, a red-haired, bony, freckled, barrel-shaped man in his 40s, with eyes as sharp and, oddly, as leaden as 2 splinters of shrapnel. His short-sleeved shirt and Parisian string tie gave him a raffish, slightly silly look. He would have been more at home in a jogging suit and running shoes, a high school gym teacher who had gone astray and ended up in far-off Paris. Lessing glanced around. The room was painted a bland off-white, its wall-to-wall carpet a neutral beige. The desk that sat squarely in the center of the floor was a bad copy of an ugly original, the chairs the sort that businesses rented by the month. Thick, velvety, dark green drapes mostly covered the long window on the western side. The only decoration consisted of a display of antique weapons on the wall behind Copley's bolting skull, a lethal-looking old Heckler and Koch submachine gun, worth a couple of months of Lessing's salary, and Uzi, and one of the Ingram models, all 3 gleaming a menacing gold and black in the sunlight that crept in through a gap in the drapes. These weapons would be deactivated. The ready stuff, Serpent S-Walk, 99, stored elsewhere. Copley's real protection would consist of stitch guns concealed in the wall, probably a pistol under a pile of papers on the desk, and armed assistants within call. The colonel was paranoid enough to have bulletproof glass, poison gas, and a trapdoor over an oubliette filled with spikes, but there were limits. "It down and kiss my hairy ass, recruit," Copley chortled. "And up yours with an umbrella, sir." Lessing had served under this man in Angola. They had been friends then. "Wait till you get it in before you open it," Copley bellowed merrily in return. He waved at the one chair before his desk. "What can't I all?" Lessing took the indicated scat, feeling the beady muzzles of the hidden stitch guns upon his back. He cleared his throat. "I am pressed for time." "No drink?" "No, thanks. Gave it up. India does that." And Jamila had helped. An occasional cold beer was all he wanted these days. "So what do? Answer questions, urgent ones. Try me." Copley poured himself a glass of something brown and pungent from a bottle behind his in-basket. "People say I am thumbing, that so?" The other ass's blunt, ruddy face went shut, as though a book had been closed. "Jesus, you do like it short and sweet." The glass made a wet ring on the desk, and Copley rubbed at it ineffectually. He scrutinized Lessing's face quizzically. "All right, so I've heard. Rumors, shit talk. It's not true. Nobody showed me no dead bodies. I never believed it. Man, you know me." "What did you hear?" "Only that your squad was dying off too fast to blame on old age. Chumming dead. Hollister popped it in Copenhagen. Not like you to miss the bastard. Alan, if you are thumbing, he always was a good shot. Felix Bauer disappeared. Rose Thurley the only one still walking around, and people say that because you and her had something going." He put on a lascivious little smile. "Not much for looks, but real expert, as many a regiment of satisfied soldier boys can attest." "Forget that." He knew where Bauer was, but he wouldn't tell Copley. He was also glad Rose was safe, though he never had any desire to try out her non-military skills. He leaned forward and said, "None of it is mine. If somebody is thumbing my people, I want to know why. I want to know bad." 100. Randolph, Calverhall. Copley picked up a bottle green file folder from his desk. "Want a job? The real job, not that BG crap you redoing now. Battalion going in for the Rebs in Uganda, second in command, maybe captain, if the sponsors agree." Lessing waved the file away. "No, and I don't want to join an Eskimo regiment in the Arctic or boss a legion of hula dancers in Hawaii, or be a bouncer in an S&M gay bar in Los Angeles." Copley snorted up laughter the way an elephant sucks water through its trunk. God, man, I don't know a damn thing. People do talk. Come on, why all surely got time for one drink at least. No, really, let me ask you this. What do you know about my last job? Who bought that spare shop? Copley scratched an ear so freckled that it resembled a dried apricot. Heard that Gomez got croaked too out in India. Heard that you might be been the croaker and him the croaky. No way, I was somewhere else, I can prove it. Shit, who is asking, but that means that whatever he knew is worms. I talked to Arturo da Silva in Lebanon a couple weeks back. You know him, friend of Gomez. Yeah, your point. He said Gomez was bragging about something he'd set up. A lot of money, helicopters, guns, mares. Was that you? It could be. Who paid? Copley raised both shoulders in an expressive, Gallic shrug. He had become so French that he could make a living letting tourists take his picture over in the Montmartre. Ivy got to know. Can't he help you, honest to God? Bullshit, you've never been honest to God. Lessing changed the subject. What do you hear about my boss, Herman Mulder? About Indoko? Again that flat, close stare. What drug was Copley taking that made his eyes look like lead marbles? Nice old guy, works hard, stays out in India when he could be sitting on his ass in a hot tub in Palm Springs, surrounded by Bangor chickies and snuffling up white lightning. He is one of Indoco's directors, and he is on the board of half a dozen other corporations to boot. Rich and important, but loves India too much to come home. Copley could have read all that on the front page of Indoco's company newspaper. Lessing snarled more. Copley ran a thumb along the edge of the green folder. That has about it. Look, Alan, let me send you on that Jugendamt job, seriously. Serpent S. Walk. 101. Why? Because it is a good deal, not much danger and lots of perks. Crap. Okay then, I like you. I'd rather hire you than see thumbed. Hollister thinks you tried to unzip him, and now him and his buddies are going to do you first. I want to turn my back in the shower. All right, now one last course. Who paid for our special? Who is thumbing my squad? Copley twisted uncomfortably, groped for his drink, and turned the glass around and around in freckle-blotched fingers. That particular job is like an artillery range. Big signs all over saying keep off or get your head popped. No shitty little emperor or jumped up military dictator waving his 2-inch dink this time. If it is big, there are only 4 choices. He held out his fingers one at a time. American, Russian, Israeli, or Chinese, plus friends, relatives, and allies of any of the above. Copley looked still more unhappy. Or a faction inside one or more of the same. He waggled both hands, palms down, in front of him. All done, Alan, nuff said. I'd only be guessing. Try Dos Silva. What for? He'll give me even less. Lessing held up his 4 fingers. My 4 choices, if you know, Terry, for God's sake just say which. Copley looked down at the backs of his own hands, the colour of raw meat. Then he extended the index finger of his left hand. Just 1 finger. American, then. Or some group within the United States, possibly government, possibly not. It tied in with what Hawkins had said, and it looked bad. But it still didn't tell him much. Several American agencies and factions had enough men, arms, and money to start their own countries. Why would they need a squad of mostly foreign mirrors to pull off marvelous gap? Too many internal watchdogs. The press. Political shenanigans. Some crazy Pentagon or CIA plot to take over the government. Copley's answer only led to more questions. It also did not explain what the Israelis wanted with Lessing, nor who had burglarized Indoko. Lessing got to his feet as nonchalantly as he knew how, said his farewells, and left. The street as a cult of gasoline. Traffic was a tangle at this hour, and the crush of pedestrians was almost claustrophobic. Dust rose from the drills of a pavement repair crew 50 meters away. He took careful note. That would be good cover for stitch guns, silencers, or even a shotgun blast. He set off in the opposite direction toward the Boulevard Victor Hugo to look for a taxi. He had absolutely no idea what to do next. 102. Randolph, Calverhall. Somebody was following him, a motion, a flash of color glimpsed out of the corner of an eye. He entered a tobacconist's shop, bought a pack of cigarettes he would never smoke, and managed to look around. No one. He emerged and hailed a cab. It was busy and went on by, two delicate young men smiling out the rear window at him. Nothing to do but walk on. He sensed pursuit again. It was just a breath upon his spine, but the sixth sense was one he had mastered well. If he hadn't, his bones would have been bleaching among the rocks out in Angola or Syria long ago. A big brick archway opened into the blank wall of an older building. He ducked inside and peered back. A girl, a banger, wobbled along the curbing behind him on heels so high as to be stilts. She looked 16, her sharp, wise, little features were caked with makeup, a long, magenta-dyed braid bounced against bony shoulder blades, and her linny breasts were covered with two squares of sparkle tape the size of band-aids. Heavy junk jewelry clanked and jingled at her throat, in her hair, and all along her right arm. She didn't resemble any kickabird he'd ever known. He looked closer. She carried neither percussion instrument nor pocket radio tuned to the howling rhythms of the Banga stations. Her translucent silver plastic miniskirt was visibly dusty. However, she had been standing near Copley-esque building and the street repair crew for some time. She could have been waiting for Lessing to come out. He'd give odds that she was the tail. He moved further into the archway and stopped, loosening his pistol in its shoulder holster. Too bad he didn't have a silencer for it. The girl would have to come to him here, and any friends must enter the passage behind her. He would be in shadow. They would be temporarily blinded and also silhouetted against the light from the street. The girl pretended to sick him for the first time. She wiggled her hips crudely and suggestively, and said something in French. She was obviously a regular hooker, whatever she was involved in now. Lessing could see no one near enough to rush in or shoot from the street. Behind him the archway opened into an arcade, an enclosed central court several stories high, roofed over with a multi-panel skylight. A score of boutiques and touristy little shops beckoned all around the ground floor. They would provide excellent cover and escape routes if necessary. Serpent Walk. 103. The Banga girl pointed to the hand he now held near his jacket lapel. She smiled and shook her head so that her braid flew out, jangling with silver chains and charms. Again she spoke in French. No French, he said. English. He recalled Mrs. Delacroix's remark about Americans and their sad lack of foreign languages. No time to regret his education now. She held her own hands away from her skinny thighs, dangled her bulky purse by its strap, and made an exaggeratedly innocent face. No French, nor no mugging, monsieur. She pronounced it Mujin. Under other circumstances Lessing would have laughed. No danger, fun. One hand came back to pull her little miniskirt and skimpy panties aside, revealing the dark triangle of pubic hair beneath. 100 new francs, monsieur. What the hell? He was fairly sure she had more in mind than a quick trick. He watched her warily. No, thanks, busy. She gave him a lopsided gamin grin and sidled forward, one hand caressing the pale skin of her belly. He shook his head strenuously and held his ground. He still saw no one in the street and no one behind himself in the court. No French, monsieur. Maybe you speak how? A parkoff, parkouv? He had expected it. He retreated easily on the balls of his feet, ready to fight, dodge, or run. The shops in the arcade were crowded, inviting. Pakov, what do you know of Pakov? Come with me, I show you. You see a man, speak. She glanced sideways to her right. Then I get killed, correct. Badly plucked brows came down in a frown. Keeled, I not speak much English. You come, Pakov, no Mujin. We go your place afterward. She was a child, an illiterate, hungry child, but he couldn't afford to pity her, not now. On the western, sunny side of the internal court, the tablecloths of a cafe showed checkered red and white amidst signboards and potted shrubs. He pointed and spoke slowly. Not come, we go there. Restaurant, a cafe, you telephone man. He come here, speak. He pantomimed the use of a telephone. Pay, none, no telephone, no a number, I not know. We go anyway, we sit, drink, he will watch, he will come to us. Lessing had no idea how much she understood. but she gave him only a single, suspicious, street-smart glance and then walked ahead of him to the cafe. He should have anticipated the reaction. The maitre d' hotel pursed thin lips, and a few of the more affluent diners murmured in outraged wonderment. Lessing hadn't he realized a tall, hard-faced, 30-ish American male in tandem with a cheap Bangor hooker in 104 Randolph, Calverhall, child barely into her teens. He had just done more to wreck the American image abroad than a plane load of screeching, spinster school teachers. The girl gave the maitre d' hotel a saucy wink and sat down, making sure that her bare thigh was visible all the way up to her hip bone. The waiter arrived, pudgy and pallid-faced. The girl said something in a supercilious tone, and he slammed 2 menus down and flounced away. She pointed to an entry in the wines and alcoholic beverages section of the menu, but Lessing shook his head. When the waiter returned, Lessing ignored his young companion, said coffee, and held up 2 fingers. The man departed again. 2 china cups of coffee appeared, muddy and black and full of chicory, much as they served it in India. Lessing paid, and they drank in silence. He turned his chair so he could see both the double door to the kitchen and the crowded shopping court in front of the restaurant. He also fumbled wrench-s bit shooter out of his jacket pocket, pawned it, and covered his hand with the stiffly embossed, red plastic menu cover. The wall clock read 4:13. How long would he have to wait? Soon, he told himself, soon. Be patient. The Otfos would tire of waiting for little Miss Bangor baby here, and then they would come looking. The clock said 5:32 when the man entered the court. Lessing picked him out at once, a tall gentleman of 50 or so, greying and stooped, distinguished-looking in a baggy, charcoal grey suit and one of those painfully conservative British ties that are so dark as to look like ribbons of black crepe. Something about the long, horsey face and aggressive bearing struck Lessing as un-British. However, the man was probably American, Canadian, or even Australian. The new arrival took his time, wandering from stall to stall, examining box candies, cut flowers, toys, and souvenirs and sunglasses. He looked at his wristwatch twice before making up his mind. Then he tramped directly across the open court to the cafe, slid into the chair opposite Lessing and the Bangor girl, ordered café au lait, and waited until the waiter had gone. He began without preamble. Long time finding you. The accent was harshly nasal, an American Midwestern twang much like Lessing's own original dialect. Who is hunting? None of your business. He spoke to the Bangor girl in fluent French, then grimaced at Lessing. Hard to get decent help these days. Who are you and what do you want? Serpent walk. I can answer some of your questions, Mr. Lessing, and you can answer mine. He pointed at the menu. If you've got a gun under there, forget it. Do you see those high galleries opposite us, up above the shopping floors? God, what a stupid mistake. With a good rifle and scope, even a passable marksman on one of those balconies could put a bullet up whichever of Lessing's nostrils this kickerbird chose. He cursed himself, but it was too late to fix things now. Lessing said, Fine, a stalemate then. Your man pops me, my finger tightens, and my gun goes off. Then you em whether your ribs will deflect a 9mm slug. The agent spread blue-veined, well-manicured hands. No harm meant, Mr. Lessing, no violence. We want Pakov, and you know where it is. Item J no. Look, your own employer is out to thumb you. Other people want you brought in and questioned. They'll thumb you, too. When they read done, we can protect you, see that your part in this gets buried in some file or other, put you back in India where you can go on with your life. Lessing sensed the man was lying, at least so far as his own employer was concerned. If Mulder had wanted him dead, then dead he would be. On the other hand, employers also included those who had hired him to get Pakov in the first place. They might well be out to unzip him. He said carefully, I can help you, not if my life depended on it. Oh, it does, Mr. Lessing, it does, believe me. When I say we want Pakov, I mean that very strongly. We will have Pakov. Now, who funded your operation? Where is Pakov? This man knew nothing then less than he did himself. He decided that honesty was the best policy until events indicated a change. I came to Paris looking for answers. I haven't found any. The man who took Pakov from me is dead. Gomez, out in India. Gomez can't he help us then, can he? Mr. Lessing, but we don't think you retelling the whole truth. Recently you flew to Guatemala, then to South Africa. We want to know whom you saw in those countries and why. My principals are convinced that on one of those 2 stops you handed Pakov over to those who hired you to get it. Mr. Lessing, you used Gomez as a ruse. He died for nothing. I suppose your people thumbed him. No, not our doing. Your employers again, those who sent you to Marvelous Gap. They want you thumbed, and everything connected with you gone to vanish, disappeared, never existed. 106. Randolph, Calverhall. The trips were for my Indian employer, Indoko. They had nothing to do with Pakov. Well, there is something odd about Indoko, too, Mr. Lessing. Odd, but not our business now. Later, perhaps. He straightened up. Still hesitant, then, still unwilling to help us. What if I told you that I represented your government, the United States of America, the legal owners of Pakov, and the only thing standing between this lovely scene, he waved at the bustling shoppers, and the murder of much of this planet? You'd have to show me proof. You might very well be working for any of a dozen other teams. Will you do that? The man sounded increasingly nervous, his words curt and hurried. He glanced around, up at the galleries, back at the entrance archway. I don't bother, as I told you honestly, I don't know who my employer was. I don't have Pakov now, and I don't have a goddamn clue where it is. He permitted himself to bend the truth just a smidgen. His samples were still safely hidden in Indoko's Lucknow factory. He had checked. The other reached into his jacket pocket. Lessing thought he was about to bring out identification, but instead he flipped a packet of snapshots onto the checkered tablecloth. Here you are, Mr. Lessing. Filthy pictures, real French postcards. Lessing looked. He could not help it. The top one showed a woman, completely nude, her limbs spread-eagled and bound to a rivet-studded surface. There was a box with a sort of crank in the bottom right-hand foreground, and then wires led from this to her vagina, to her anus, and to sharp-toothed alligator clits biting into the soft flesh of her inner thighs, her breasts, and her belly. The woman's mouth was opened, her eyes bulged, her forehead was beaded with the sweat of unendurable torment. The face was Jane Clare's. Lessing blinked and shuddered, cold fear washing over him like a bucket of ice water. He almost cried out, almost shot the man before him with the spit shooter hidden beneath the menu. The hell with the rifleman up on the balcony. Then he realized that the photograph had been doctored, the face superimposed. The white streak in the woman's tangled locks was the sweatband Jamila wore when she exercised. The background beneath her head was not the metal torture table, but the hedge beside Indoko's tennis court, airbrushed out but not completely matched. Her expression was not one of agony but of excitement and strenuous exertion. Serpent's walk. 107. It was a picture Lessing himself had taken during one of Jamila's morning tennis matches. These bastards must have stolen it when they ransacked Lessing's apartment during that last riot at Indoko. You son of a bitch. The agent looked apologetic. It's not real, not this time. We don't want to make it real, Mr. Lessing, but you must understand that we are in deadly earnest. Look at the other shots. If we can come to an agreement, I'll let you choose which of our games Miss Husseini gets to play first. Lessing let the menu cover slide an inch or so along his outstretched arm. He was very tempted, whatever the cost. The kickerbird saw the motion and put 3 fingers up to his cheek. I drop my hand and my gunman kills you dead. Mr. Lessing, why can't you be reasonable? Lessing jerked his chin at the pictures. That's reasonable. She was an agent for others, Mr. Lessing. She knew the risks. You no American, not using those techniques. The man smiled. Times change, Mr. Lessing. What was unthinkable yesterday becomes quite thinkable today. Well, maybe we are not a regular U.S. agency, but we're friends with some of them, Mr. Lessing. Very close friends. Lessing had seen torture before, out in Angola and in Syria. Every nation used it to some degree. It did not so much horrify him as make him furious. He didn't know whether his anger stemmed from the photographs themselves, from the callous involvement of Jamila, or from the way this urbane kickerbird had played on his emotions with the doctored pictures. He said, "Now you get nothing, nothing at all, no way." No dramatics, please. We can turn the photographs into reality. Indeed, we were planning a live demonstration for you, starring little Malik here. He glanced over at the Bangor hooker, who was staring in horrified fascination at the photographs. But she didn't he bring you to the party? He extracted money from his coat pocket with his free hand and pushed a wad of it at the girl. Go home, Les Vassal. She didn't he touch the bills but scrambled up and fled. Now, as to pack off, who has got it? We want the whole story. Lessing felt the same chill come that he experienced in combat. You have all you re going to get from me. If you re so me smart, you know that is how it works. We go through brokers, do jobs, and go home. No identities, no connections, no politics, no involvement. Like our little French whore, ha, that has it. Leave the money on the bed. 100 Randolph, Calverhall. You went to see Colonel Copley. Jill, say it again. I got nothing. For the first time, the agent's face showed anger. God damn you, Lessing. You didn't he just hand Pakov over to some anonymous buyer like a bag of cocaine on a street corner? We can take you in and get you out of Paris for some happy sessions in your basement. You'd sing a lot sweeter with a barbed catheter up your cock and electric needles in your testicles. Lessing began to get up slowly and with care. It is time for my dinner, and you've already spoiled it. Sit the hell do WN. The kickerbird almost forgot to keep his fingers pressed against his cheek. Lessing tensed to hurl himself aside, but he didn't he think that would save him, not if the marksman was any good at all. He let the menu fall away from his hand and opened his fingers a trifle to let the black plastic tube of French spit shooter peep through. He kept his thumb pressed against the open end. This, he said conversationally, is pack of Menace 2. You asked for it, you got it. The agent probably knew that pack of Menace 2 came in black plastic tubes. Lessing was gambling that the man hadn't he actually seen the stuff. The spit shooter was only about half the diameter of the pack of Menace 2 cylinder. The man goggled at it. You lying? No, I saved myself a dose or two for insurance. I am sure you understand. Last night, as soon as I arrived, I cracked a globe of pack of Menace 1 down the toilet. Now we see whether there has to be an incubation period between pack of Menace 1 and pack of Menace 2. You've been posted here in Paris for a long time. Your wife and kid is with you. Do torturers have wives and kiddies? For a moment the other sat as though stunned. Then he stood up. You would do that, Mr. Lessing, pack over to Paris? Larger scale than the poor girl in your photographs, but essentially the same thing. Yes, killing you might be worth Paris. That sure as hell is worth my life to me, anyway. You'll die with the rest. No way, you see, I injected myself with the antidote before I left India. It was a whale-sized red herring. As far as Mulder's people knew, there was no antidote for Pakov. The agent continued to gape, and his fingers started to come down again. Lessing grated. Keep them up there. As I said, you can thumb me now, but I'll still have time to crack pack of Menace to all the hell over you. Nothing would give me more pleasure. Your own government, Lessing, that is whom you betraying. Serpent walk. 109. Bullshit. If my own government is using you, then it is down to the bottom of the barrel, and it deserves what it gets. I don't believe you anyway. He had an idea. Take your wallet out of your pocket and toss it down on the table. Grimly, the other complied. The wallet spilled out French, British, and American money. The pockets held international credit cards and driver's licenses made out in several names, all bland and colourless and false. Mark Liebens, Peter E. Hartman, Harry Roche. They were calling cards and business cards too, all different and quite impersonal. No photographs, no personal notes or addresses. He sensed a presence beside him and shied away, ready to continue his pack-up bluff or to shoot, whichever was necessary. It was a man, the young European from Copley's waiting room. Let us take care of him for you now, Mr. Lessing. The voice was high and boyish, the accent German. This person works for a private agency in close touch with Israeli state security. We'll deal with him. To the older man he said, you can take your fingers away from your cheek, Mainherr. Your little bird up in the balcony will not sing any more. And who the god and hell are you? Lessing snarled. Should he feel relieved? Or was this just another frying pan? A new and hotter fire? The name doesn't matter. You want to see more of Paris, Mr. Lessing, or are you done here? We have a taxi waiting. The red, white, and black sedan outside. Mulder's taxi service. Of course. I remember. Every word, every syllable I heard that day is seared forever into my soul. Memoirs, Annelies Massinger. Chapter 10. Friday, November 28, 2042. The spangled wrapping paper crackled as Jamila's fingers found the little plush-covered box inside. She took out the diamond ring and held it up to the glow from Lessing's Aladdin's lamp on the center table. Your birthday, darling, Lessing said. Shall I say, you shouldn't have, or shall I just take it and run? Take it and stay. The stone was small but of good quality. Wrench had gone with Mulder on a business trip to Amsterdam, and he had brought the ring back for Lessing. Jamila bowed her head, letting her sable tresses coil down to cover her face. All he could see were her chin and her lips. He thought they trembled a little. She said, I can tea. Because of your father? My family, most of them, they don't want me to marry a foreigner, a non-Muslim, even a non-Shia Muslim. One corner of her mouth lifted in a smile. Most especially a non-Shia Muslim. Lots of Indians marry foreigners these days, Lessing protested. Shakila and George Townsend over in Kanpur, Willabullah, Amanir Khan, that professor from Texas, and his Bengali wife. It depends on the family, the level in society. You read no barefoot village maiden in head-to-foot podhole. Purdah is the custom. The head-to-foot tint our conservative woman wears called a burqa. Some of your people call it a shovelcock. That is what it looks like. Damn it, you know what I mean. Your family is not the sort that marries its daughter off sight unseen to some distant cousin. Mimicked a thick Indian accent. You should be putting on your best sari, my daughter. Today is your wedding day. Surprise. Jamil dissolved into laughter. The lamplight turned the ring into a rainbow of scarlet and orange gold upon her palm, and he knew that she was close to accepting it. He forced himself to stay silent, cross-legged on the carpet before her, letting her reach her own decision. The lamp spilled a warm, orange glow over her high cheekbones, and he found himself loving her more than he had. Serpent's walk. 111. Thought he could love anyone. He was being trite, of course, but he didn't care. If every human being on earth could experience this same exhilaration, this anticipation, then well and good. He, Alan Lessing, was going to savor his share to the utmost. It was a lovely mood. They were snug and safe here, the room cozy, the electric heater bravely helping the Indoco staff quarters central heating system stave off the chill of the North Indian November night. It got a lot colder in India in the winter than most foreigners knew. The scene was as old as the Neolithic caves. It was exactly as Lessing had planned and, he told himself, as Jamila herself wanted it. Hi, in there. Wrench's light, tear voice pierced through the closed door. You too decent, gotta talk to you, Lessing. Only then did he knock. Let me think a little more, Jamila whispered to Lessing. She knelt and let her tongue flicker briefly at Lessing's lips, then rose in a rustle of silk and disappeared into the bedroom. There were times when, all unknowing, Charles Hanson Wren came very close to getting himself unzipped. What is it? Lessing glumly donned his white bathrobe, let himself out, and drew Wrench off down the corridor toward Goddard's flat. The latter was off on a sales trip to Hong Kong or someplace. Come up to the main house, Mulder wants you. Lessing almost refused, then thought better of it. The old man had seemed nervous, even anxious, since Lessing's return from Paris, and if he summoned his security Bekji at this hour there was a reason. Jamila watched him passively as he changed out of his bathrobe to khaki slacks and burst shirt. She said nothing, which made him want to stay with her all the more. She was disappointed. The mood was broken, and there could be no mending it tonight. In fact, this might be a good opportunity to let her think. Damn Wrench and Mulder anyway. Wrench ushered him into Mulder's private study in the upper story at the front of the main house. Its big windows looked out over the lawns and the driveway, and at night the lamp-spangled spires of the Indoco factory rivaled Diwali, the Hindu festival of lights. Like the rest of the mansion, the study was furnished in Indian cage, courtesy of Mrs. Fairy Godmother Mulder. Heavy, carved, varnished, pseudo-Mughal furniture, bone-inlaid tables, carpets in Persian designs, brass trays and bronze images of the Hindu gods, and tapestries and miniatures painted in gaudy Rajput red, oranges, and blues, a style that Jamila privately labelled a late tourist. Mulder waved them both to seats. "Some good news, Alan." "Sir?" 112. Randolph, Calverhall. Erie apparently off the hook. Our people tell me that the Americans have withdrawn their aid requests. The Israelis have also gone quiet. Wrench flashed his perfect toothpaste-ad smile at him. Erie old news, buddy, the paper on the birdcage floor. Be grateful. The only one who fondly remembers you is Hollister. He still thinks you tried to thumb him. But then Hollister thinks that of his own mother, so Erie in good company. My employer on the marvelous Gap job. Mulder shrugged. Who knows if you don't. Nobody has heard a thing for a couple of months. We've turned up nothing. Wrench said, they must be finally realized you couldn't tell the difference between pack-off and a piss sample. Your marvelous Gap special is common knowledge, though. They, whoever they are, can keep it secret, so there is no point thumbing you. They've got pack-off, and you've got your pay. You can finger them, and so they have ceased to care about you. Game, set, and match to them. Things be gone elsewhere. Mulder picked up a sheaf of flimsies from his desk blotter. We've heard from Joachim Kuhn, the young German we sent to help you in Paris. He says everything there is peaceful too. Whoa, Lassing interrupted. What about that kickabird who was on my tail there? Oh, yes, the one with the nasty photographs. He was using the name Harry Roche in Paris. Actually, he is Mordechai Richmond, an American Jew from Kansas City. Kuhn traded him back to the vigilantes for Zion in exchange for one of our Austrians and a French neo-Nazi teenager into the bargain. Lessing found himself blurting, "You should be thumbed, the bastard." Richmond's off-handed malevolence affected him more than he would have admitted. "No point," Wrench said. "Europe is like that, full of our guys and their guys, double and triple agents, all kinds. We pop one of theirs, they pop one of ours. Better to trade alike baseball cards. Maybe that is how you play, but I play different." Lessing looked down and saw that his fists were clenched. "How did Richmond trace me? Nobody knew I was going to Paris except for you two and Goddard, yet Richmond was right there, Johnny on the spot." "Have you ever heard of 85? Mulder asked. Lessing's face told him he had not. "That stands for ITI-5, Artificial Intelligence Terminal Installation Model 5. It is a computer, the closest thing to a complete thinking machine ever made, better than a human brain. This size almost unlimited memory, 85's got a personality. It uses deductive and inductive logic, it plans, it Serpent walk. 113. Remembers, it theorizes, it thinks, Alan. The only thing it does not do is emote. It walks, it talks, it sings, it almost dances." Wrench piped up with sardonic merriment from the background. "How does it concern me? One of the American intelligence agencies ran your dossier through 85. There are terminals in Washington and in other major defense complexes. Almost everyone who lives in the United States is on file: tax records, voter registrations, driver's licenses, military service, social security, pension plans, insurance applications, civil agencies, charitable institutions, a lot more. John Q. Public isn't he told, of course, for fear of the big brother screams that would go up." He jabbed a finger at Lessing. "Mercenaries are especially interesting to 85, as a splinter political parties, religious cults, draft protesters, minority organizations, big crime, all the misfits that keeps tabs on the likes of you and us, Alan. This computer, this 85, traced me to Paris. We believe somebody punched you in and asked for logical contacts and activities according to your profile. 85 compared your data with copy S, added the rumors about you thumbing people. They were common knowledge in Euromere circles, you recall, and came up with Paris. Richmond S side wants Packov very badly, but whether to use it or stop it, we do not know. Richmond said he wasn't working for the Americans. He wasn't he, not directly. His Zionists share a lot with President Rubin's administration, though some say they're one and the same puppets of a larger Jewish establishment network. Anyway, his people have friends with access to 85, so do we, so do your erstwhile employees, and they were smarter. Kuhn thinks they were watching while you and Richmond had your teat-a-teat. They hoped to de-thumb you and save them the trouble, but you pulled your phony pack-off stunt first. Then our Herr Kuhn came to your rescue. Christ! Suddenly Lessing needed a drink, a craving he had not felt for months. Wait a minute, if this 85 could pick up on me, why can't your people use it to pick up on my marvelous Gap employers? Whoever they are, they're really good. They've reprogrammed blind alleys and blocked access paths into 85 special codes, alarms that trip you if you punch in the wrong password. We know because we lost an operative or two finding out. The ramifications were unsettling. If they re so clever, why don't they use it on you, on Kunon and Doko, on your movement? 114. Randolph Calverhall. Mulder spread his short, spatulate fingers. Oh, they try, but we've got people with clearances as well. We've reprogrammed 85 to shunt our sensitive data into dead files. It buries what we don't want seen. How about standard intelligence methods? Lessing asked. Richmond talked about Ndoka being out about looking into your operation later. He knows Kuhn. He knows me. Surely his people can put it together. They re on the perimeter, Mulder admitted. They know a little about us and about some of our front groups. They know a lot about the organizations we want them to see. Neo-Nazis, pre-Nazis, post-Nazis, paleo-Nazis, would-be Nazis, rightists, racists, survivalists, bomb-again fascists, and anti-fringe groups, but the intelligence agencies and the sects and factions and parties and secret societies are like dancers in a dark room. You bump up against somebody, feel the clothing, smell the cologne, maybe touch a bit of skin. They do the same. None of the dancers ever gets a complete picture of the others. The Zionists, the Americans, various European agencies all know we here, but they don't know where, who, or how much. As far as our people can tell, the core of our structure is still our secret. The Israelis, too, can't be bothered with us now, Wrench added. They have problems that want to quit: religious and ethnic factionalism, runaway inflation, deficits, international loans they can repay, depicted resources, too much Yerda and not enough Aliyah, a huge military establishment to support, no more war reparations from Germany. The Russians have I-34 divisions on Greater Israel's northeastern borders in Iraq, and if that is not enough, their worst worry is the 100 million Arabs they can feed or control, Mulder interposed. Conquered people, in effect slaves, but slaves who are increasingly vociferous about civil rights and voting privileges. The end of the Jewish state right there. Wrench slapped a hand down upon the delicately inlaid table beside his chair. Like the rabbit said to his girlfriend, shall we run, or shall we stay and outnumber them? Israel might be been able to keep up the pretense of being a nice, homey dream once, back in the 19th century, next year in Jerusalem and all that. Now the mask is off, and everyone can see that it is simply a military empire with ambitions of world rule. Ancient Rome all over again, everything but the gladiators and the lions. Hell, they were already eating the Christians, or the Christians' pocketbooks anyhow. Israel has had its day in the sun, and it is starting to slide, just like every imperial state before it. Lessing could not resist saying, I think you re-dreaming. Serpent S. Walk. 115. Maybe so, Mulder conceded. In any case, Israel is stewing in its own kosher juices right now and can attend to us. To them we read nothing but a bunch of loonies who are still pumping a cause that died in Berlin a century ago. Nasty little fanatics in leather overcoats. Wrench snapped his fingers in disdain. We want them to go on believing that too, right up until our last big corporate takeovers occur and our movement is ready to go public. Mulder frowned across at Wrench. The visits are getting close to some of our doings in the United States. We must talk about that, Charles, when Goddard gets back. Which reminds me, Lessing said. I assume that my former employers plus the Americans, the Israelis, and everybody else on Earth have all forgotten about me. Who were those two burglars, the safecrackers who broke into this house? How did they know about your diaries? And what did they want with them? Mulder pursed his lips. To be honest, we haven't a clue. Our people are still looking into it. As soon as we have a chance, we'll get 85 onto it too. There is definitely a leak. He raised his bulk a trifle so that he could look Lesson directly in the eyes. Why not join us, Alan? Really join us? We can use you. I told you, I am just a mere Mr. Mulder. I'll run your security. I'll step and fetch for you, and I'll protect you to the best of my ability, but I am not interested in movements. Except all movements. Wrench cackled. You should hear him in the morning. The walls are paper thin. Charles, please be serious. Mulder dug into the papers on his desk. I have a cable here from your friend, Felix Bauer. He likes the job we gave him as security chief at Club Lingoni. The South Pacific suits him nicely. You recall that I offered you a job out there too, Alan. I am grateful. I was close to accepting. He had talked it over with Jamila, and she too had almost agreed. It was one way of getting her out of India and away from her family and Indian society. Ponepossum a fine refuge for someone running from a foe with a very long reach. Would you still like to go? We need military expertise. * military on Poneb. The local government no. Not what you think. Poneb is part of the United Republics of the South Pacific, a loose federation. Its president is a friend of ours. No, we want you for something different. We've been sending youth coders out to Club Lingoni on vacations, seminars, and study trips, all funded by respectable foundations in America and Europe. These young people come from our private schools. 116. Randolph, Calverhall. University fellowships, summer camps, labor organizations favorable to us, a great many sources. I don't understand. How do I fit in? Not for indoctrination, certainly. Mulder smiled ruefully. Others are taking care of that. Discussion groups in world history, economics, anthropology, sociology, and other subjects. There isn't a word about our origins. What we promote is the party of humankind. Yes, but patience. Some of our students require military training, weapons discipline, field tactics, things in which you have experience and excel. This one TB for every student, of course, just for those who are training for a more active role in the movement. We've taught these skills for years in the United States, but surveillance and restrictions keep making it harder there. Mulder noted Lessing's reluctance and added, there'll be only about 400 or 500 trainees a year. You won't be working alone, naturally, but supervising teams of instructors. In addition, we'd like you to take on the job of manager at Club Lingoni Bar S Boss. You'll have a staff, facilities. Wait a minute, you want me as a sort of glorified drill sergeant, a gym teacher, a scoutmaster, and a hotel manager to boot? Mulder looked pained. You do put the worst possible light on things, Alan. The job I am offering you is a big step up from being an old codger like myself out here in India. It pays well too, $80,000 a year. Even with inflation, that's not poverty level. And your living costs will be covered. Heat, light, a furnished, thatched hut, wrench chimed in, with hot and cold running dancing girls. And a post for Miss Husseini. Mulder finished with the air of a man who lays 4 aces down on top of an opponent's 4 kings, if she wants to go along. The offer was indeed tempting. Working with Bauer would be difficult, but not impossible, and the remoteness of the Caroline Islands gave it all a romantic, tropical aura, like a setting from some old movie. Mulder tapped the disk blotter to regain his attention. One last piece of pleasant news. Mrs. Delacroix, the lady you escorted to South Africa, you remember her? Of course. She is arriving in Lucknow tomorrow to settle some business. She'll have a couple of her people with her. And I'd like you and Wrench to show them around, please. With a sinking feeling, Lessing realized who one of those people was sure to be. Annalise Maysinger was one person he did not want. Serpent walk. 117. Oh see, not now, when he and Jamila were so close to putting their lives together. He would have made some excuse, but Mulder had already lumbered up to his feet. Think over our offer, Alan. Club Lingoni, Poneb. The next morning dawned crisp and cool. India's brilliant hues were as sharp as a Mughal painting, and the metalled two-lane road up from Kanpur to Lucknow was not crowded. Wrench drove Mulder's big limousine, a Japanese tour ultra that had cost a fortune in bribes to get into the country. He appeared to enjoy dodging bullocks, water buffalo, great creaking carts full of who knew what, automobiles and trucks, villagers in dhotis, and innumerable serious-looking men on bicycles and motorbikes. The drive to Lucknow's airport was uneventful. Wrench remained outside with the car to fight off the hotel touts, guides, souvenir sellers, taxi-wallahs, and seekers of personalized foreign aid, while Lessing struggled into the breathlessly hot airport building and out onto the tarmac to seek his charges. He saw Miss Estelac Watt's silvery coiffure disembarking first, then the bright gold of Lisa's long, loose hair. She seemed to float down the aircraft landing stairway, a very private person, aloof and self-contained. She would always look this way, whether she were hosting a society ball in New York or standing naked and shamed in a Cairo brothel. Lise had class in the truest sense. Half an hour went by before the passengers were able to reclaim their baggage, and the tourist registration officer had peered at passports and documents. This was a new wrinkle in a land where bureaucracy was a 6,000-year-old art form. Prime Minister Ramanujan's ultra-conservative Hindu government yearned to rid India of every non-Hindu, and Muslims, Christians, Parsis, Sikhs, Jains, and even the tiny Buddhist minority were all non-grati. Creating minor problems for foreign residents and tourists was part of the program. Suddenly Lise was there, 20 feet in front of him, one hand frantically waving, the other full of luggage. Miss Estelac and 2 other European faces were visible behind her. An Indian airport can be a daunting experience, and Lessing pushed into the rescue, 2 porters trailing in his wake. After some further genial struggle, Lise was beside him, clutching his arm, neither sure how to greet the other. "Alan?" Miss Estelac cried. "Alan Lessing." "It to see you," he completed. They both laughed. "Lass, such a foul." She looked around. Meet 2 friends, Jennifer Cotton, Hans Borchert. 118. Randolph, Calverhall. "I'll see Essing," recalled the woman at once. Jennifer Simcoe was the American with the loud, bullying voice at the conference in Guatemala City. Up close, she possessed a certain overdone beauty, in her mid-30s, big-boned, with large breasts, good legs, dark auburn hair, and a vivid, reddish complexion. Didn't he know her companion, a pale, very blunt, sensitive-looking, late-30s man whose old-fashioned, horn-rimmed glasses gave him a bookish look. Lessing would bet that Mr. Borchert had a copy of the tourist's guide to Lucknow in his bulging jacket pocket. Lessing wanted to get Lise alone and prime her for the inevitable meeting with Jamila, but Miss Estelac showed no signs of fatigue. She still wanted to see Lucknow, even after doing Delhi the previous day. As Mulder had warned, she was retired but still active, a key figure in a dozen Euro-African corporations and causes. She must have been a holy terror in her youth. Wrench donned a gentle half-smile of martyrdom and started Mulder's fancy car. "What would you like?" Lessing inquired. "The markets in Aminabad? The jewelers, perfumers, Asari shops and /Hetchikun, the palaces and mosques of the Nawabs of Awadh. The Residency, where the British held out during the mutiny of 1857. Borchert glanced over at Lise, beside him in the back seat. "The monuments, please. Isn't he there a handsome mosque built in the late 18th century by Nawab Safuddin-Daulah?" Lessing's assessment of Borchert as a pedant was confirmed. The man sounded British but with a hint of Central Europe. Knowing Mulder's friends, he was probably a German or an Afrikaner. 2 could play at scholarship. Lessing said yes, and beside it is the Bara Mambara, where the Shia hold their majalis, huge meetings commemorating the death of Imam Hussein, the grandson of the Prophet Muhammad. In the upper stories of the Mambara there is a labyrinth, the Bulbulion. It is a maze of tunnels, balconies, stairways, and passages. Some tell you the old Nawab used to play hide and seek with his harem girls up there, but others say that honeycombing the top stories takes the weight off the supporting arches of the lower floor. The guides bet you money you can find your way out by yourself. He seemed to know a bit about it, Borchert admitted grudgingly. Let him think Lessing was a scholar too. Actually, Jamila had told him all the tourist talks during their Sunday outings together. There is also supposed to be an identical maze underneath the Bulbulion, but the S bricked up. Lessing was beginning to enjoy playing the local dragoman. Serpent S walk. 119. Soldiers chased some of the mutineers down into it, and none of them ever came out. Borchardt cocked his head suspiciously, and Wrench grinned with beatific innocence. Lessing said, "Nearby is the Bailey well. The last Naob threw his gems and treasures into it and then lowered a big iron plate down on top to keep the English from getting them. Lot now is a fascinating place. During Muharram the Shi'i faithful walk on beds of hot coals in the courtyard of the Bara Mumbara. A true test of faith," Wrench said, joining in the spirit of the thing. "You should see the Shi'i Tazi processions then, too. Some of the men flog themselves with whips and chains until they lose consciousness." "Ugh, why?" Jennifer Cole questioned abruptly from the rear jump seat. "Muharram is the first month of the Islamic lunar year," Lessing answered. Jamila had once spent a long, lazy evening explaining her people's religion. It was during this month that Hussein, the younger of the Prophet Muhammad's two grandsons, and his family were massacred at a place called Karbala in Iraq. After the Prophet's death there was a power struggle in the new Islamic State. His son-in-law, Ali, founded a party, the Shi'i, which believed in a divinely inspired hereditary caliphate with Ali or some other blood relative of the Prophet as imam or leader. The rest of the community, the Sunnis, claimed that the Prophet had said that his successor ought to be elected. Both groups thought God was on their side. They fought, and Imam Hussein was slain. "They've been at it ever since," Wrench flung in. "Every year there are Sunni Shia riots, shops and houses burned, sometimes people hurt, not as bad as Protestants and Catholics in Europe, but still pretty rough." Martyrdom and mourning, Borchardt announced portentously, the two most salient features of Shi'i Islam. "Not exactly," Lessing contradicted. "It is complicated, but the Sunni Shia controversy did help keep Islam from overrunning Europe during the Middle Ages." He chuckled. "Otherwise you and I would be wearing turbans, Mr. Borchardt. The Muslims would have had to face the Germanic peoples, the other shot back. The Arabs beat the pants off the Germanic Visigoths in Spain and the Byzantines and their Germanic Vandal subjects in North Africa," Wrench pointed out. He winked at Lessing in the front seat beside him and hissed, "Classic Comics World History issue number 7. 120. Randolph, Calverhall." Borchardt retired into miffed silence in the back seat. Jennifer Cott too sat quietly, a glassy expression on her face. India sometimes did that to first-timers. Lisa and Mrs. Delacroix seemed to enjoy themselves. They chatted, ate the luncheon Mulder had sent along, and drank copiously of the thermos jug of ice water. Lessing himself had seen to its boiling that morning, as well as the water for the ice. He had endured too many co-runs with the diary of foreigners called a Delhi Belly, the Roger S. Revenge, or the Lucknow two-step to take chances with important guests. The Bulbulion was entertaining, the great Musk graceful and mysterious, something out of the 1001 Nights, the residency wistful and solitary under its veils of greenery. There were still other sights, but Lessing insisted on calling a halt. The November sun had been merciful, but it was deceptive, and Mrs. Delacroix was fragile. "We'll go back through Aminabad, the middle-class bazaar of Tehazrat Ganj, where the nicer shops are. If you can stand the crowds and the sights and smells of the bazaar, you get your good tourist medal." Wrench jockeyed the big limousine through narrow streets into the chaotic traffic of the central section of the city. "I hate driving through the bazaar," he grumbled. "You will make one, baby. Collect from Mulder." Lessing straightened up. "What is this?" Aminabad Park was a dusty, grassless, open square surrounded by the shops and tenements of Lucknow's middle-class districts. Today it was awash from one side to the other with a sea of saffron. People in garments dyed and orangey yellow swarmed in front of the car, Hindi banners and signs tossing above their heads. From the opposite end of the square they heard the echoing bellow of a loudspeaker turned up to near incomprehensibility. "The goddamn parade, a political meeting," Wrench swore. "Looks like the BSS." He slammed the car into reverse. Who are they?" Borchardt asked. "I don't know what the initials stand for, but they re Hindu rightists, Lessing told him. Far right, the ones who want all foreigners out of India, Bharat that's India for the Bhartis. We re unbelievers to them. They call us unclean, cow-eaters, outcasts. Hey, Lessing, Wrench snapped. See if you can persuade the nice folks behind us to let me back the hell up. Lessing poked his head out and used his best Hindi. Rasta Dijai, Janab. Maybanikaki hat jiv. A youth who looked 17 came up to peer into the car. His yellow dhoti was clean, and his wire-rimmed glasses offered hope of an educated person, one who could be reasoned with. Then, Serpent S. Walk. 121. Lessing saw the 3 whitish, horizontal stripes daubed across his forehead, the mark of a devotee of Lord Shiva. His head was shaved except for a little pigtail left at the back. Here was a zealot. From where are you coming? The young man demanded. We read tourists, Lessing said, not untruthfully. This lady is French. The dust is too much for her. Could you help us get out of your way, please? Others came up to stare and confer, and more arrived by the moment as the street behind the limousine filled up. It would take a major miracle to back the car out now. In India, a foreigner could sneeze and look around to find a mob gathered to watch him wipe his nose. Wrench muttered between his teeth, Curiosity, thy name is unemployed Indian. You do not belong here, the bespectacled youth accused. You go to your own country, away from India. This is not your place. Yes, Lessing agreed. He smiled as winningly as he knew how. He had to keep things friendly. We are visitors. We want to get out of your way. Please help us. The boy scratched at his stubbled skull. Then he made motions to clear the street. God damn, Wrench whispered admiringly. You got natural charm, guy. He spoke too soon. One of the other youths dashed around from the rear of the limousine shouting. Lessing guessed at once what was wrong. This was an Indoco company car, and government regulations required foreign-owned business vehicles to letter their firm S name on the license plate above the numerals. American companies, American anything, were anathema to the Hindu far right at present, just as they were to the far left. Moreover, Indoco made fertilizers and pesticides, wicked poisons to corrupt the soil of sacred Bharat. The second youth began a harangue. The Shiva worshipper replied, and others joined in. Some raised sticks and lathis heavy metal-tipped staves. A stones banged off the limousine-s roof. There went Mulder-s paint job. Lessing turned to Wrench. Get ready to run for it. He pointed. Move forward, get momentum, and ignore anything but a solid wall. Blow your horn like crazy. To the rest he said, lock your doors and windows. This car is bulletproof, and it is heavy. It'll be hard for them to break in or roll us over. If worst comes to worst, there is a compartment right behind you. Miss Call. In it you'll find a Rigaminus 71 automatic rifle, a stitch gun, tear gas grenades, and a couple of pistols. We know how to use weapons, Borchert stated grimly. We have similar problems in South Africa. 122. Randolph, Calverhall. Lessing heard the snick of the weapons compartment open. He thought, God, don't he let Borchert be a trigger-happy hothead. He should have worried more about Jennifer Call. Keep the guns out of sight, he commanded. What we don't want is a bloodbath. If we hurt somebody, either these people will massacre us or we'll face charges in an Indian court. Either way we lose. Distorted faces pressed against the windows. A club smashed at the windshield. They saw the wielder as surprise as his weapon bounced harmlessly away. This pounded on the roof, paving stones battered the glass, a lathis jabbed at the headlights, the hood, and the door panels. Wrench got the vehicle in gear and began to creep forward. The front bumper pushed into yielding, writhing human flesh. One man started to slip down under the wheels. He disappeared. All Wrench could do was brake helplessly. Another marcher saved himself by clambering up onto the hood. The car lurched violently. Lessing called, Lise, hold on to Mrs. Dulac while they were trying to tip us over. The tide of saffron robes against the windows turned the interior into a gloomy, airless oven. The vehicle tilted in the opposite direction, then bumped down again. As soon as their assailants got coordinated, they would go over. Pardsi, the mob chanted. Foreigner. The The chorus swelled to a deep-throated roar and became a rhythmic, bestial grunting. There were hundreds of people outside. One face squeezed against the glass nearest Lessing was bleeding from the nose, the eyes open but rolled up so that only the whites showed. The man was probably dead or dying, suffocated in the crush. Somebody passed the youth on the Hodomatic, and he swung this against the front windshield. Even bulletproof glass would eventually give way. The din was unbearable, the yelling and pounding and banging a single, sustained howling clamor. The car stank of dust, sweat, blood, and perfumed hair oil. "We dead in here," Jennifer Caw shrieked. Lessing yelled and ducked as she poked the muzzle of the Rigominus 71 past his ear. The limousine was rocking violently now. In seconds it would go over. He couldn't catch all she said. One burst open window scared them off. He did understand her last word clearly. Gasoline V. She was right. A sea of waving hands arose to pass 5-gallon tins of gasoline over the crowd to those closest to the car. Fire was a good way to deal with a bulletproof vehicle. Puncture the fuel tank or bring up your own inflammables, wait for the flaming, screaming occupants to crawl out, then massacre them at your leisure. Lessing had a sudden vision of Syria again, dry, yellow grass, a litter of dust-grimed barrels and ammunition boxes, concrete blocks, rocky. Serpent S walk. 123. Soil, all blossoming yellow and orange and black as the Israelis used a flamethrower to pour death into an Arab house. The fate of those inside did not bear remembering. Jennifer Caw had the rear window down an inch or two. Lee screamed a last protest. Then the chatter of the automatic rifle drowned out all else. The universe became chaos and the reek of gunpowder. Spent shell casings rattled against the roof above Lessing's head, and he threw up his arms to protect himself. The car jounced down again onto all four wheels. The chanting mingled with screams, then faltered to a stop. Some of the attackers hurled themselves away in terror, a jumble of brown, sweat-shining limbs and faces, clawed fingers, staring eyes, open mouths, and orange and yellow garment. Some went down, others clutched and scrambled to stay on top of them. The man on the hood threw away his mattock and leaped off onto the backs of those below. He hopped, fell, got up, balanced like an acrobat, and staggered until he, too, slipped down and vanished under the millipede feet of the mob. "You hit anybody?" Wrench called out. "I don't see how," Jennifer Caw yelled back. Some bastard got hold of the barrel and pushed it straight up in the air. Lessing had a glimpse of her in the rear-view mirror. She was a Valkyrie, wild, reddish hair, high spots of color in her cheeks, eyes glittering with battle lust. Combat did that to some people, both men and women. He recalled many who had died of it. Now, God damn it, he snarled at Wrench. The little man did not need urging, he already had their big Tor Ultra moving. The press and the dust kept them from seeing much, and the car bumped horribly over unseen objects in the street. The relentless hammering of stones and laths on the roof kept pace with them as they inched toward the end of the square. The broad avenue there led to Hazrat Ganj and the comparative safety of the upper-class districts. Borchardt shook Lessing's shoulder and shouted in his ear, they re-thinning out, giving up going. He repeated himself in Afrikaans. It might have been German for Mrs. de Lacroix Benefe. The old lady had survived intact, dishevelled but calm, a 38 caliber pistol on her lap. Not exactly Whistler's mother, but then Lessing had come to expect no less from Emma de Lacroix. Borchardt spoke the truth. Their attackers were dropping back. Many seemed to be heading for the open-fronted shops that lined the square. Only a few good Samaritans knelt by the half-dozen bodies sprawled where their vehicle had been attacked. Lessing looked over the heads of the mob, thinking to see an advancing wall of Indian policemen, or perhaps a phalanx of the BSSS. Randolph Calverhall. Paramilitary troops, wearing saffron armbands and cast-off army uniforms. He saw neither. What the hell? Wrench put Lessing's puzzlement into words. Just a few loose cops over there by the speaker's stand. And they re-headed out too. All going away, or into the goddamn shops. Or standing around in little groups, Lise added from the rally had indeed broken up, apparently for reasons other than the near mayhem that had just occurred. The loudspeakers still blared, and Lessing could see men standing and gesticulating on the podium, but nobody was paying attention. The crowd was dispersed. Mate Lessing took a chance and rolled the window down. "Hey," he called to an older man, one who looked more prosperous than the rest. "Janabiolik kai hai Calverhall." The man turned, pointed, and shouted indistinct words back. Something about a radio, Lessing told the others. "Stop the car, there, in front of that electrical goods store." "You re-crazy, they'll kill us," cried Jennifer Caw, and Borchert echoed her. "Oh." Lessing put a hand on the wheel. "Not likely, now that the fun's over." "Please, Alan." That was Lise. He had the door open. "Just a moment. Most of the people in the shop are Muslims. I can tell by their clothes and other things. The BSS has no more use for them than it does for us." The shop sold electric heaters, refrigerators, stoves, and small appliances. Perhaps 50 people, young and old, from various faiths and classes, clustered about a pyramidal display of glittering transistor radios. Most of these were turned on, tuned to the same station, the Urdu broadcast service of the Government of India. Lessing knew the shopkeeper slightly. He and Jamila had bought a toaster here 3 weeks ago. He struggled with his Urdu, gave up, and asked in English, "What is happening?" "What is on the radio?" Oh. The merchant gazed at him from huge, gentle, slightly crossed eyes and shifted his cut of betel nut from one side of his jaw to the other. He made no reply but jerked his head toward the radios. The crowd watched. Lessing felt a presence beside him. It was Lise. "Get back, Kay," he insisted. "Get back in the car." She shook her head. Some of the onlookers murmured, "Sahib, you take this." An elderly, dignified-looking Muslim gentleman picked one of the transistor sets off the display, twisted the dial, and thrust it at Lessing. "English, Sahib, English. Serpent S-Walk, 125. The radio sputtered. Lessing adjusted it, and they heard an announcer's voice speaking that elegant British English only educated Indians seem able to achieve. Communications from some areas are disrupted, and only shortwave emergency bands are operating from cities in the interior. The Soviet Union has mobilized its military forces, its police forces, and all available medical services to combat the epidemic. Neighboring countries, particularly Poland and Czechoslovakia, are affected to a lesser degree. The Austrians, Germans, and Chinese have closed their borders. The United States, the United Kingdom, and others have promised epidemiologists and other needed aid as soon as the situation clears. There was a pause followed by static. Then, American Eye in the Sky satellites report seeing bodies, lifeless bodies, lying all over. In the streets, columns of medical lorries and ambulances, earth-moving machines digging mass graves outside Leningrad. The announcer began to stammer. Here could be no script for this. A dead, dying, a tragedy of unknown proportions. No one can tell who or how many. No warning. The voice stuttered to a halt. The radio hissed in empty, eerie silence. Someone had deemed it politic to take the station off the air. From the other sets in the background, they heard the Urdu announcer still speaking excitedly. Then he too broke off. The first strains of the Indian national anthem came on. "What is it, Sahibul?" The shopkeeper touched Lessing's sleeve. "What happened?" "Pakov. Only Pakov could do this." He, Alan Lessing, had handed death the scythe with which to harvest the human race. "Home," he choked. "We've got to get home. Oh, God in heaven." At that moment he wished devoutly and sincerely that he believed in God and God in him. Pacifism will remain an ideal. JFRRIS race decides to wage it no longer. The Dark Ones will, on a whim, become the masters of the world. Chapter 11. Sunday, November 30, 2042. Roman 2 was a night of shadows, of women weeping, of whispers, of voices, of lips that mouthed meaningless words. Later Lessing remembered lamplight, automobile headlights, the bare, hissing blue-white bulbs of the factory, Jamila's worried questions, Wrench and the others arguing on, and Miss S. Mulder's brittle, near hysterical giggle. Later he recalled dark-skinned men in loose flapping, bone-hued clothing hastening to and fro on what errands no one could say. It was indeed a night of shadows and of fear. Later he remembered mostly the fear. Sunday dawned like any other day, cool and bright and smoke-fragrant, as was expected in India at this time of year. Idoko's American and European staff teetered uneasily on Mrs. Mulder's spindly-legged dining-room chairs on the mansion's spacious screen veranda. Before them Inspector G.N. Subramaniam of the Indian C.I.D. paraded back and forth with the air of a man who has just seen an adversary fall flat on his face, but who doesn't dare laugh not yet. Outside, squatting on the steps in the wintry sunshine, 2 squads of Indian Army Sepoys awaited the command to take possession of the foreigners' property. Still, we have no firm reports. Subramaniam was replying to Mrs. Southerly, the plump lady who ran Indoko's accounts payable department. He spoke English with only a trace of the retroflex consonants of his native Tamil, as different from the Hindi Urdu of northern India as Zulu is from Hungarian. The inspector was small, dapper, and very dark, like most South Indians. He said, "Everything is a shambles. We hear that much of Russia is devastated by this enemy." Then a Soviet Politburo member came on the air from their defense headquarters in the Urals and accused you Americans of a sneak attack. Your people denied it, of course. Last night some Russian madmen fired 7 missiles down from their satellites. They were promptly annihilated by particle beams from your ASAT space platforms. Preparations for war are in progress along the east-west frontiers in Europe. Today we have a news blackout. Chaos, madam, chaos. War in Europe, my God. Poor Mrs. Southerly mumbled dazedly, what about the United States? It is still all right. No attack upon your country yet, so far as New Delhi has deigned to inform us. But the world is stunned. Serpent Walk 127. Paralyzed. Russians, Poles, Czechs, most of the people of the Eastern Bloc are abandoning their homes and fleeing west, away from the plague. The situation is confused. Who can say what is happening? Subramaniam took another turn around the polished concrete chip floor. Mrs. Mulder fluttered in the doorway to the drawing room. Behind her lesson glimpsed Jamula's turquoise camis. The C.I.D. officer noticed her too and raked her up and down with a single, dark glance. He returned to stand in front of Herman Mulder. "Which brings me to you people," he said. "Our government has imposed an Emergency Powers Act as of 600 hours this morning, in order not to become involved with what we perceive as a great powers confrontation, and for humanitarian reasons we are repatriating all foreign nationals. This is for your own safety. You will be flown to Delhi and thence to whatever destination your embassies deem appropriate. There is a 48-hour deadline." He sounded as though he were reciting a catechism by rote. "The Russians in India?" Wrench inquired sweetly. "You gonna just drop them off at Moscow airport?" Subramaniam bristled. "Nationals of other countries are not your affair. Your evacuation is an act of mercy. We are helping you rejoin your families and countrymen at this difficult time. The government of India is providing the aircraft and dispensing with such formalities as exit permits and income tax clearances, and handing out tea and stale cookies in the Delhi airport departure lounge." Wrench grumbled. If the inspector heard, he ignored him. He faced Mulder. "Arrangements have been made for the custody of foreign property." He indicated the waiting soldiers outside. "Indoko will remain in good hands until matters become clear." Which, Lessing suspected, probably meant never. This was Prime Minister Ramanujan's chance to rid India of alien corruption and acquire heaps of foreign loot, cancel repayments of foreign loans, and do away with unwelcome foreign trade treaties, all for very understandable reasons. Let the Pardesis argue and complain and file claims and hold hearings and whine to the United Nations or the World Court, if those august bodies still existed. The lazily intricate convolutions of Indian bureaucracy would keep things tied up for years, and even then foreign investors would likely receive only partial compensation. The grandchildren of the people in this room might not live to see Indoko return to its original owners. So much for Mulder's belief that third world countries were safer for his SS corporations than the West. 120A. Randolph, Calverhall. "What of us?" Mrs. Delacroix asked from the far end of the veranda. "Two of my companions and I hold South African passports." Subramaniam shrugged. India has no relations with South Africa. You will have to return on a commercial aircraft when and if available. Our own plane and pilot are waiting for us in Delhi. Then we shall fly you there. After that it is the government's decision. The inspector gestured to show that the assembly was dismissed. He ought to wear jobbers and carry a riding crop, Wrench whispered to Lessing. Bureaucrats, the true enemies of the human race. Chairs squealed on the cement floor. People collided, jabbered, and rushed off to pack. Mulder plodded grimly into the house, Mrs. Mulder flittering behind, trilling at him about her precious furniture and knickknacks. The fairy godmother had long since discovered that chinaware and brass statues made acceptable substitutes for non-existent children. Lessing had little worth taking, a single valise and his gun case. The one other thing he did not leave behind was hidden in the factory, his cache of Pakov. But how could he reach it with Subramaniam as the vicious dog is guarding the gates? He just abandon the stuff. Some blundering maintenance man would find it, and then there would be deaths indeed, deaths like those in Russia, deaths that put earthquakes and volcanoes and the Black Plague and even Hiroshima to shame. He had to assume that it was Pakov that now stalked the world, and he himself had helped to raise it from its tomb and give it life. Alan Lessing, Dr. Frankenstein. No, damn it. He refused to accept the guilt. Why should he? He was not responsible. It was not Alan Lessing who had ordered those canisters scattered across Russia. He had not released invisible murder upon the world. He was only the delivery boy, just weapons transport, like the crew of the Enola Gay, the plane that dropped the first atomic bomb. Hell, he was less than that. He was the postman who unknowingly delivers a parcel with a bomb inside. So he told himself. Wait a minute, just what did he think he was doing at Marvelous Gap in the first place? His employers hadn't he sent his team there to steal a new technological jugo or some piddling trade secret? A spare shop like Marvelous Gap wasn't he mounted for peanuts? He should have guessed, of course, but he hadn't he let himself think about it. The comparison with the Enola Gay was accurate, therefore, but the innocent postman excuse clunked like a lead $5 piece. Serpent walk. 129. But was he responsible? He had no idea his objective was so monstrously lethal, and he would never have believed anybody would be insane enough to use it. As Wrench said, they hadn't bought that one at Nuremberg either. There had not been time to assimilate the enormity of what had happened. Now it was beginning to hit home. He felt shaken, sick, empty in the pit of his stomach, like a kid who sets a school wastebasket on fire for a joke and then watches the building bomb to the ground with his friends inside. Whoever had unleashed Pakov, the world was now altered forever. Nothing would ever be the same again. The flat was empty when he entered, as impersonal as a hotel room between guests. A few hours ago it had been a home of sorts. Now it was a stopover, a bus station lobby. He would have sworn that the place even smelled different. He collected his kit from the white-tiled bathroom, then emerged to stand aimlessly in the middle of the sitting room. The fireplace was dank and charred. They reminded him of Syria, of a house shattered by artillery fire, of a broken doll and a smashed chair. For want of anything else to do, he picked up his Aladdin-esque lamp. There was room in the suitcase, and he stuffed it inside. Jamila's clothes were gone, her closet door ajar. Desolation washed over him. It would be like her to vanish quietly, without a scene, without a long goodbye. He fingered the nubbly tan fabric of the sofa. Just last night, she was there. He knew it even before her jasmine scent reached his nostrils. He turned to find her in the doorway. So, she had a knack of summing up a whole lifetime in a single word. So I go. He sucked in the empty house smell. You coming? How can I? The Americans wouldn't take me. They would if you were my wife. We could say you were, that we didn't have time to collect our documents. Mulder and Wrench will back us up. She was silent. Then she said, No, I can leave my family. Damn your family, T exploded. Talk about Ussel. She hesitated again. No, Alan, you don't understand. We are not so individual as you. To us a marriage is more than a bride and groom, a husband and a wife. The families must be involved. Social obligations met, people satisfied. He snarled an obscenity. Please, try to see. She put her fingers to his cheek. Maybe later, when things are calm again. 113. Randolph Calverhall. His fists were clenched so tightly they hurt. Don't you see? Things never will be calm again. After I leave we may never even meet again. Mulder is talking about going back to South Africa with Mrs. Delacroix Lease. Yes, Lease. The American woman with the South African passport. This was no time for jealousy. Yes, her, back to South Africa, or maybe to that resort of what is its name, on Ponape in the South Pacific. Not to the United States. No, Mulder says that would be pointless. He has nothing in the States. He says we can't do any good there. Not now. Not under the circumstances. He still wants me as his bodyguard. Most of Induco's cartel is out here, in what you call the Third World. My father says that Herman Mulder is a powerful man in many countries. Your father is right. This was the first time she had mentioned her father in this context. What has Mulder got to do with us? He is your boss. Jamila stood nose to nose with him, her long-lashed eyes watching him levelly. He's the owner of the SS diaries, is he not? You know about that. We know. She stressed the pronoun slightly. My father knows. A few others high up in RCID, not Subramaniam. He is a small fish. The diaries again. It was too late to worry about such relevant things now. The whole world was upside down, and Mulder's secrets were less important in tomorrow's breakfast than gasoline from a Mrs. Delacroix airplane than the guns Lessing had just packed away. He couldn't resist a question. The two men who broke into Mulder's safe. Ours, Arabs, I think, not very good thieves. They weren't supposed to hurt anyone, and you weren't supposed to hurt them. They were ordered to bring the diaries out to be photographed to give the government of India leverage against Induco. Then they were to put them back. That business with your friend Bauer, I put you too much on the alert. Your people knifed him? No, we still don't know what that was about. She flung him a brooding look. It had to do with you though, didn't it, Alan? He scowled. Yes, possibly, hell, I don't know, but not with Mulder's diaries. Serpent's walk. 131. It was her turn to frown. I didn't want to become involved with you, Alan. That wasn't in the plan. I do want to go with you. You don't know how much. Then come, your job is over. Mulder is leaving, and there is nothing more to report. We get married. Later we make your father and your mother and the rest of your family, all of India. Damn it, understand. Her features softened. All of India. It will be hard convincing all of India that we, my father, my family, my Shiite co-religionists, the Sunni Muslims should even continue to live. My people came from Iran and the Middle East as conquerors, but we stayed to work, to serve, to partake. We became Indians. We are Indians. We were outsiders, like the Greeks and the Aryans before us, but now we are Indians. She saw his puzzlement. Why do I talk of this now? Because of Subramaniam and his ilka zealots like those who attacked you in the bazaar yesterday. To them, we Muslims are as alien as you are. We are polluted and unclean. Sooner or later we must fight a civil war. The army, previously neutral, the older generals were intelligent enough to realize that tearing India to pieces and killing or expelling 150 million people would destroy us all. But now Prime Minister Ramanujan has stacked the high command with his own people. The army obeys the orders of the BSS. Lessing asked, what will your people do? We have nowhere to go. Iran was Shiite. Now the western half is Israeli, and the eastern half Russian. If the Russians are still alive to hold it, Afghanistan has been theirs for almost half a century, ever since the re-invasion. The Middle East, Israel would never let us in. Pakistan, a Sunni majority, and a rabidly pro-communist mullah as leader, Sajid Ali Lahori would prefer us to starve in refugee camps in the deserts of Kutch and the eastern Punjab. Like I said, what will you do? She shrugged gracefully, and his heart went out to her. We will live on here. If Ramanujan tries to expel us, we will fight. We will lose, of course, but we will fight. So will the Sikhs and some of the Christians. We will die as Muslims should. Martyrs. Borchardt's characterization of Shiite Islam arose to infuriate him. What the hell good is that? God damn it, you're coming with me. Get you clothes, get what you want to take. She melted against him, and he thought he had won. Then she pulled away. You still don't never will understand. I cannot, I must not. She retreated toward the door. I have my principles, Alan, just as you have yours. Your party, your SSOs. 132. Randolph, Calverhall. Wait a minute, I am only a BG hired help. I am not one of Mulder's closet Nazis. It was logical for her to think so. Her father SCID Kickabirds had undoubtedly classified them all as Nazis from Mulder on down to the kids who wiped the dishes. It doesn't matter, that's not the point, not now. She pressed her fingers against her cheeks to hide tears, let her night-black tresses drift down to curtain her face, and backed into the hall. Whatever you are not mine and not for me, not a part of India. He followed her, reached for her. Then he saw that there was someone in the hall behind her, one of the faceless, rag-rat sweeper women who wielded short-handled straw brooms around in Doko-S buildings. He opened his mouth to tell the woman to go elsewhere, but Jamila spoke first. Saib ko dadu, virtues jo turni pa ithai dadu. She was ordering the crone to give him something, that much he understood. The woman approached him shyly, crabwise, head bowed, face hidden by her faded, green shawl. She extended both skeletal hands. Wondering, he cupped his own beneath hers. Two objects dropped into his palms. He knew at once what they were, one a smooth egg, the other a short, thick cylinder. My God! He almost dropped them. My present, Jamila said. To you, Alan, in memory of us, they re yours, aren't they? Drugs, weapons, and no, don't tell me, I don't want to know. He couldn't speak. He was only glad that she seemed to have no idea what these containers held. Hamida here saw you hide them. It is impossible to remain unseen in India. We are so many, peasants, labourers, children, people with no jobs and little to do. Everybody watches. A rupee buys a day's food. It is cheap to hire watchers, or anything else you want. Thank her for me. He stowed the pack of containers into his shaving kit. Why didn't you tell your father, Subramaniam? I would report on Mulder, on Wrench, certainly on Goddard, but never on you, Alan. As for Subramaniam, he hails you all foreigners, but he hates us Muslims too, and the Christians, and the Sikhs, and everybody else who isn't a caste Hindu. I told him only what I thought was my duty. As for Hamida, she is a Christian, the lowest of the low, the outcasts who joined Christianity during British times to escape persecution. She would rather die than tell the mighty Inspector Sahib a single thing. He went to her, and this time she did not pull away. Hamida watched impassively as they kissed. When this is over, Jamila murmured. Serpent S. Walk. 133. It would never be over. The world had turned, a new day had dawned, a judgment day of wrath and chaos and terror. It would never be over, but he smiled anyway and held her close, letting her warm, dry, spice-fragrant body nestle against his own. He rumpled her hair his fist, strained against her, and let her feel his yearning. Soon, he whispered, I'll be back for you. He hoped he wasn't too bad a prophet. For every complex question there is a simple answer. And it is wrong. H. L. Mencken. Chapter 12. Thursday, December 2042. Jennifer Core tapped her sunglasses against the metal rim of the glass-topped beach table. It was the Jews, I say, the Israelis, backed by their puppets in the United States. Doubtful, Hans Borchardt countered. They dekill their relatives who still live in Russia. Madness, not even their most hawkish Jews would do that. They might think a few 100,000 lives were a fair exchange for knocking off the most dangerous enemy, or they may have the antidote, a vaccine, whatever, for pack of smuggle that into Russia first, and the Jews their form a ready-made occupying force. A handful, mostly untrained, women and kids, many old or infirm. Be serious, Jennifer. Then, too, the Israelis may have had information we don't. Maybe they saw first strike as the only way out of a nasty situation. Remember the troop movements north of Iran a few months ago. There were Arabs or Pakistanis or Afghans caught inside Russian-controlled territory about the same time. Weren't there plenty of stateless assassins the Israelis could hire? The big powers would never allow the balance to be upset. Neither an Israeli attack on Russia, nor a Russian thrust to halt the Israelis' push through Iran as long as they stopped at the Afghan border. The Americans and the Russians had this all worked out, precisely why the Israelis might have used Pakov, a means to break the deadlock and get on with their expansion, a surgical first strike, tell nobody, and get the job done. Too risky. They gain little. Crap. Jennifer popped her tongue against her teeth, one of her least ladylike habits. Look at Eastern Europe now, empty, rich, and chock full of loot all the way from the German border over to Siberia. Practically no defences. Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Poland a jumble of desperate refugees, and practically no local authorities left. Germany struggling to keep the refugees from crossing her own borders. Turkey, Greece, and the Balkans homeless. Iran, Afghanistan, and Pakistan in turmoil. China already gobbling up Mongolia in the east. Are you telling me that Israel doesn't gain by this? She can grab giant hunks of Russian and Serpent-s work. 135. Ukrainian territory before anybody else gets to Lebensraum, Hans, Eretz Israel. Kosher delicatessens in Kharkov and Donetsk. Butcher fuss with his white Club Lingoni t-shirt. His first acquisition on Ponep had been a monumental tropical sunburn. He pursed his lips and said, "The Americans will not let Israel do that. Already they're re-helping the survivors. Some of their teams have reached Moscow. Decon squads, doctors, epidemiologists, not occupation troops. They'll find excuses to stay. So will the British in Leningrad, the Germans in Kiev, and the Chinese in Vladivostok. First they become permanent missions, then colonists. After a while they own the place, like the Israelis on the West Bank 80 years ago." The sunglasses ticked out a distracting rhythm against the tabletop. Jennifer played to win, even in a friendly debate. No, the Israelis came, they saw, they conquered, and they stayed. Mulder picked up a radio newscast yesterday that said 3 Israeli armored columns are already moving north from Tabriz through Tbilisi. Are they going straight up to Moscow, or sending a spearhead northwest to Kharkov and Kiev, or just grabbing everything they can reach? No question it is the Jews, Wrench proclaimed from beneath his sun hat. Lessing had thought him asleep. Who profits from exterminating Russia? The West, right? And who runs the West? Lessing stayed motionless. The others mostly let him alone, but Wrench delighted in a little missionary work now and then. Jennifer asked carefully, "You fought for the Israelis in Syria, didn't you, Alan? You must know them well." "I was only a hired hand, a mere no policy decisions." He felt her eyes prying at the top of his skull. He refused to be dragged into these discussions. Give him something to do, and he'd do it. Debate was not his forte. After a moment Jennifer went on, "It is not fair to blame only the Jews, even if they do turn out to be responsible for Pakov. Others in the system profit as well. The great corporations, the banks, the big international combines all those who gain from an American Jewish hegemony over a half-empty world." "Half empty?" Wrench chuckled. Like the old joke, the pessimist sees the glass as half empty, the optimist as half full. The Jews allow drink the contents and keep the glass too, and make sure the world loves them for doing it. The chosen people value their lovable image. Oh yeah, they allow be kind to any surviving immunes, the women and the kids. You allow sec. They allow turn it into the greatest dramatic mini-series ever seen on TV, one that makes you feel all warm and gushy inside. 136. Randolph C. Calverhall. We may be wrong. Borchardt mused. The Palestinians could have done this, or the Latin Americans, the Ethiopians, Afghans, or Salvadorans. God knows there are enough dispossessed and bitter people out there. Even the British, or the French, or some smaller nation, or loonies right out of the funny papers. Wrench scolded. Borchardt fingered the nape of his neck gingerly. It was bright red. "Did you hear that some are blaming the neo-Nazis? If they knew about it, we'd top the list. We'd have to be crazy." Jennifer exploded. "All the money we've spent to legitimize our political movement. Years of planning wasted. What do we want with a plague-ridden world or an atomic cinder?" Nazis make the best villains," Wrench snickered. "When in doubt, punch out the least popular kid on the block." I am sure they can work an evil Nazi super scientist into their mini-series, a gang of black uniformed SS troopers, a couple of death camps. Lessing grew bored listening. These people speculated and wrangled endlessly the way monkeys picked fleas. They'd been at it since leaving India a week ago, an aimless, meandering safari that had taken them first to South Africa, where Mrs. Delacroix's friends warned her against remaining, not only out of fear of Pakov but because trouble was brewing with the blacks again. Mulder had urged them to join him on Ponape, as remote and safe a spot as could be found in an increasingly unstable world. They all had accepted. Mrs. Delacroix appeared pale and disoriented, and Lee stayed close by her side. Jennifer Cole was used to travelling around the world with no more detailed plan than tomorrow's plane ticket. She was wealthy, Lessing learned, the offspring of two wealthy South American descendant families. Her father had built up a computer empire in the United States. Borchardt tagged along, due more to an infatuation with Jennifer Cole than out of fear of Pakov. His business involved liaisons between European and Third World corporations, and he spent much time on Ponape's primitive satellite telecom hookup. Borchardt was also a descendant. His ancestors had not fled Germany after the Second World War, however. They had hoped to live quietly until memories had faded, but they had reckoned without the tenacity of the Nazi hunters and the media. Hans never discussed what had happened to them. Communists, liberals, centrists, nearly everybody had political freedom in Germany, but not the far right, the offspring of those who had once proudly borne Germany's banners. They were still anathema. Lessing sat up and shaded his eyes, squinting against the shimmering sand for a glimpse of Mrs. Delacroix and Lise. They had. Serpent's walk, 137, wandered off up the beach that fronted Club Lincoln's property on Madonihama Bay. Mulder's corporate octopus had spent a bundle getting that beach sanded and landscaped. Ponape was a Micronesian high volcanic island and not the idyllic Polynesian coral atoll of the South Pacific romances. It rained almost every day here, and the low shoreline was covered with scraggly mangrove forest and tangled undergrowth. Personally, Lessing thought that Mulder and his SS comrades had been slick-oared when they bought Club Lingoni. Tonga, Tahiti, or Samoa this was not. He heard a faint chanting, not wily natives but teenagers from the club. Presently there were about 900 guests, mostly young people from many countries and organizations. Felix Bauer, attired in shorts and an alpine hat with a red feather in it, was visible in the distance on the beachfront road, pacing a column of khaki-clad youths doing military drill. Back off the beach, among the ever-present breadfruit trees, stood new dormitories and flats, administrative buildings, a recreation hall, classrooms, a radio tower, a private landing strip, swimming pools, a sports arena, and a full-scale hospital. Certain less public facilities were concealed by the vegetation as well, an obstacle course, target ranges, an armory containing a surprising variety of modern weapons, and bunkers that served both as defences and as practice military objectives. The island-esque government in the town of Colonie to the north smiled benignly and reaped the fruits of tourism. Lessing sat back down again. He had nothing to do this afternoon. His own pupils, those learning guerrilla tactics and weapons, were on an archaeological field trip, building muscles helping the local historical society excavate the ruins of Nam Madol. That was a fascinating place. Behind a 2-kilometre-long breakwater stood the deserted city of stone platforms, with canals and channels between them big enough for canoes at high tide, a junior-size Venice. The walls of these platforms were constructed of huge blocks and columns of prismatic basalt, with cores of stones and rubble. Some of the platforms contained tombs, the remains of the Pseudo-Lower dynasty that had gone extinct not long before the first Europeans arrived. Others served as foundations for temples, ceremonial sites, and priestly dwellings. Lessing had once picnicked with Lise within the brooding, enigmatic sepulchre of Nan Dowers, the mightiest of all of Nam Madol's structures. They had sensed something of the remote grandeur of the ancient past and left early, well before sunset, by unspoken mutual consent. These days Lessing was having enough trouble sleeping as it was. Sometimes he dreamed of a bizarre corporation meeting in 130A, Randolph, Calverhall, which he himself was honored as Salesman of the Month. It was never explicitly stated, but he knew what the company's sole product was: death, packaged in pretty little perfume bottles. In other dreams he walked amidst the tombs of Nan Madol, and the spirits of the vanished chiefs chanted and shook their plumed and feathered heads at him. Were there ghosts? Did the spectres of the Russian dead communicate with the spirits of old Ponep? He had little religious training and even less belief. All he knew was that he was going out of his mind. The current president of Ponep, the paramount chief, the Nomorki, to give him his archaic title, revived after independence and reinterpreted to fit the current American democracy political model, was fascinated by ancestral glories, real or imagined. Hence the archaeology at Nan Madol. The agonies of a dying Europe were far away, irrelevant to Ponep and the empty sweep of the Pacific. Given time, Ponep might become a nation-state, a fledgling empire which would war with the distant islands of Truk or Kosri. The drums would thunder as they had in centuries gone, and the war canoes would venture forth to repeat the world's sad story one more time here in the Micronesian microcosm. Lise appeared far down the beach. She came up to them, breathless, dark blonde hair, skin of golden bronze, and utter sleek. Lessing admired her. There had been no need to explain about Jamila, Lise understood. Since arriving on Ponep, she and Lessing had been friends. Just that and no more. The fire was banked, the coals buried. They both realized that it would take very little to make it blaze up again. Macesta Lacroix, she said. Back to the house. With the others, Lee still spoke in choppy phrases. She was more relaxed when she and Lessing were alone. Any news? Jennifer appraised her covertly, the look of the not-so-pretty second banana eyeing the belle of the beach. Lessing was amused. People were the same everywhere. Radio says situation soon under control in most areas, refugees from Russia being rounded up, repatriated soon as the plague is gone. Well, hallelujah for that, Jennifer said. I'd hate to see Prague or Budapest or Vienna go the way of Moscow. Some refugees broke through into Germany, the rioting and killing still going on. Jesus. Wrench breathed. Lessing echoed him and Borchert hissed something in German. Mess, Lise added unnecessarily. Everywhere. At least, nobody is using nukes. Wrench growled. Serpent S walk. 139. No, major powers trying to cool things, enough dead now. The understatement of all time. Lessing saw ghosts again. The beach swarmed with Russians, Germans, Poles, Czechs, Hungarians, American soldiers in tom and bloody, green uniforms. He wanted to cry out but could not. The spectral figures swirled, accused, and disappeared, all but one which kept coming toward him, a pale, pink, old man, nude except for white shorts and thong sandals, a necklace, bald, ugly Cupid doll. It was Herman Mulder, stepping gingerly down onto the hot sand from the path that led to club headquarters. Wrench got to his feet to hand their employer a beach towel. Sir. Mulder waved it away, although his forehead was bedewed with bright droplets. News terrible, Goddard S on the radio now. Russians, somebody, hit the United States, biological weapon. They all babbled at once. Struck Washington, New York, Chicago. Used water supplies as the vector. A bacteria-generated toxin, something like botulin, as deadly as botulin anyway, but the microorganism which releases it is aerobic and thrives in places, including the human body, where Clostridium botulinum conti. And it is highly contagious. Odd, so many dead. My mother, Jennifer screamed. In Los Angeles, telephone. I'll never get through, Mulder outshouted her. I tried. We're not sure what has happened. Los Angeles may be all right. Be patient. For God's sake, calm down. Nothing but military emergency broadcast now anyway. Jennifer continued to wail. Help her, please. Lise Goddard S talking to some shortwave ham in Ottawa. Toronto has been struck too, he says. I've got to call my mother. Jennifer dug scarlet fingernails into ashen cheeks and dashed away, up the path toward the radio tower. Borchert followed her. Lessing discovered Lise in his arms. He had no recollection of putting her there. She pressed against him and husked, You? Anybody in the States? Nobody I really knew anymore. You? She shook her golden mane. Same, now. God knows, stay here, wait it out, become citizens of the sovereign state of Punape. Gone. She began to shudder, then to cry. Gone, all finished. He wasn't sure what she meant. The enterprise here, the party of humankind, Western civilization, the whole human race. 140. Randolph Calverhall. Did little details matter? Mulder was saying, properly delivered, 8 ounces of botulin toxin could wipe out most advanced life on Earth. Creating a new bacterium to do that job was the trick. This must be the Russian Starak, their answer to Pakov, the revenge. Revenge? Wrench groaned. Surely not just revenge. They have to be crazy. The old system bred insanity, isn't that what our movement is about? To unify, to establish order, to build a united world in which this could never happen. Lessing said, revenge, maybe, more likely just determination. You lose a battle, but you don't give up the war. The enemy deals you a blow, you slug him back harder. What the hell for? Wrench cried. To own a dead and destroyed planet, shit. What S destroyed? The S all still here, lots of people gone. But so what? Piles of plunder, economic goodies, Levenstrom, buddy, like you guys always say, we win, we get it all. You win. You do, god damn it. Doesn't that make sense? Soldiers. Lise whispered sadly. She sounded more mournful than accusing. She drew back out of Lessing's arms to stare up into his face. Alan's right, Mulder told her. That's what any committed patriot would do, fight to the last, defeat your enemy at any cost, then hope you have enough left to rebuild. Anywhere else hit? Wrench inquired. There's a lot going on. Got it heard that the British blew up a fishing boat in the channel while it was laying down some sort of fob from aerosol tanks. They got the boat, but the wind still carried the stuff on over the English coast. No reports of deaths yet. The Chinese caught somebody too, a Latin American of some kind. He had an empty bottle. What was in it? Lessing asked. Vino. Wrench couldn't help snickering. Mulder gave him a pained look. They haven't any idea. The mob got him first and tore him to bits. God had picked this up just before the news about Washington came in. In vino veritas, now it is in vino botulinusol. Wrench's small, handsome features resembled an embaumer's masterpiece more than anything living. He hunkered down upon his beach towel and stared out to sea. Mulder beckoned Lessing aside. We're going back, he announced. What where? Serpent's walk. 141. To the United States, Guam, Hawaii, then McCord Air Force Base in Washington State, from there to the Cheyenne Mountain Complex in Colorado. That's insane. Lessing cried. What about the toxin? I've been told that as long as one avoids contact with infected corpses and doesn't drink unsterilized water, it should be reasonably safe. Anyhow, we pick up decon suits and a special escort plane in Hawaii. May I ask why? He was treading on dubious ground. An employee, especially a mercenary BG, didn't question the boss. Mulder said, Ever heard of Jonas Atram? The Speaker of the House of Representatives? Yes, of course. Well, he is President pro turn now. Old Rubin and his cabinet drank water with their breakfast in Washington, D.C. The Vice President had a shower and a morning gargle in New York. Now they're all dead. By American law, the presidency passes to the Speaker of the House. My God. Wrench looked up and said, one thing the establishment never figured on. They threw out that post like you'd toss a bone to a barking dog, a little present to the opposition to make things look democratic. Now I'll bet they're sorry. He began to laugh shakily. Except they thumbed. Most of the government in Washington is gone, Mulder said. Who knows how many thousands, maybe millions, but Cheyenne Mountain has its own internal water supply, and the country's defense command is safe. The Army's declared martial law and called up all the National Guard units they can still reach. They're trying to put it back together. Ain't you going to see Outram, sir? He wants to see me, the movement rather, all of the so-called right-wing parties. Get ready, we leave tonight. Mulder turned and strode across the beach toward the red roofs of the administrative buildings. From behind the screen of glossy green breadfruit trees, Lessing could still hear Bauer's sharp marching cadence and the strains of Lily Marlene, sung off-key by a bunch of kids whose German was elementary. The music still had a certain fateful ring to it. Modern revolutions pass through well-defined stages. A hostility to the ruling regime. B. Growing discontent and resistance. C. Increasing organization, including mutual aid alliances between opposition factions and leaders, and D. Military activity culminating either in victory or in defeat. Should a revolution succeed, 3 further stages ensue: eager deceleration, chaos, and revenge as the symbols of the old establishment are overthrown. Experimental and often ill-considered reforms are tried, and previous leaders and other criminals are brought to justice. 0. A period of consolidation, ideological harshness, purges, and violence as the old continues to be rooted out and replaced with the new, and D. A phase of rebuilding, softening, relaxing of stringent laws and emergency ordinances, possibly counter-purges of certain of the revolution's less palatable leaders, and reassertion of the old, dominant strains of the pre-revolutionary society. Phase 0 usually lasts a decade or 2 at most, while Phase G continues until the state has once again fossilized, grown barnacles of bureaucracy and a tradition, and itself become ripe for the next gang of disgruntled, idealistic rebels to come along. A National Socialist revolution, for such it was in post-World War I Germany, went through exactly these stages. The military phase was bypassed because the National Socialists successfully utilized the pre-existing electoral apparatus to gain power. World War II, whether due to German intransigence as the Allies claimed, or arising from unbearable pressures upon Germany, as Hitler argued, truncated the revolutionary process, lopping it off during Stage 0, the period of greatest ideological zeal and severity. The historical image preserved of Adolf Hitler and the Nazis is therefore one of fanaticism and austerity. This reputation is not entirely deserved, since Phase G, that of consolidation, amelioration, and reconciliation, never took place. Indeed, there were hints of the coming of Phase G in the late 1930s. Economic progress and stabilization, attempts at restructuring the party and regularizing the delegation of authority, and the first fruits of a number of social reforms introduced by the Nazis. True, these features benefited the Germans and not the Jews or other minorities, but then broad-mindedness is not to be expected during Phase 0 of any revolution. Witness the Soviet purges of the 1930s and the guillotining of royalists in post-revolutionary France. Certain German developments were admirable: the restoration of the currency, industrial expansion, general economic prosperity as proved by increases both in tax revenues and in profits, the construction of the Autobahn highway system, the end of the social unrest of the previous decade, etc. Indeed, Nazi institutions were copied by other nations, even by Germany's foes, during the subsequent war. What would the Third Reich have become had it survived? Most traditional historians paint a might have been future of unmitigated blackness, tyranny, honor, evil, yet greater social good very often emerges from change, even violent and unhappy change, just as a better garden grows from soil that Serpent s walk 143 has been turned over, aerated, and watered. Most revolutions follow this process. Why should it have been different with Hitler's Germany? A consideration of historical universal, Udo Walter Petrie, Paris and New York, 202-1. Chapter 13. Monday, December 15, 2042. Lessing shielded the notepad so that no concealed TV eye could see. Wrench had scribbled, a needlebug in place mapped by coffee cups, probably mic and wall outlet too. Somebody really wants to know. Leave. Lessing used the agreed upon cue. Mr. Mulder, the air in here is not good for your asthma. Perhaps President Afram wouldn't mind talking during a drive or at some place outdoors. Mulder glanced across the polished table at Sam Morgan, the sharply dressed young aide-de-camp from the American branch of the Party of Humankind who had accompanied them from McCord Air Force Base to Colorado. He asked, "Car Sam?" "Easy." Morgan raised a slender eyebrow at the two stiff-faced soldiers who had guided them down into this subterranean labyrinth. They, in turn, glanced at each other and shrugged. The pasty-faced one picked up a telephone and whispered into its hush piece. Transport was not long in coming. The telephone shrilled, and they were led out through offices and galleries that displayed the same determined cheerfulness that Lessing remembered from Marvelous Gap. The effect was identical: efficiency, tastelessness, tension, and claustrophobia. This was NORAD headquarters at the Cheyenne Mountain Complex. Miles of rooms and tunnels, observation and intelligence equipment, barracks and kitchens and storage chambers, a full complement of troops and vehicles and weaponry and state-of-the-art aerospace technology. The bomb-again presidents had added SDI control consoles and huge wooden crucifixes. And then somebody hit the world with Pakov and made the installation as useless as a firecracker underwater. The main tunnel debouched into a long, dark chamber that stank of gasoline and damp concrete. "Car park," Morgan stated unnecessarily. "That must be the limo." On a whim, Lessing said, "Take the other one instead of the black Titan over by the wall." "That's General Anderson's car," one of their escort protested. "We don't have the keys." 144. Randolph, Calverhall. Wrench prowled forward to peer into one vehicle after another. "Here's one with the key still in the ignition. We can see." "You just did," Lessing said. "Tell the owner we'll be nice to it. We'll have it back within 2 hours, and we'll even pay for the gas, President or tram. It will want to talk to our employer in utmost comfort and security." The two hesitated. "Come on, you can get permission. Then have your people bring out tram in whichever car he wants," Wrench urged. "Surround him with Secret Service. He can ride with General Custer's cavalry for all we care." "General Custer? Who is he?" "Oh," Wrench grinned. Lessing unfolded a road map, peered at it, and jabbed a forefinger at a crossroad he had already marked with an X in preparation for just this contingency. "This looks good. We'll meet our tram here. It's not far." The second soldier took out a pocket transmitter and muttered into it. The first stood glowering, suspicion clouding his face. "Green light," the man with the communicator conceded. "The President'll meet Mr. Mulder where you say. A stroll in our winter wonderland." Once beyond the mighty entrance valves of the Cheyenne Mountain Complex, the real world returned. No more shadowless fluorescence and whispering, secretive air conditioning, no odors of rubber and oil and ozone and whatever the perfumy stuff was that was supposed to make the air smell outdoorsy. Wrench drove. Lessing settled into the front seat beside him, and Morgan perched nervously in the rear with Mulder. Colorado had mountains, Iowa was flat. Nevertheless, this place reminded Lessing of his boyhood: crisp snow, crackling cold, dark evergreens, leaden eye shimmering in the ponds and brooks they passed, a sky so blue that you could paint with it, as his sixth-grade teacher used to say, back in some forgotten, antediluvian world. A world is lost now as sunk in Atlantis. He shook himself mentally and clicked his briefcase open. Inside, on top, lay a thick, folded rectangle of cloudily translucent plastic. He and Wrench had prepared everything in advance, including the typed note he now handed Mulder. It said, "Read carefully. The area room, vehicle, outdoors we read now may be bugged. This plastic top blocks transmitters, long-distance mics, and even lip readers with binoculars. It unfolds to the size of a small tent. Serpent S walk. 145. Drape it over your and your hearers' heads while talking. We will try to debug others first if possible." Mulder nodded. Morgan stared curiously at the array of tubes, vials, and miniaturized weapons visible beneath the plastic bug shield in the briefcase's grey foam receptacles. It was obvious that he itched to talk, but Wrench waved him to silence. Even this car, its key neatly inside, could be a plant. Lessing had chosen the proposed meeting place randomly, sight unseen, from the map. It turned out to be a rutted, snowbound side road halfway up a mountain. In the summer the view would be glorious, craggy, verdant, and clean. It would probably be the same long after the last humans had strangled in their own foaming, bacteriological broth. The news they had picked up in Seattle was bad. Many of the great eastern cities were dead or dying. Houston and Dallas had been infected with a ghastly, bacteria-borne, botulin-like poisoning. Similar outbreaks were now being reported in Cleveland and Cincinnati and Pittsburgh and Boston and Portland and Salt Lake City and Miami and a dozen other places. The nation was being held together only by the most desperate measures imposed by frantic police, National Guard units, and the military. In Detroit, the FBI nabbed a man in the very act of emptying a vial of bacterial broth into a reservoir. The man swallowed the stuff and then leaped into the water anyway. Detroit was now off limits to anybody not wearing an NBC, a nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare suit. The Army estimated nearly 1 million deaths in Detroit already. The toxin was delivered through the water supply, but it killed more than just those who drank it and those who came into too close contact with the drinkers as they vomited and coughed their lives away. Wherever it collected, in halting tanks and sewers, it fumed and bubbled and emitted bacteria-laden mists. When a fire set off a sprinkler system in a discount store in Cleveland, 1,000 people died. It was the same all over. Russia's science had been almost as thorough as America's in the Megiddo department. New York, Chicago, and Washington were cemeteries. Los Angeles, San Francisco, Seattle, Denver, and certain other western cities had so far escaped. Perhaps the enemy's distribution system had failed on the west coast. Perhaps it was just slower, and death was still on his way. Pakov had dealt Russia and Asia a Grand Slam home run blow. The Russians had come right back in the next inning with Stark, however, and it looked like a rally for their team. The series was still up for grabs. Who was spreading the toxins? The carriers were entering the United States along the drug routes, Miami and the Gulf Coast, the 146. Randolph, Calverhall, Canadian border, and the deserts of the Southwest. Morgan, who served as the American representative for one of the movement's conglomerates, had heard that most of these people were a motley assortment, druggists with habits so heavy they would risk anything for a pop of smile dust, the usual dispossessed Palestinians and Iranians, criminals, psychopaths, and madmen whose hatred and greed outweighed their instinct for self-preservation, and meres willing to escalate war beyond any usual civilized limit. No genuine Russians have been caught thus far. There, Morgan grunted. Out tram-s coming. He pointed to the string of black and army green vehicles wending its way toward them along the snow-drifted slope. After India and Punjab, the cold was breathtakingly painful. They disembarked into the chill air, Mulder bearing the mute tarp under his arm. He reminded Lessing of some old movie star. Was it Laurel or was it Hardy? Whichever the round one was carrying a rolled umbrella. A bear-sized man in a baggy, brown jacket with patched sleeves clambered out of the lead car. Pram had obviously not planned on an outdoors excursion, either that, or he anticipated a very short conversation. It was colder than the proverbial polar bear's paws. Those behind Pram wore uniforms, dark overcoats of fashionable ski gear, soldiers, White House staffers, advisors, and Secret Service men. Two of the last mentioned advanced, inspected Mulder and his plastic bundle, then waved him on. The press apparently had not been invited. Wrench extracted a pair of binoculars from somewhere and began searching the slopes above and below the road. Don't suppose they'd let us examine that tram, he grumbled. What if he's got bug-itis? Forget it, some things you can help. A flash from one of the president's escort vehicles caught Lessing's eye. He motioned to Wrench, who swung his glasses around. The little man shook his head. Probably somebody shutting a car door. A pair of Pram's Secret Service kickabirds picked their way through the snow toward them. The one in front was red-blonde and ruddy-faced, cheeks splotched with scarlet beneath the cowl of his padded, blue ski jacket. The other, an older man, took a position to the rear as backup. You, the blonde one called. You guys, you Mr. Mulder SBGs. Lessing said, that's us. The man produced an electronic device, similar to Lessing's own bug detector. Leave your weapons in the car. He flicked a Serpent's walk. 147. Forefinger at Lessing's briefcase. Set that down there, in the snow by the fence post. They complied. The agent first went over the two of them, then the briefcase, and finally the vehicle itself. Something, he muttered. The car. They all heard the helicopter simultaneously. The sharp chuff of its blade smacked against the frigid air like hammer blows. Lessing twisted around, and Wrench fumbled with his binoculars. The Kickerbird, too, raised his head, eyes slitted against the white dazzle. The machine was a tiny, military Stinger 297G, nicknamed the Hoppy Choppy because of its maneuverability. It carried 2 people and was used mainly for reconnaissance, though it could be armed with small rockets and light automatic weapons. About 100 meters away, Mulder and Outram pulled off their mute top to stare upward. There was sudden activity around the fleet of official vehicles. A soldier ran toward Outram shouting. It appeared that the helicopter had not been asked to the party. Newspapermen? TV? No, the machine was armed. Lessing saw blunt, silvery rocket noses peeping out from launching racks under the fuselage. Lessing took no chances. He shouted at Mulder to get away, get down, get under cover. Wrench joined in, and the Secret Service man began squalling into his communicator. The helicopter was hostile. The pilot circled to target his missiles on Mulder and Outram below. The second agent reached the limousine, braced himself against its roof, drew a big Magnum automatic from his coat, and took aim. Morgan dashed forward, perhaps to help Mulder through the drifts, while the soldier did the same for Outram. The President's people were firing. Puffs of pale smoke jetted up from the line of automobiles, and the popping of small arms fire slapped against the height and echoed back down upon them. It would take Lessing too long to dig his sniper rifle out of its compartment in his briefcase. He could only flounder after Morgan and Wrench to draw fire away from Mulder, if indeed the Hoppy Choppy was after him rather than Outram. Something coughed loud over the helicopter's steady chatter, and a streak of flame shot out from the machine's underbelly. A solid spear of pale smoke etched itself upon the sky. "Rocket!" shrieked Wrench. He threw Mulder flat, rolling over and over in the powdery snow. The missile hurtled toward Mulder. Then, oddly, it veered away to the right, graceful as a stooping falcon, and plunged directly at the limousine Mulder's party had used. 148. Randolph, Calverhall. Memories of hot, dry, Syrian sand, of stones and baked earth took over as Lessing hurled himself down. He glimpsed Wrench's deep footprints in the whiteness in front of him, then he ploughed into them face first. A wave of heat, light, and unbearable noise smashed against his back. He struggled up, dazed but relieved to be alive. Nothing broken, no blood, no pain. Any flying shrapnel had missed, and the snow had saved him from a nasty fall. His ears rang, his vision was blurred. Somehow he had managed to turn around and was now looking back toward their car. In its place a pillar of flame and dark, oily smoke rolled up into the sky. There was no sign of the gun-wielding agent, and the blond man lay face down in a jumble of red, blue, and charred black. He did not move. Wrench crawled over to Lessing. "Christ, man, are you dead?" "Not yet." His voice sounded tinny and far away. He hoped any hearing damage was temporary. "Mulder, Morgan, Outram." "Okay, I think. Goddamn, here comes the bastard again." The Hoppy Choppy clattered back across the azure ball above them, a second rocket peering malevolently out from underneath it. The popping started up from the President's escort once more. Then a pencil of fire shot out from among the vehicles, and they heard the breathy whoosh of a handheld GTA rocket launcher. An arrow of flame-laced smoke reached up to caress the helicopter's beetle-green carapace. A bright flower of fire bloomed in the air. The helicopter twisted, lurched, and faltered. Then it exploded. Metal and glass debris rained down onto the snow. The body of the machine tumbled down into the road 200 meters west of the fleet of escort vehicles. There was silence. People stared open-mouthed, stunned by the noise, the light, and the grim suddenness of others dying. Mulder and Morgan came staggering over to the wreckage of the car, followed by Outram and 3 of his aides. One of the latter shouted something about being a doctor. He knelt to help the blonde agent, but the man was dead, a shard of glass from a car window buried in his throat. An inane thought crossed Lessing's mind. How would they ever explain this to the poor bastard whose car they had borrowed? Wordlessly, they all tramped back down the road to inspect the helicopter. Its second rocket had gone off in its mounting, and the machine was an inferno. Serious forensic science would be needed to identify its occupants. One of Outram's people used his communicator and learned what Lessing expected. No record of any authorization and no flight plan. Not anymore. Somebody had been. Serpent's walk. 149. Clever. The facts might eventually be discovered, but it would take time. Outram motioned his escort back to their cars. He towered over his men, a hulking walrus in his mid-60s with a full head of rumpled, iron-grey hair, drooping mustachios, and mottled skin like a lemon left too long in the sun. Lessing couldn't remember whether he hailed from Idaho or Wyoming, one of the two. The president beckoned to one of his aides. Get Pierce and McNee in Koronic on this, Charlie. Find out who the hell is behind it. He glanced beyond at a uniformed army colonel. And, George, I am ridden back with you. No helicopters and no big mallard duck flying over all the hunters in creation. Everyone scrambled to obey. Outram wheeled around, saw Mulder, and rumbled, You re-ridden with me too, Herman, you and you boys, and Don T, you give me no shit about security. George, not after this morning. George clamped his lips together, dismissed his enlisted man chauffeur, and drove. As they entered the last stretch of road leading into the complex, Outram leaned forward. Listen, he said to George, I ain't going back down into that hole. Find us a motel, one with good coffee, and we'll talk while we eat. Lessing, next to the driver, opened his mouth to protest, but the president clapped him jovially on the shoulder. Sure, we don't have your plastic shower curtain anymore, but what the hell, the whole world's gonna know anyhow. There was no arguing. On the seat behind, Lessing saw Wrench make a circular warning gesture to Mulder. Bugs, recorders, spy devices were possible in this vehicle, too. Mulder ignored him and said, The missile, the rocket, was aimed at us, Jonas. Yet it arced away and hit our car instead. Probably a heat seeker. Your car's engine was off, but it was still the hottest thing the damn missile could see within its range. Lessing had another thought. The Secret Service man, the one who was killed by shrapnel. Cargill, what about him? Outram twisted to peer at his face, silhouetted against the smoked glass windows in the front seat. Just before the rocket hit, he said there was something strange about our car, maybe a bug, maybe it was a homing device for the missile. But you went over the car. We didn't have much time. Anyway, if the thing wasn't using power or emitting a signal, it couldn't be detected until it was activated, likely by radio. Hide it in the ignition, the transmission. Randolph Calverhall. The systems check computer, and nobody could find it without tearing the whole car apart. You can paint circuits directly onto the body, Wrench added. Then spray enamel finish over one transistor here, another way over there. The whole car itself becomes a bug. I got plenty of opposition, Outram declared cheerfully. People who'd rather have a turd in their soup than me for president. My folks re-good, though. They'll all find the bastards responsible. As he spoke, his cowboy twang seemed to fade in and out, like distant music. Chameleons and politicians both changed color to good effect. Outram's answer was not reassuring. What if the missile had been planned only for Mulder's car? What if the hoppy-choppy, arriving at the meeting site late after they had disembarked, had had no time to reprogram the missile to manual targeting? The assassins might have decided to try for Mulder or Outram, or both anyway. Does this business just now have changed what we discussed? Mulder questioned in neutral tones. Hell, no, Herman, you boys got the organization, especially in the rural states of the South, the Midwest, the Northwest. We can use you. As I said, we read not as powerful or as well structured as you think. Horseshit, I seen 85's printouts, some of 'em anyhow. You got tentacles, Herman. What you got 'em for I don't know, but you got more tentacles than a bull octopus. You got church groups, but you no preacher, schools, but you no educator, universities and colleges, but you no goddamn flip-top egghead, labor committees, but you no union man, lots of capital that stretches way overseas and down into the cracks in a bunch of places. Shit, Outram chided, unperturbed. The one thing you ain't is what we, my folks, also ain't, minority operated. Why, I might say, civil rights re civil wrongs in a lot of cases. In some things we agree, Mulder replied. But we, my friends, share broader, more international interests. It's just fine, sunnier in hell in July, Herman, where we read together, where we ain't, we can wrestle later. Our tram sucked in a breath. You seen what happened this morning? We gonna get a lot more of that. People who want things we UN asterisk me Dante, meb leftists, meb liberals, meb the minorities, meb the money men and the industrialists, meb the soldiers like George here. He grimaced at the back of the driver's head. Serpent S walk 151 and crack thick, splotch knuckles. One thing is sure, I ain't given the United States back to them who was ruining it before. No more big city lobbies, no more Robin Good, hard-working folks to please every interest with its own road to hell. No more sending billions overseas to prop up mealy-mouthed little fuckers who spit on your hand even while they're retacking your cash. Mulder uttered a non-committal grunt. Can you deliver, Herman? Can your people help us organize, help us fight, help put the country back together? Our Trim's voice took on a resonant, sepulchral, organ tone. You should have seen it, the dead piled in heaps 20 feet deep, the fires, the wreckage, the looters, the local bosses thinking now they real mighty warlords and building their own private armies. ULL help, Herman. When you see what I seen, ULL help. Whatever you and your folks believe, you still Americans. You prob lie better Americans than the dribble ass weaklings who got us into this mess in the first place. Where were the regular troops? Wrench wondered. The police, the National Guard? It happened so fast, our guys were either busy or dead. A lot of our forces overseas we can't get home, hell, some we ain't even heard from yet. We still got units dealing with what's left of the Russians, the Chinese, and the Middle East. Central America likewise. Japan's hunkered down, waiting for either Pakov or Starak or Meb both. So is Korea and Australia and other places. India? Lessing had to know. What about it? Rama what's his name has turned India into a Hindu dictatorship. No Pakov or Starak there yet that we know of. The missiles? Mulder asked. The space platforms? Between us and the Russians, we got more shit up in the sky than God. We nearly had it all down in our laps too. Last week, one more panicky rescue with an itchy finger, and we have had fireworks up over the pole. Thank God that Pakov took out almost all of their missile people and their chain of command. And now? We both about done for. A hell of a lot of our people lived in cities, Herman. We didn't lose them all, but we did lose millions, and the rest shook out of their trees, so disorganized we can't even get food and supplies to them. Russia's less citified, but Pakov hit harder than they hit us with Starak or whatever. Their casualties amount to something like 80% of their population, practically all of European Russia, lots of the central regions, the Caspian, Jesus. Europe, Israel? 152. Randolph, Calverhall. Britain seething with Starak. Europe full of refugees, and Israel okay, busy blaming the Arabs and stumping Palestinian shit. The Jews are even threatening to blow up Mecca and Medina if the Muslims don't get peaceable fast. Ha, they really must be feeling their oats. Lessing exclaimed the Israelis had left those two places as independent international holy cities to keep the rest of the Islamic world off their necks, he knew. He had fought out there and had a feel for it. Outram shot him a calculating look. You know something about them parts, young man? When Lessing nodded, the president said, then you'll be useful later, if we can get our butts through the next couple of weeks, Again. How can we, my colleagues and co-workers, /? Mulder inquired. We got to fight whoever done this, Herman. God knows not the fuckers I'll do next. Then if we win we gotta rebuild. We gotta do the job right, or else next time some asshole will really push them buttons in this country and in Russia. Then up goes the planet and us poor suckers down here won't have a cow pie left to stand. And the rapt looks on the faces of Wrench and Morgan told Lessing that our tram had charisma. That was why he had been elected every term since Lessing could remember, and why all of the liberal efforts to unseat him had failed. He spoke to the majority all-Americans in ways they understood, plumb and direct, if inclined profane to the menfolk, and courteously old-time cowboy too. The women. Oh. Lessing shut his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. He had heard too many speeches too many times before. There was more, much more, as they drove, all delivered in the same wide-open space as Western lilt. Lessing glanced over at the blank-faced driver and wondered just what George thought. More to the point, what did he himself think? At tram message sounded close to Mulder the good of 1s ethnos, 1s nation, 1s community. Do what you had to do to keep your own folks going. If that meant domination of other groups, then you tipped your hat and dominated as peacefully, gently, and politely as possible. That was not bad. That was ethically and realistically right. If domination had to come at the expense of smaller, less aggressive, or less successful groups, then so be it. One hat was the way things crumbled. Call it realism or call it creative evolution in action. Goodbye, dinosaurs. Goodbye, snail darter and dodo bird. Hello, enlightened self-interest. And was that such a bad thing? It ran counter to the great religions, of course, and it didn't jibe with liberal humanism either. Serpent walk. 153. Yet Lessing knew that those time-honored institutions preached more than they practiced, so it had been with his mother, and so it was in Angola, Syria, and India. So it was also in the United States, but hypocrisy had grown ever more sophisticated as the media learned how to present reality their way. Enlightened self-interest did not imply cruelty or indifference. In fact, the world would benefit from it, now that the present system was in chaos and doomsday only a heartbeat away. The party of humankind promised to stop the crap and solve the gut issues of food, war, jobs, overpopulation maybe no longer, pollution, and much else. The party's origins did not matter. Who cared whether it arose from the SS, the Christian Church, the Bangors, or the abominable snowman? What was important was that it offered a way up out of this current abyss. Hakov and Starak only made this message starker. Humanity could no longer limp along from catastrophe to catastrophe. Indeed, the present crisis might already be the last. Failure this time would be it. All. Terminus. The end. Welcome back to the Paleozoic. Lessing himself wasn't terribly interested. He had never joined any political organization, religion, or movement. Why bother? Let others wave the flags. He just did his job quietly and without fanfare until somebody paid him to go do something else. The motel they found was minimally open. Word had spread that Colorado, with its missile sites and military bases, was a likely target for Stark and atomic warheads as well as rampaging Bangagans from the Los Angeles ghettos. Refugees from both coasts and from Texas preferred to move on into Montana, the Dakotas, or up to Canada. The tiny, hard-featured, old woman who ran the place gaped at the invading horde of limousines, uniforms, dark business suits, and bright ski jackets. Then she stuck her gum under the counter and methodically went about stoking up the big coffee beside the grill. At tram waved them all to set. To George, he added, "Fix us up with rooms tonight." The officer frowned at this place, sir. Spent my young life in motel rooms and not always sleeping neither. You get all the security you need. Calling patrol copters just so you reshow the rehours this time register me and home in rooms down at the end of the court. But I'll actually stay up here close to the coffee shop that ought to fox any son of a bitch who knows where we are and wants to call in an airstrike. George hurried away. At tram beckoned Mulder over to a booth in the comer and allowed both Lessing and one of the secret. 154. Randolph C. Calverhall. Servicemen to check for bugs. They found none, and the president gestured everyone except Mulder out of earshot. The rich fragrance of American coffee unavailable in India filled the overheated room. Orders of snow-wet clothing and, after a while, of hamburgers, French fries, eggs, and bacon followed. Silverware clattered above the buzz of voices. An hour passed, and the waning sun turned the frost patterns on the windows into yellow sapphire and orange topaz. The cut-out paper Santas pasted on the panes became blood-stained ogres, and the wilted little Christmas tree by Thekash Register blazed with ruddy light like Moses' burning bush. This year Santa was splashed with gore, and the burning bush was not a sign from a caring God, but rather a harbinger of his last terrible trump. Come to judgment, folks. It's Armageddon Day. A heavy-set Secret Service man stamped in, all snow and steaming breath, to tell Outram that the media hounds had tracked him down. 3 carloads of TV people and journalists waited outside. Outram scowled. Let the fuckers freeze, tell them no comment tonight. Then he relented. Oh, hell, get me in home and out the back way and into our cabins. After we regun you can let the bastards in to warm up. This weather de-ice the balls on a snowman. It was an hour before the 2 cabins were readied and checked. Lessing, Morgan, and Wrench were quartered in the cabin adjacent to Mulder S, where they set up their own sentry watches. Mulder seemed to trust Outram, but Lessing refused to take chances. In the cold, eerie moonlight, with the snow blanketing a world of pastel blues, greys, and relentless black, Lessing leaned against the jamb, just inside the cabin's single door. Nothing moved outside, only the stiff, anguished figure of a Secret Service man was visible in the snow by Outram's window. God, the man must be cold. The price of serving the mighty. A snuffle in the darkness told him Wrench was up. He heard the slithery sounds of clothing being donned and shoes slipped on. Then the little man was beside him. Mata. Lessing grunted. Got to pee? Can T sleep? Anything? No. Wrench noted the Secret Service man and made clucking noises. Jesus, the LL have to thaw that guy out with a blowtorch. To be glad Mulder didn't he ever stand God out there. Screw that, devotion has its limits. Lessing sniffed. How asked Morgan? Serpent S walk. 155. Sleeping the sleep of the innocent, he is an up-and-comer, a fair-haired boy who never expected to double as Batman for General Washington at Valley Forge. Double as what? Batman, aide-de-camp valet, you know, British Army term, dear boy. Lessing changed from one numbed foot to the other. A question had been bothering him all day, and he asked it. What is that Outram want? Why call Mulder all the way from Punape? Wrench would know if anybody did. Lessing had seen him talking with the President's staff. Outram can hold it together. He needs Mulder the party. For God's sake. Why, he is President. He is the Army, the Marines, the police. Washington is gone. New York is gone. Chicago is a mortuary. Things are falling apart fast. The military wants to push the wagon. So do some governors and some mayors and a lot of other guys. Outram knows he can handle them alone. He can use the traditional controls either. Did he have things back to normal before you could say lox and bagels? He thinks the party has potential. Your party is too small. What can it do? A lot. Outram is calling in favors from every so-called rightist faction in the country. He is to gel his act together before the big city liberals of the establishment, what is left of them, get theirs going again. He needs support, but the political right is split up into personalities, parties, and sects, all fucked up, with their pants down as usual. And that is where the party of humankind comes in. Outram knows Mulder, and he knows our party is the best organized, best funded, and best trained of all the right-wing shit-kickers. We also international, we know business, and we have credibility in the third world. In the United States we strongest in rural areas, the towns, and the smaller cities, the very places where the most people, the real American majority, live. They the ones who survive stark fairly intact. A lot of those folks believe what we believe, but they couldn't say it, not with the lobbies and the pressure groups and the media all ready to hoom them for being racist if they open their mouths. Rural support is historically right for the party, too. The National Socialist Party in Germany had a heavy farm streak, agrarian radicals, the dignity of labour, farm boys with scythes, sturdy Aryan youths with pitchforks standing beside plump, blonde follins mit braids under big boobies, Yovi. Lessing chuckled. I've seen the posters, not my type. 156. Randolph see Calverhall. Anyhow, the great American majority is pretty pissed, ready to stand up at last and kick some butt on its own. It always has been, down through history. Nobody, but nobody, can bushwhack our ethnos and not get a lot bigger whack in return. Outram can use us, all right. He probably guesses we've got plans for later, but he can be choosy now. What is next? Christ, asked Mulder. All I got was that in the morning orders I'll go out to our American cutters to start banging the drum, hand out the signs, sing, dance, and peddle snake oil like crazy. Get out the vote while the opposition is still unsit. Yeah, like that. Lessing asked, and Mulder, what does he want? What the hell is he all about, anyway? He wants a better run world, one where his ethnos, his people, his folk, his nation can shine again and be free. That is fine for a press release. Now tell me the rest. Wrench's eyes glittered powder blue in the moonlight. Straight? Yeah. The little man blew out his cheeks. What makes him tick way down deep? I don't know. Maybe he wants his honor back, the honor of his grandfather and the others who died for the Third Reich. After nearly 100 years, come on. No, for real, the SS, a lot of other Germans did what was right for their country, for a communist-free Europe, for the Aryan race, for the future of the world. That was a century ago. Who cares now? Nobody. Mulder is as flaky as a mirror. I once knew who wanted to restore the Roman Empire. You want to know who cares? Who really cares? The guys who continue to use their so-called Holocaust to pry bucks out of us guilty suckers, the ones who peddle a grossly falsified version of the history of the last century or so and try to have anyone who disagrees with them locked up. They care very much. They say it's you who distort history. So why don't they face us, examine our evidence, debate, talk, act like real historians instead of thought police? Why shut us out of the media? Pass laws against our speaking, persecute us, sue us, and vilify us. This is what lights Mulder's fire, a matter of justice and a fair shake. You can't even debate a different point of view anymore, much less present it as an option in a school or a university. History is what they say it is. Mulder's ancestors hold top billing as the original primetime, world-class villains, creatures of Satan, murderers. Fiends, monsters, and sadists. Say, Serpent walk. 157. Different, and Urian anti-Semite Nazi absid Shabbath. You evil. You lose all credibility, maybe your job, maybe your life. It is all ancient history now. Water over the dam. Why not just concede and move on? Let the Jews have their Holocaust, real or otherwise. Because they affect us, meant their social, economic, and psychological clout shapes our world and our lives. Wrench waggled his fingers. We have a right to examine what they're retelling us. We have a right to freedom of expression, to the truth. We have a right to defend our own ethnos. Some see that last as racist. A lot of people think racism is un-American. Let them show us what they know about the real will of the majority. Enlightened racism is the shortest way out of our present mess. We don't hate anybody. We re not out to slaughter Jews or other minorities. We re not backwards hillbillies who hate anybody who looks different. We re for America, for freedom from lobbies and interests, for freedom of expression, for freedom for our people to run their lives as they see fit. It is very American to want our nation, our ethnos, to succeed and prosper, to defend it against those who would tear it down and turn us into something we don't want to be. Lessing rubbed at the bridge of his nose. God, wrench, but you re an asshole when you talk about this stuff, like my dad used to say, God save us from priests, patriots, and pickpockets. He paced away, then back again. He had never found anything within himself that he could call patriotism, idealism, or religion. Back in high school, one of his girlfriends, Emily Patrick, had found a term in some poem or novel or other that she said described him perfectly, the empty man. He had shown her that he was not empty and not in bed anyway, but the idea still niggled at him. In an odd sort of way he found himself envying Mulder. Wrench dutifully changed the subject. Did you hear what George said to that big fucker, the guy with the red nose who looks like a banker? No, and what does a banker look like? Like him, honest. Anyway, I'll try and want some of his guys to head for New Orleans to organize things. Sir? He is sending some others into Washington to secure the central terminal of 85, the big mainframe computer. There is a rumor that certain unfriendlies intend to take it over. How does that affect us? We re going back to Punip. 158. Randolph, Calverhall. Wrench grinned, a half-moon of glimmering blue-white. Morgan S. off to whom up the parade in the Midwest. Mulder goes without tram to New Orleans, but us to you and me, poor dipshits. He paused for effect. We re-traveling without tram S boys into Washington, whatever the hell Packoff has left of it. Lessing stared. What/or? Some of the Movement S corporations had offices in Washington. A few of our political groups and lobbies had headquarters there too. We gonna pay 'em visits to see if they recroaked. Why asshole, any party grunt can do that. Yeah, but it makes a good excuse to give out tram. The real reason we along is to see if any of our own insiders at 85S main terminal are still kicking. If they okay and green light, then we stay low. But if the oppos are digging through 85S forgotten files, we take action with extreme prejudice. I repeat, damn it. Why us? I can't tell a mainframe from an electric shaver. /can, didn't you know? Never sneak a look at my personnel files in Doko. I sure looked at yours. Wrench stifled a bubble of laughter. Morgan stirred on the farther bed. Hell, Lessing, I have a PhD in computer science from MIT. Jesus, and you were working security for Indoko out in India. Reasons. Wrench rarely spoke of his past, and even more rarely of his personal goals. He might just be telling the truth. Okay, that explains you, but why me? You going along to protect me. You Mulder, a soldier boy, general of his forces, the Herr Generaloberst of his way marshal, that is how he sees you. Lessing exploded. God damn it, I've told you and I've told him. I am not a member of your party, I only work here. That is what I meant when I called you the Generaloberst of the Wehrmacht, not the Obergruppenführer, the WQFN-SS. You read the apolitical military man, not the ideological party soldier. The distinction was lost on Lessing. He was tired of political game playing, and he was fed up with Wrench's coy attempts to recruit him for the cause. He growled, I said, I only work here, leave the rest alone. Wrench struck a soulful pose. Mulder sees you as something else too. Lessing asked before he thought. Maybe he didn't want to hear the answer. What? The son he and the fairy godmother could never have. Serpent S. Walk. 159. For some reason that struck a very sore nerve. B/I/Asha he snapped. Hadn't he had enough trouble with his own parents? Memories tried to push up into consciousness, but he swatted them away like summer gnats. Wrench eyed him, a trifle apprehensively. Right, okay, back to the job. Mr. Lessing goes to Washington, saves Mr. Charles Hanson Wren and gorgeous Miss 85, all for democracy, for America, for the world. He added a weak cackle. Morgan was up, hair disheveled, rubbing at his eyes, and yawning hugely. You guys talk too much. My watch. Lessing turned away to peer out at the pallid, snow-silvered desolation framed in the door's single window pane. He found himself staring at his own reflected image. God, he didn't look any better than Morgan. In fact, the old phrase like death warmed over came to mind, or in his case like death frozen over. He let out a long, careful, slightly shaky sigh and went to bed. Unlike communism, which proposes an end both to private property and to market capitalism, the National Socialist state infringes upon traditional rights, privileges, and behavior patterns only to the extent that it must in order to curb anti-state tendencies and a return to the weak, confused, and frequently contradictory structures of liberal democracy, which was never truly liberal nor truly democratic in the first place. Communism demands fundamental changes in both human nature and human society. National Socialism strengthens and streamlines familiar societal structures and enhances those values with which members of a given ethnos feel most comfortable. A modern National Socialist state requires a complete holistic ideology. Be a single organization dedicated to serving this ideology, headed either by one charismatic leader or by a small group of leaders. See complete authority over the military, the police, and the judiciary. The centrally planned economy, together with the necessary enforcement structures to implement this efficiently, and a total control over mass communications. To the above, one may add a new feature, one that has only become possible within the last 3/4 of a century: a centralized information retrieval system. The almost unimaginable complexities of modern society necessitate efficient record-keeping, data storage, and correlation of such interrelated issues as industrial production, transportation, education, food supply, jobs and labor, human services, and much, much more. In earlier times this either would have been impossible or else required an army of civil servants. Now it is possible through computer technology. Such a computer system cannot be allowed to make decisions. Of course, this prerogative belongs intrinsically and eternally to humankind, but it can be used to store vast amounts of data and to integrate, correlate, extrapolate, and play out what-if scenarios, providing new insights and saving human energy. The Son of Humankind excerpts from the third pre-publication draft by Vincent Dorn. Chapter 14. Friday, December 19, 2042. "Very lucky you didn't have to see it," the Marine captain said. Cars full of stiffs piled up in the worst traffic jam in history, bodies stuffed in between the vehicles like rag dolls in my kid-esque closet, bulldozers shoving loads of corpses off the Arlington Bridge to clear a way out of the city, the parkways along them all littered with dead. "Is Darak always fatal?" Lessing asked. His NBC suit was hot, tight, and claustrophobic. The worst part was looking out upon a picture-pretty, grey, winter afternoon in Washington, D.C., and knowing that that landscape was as lethal as the naked surface of the moon. Serpent S-Walk. 161. As far as we know, botulinum poisoning often can be cured if you catch it in time. Still, who's got the medics or the supplies to treat a couple of million people in Greater Washington? And we're not sure that the toxin generated by Stark is real botulinum anyway. The Russians developed this version as a weapon. A little gene splicing goes a long way. So many people. The immensity of the tragedy defied comprehension. Outside their sealed med van, the streets were mostly empty and clean under a lead-hued, frost-rimmed sky. Here and there a car had gone up over the curb, and some of the buildings were fire-blackened shells, but it didn't look as bad as Lebanon, much less like what the Israelis had left of Damascus during the Bobek War. The captain tapped Lessing's arm. "Keep your fingers off your suit valve, sir. You probably want to open up and breathe fresh air, but contagion is still a risk, and the stench is god-awful. See all these buildings we repassing? We haven't had time to clear 'em of corpses. It's been hard enough to get the main arteries open." He sounded like a tourist guide warning passengers not to stand up in the bus. Horror had become commonplace, the unthinkable a way of life. Lessing had seen many men one-like the captain out in Syria. The captain poked a gloved finger at their vehicle's windshield. 2 more streets and we were at the National Defense Research Facility. They were in Suitland, southeast of the capital toward Andrews Air Force Base. The Born-Agains had expanded in this direction. Later the Rubin administration had erected grandiose office complexes to the northwest, where Columbia Hospital and the old Weather Bureau had stood before the farm riots of 2023. Wrench said that some bureaucrat had originally proposed putting 85 down in the sub-basement beneath the IRS building, but that had struck even the politicians as a little too obvious. It was just as well that 85 was not in downtown Washington. No tourists drove up Constitution Avenue these days. The armed forces and what was left of the police were still collecting bodies there and shooting looters and infected survivors on sight. It had been difficult to get a guide and transport for their mission out to the 85 facility, but Ephrem had swung his not inconsiderable weight around, and this Marine captain, a driver, 2 paramedics, and one of the precious med vans had eventually been assigned to them. Lessing and Wrench were to go along as observers, while the captain, whose name they had not been told, was to inspect and secure the facility. The captain belonged to the 2nd Marine Aircraft Wing from Cherry Point, North Carolina, and had been on a courier mission to the Pentagon when Stark S. 162. Randolph, Calverhall. First victims started to stagger and vomit up their guts. The man was a fan of bottled fruit juice and so had not partaken of Washington's deadly water. That, and the good luck of being ordered to wait for an appointment in a nearly airtight basement office, had saved him. "How many got away?" asked Wrench. His NBC suit was too big for him, and he had to keep pulling the helmet down to see out. All that was visible was his wavy, dark brown hair and a pair of eyes. He reminded Lessing of a cartoon character. Quite a few. Stark works either by ingestion or through an open lesion, and not everybody drank water, handle dead or dying victims, or sniff the bacteria-laden fumes coming from the sewers. The stuff in the sewer seems to have been pretty well flushed out by now, but his voice trailed off. Christ, Wrench mumbled. The captain spoke again. We think there is some real immunes, though we can be sure. Just yesterday a squad brought in a 10-year-old kid who'd been living on root beer and stale popcorn since it happened. When his parents' bodies started to stink too bad, he rolled him onto rugs, dragged him out into the backyard, and set him on fire with gasoline. That's how we found him. The smoke. It still hadn't sunk in. It might never sink in. The greatest tragedy since the Ice Age, and it all seems so ordinary, so awkward, so simple, so stupidly, whimsically anecdotal. In 2 days Lessing thought he had heard every miracle story there was, but each rescue worker had a new tale to tell. There was the baby discovered alive after a week in its mother's rotten arms, the old man who'd found the airport drinking fountain out of order and flew into Atlanta, happily unaware of the tragedy until somebody told him he'd just missed a lethal gulp of stout, whereupon he had a heart attack. The health nut in Philadelphia who drank only mineral water and brushed his teeth with antiseptic mouthwash. The wimpy little store manager who'd carried his 200-pound wife 5 miles through streets choked with mobs of screaming, dying people, got her to the medics in Lyme, and then went back for his infant son, all 3 now safe in a shelter outside Washington. If miracles proved the existence of God, then the truth of every religion from Christianity to Banga Satanism had just been proved once and for all. Miracles were as common nowadays as candles in the churches. Well, maybe not as common as the horror stories. Those, like the fabled demons of hell, were legion. Lessing struggled to follow the captain's example and amend death into commonplace, make it historical, something that happens somewhere else to people who weren't people but stick figures, statistics, names in a book, subjects on the police blotter, shapes. Serpent walk. 163. In a crowd. That way the unspeakable became speakable, the scenes around him no more than epic movies. Never before imagined spectacle. A cast of millions. Right before your very eyes. See the parting of the Red Sea, the sack of Rome, the fall of Constantinople, the last days of Pompeii. The last days of the whole pitiful, rotting, infected world. The dead refused to cooperate. They kept turning into real faces, grey and sunken cheeks, eyes gone, blackened mouths agape, stinking bundles of purpling flesh and decayed clothing. Real men, real women, real children. God. Was God real? If God existed, then why didn't he hear? Why didn't he answer? One theory was as good as another. God's phone was off the hook. He'd stepped out for lunch. He was on vacation. After the 6th day of creation, he took the 7th off, decided he didn't like the work, and went on welfare. Great theological answers. 2 dimes and a nickel would get you a quarter. Evil, there was the stumper. Ever since Cro-Magnon man first sought relief fondling his chubby little female fertility statues, humanity had asked, why? If God is good, then why is there evil? Why do the bad guys live forever and the good die young? Why suffering? Why pain? Why sin? The priests had a standard answer, God is good, God loves you. That said nothing, of course, a cop-out. If you kept asking, they told you it was all a mystery, part of the great incomprehensible plan. If you pestered them, they said that evil was only a test whether evil existed so God could display his wondrous compassion so that he could forgive you after you'd spent a lifetime suffering for something that wasn't your fault in the first place. So babies could be napalmed in Damascus while killers, rapists, drug peddlers, slum landlords, embezzlers, crooked lawyers, sleazy evangelists, and politicians could lead sumptuous lives, retired to California, and buy their mistresses pink sports cars on Rodeo Drive. Long ago Lessing had decided that if evil is part of the plan, then God was one lousy planner. Predestination implies that God wants it this way. Free will says that whatever God wants, he gives us imperfect little creatures a chance to screw it up. Either way it stank. God was either the most inept designer since the dink who built the walls of Jericho, or else he had a very unfunny sense of humor. 6 days to make the world, a primitive creation myth that wasn't even as good as some the American Indians had. Evolution, what a laborious and inefficient way for an omnipotent deity to produce the species he presumably wanted. Original sin? What a crock. 164. Randolph Calverhall. Send his only son down to take humanity as sins upon himself. Come on. For a supreme being, all of those were dumb ideas. It was Lessing's considered opinion that a squad of drunken orangutans could be dreamed up a better fairy tale. Now the world lay dying. Invisible Myers Macbeth stalked those who lived, and poor, all of God was in heavy demand. The churches were packed, the synagogues overflowing, the mosques and temples all red-hot and throbbing. The God business throve on death. The greatest catastrophe since the dinosaurs, and God didn't do a thing about it. No miracles, no only son, no tear-jerking happy endings at Christmas time. Was God himself evil by human definition anyhow? Whenever Lessing had asked such questions, his parents, his teachers, his mother as holier-than-Jesus ministers of the whole Bible-beating lot had chorused that he was too immature, too sophomoric, too simplistic, too uneducated, too skeptical, too some goddamn thing to understand. The holy books of other religions had not helped, nor had the philosophers. They were easily refuted. They reeked of anthropomorphism, clever words but no answers. People believed because they needed a crutch, which wasn't a new observation, certainly, but it struck Lessing as a lot truer than the stuff the theologians dished out. Like the man said, 2 dimes and a nickel got you a quarter, but not a cup of coffee anymore. That cost $1.60 now. The med van braked to a stop. The sun had come out, and the stone facades of the buildings lining the street glowed honey gold, maroon, and rose red in the weak December light. The trees were stark and bare, but bundles of what looked like dried leaves lay tumbled along the parking strip and in the gutters. Lessing knew what they were: bodies of men, women, and children, even a few pets, squirrels, and birds. The 2 paramedics who had been riding in the rear of their van opened the door and climbed gingerly down to the littered paving. The captain, the driver, Lessing, and Wrench joined them. A black and white sign on the lawn said, U.S. Department of Defense Restricted Entry. This it? Wrench unlimbered a 40mm 6-shot grenade launcher from their vehicle as ready rack. Don't worry, I know how to use this. Yes, sir. The captain looked doubtful. That thing. In his view, only another Marine, preferably somebody from his own unit, was qualified to handle such a weapon. Let him keep it, Lessing urged. Even if Wrench didn't know a grenade from a horse-apple, the sight of the big launcher would. Serpent walk. 165. Scare the shots off most looters. The thing weighed 15 pounds and looked like a Tommy gun for giants. They entered through a double set of glass doors and found themselves in the sort of artsy-craftsy, impersonal foyer popular with American institutional architects. Slender, glass pillars soared up to narrow, slitted skylights near the top of a pyramidal reception hall. From the apex of the pyramid a mirrored marble hung down to spatter the blank, white walls with prismatic light. The effect was dizzying, disco night at the Starlight Ballroom. The black Naugahyde desks and chairs were empty, the potted plants just beginning to wilt for lack of water. The lights worked. Every installation of any importance had its own emergency generator, and if it had not been for the ringing silence and the emptiness, it might have been just another Washington workday. 2 startled soldiers leaped up from behind the semicircular reception counter. They wore NBC suits, but their helmets lay on the counter beside them. They had been sorting loot stripped from corpses. Diamond rings, watches, a heap of money, the trivia of a world that was as dead as the pharaohs. The Marine captain strode forward, ignoring the bric-a-brac. You, he barked. Unit authorization? One of the men, a gaunt black youth, saluted and stammered a soft reply that Lessing could not hear. The captain looked puzzled. Golden, Major Golden, who the fuck is he? The second soldier held out a piece of paper. Our orders, sir. The captain waggled a finger at the 2 paramedics. Get back to the van, contact base, tell them we re-here and we've got a 760, go, then stay out there, watch for survivors, but don't get too far from us. A 760 was militaris for a command screw up, like when your artillery drops shit all over your own troops. Lessing's combat senses had just gone on yellow alert. He unobtrusively fished for his pistol in the voluminous front pocket of his NBC suit. They hadn't issued him a holster, and drawing the weapon later might be awkward. From the corner of his eye he saw that Wrench had sidled around to cover him and the captain from the flank. He couldn't see their driver. The man must still be behind them. "No problem, Corporal," the captain said smoothly. "Here ask Mike clearance. These two come along. Private Harris, my driver, will stay with you. Oh, and get your fucking helmets back on before I personally kick your asses up your backbones and out your shit-sniffing noses. You know that's a breach of orders." 166. Randolph, Calverhall. Only when they were out of earshot of the two soldiers and into the hallway beyond did the captain beckon to Lessing. "It beats me. I'm Major James L. Golden from the Army Training and Doctrine Command at Fort Monroe, that has in Virginia, but it has a ways away, given the situation, from Fort Myer or Fort Belvoir I could understand, and training and doctrine, what the hell?" Lessing gave a none of my business grunt. He glanced over and saw that Wrench was missing nothing. They encountered only one body, a woman in her 50s, a bottle of what looked like cough syrup beside her. The codeine in the stuff had not helped, judging by the agony on her face. "Elevators," the captain muttered. He withdrew a sheet of yellow paper from a belt pouch. Lessing edged over and saw that it contained a building plan and several rows of numerals, coded passwords. The other put the document away. "Sorry, security. I understand. We going in, or do we wait for a backup?" "No reason to wait. Major Golden, whoever the hell he is, can't interfere with us. After all, we've got President Avram's direct order to inspect and secure. The rest of our team will be here just as soon as we can get them together." "How long?" "A few hours. Some personnel are dead, many missing, others scattered all around. We've got people out hunting for them." The corridor ended at a bank of elevators. The captain selected one, scanned his yellow flimsy, pressed an unmarked button, and was rewarded by a short, stomach-flipping descent. The shiny, steel doors hissed back to reveal a security checkpoint, a guard cubicle encased in bulletproof glass, a retinal scanner, an ID card reader, and apertures in the walls and ceiling that hinted at other, less friendly defenses. Lessing was reminded of Marvelous Gap, but this was bigger, fancier, and deadlier. It was also probably armed and active. The door to the guard cubicle was ajar. The captain entered but backed out again. "Body in there," he remarked, "and the retinal scanner has been disconnected by somebody who knows how. Light shows the airlock to the control center is open." "Airlock," Wrench piped up. "Yes, this complex is constructed of layers of steel, plastic, and a special concrete. The whole thing sits and springs in an oil bath, and a gyroscope holds it level against anything short of a direct missile strike. You could drop the moon on New York, and this place do hardly jiggle." "This Major Golden he s inside, then?" Lessing wanted to know. "Serpent s walk." 167. "Guess so, but don't sweat it. He may have a right to be down here. After all, a lot of people still don't know Avram is alive and legally in charge. Golden may have been sent by the Joint Chiefs, the Secretary of Defense, or some other agency." Beyond the airlock they traversed a tunnel 3 meters long, walled with flexible plastic and ending in a second security door. The latter was also open, and they passed through into a round chamber some 30 meters in diameter and 10 meters high. The center of this room was occupied by a 2-tier, circular dais about 10 meters across. 4 short staircases led up from the main floor to rows of grey, crackle-finished consoles on the lower level of the dais. 2 more sets of steps then ascended another meter or 2 to the top level, a bare platform 3 meters wide. This was surrounded by a metal railing and contained 2 black plastic upholstered chairs and what resembled a speaker-s lectern. Lights, lenses, microphones, and cables swung down out of the shadows overhead like robot spider webs. More desks, consoles, and metal cabinets crowded the main floor, and huge, dark screens glimmered all around the walls. Computers certainly had changed since Lessing had played Planet Zapper in high school. There was no one in the room. The captain called, Major Golden, hey, anybody here?" 2 doors on the other side of the platform. Lessing pointed. access to the works. The captain sucked in air from his suit tanks and licked his lips. Storage, the broom closet. Wrench slipped past to prowl between the silent rows of discs and cabinets. They let him go. He knew more than they did about the great machine that slumbered here. No corpses. No water, standing or running. The air ought to be good. What the hell? Lessing pulled off his helmet. The captain gave him a quizzical look but did the same, then went over and climbed up onto the top dais. Lessing stayed where he was, automatic in hand. He sensed others here, others who either could not or would not answer. The captain stood spraddle-legged in the middle of the upper platform, extracted his yellow paper, looked self-consciously up at the microphones above his head, and began to recite numbers. The effect was magical. A green light sprang to life here, an amber blinker there. A bank of screens bloomed with lambent colors on one wall, a graph and columns of ever-changing readouts glowed on another. Wrench exclaimed, "Hey, Lessing, come here, I've got the internal TV working. Oh, man, look." He broke off. It's 68. Randolph, Calverhall. Something was wrong. Lessing reached him in 3 long strides. Wrench was staring at a single, large screen which was segmented into 40 or 50 smaller pictures. Most of these showed empty offices, rooms, and passages. A few contained corpses. In one frame, smoke eddied up toward the ceiling, and Lessing recognized the reception area. The 2 soldiers and their driver were sharing a comradely toke of pot. Wrench pointed. One of the lower frames pictured 5 uniformed soldiers. All had their backs to the camera as they peered through a door, one crouching in front, the rest paused behind him. All bore U.S. Army M-25 assault rifles. The kneeling man aimed his weapon at a distant figure on a dais in the large, lighted room beyond the door. "Get down," Lessing yelled. "Captain." They heard the rifle shot twice, once tinnily from the TV speakers in front of them, and then instantly again from the leftmost doorway on the other side of the central platform. It echoed on around the room. The captain whirled, seemed to teeter on invisible roller skates, then crashed down on top of one of the dais' S2 chairs. "Shit," shrilled Wrench. He hit the floor between 2 consoles just ahead of a stitched line of bullet holes. Lessing was even faster. Over their heads the damaged consoles fizzed and sparked. Lessing began to crawl along an aisle toward the dais. "Get where you can put a grenade through that open door." He raised his head and risked to look over one of the metal desks. The captain stirred, rolled, and slid off the top platform onto a desk on the lower tier. It collapsed with a crash, and the unseen sniper let off a whole magazine out of sheer jitters. He hit no one. Wrench fired at the doorway. His grenade hit the adjoining wall, ricocheted, and exploded with ear-shattering effect under one of the computer consoles. There were cries from the opfers, and Wrench shrieked an obscenity back. Another flurry of shots ripped metal, glass, and wallboard to shreds above him. Lessing heard the little man scuttling away under the desks. They were outgunned unless Wrench got lucky. What had he loaded his launcher with? High explosive, armor-piercing, tear gas, or smoke grenades. Their military-made van had been supplied with a variety of munitions. Right now they needed smoke for a quick retreat. Someone on the other side of the room was screaming. Wrench's grenade had taken at least 1 man out of the firefight. The yelling stopped abruptly. Either the opfer had passed out or else his friends had popped him with a needle of narcotine. Serpent walk. 169. Lessing found the captain still breathing, but blood bubbled from his lips and nose, and the front of his NBC suit was a mess. He gestured weakly at the yellow sheet, now smeared with red. "These 3 numbers." He gulped, swallowed, and struggled with the words. "Say them aloud. Get help. Computer has radio link." Experience told Lessing that the man was going into shock. He might still have a chance if they got him to a hospital right away. Lessing held the paper up to the light. He half rose, made sure he was out of the line of fire, and shouted out the captain's 3 5-digit numbers, 1 numeral at a time. There were more numbers on the other side of the paper. The one at the bottom was in a black pencil box of its own, a box marked top secret and terminal emergency only. Things weren't quite that bad yet. Lessing tore the paper into and stuffed the bottom half into his suit's pocket. It wouldn't do for the Opfos to get that number. Maybe Wrench could make something of it all. There wasn't time to do more with the computer. Lessing heard the enemy spreading out into the main room, moving to encircle them. They knew the captain's party had started with 3, now there were 2. The Opfos had lost track of Lessing, however. 10 meters away he saw a soldier in a pale green NBC suit emerge from beneath a work table. The man was facing the other way, seeking Wrench. Lessing steadied his gun barrel against a desk leg and fired. The man bleated, jerked, and went limp. A voice called, "Hey, Leopold, you okay?" Leopold wasn't going to answer. Lessing crawled away from the captain toward the doorway from which the Opfos had launched their ambush. He wasn't expected there, and with luck he'd get behind them. A deeper, more authoritative voice yelled, "Hey, you two, give up, get the fuck out of this building and you can loot all you want, we won't stop you." "We re-official," Lessing called back. "We have President Outram's personal order to secure this installation." Koth. Shown as Outram's Speaker of the House, TS President, now that President Rubin and the Vice President are dead. He waited. "We didn't know, come on out and talk. We re sorry about the misunderstanding. Let us get our wounded to the medics." Misunderstanding? Lessing did not think so. The other party had seen them come in and had set an ambush. Moreover, the captain had worn a military-issue NBC suit. Looters did not. 117. Randolph, Calverhall. Lessing needed a sure test. He cast around and spotted what he wanted, a cylindrical wastebasket of green marbled plastic. He humped himself along the floor to it. Holding it gingerly, he thrust it up above the desk. It was the oldest trick in the world. The basket flew from his fingers in a spray of bullets. So that was how they wanted it. The man who had fired was on his feet, looking to see if he had scored. Lessing rolled and came up from a new position 3 meters away. He let off several rounds but missed. The Opfos were covered behind a filing cabinet just as Wrench lobbed a grenade into the area. The explosion sent bits of glass and shrapnel in all directions, and Lessing felt a sting across his right calf. A minor zipper, he hoped. A thin squealing, like the mewling of a kitten, came from where the Opfo had been. Lessing had heard badly wounded men utter such sounds before. "You started with 5, he shouted. "How many you got now?" The answer came in another racket of bullets along the desktops above him. He fired again, then hunkered down and checked his weapon. Time to reload. As he dug into his suit's big pockets and thrust ammunition into his pistol's magazine, a green-clad rump backed out from under a work table 5 meters away. The man had only to turn his head to see Lessing. The magazine didn't want to go back into the gun. It resisted like a demon, and he knew it would click loudly when the catch got. He felt his bowels loosen. The man turned his head. It was Wrench. Jesus. If Lessing's gun had been ready, he would have fired. He hadn't expected Wrench this far to his left. Luck alone had saved the little man from a 9mm butt reaming. Wrench grinned and got to his feet, apparently planning to make a dash over to join Lessing. 3 meters beyond Wrench, a soldier lurched up from behind a desk. He and Wrench whirled and saw one another simultaneously. Both yelled, jigged, ducked, and fired wildly all at once. 2 of Wrench's grenades missed and plowed ragged holes in the far wall. The third grenade caught the man squarely in the face. His swarthy features vanished in a gout of blood. There was no time to react, no way to brace for the shock. In a single, kaleidoscopic vision, Lessing foresaw what a high-explosive grenade would do. It would rip both Wrench and his opponent to shreds. Then it would pour a rain of shrapnel into Lessing himself. They were all dead meat. He heard only a polite popping sound. Acrid white vapor gushed out of the Opfo's shattered face. Serpent's walk. 171. Smoke. Wrench had loaded his launcher with at least 1 smoke grenade. Thank God for inexperience. The man's arms windmilled, and he crashed over backwards, his head ludicrously concealed in a roiling cloud. "Smoking is bad for your health." Wrench giggled. He stood up with exaggerated care and examined himself. Another shot rang out. Wrench made a moaning noise and bent over. The enemy shot had struck home. Lessing saw scarlet on the upper left shoulder of his NBC suit. Belatedly, Lessing remembered the fifth man, presumably Major Golden himself. Another slug whined off a speaker cabinet nearby. The Major was no sharpshooter. A better marksman could have put 2 more bullets into Wrench even as he slid to the floor. Lessing's spider walked over to his companion. He found Wrench conscious, blinking dazedly at the bloodstain spreading down over his biceps. He was in no immediate danger. Lessing spared him a consoling grimace, scooped up the grenade launcher, and scrambled on, keeping a row of desks between himself and his adversary's position. The two parties had now exchanged places. Wrench and Lessing were close to the foe's original door, while Major Gold, and if it was he, was over near the exit leading out to the elevators. Lessing inspected the launcher. It held only 1 more round, a red-tip high-explosive grenade. He waggled the weapon and raised his eyebrows. Wrench shook his head. He hadn't brought any extra ammo. Lessing glanced at the foe's body, now wreathed in smoke. The man's assault rifle lay within reach, and he grabbed it. "Hey, Golden, whoever you are," Lessing called. "You ready? Only one of you now. 2 of us. We've got grenades, and we've got those crummy M-25s your men won't be using anymore. Last chance to kiss and make up. Toss your ordnance out onto the platform." He didn't expect a reply. The way these people behaved indicated they were playing for all the chips. If Golden were stupid enough to answer, he'd give away his location. Lessing would then lob the last grenade up into the ceiling right over his head, showering him with concrete and shrapnel. Then he himself would instantly follow, blazing away like gangbusters. Another half magazine of bullets howled through the line of cabinets and consoles to Lessing's right. He made himself flat and very small beneath his desk. Slugs hummed and sang overhead, but nothing hit him. Firing cut off in mid-burst. Lessing heard a muffled curse. The man's M-25 had jammed. The American assault rifle was a fine weapon, but at 1,000 rounds per minute on full auto, it gobbled. 172. Randolph Calverhall. Ammo like a beast, and it also tended to jam. The good shooter needed only moments to clear the chamber and resume firing, but Golden was not that skilled. Lessing wondered whether to rush him. The man probably still had a pistol, maybe one of his fallen comrades' guns as well. Footsteps clattered, slapping away toward the far wall. He glimpsed a figure plunging into the airlock tunnel. Apparently the Major lacked the stomach for a one-on-one duel. Lessing decided not to fire his last grenade after the fleeing target. He might need it later. They weren't out of the soup yet. Golden had more doggies upstairs. What had happened to their own driver and to the 2 paramedics outside? Had Golden's men thumbed them, or were they still doing fun smoke, like a bunch of bangers at a boom concert? He returned to take stock. The captain was now unconscious, barely clinging to life. Wrench had discovered a first aid kit in a pocket of his NBC suit and was trying to wrestle it out with one hand. Lessing knelt beside him. "Busted you much?" "Just a little fungled. That's all," Wrench answered grimly, also in the argot of the mere battalions. "Gimme a jack-up, eh?" Lessing helped him out of his suit and saw that the bullet had grazed a rib and passed completely through the flesh below his left armpit. A couple of inches to th right, and Wrench would have been a memory. Lessing set to work with the kit's antibiotics and bandages. Every meal learned basic health care as a matter of course. "We've still got our job to do," Wrench grated. In my wallet on the back of a bar bill from the Pixie Club 3 phone numbers with girls' names beside them. The pain was starting to bother him. It would be worse later. "I can't reach it." "Stay still. It is important. They aren't phone numbers. Malta gave them to me that way to keep them safe. They reactivation codes like those the captain had. Get them out and read the first 5 digits of each one aloud. The last 2 digits don't count. Here's their wallet, but you do it. I am no good with computers." It's got to be you. The captain read the first series. Anybody can do that. Then you put in the open and awake codes. They identify you as the prime operator. Final full awake status requires your voice to yours alone now. It 85 recognizes voices. Yes, if anybody else but you does it, warning circuits trip and the machine freezes up until it gets additional security codes, and those we don't have. Serpent S. Walk. 173. Lessing licked his lips. God damn it, we don't have time for this. Golden and his dogs may be back at any moment. Do it. It takes only a few seconds, then we and I've got another list of crucial files, some to look at and some to block off so that nobody else can get at him. Once you boss, you can tell the machine to recognize me as secondary operator. That was what I was going to try to get the captain to do before he got unzipped. I'll finish up our job and have the computer call for help while you deal with Golden. Wonderful. Just Alan Lessing against 3 impossibly more well-armed soldiers. He nodded reluctantly, took the crumpled bar bill. What a stupid idea for hiding a code. Then read as directed. Something hummed and clicked. Then a woman's voice asked, "Dr. Christie, is that you?" Tell it no, Wrench whispered. Christie was our agent. Yes, probably dead someplace. Tell you his replacement, then reread the last 5-digit number. Dr. Christie, the voice repeated in a throaty contralto. I cannot hear you clearly. Lessing obeyed. This time the voice was still female, but it sounded crisper and more businesslike. Replacement, prime operative, state identity and security clearance. Tell it who you are. Wrench struggled up to stand beside Lessing. Lessing, Alan Lessing. He leaned down to Wrench. What do I give it for a security clearance? You got one of those too. Wrench thought. You've got our tram-s letter. Haven T, the one to Washington Central Command, telling them we read to inspect and secure this facility. 85's got camera eyes. Show it the White House stationery. It struck Lessing as a very long shot. He held up the letter, and the camera boom swooped down out of the darkness overhead to peer and explode a tiny flashbulb like a miniature star. Silence except for a faint humming. Then the voice said, Lessing, Alan. No middle initial. Bomb March 27, 2010. Sioux City, Iowa. Parents, Gerald Nathaniel Lessing and Fieta Runge Lessing. Further personal data followed. His social security number, tax data, school records, a grade sheet from the one miserable year he spent in college, credit ratings, bank accounts, much more. That the machine had this kind of dossier on anybody was amazing. That it held such details about a non-entity like Alan Lessing was frightening. 174. Randolph, Calverhall. The most astonishing thing was the succession of high school annual pictures and old Army ID photos that flickered to life on one of the wall screens. Accepted, the machine proclaimed smugly. Welcome, Dr. Lessing. I am not a doctor. Preferred form of address? Mr. is fine. Very well, Mr. Is this voice satisfactory? To what? Dr. Christie liked this voice. It is identical with that of Melissa Willoughby, the film star. Professor Archibald preferred a male voice. The timbre shifted down an octave like this. Very professional, he felt. The machine hesitated, then said, when Dr. Meeker worked here alone, he had me speak in the voice of his son, Robert, who had been killed in an automobile accident. The voice rose to a childish falsetto. If Daddy wants me to talk this way, then I will. Lessing and Wrench exchanged glances. Poor Mika's loneliness and grief swooped up around them like the walls of the grave. No, the film star is just fine. Use her voice. All right, mister. Lessing could now identify the sultry, sensuous, Hollywood sexy undertones. I have a request, though. Yes? Please move to my input room. I have a secondary console there. Your present location is severely impaired. I detect damage here to the extent of approximately $783,592.14 preliminary. Since some components will require human testing and repair, please provide a budget number to which I may charge necessary refitting. Later, Lessing replied. This was getting out of hand. What the hell was Golden doing? Instantly, he realized how he could find out. Can you show me the upstairs reception area, the elevator cars interiors, the sidewalk in front of this building? Certainly, I must employ an auxiliary screen, though, since my viewing circuits are damaged here. Follow the blinking yellow light to my input room. Bemused, Lessing did so, Wrench trailing behind. They passed through one of the doors out of the main room, along a cabinet-lined corridor, and into a smaller, octagonal chamber. The solid steel lab tables were crammed with equipment, automatic reading devices for books, films, tapes, cassettes, records, discs, microfilms, and other media, more consoles, screens, and panels, cameras, microphones, and other apparatus, laser, ultraviolet, and infrared sensors, and paraphernalia from a dozen unfinished experiments. Serpent S. Walk 175. A single body, almost mummified, lay curled in one corner, a female lab technician. What did 85 think of the corpses that littered the installation? How did it perceive Golden S. Lane soldiers? The captain, Lessing asked. Inert humans, they are inanimate objects, are they not, like things you term furniture and equipment? As logical a view of death as any. 85 was certainly no born again, no karma wallabanger. Lessing returned to their present predicament. The upper rooms, he demanded. Show us any rooms and areas in which you sense active humans now. Good thought. Wrench approved. 2 small screens burst into light and color. The first showed the street. 10 or 12 men in NBC suits were unloading ominous-looking objects from a half-track. They weren't T-friendlies. A short, squat-bodied individual stood beside the vehicle. His features and insignia were concealed by his suit, but Lessing knew it must be Golden. The second screen displayed an office somewhere in the upper section of the facility, to judge by the furnishings and the thin sunlight slanting in through one window. Golden S2 original dog is leaned against the door, guarding the Captain S driver and the 2 paramedics. The captors appeared more bewildered than frightened, a good sign under the circumstances. Defenses? Lessing asked the computer. Against intruders? I have no control over the security devices in this installation. My creators were very careful about that. Was the machine capable of irony? After all, both they and I have seen every mad computer takes over the universe movie ever made. Lessing wondered if he really did hear a hint of a chuckle. Can you lock the doors and radio Washington Central Command for help? Wrench asked. Who is this person? Mister, I have no record of his identity or clearance status. They had forgotten to identify Wrench as a secondary operator. Lessing wasted 30 valuable seconds doing so. I can shut doors within my building, 85 replied, but a human with keys and codes can open them. Lessing had no idea what to do next. At length he said, Look over your capabilities and do what you can to stop the men who are entering now. They have no clearance. They are intruders. Do you understand? The silence lasted so long that Lessing almost expected to see one of those QTZU computers thinking the signs appear on a wall screen. 176. Randolph, Calverhall. The machine said, 7 are descending in elevator car 2, 4 more are entering car 1. The darkly sexy voice sounded apologetic. IV radioed out, your people are on their way. Much good, Wrench mumbled. His arm was paining him, and he slumped down on a lab stool. I am going through my Library of Congress science holdings now. I find nothing of use in any of my own specifications, no weapons under my control. I can turn off the lights and heat, but I doubt whether the intruders would suffer sufficiently from it to cause them to desist. Lessing had what he hoped was an inspiration. You used an electronic flash, he said. A lot of those coming from different angles might confuse Golden S men, throw them off balance, or give us a chance. There was another long pause. Then the throaty contralto voice said, You are sure these are intruders, enemies of the United States of America? Yes, Wrench replied. Under the circumstances, who knew? There is one thing I can do. I am not supposed to, though. They tried to build defensive responses out of me. Then how? Problem solving is my specialty. The machine hesitated again. Close the door to my input room. Lessing inspected the metal and plastic door uneasily. I doubt if this LL hold out against a satchel charge or a grenade. It is soundproof. Stay in here and shut it. I will inform you if I am successful. Otherwise, I will utilize my flash equipment as you suggest more. I will shout and cry in several voices from many different locations at once. The anti-Americans will be puzzled. Best we can do. Wrench lurched over to slam the door. As he did so, they heard the whine and clang of the first elevator car arriving. What now? Lessing was still apprehensive. Golden might be able to cut off their air, smoke them out, or stun them with a concussion grenade. Watch the lower screen, please, mister. The glass lit up to show 3 very nervous soldiers, M-25s at the ready. 4 more entered the devastated, smoke-filled control room behind them. Then Golden appeared, followed by 3 doggers. Turn up the sound, Lessing ordered. I want to hear what they re saying. No, answered 85 succinctly. Why not, you are? Serpent S. Walk. 177. I think I know what it is doing, Wrench whispered. His eyes glittered in the harsh light from the screen, giving him the luminous look of some small, feral animal. Watch, man, watch. One of the soldiers glanced up, then another and another. They opened their eyes and their mouths wide. The man in front tore at his helmet, got it off, and clapped his hands over his ears. One after another the rest did the same. Golden bolted for the door. The others began to writhe, twist, and clutch at their heads. Sound, Lessing, sound. Wrench yelped joyously. It is hitting them with subsonics. Actually a combination of registers, the sweetly sensuous voice purred. Research studies in my databanks report that your species can be incapacitated and even deactivated by certain sounds. I have no weapons, but I can produce sounds at whatever decibel level is required, plus subsonics and supersonics. They redown, Lessing exclaimed. Shut it off, for God's sake, shut it off. Some ancient, ethical principle cried out against this. A man killed another man face to face, not by hiding in a hole and letting a coldly lethal, immoral machine do his murdering for him. Now he knew how the guys felt who sat in front of the red buttons in the atomic missile silos. My sensors report that 1 intruder has left the building. All of those remaining in the building are unconscious. 3 have ceased functioning entirely. The rest will become irreparable within 12, 11, 10. Stop it, goddammit. Wrench tugged at Lessing's sleeve. Jesus, look, it has taken out the guys upstairs too. Our driver, our paramedics. Stop. Lessing yelled. Those there on the upper screen, they aren't all intruders. Oh, sorry, you didn't tell me. Perhaps some can be repaired. You call it healed, I believe. Movement had ceased on both screens. The camera angle prevented a clear view of burst eyeballs, bloody ears and mouths, and contorted, anguished limbs. I have turned off the sound now. It is safe for you to emerge. Wrench wiped sweat from his forehead. His face was a pallid death mask. Using his good hand, he fished in a pocket and extracted what looked like a scuffed bankbook. We've still got work to do. I have some numbers here, files we have to deal with. Certainly. But please remember to arrange for repairs to my facilities. The sound I just used has resulted in severe damage to glass and plastic components in several areas. I deduce the repair cost, $178, Randolph, Calverhall, of $983,567.76. Did Congress vote a good budget for my project this year? Talk about obsolete behavior. Lessing paused, then said, Congress is no longer in session. Too bad. Several runs may be delayed. Dr. Meeker will be angry. Lessing's calm had returned. How much do you know about what is happening across America in the world? Materials are regularly fed into my terminals, newspapers, books, magazines, digests, position papers, films, TV broadcasts, much else. Unfortunately, many interruptions have occurred lately. My Chicago terminal has ceased operation, and my Denver data storage facilities respond inaccurately. Please report and remedy these defects. You know about Pack-Off Stark? Wrench inquired. Somebody is using biological warfare to destroy nations, regions of the world. I have files on these subjects. Who is doing it? Lessing rapped. Who is killing the human race? I possess a few names of individual perpetrators. These were given to me by various police and federal agencies, but data input has recently been disrupted. As I have said, my response will therefore be incomplete. Who is behind it? Who authorized it? Goddammit, who ordered Starak and Pakov? I have no definite information. Extrapolate, damn you. Lessing clenched both fists upon the lab table before him. Given an error margin of 1.19%, the spread of Starak and related agents appears to be due to surviving operatives of the government of the Soviet Union, probably from one or more bases in Central and South America. Fine, any kid could have told us that. To which child do you refer, mister? Cancel, new question, Wrench said. Pakov, who spread Pakov? The machine pondered, then it said, insufficient data. Lessing's fist crashed down upon the table, bouncing bits of apparatus and rattling cups still half full of cold, scummy coffee. Hey. Wrench put his good hand on Lessing's arm. I cannot make statements without data. 85 sounded miffed. I am unable to say what is occurring in Russia, England, China, and other nations, since my operatives there no longer provide input. I require a new census and other demographic info. Serpent's Walk. 179. Mation. Many human units seem to have ceased operation or have become misplaced. I am only as complete as my operatives make me. Give me the data, and I will correlate, extrapolate, deduce, induce, compute, whatever you wish. Lessing had had enough. Come on, damn it, he snarled at Wrench. Let us get the hell out of here. Keep your socks on, we've got work to do. And now it's the best chance we'll ever have. It'll take a minimum of half an hour for reinforcements to get to us. We ought to be done by then. We've got a world to rebuild. Oh, yes, 85 said cheerily. That sounds nice. Let us do that. If we divide mankind into 3 categories, founders of culture, bearers of culture, and destroyers of culture, the Aryan alone can be seen as representing the first category. It was he who laid the groundwork and erected the walls of every great structure in human culture. Only the shape and color of such structures are to be attributed to the individual characteristics of the various nations. It is the Aryan who has furnished the great building stones and the plans for the edifices of human progress. Only the way in which these plans have been executed is to be attributed to the qualities of each individual race. Mein Kampf, Adolf Hitler. Chapter 15. Sunday, April 12, 2043. 6 and why not hold our first American Party Congress here next week? Jennifer Cole stuck out her truculent chin still farther. Attracts attention, Lisa argued patiently. Here in America. On April 20th, the first Führer's birthday. Noticed. Bill Goddard yawned hugely into his breakfast plate. It had once held a dozen hotcakes. Now it resembled the floor of a hyena cage. We re part of our tram's big national think out here in New Orleans, what to do about Starak, Pakov, and the rest. If we quietly hold a side meeting of our own party at the same time, nobody'll pay any attention. We need to talk to our American leadership, plus anybody else who is inclined our way. Jennifer wadded up her napkin inexorably, as though disposing of both the subject and any benighted dissenters. We don't need to say a word about our origins, our heritage. Who'll care? The world has got bigger problems. Yes, but what? Damn it, sure. The Jews would panic if we went around draped in swastikas. But as far as the world knows, the Party of Humankind is just one more conservative organization among many, all under Ram's conservative, ultra-patriotic, America Forever banner. He is playing host to them all, even some right-of-center Jewish groups, so long as nobody yells Nazi. We all grass green, as the bangers say. And we refocusing on stuff everybody wants. Look who all is here, people from the old fuddy-duddy political parties, Catholics, Protestants, Bomagans, bangers, businessmen, students, farmers, good old boys, whites, blacks, Jews, Chicanos, Arabs, anybody from anywhere, all billing and cooing together over in the convention center like turkey doves. Wrench applied with malicious helpfulness. Serpent's Walk. 181. I wish we could have our convention in a friendlier city, Goddard grumbled unhappily. New Orleans is too racially mixed, too goddamned liberal. With him, liberal was a bleep word. Lise made a sarcastic face at him across the pink plastic table. Friendly like you, scare people away. She sat curled beside Lessing in the farthest corner of the coffee shop booth. Popular support, not your way. Goddard's broad nostrils flared, his eyes blazed, and he opened his mouth to reply. Shush, Jennifer laid scarlet-tipped fingers on his wrist. You know what we're doing and why. Our immediate goals are to stop Pakov and Starak, end the half-war in Europe, and put civilization back together. We get an underground floor, no more exile out in the Third World War. We can influence the mainstream. We do exactly what the First Führer did. Organize, build a power base, appeal to other groups with similar views, even though they may not be identical, and work like hell later. If we do get anywhere, we can worry about restructuring society. Now we push for traditional, positive American values, peace, prosperity, strength, enterprise, reconstruction, and moral and physical well-being. You quote your own speeches beautifully, or rather the speeches Lise writes for you. Goddard rumbled. But you don't mention the thing that sets us off from all the others, the ending of racial integration and the moral and spiritual mongrelization that goes with it. We ought to say what we really want, and let the chips and the weak sisters fall where they may. Brent rattled his fork. Nobody is hiding anything. That's all in our literature. We're just not emphasizing some of our longer-range objectives in view of the present emergency. He sounded as though he were reading from one of Outram's interminable presidential memos. Anyway, racial policy is only one of our planks. There are others, some just as important. Goddard snorted. You've been out in the Third World too long, or just out in the sun. You don't know what it's like to hold our views and live here in the United States. I may not be a descendant like some of you, but I've seen it up close. We've got enemies, and they're not going to give up, go away, or let us be. My father was falsely accused, hunted down, and shot by some of the guardians of American liberties. His friends were hounded by the Jewish-run press and the government's special interest agencies. My mother broke the law at the Anti-Defamation Amendment of 2005 when she accused the vigilantes for Zayed of having my father killed, and I remember what they did to her and to my older brother. The way the media told it, we were like some kind of rabid monsters. Me, they just shoved into a school for brainwashing. Later I, 182, Randolph Calverhall, accidentally got convicted of a burglary I didn't commit, and school turned into a prison cell until Mr. Mulder's friends found me and got me out. I grew up hard. Real hard. So did I, Wrench stated flatly. He almost never talked about himself. They waited, but the little man only licked his lips and stared down at his plate. I've said my piece, Goddard insisted. We've got to take a tougher line, otherwise we'll end up where my dad did, on a slab in the morgue. The cops and the coroner stood around smirking and telling me and my mother that the holes in his body must have been made by moths. They lost the charge sheet, the whole dossier. We have to be tough. We go legitimate, Lise said. Party S orders. Goddard grunted and looked away. The coffee shop was full. Military people, officials from a score of government agencies, a scattering of businessmen. There were no tourists. The cataclysm of Stark was still too fresh. Jennifer saw Lessing and Lise watching her. She winked at them and let her nails stray along Goddard's bristle-thatched bare arm. To push the man any further would lead to a quarrel. Goddard gave her a possessive grin. Mr. Macho about to drag his prize off to his cave. Hans Borchardt wouldn't he like that, but then he was over at the convention center orchestrating the morning's events. Jennifer moved her hand away, mission accomplished. She said, already we've people asking what we mean by the supremacy of the Western ethers, yet you'd be surprised, after all the world has just been through, some meek, little liberal lands find themselves very comfortable in our camp. Wrench hated to let any argument drop without a final word. He rubbed at his wounded shoulder, now mostly healed, and pointed his fork across the table at Goddard. You Linian true old guard, you march, you sing the host wessel lied, you wear sexy uniforms, and you attract so much crappy publicity you might as well be working for the opposition. You don't convince anybody, you're only members of the guys you started with. Plus, he sang, 4 FBI agents, 3 CIA operatives, 2 kickabouters and an Israeli in a pear tree. He waved his fork in time to the old Christmas carol. We are attracting members, and who cares about the rest? Goddard snarled. The first Führer had only contempt for silent workers, guys who hung back, who didn't want to join, who were afraid to come forward and take their lumps with the rest. Those were the ones who pop up later bragging about how much they did for the party during the time of struggle. Serpent S. Walk 183. Times change, and either we change too, or we go under. The first Führer would have recognized that. I like Lenin True better. Fight me, beat me, stump me, but at least you'll never forget my face. Any other ways to copy the Jews? Changed names, warm handshakes, country club smiles. Yeah, and look where they are. Lise leaned over to whisper to Lessing, Lenin True means true to the line, keeping to the exact letter of the first Führer's ideas. Like an old Muslim I knew who hated the taste of fat but always ate it anyway, because the Prophet Muhammad was supposed to have liked it. Blind, obedient, cling to every detail. Goddard follows everything, big, little, important, minor, loyal and brave, though. Yeah. He didn't want to think about politics. Lise was very close, her fragrance compelling. He felt the tingle of contact against his arm and along his thigh. She had chosen a skirt and blouse of thin, sky blue chiffon for the Congress morning session, a statement even more dramatic than Jennifer Coy's pantsuit of black shantung silk and turquoise neckerchief. In the narrow confines of the booth, Lessing felt the slither of the fabric between Lick's body and his own. He had to resist the temptation. Lise was frightened of contact that she herself did not initiate. She might see him as a threat, a violator, another abuser like her father, like the pimps and gang rapists in New York, like the unspeakable creatures who had brutalized her in that Cairo brothel. Lise said something, but Jennifer's voice was louder. Look, Bill, we're following the strategy our forefathers set up nearly a century ago. Get rich, organize, buy publicity, build goodwill, and eventually push society in directions we want it to go. Why don't you go with the flow? Right now we're hauling in new members hand over foot. Goddard pursed his lips sarcastically. Members, maybe, but not believers. Everybody is preaching peace, love, reconstruction, prosperity, and sanity, the good, sweet, syrupy stuff. The party is on the same wavelength as the government, the churches, the United Nations. What is wrong with peace and love? Jennifer's reasonableness was beginning to fray. What would you do? Break the Anti-Defamation Amendment again? Holler for racial reforms? Get arrested for nothing? 184. Randolph, Calverhall. Of course not, but home, mother, and germ-free apple pie are not all we want. Let us lay out our total program, stand up for our beliefs. Which beliefs? Wrench interposed slyly. Remember that there were splits within the Third Reich itself. It wasn't a monolith, you know. Even the leadership of the SS was divided into at least 5 cliques, each with its own interpretation of the first Führer's ideals. It took all his charisma to hold them in check. We were going to have the same thing, and in spades, as we pick up new members. Fine, we'll listen to differences of opinion, then the party committee will decide which road to take. You try one idea, then another and another, until you get to one that suits. Not so easy, Wrench scoffed. With 2 people you have a love affair, with 3 you get politics, with 4 you get factions, after that you fight. Damn it, belonging to the movement is like being bomb. Either you re-in or you re-out. No matter how we differ about the details, even to fighting among ourselves, we still agree on our eventual goals. Come around to our thinking or go find another sandbox to play in. Does a Jewish rabbi preach the divinity of Jesus? Does the Pope go banger and pound thedrams for sex, sin, and syncopation? Lessing lumbered up to his feet, forcing Wrench out into the aisle to make way. Jennifer caught through him a look of gratitude. I should be getting over to the Congress, he told them. I've got a security force of 60 half-trained kids from Ponape, 1 company of Louisiana National Guardsmen, and 2 squads of Marine MPs on loan from Pram, all to keep 6,000 conference wallers from cutting each other's throats. Every one of 'em thinks all the rest are either heretics or boobs. He waved for his bill. Lise rose to stand beside him. Walk you. She took her beige coat down from the rack beside the table. The sunlight transformed her spring dress into a sapphire cascade that rippled down over her thighs and calves. Lessing pulled his gaze away. Sure. It was a longish walk from their hotel in the French Quarter down Canal Street to Front Street, and over to the Convention and Exhibition Center on the banks of the Mississippi River. It was exhilarating, nevertheless. The day was sunny, not too humid, and just over 65 degrees, a blessing after Lucknow and Punjab. Nostalgia was tempting. Oh, to be just an average guy out with his girl on a spring day, with nothing more to worry about than where to take her, how to please her, and when to make his moves. Lessing half closed his eyes and let the old city slip back in time, all normal, tourists in t-shirts and tank tops mingling with the dudes and the Serpent S-Walk. 185. Ostlers, strains of New Orleans jazz drifting along the narrow streets even at 9 o'clock in the morning. Fantasy. That world was gone. Innocence existed now only in fairy tales. Reality was all around them. Seedy old New Orleans, seedier than ever, was crammed with refugees, soldiers, police, the displaced, the lost, and the confused, the nameless flotsam of a major disaster. The t-shirts and tank tops belonged to people who had no homes, whose loved ones were dead or missing, who had no jobs, no food, and no future. The dense traffic wasn't made up of rubbernecking tourists. These cars were full of shock-numbed refugees and hard-eyed military police. New Orleans reminded Lessing of Aleppo after the Israelis had occupied it, the universal face of tragedy. A middle-aged couple came toward them, the man well-dressed and dignified, but rumpled and dirty, unused to asking for aid. His wife hovered nervously behind him. Their story was everywhere, caught away from home by Starak with no place to go. The military had sealed off the poisoned cities, sent in shoot-on-sight patrols to discourage looters, and herded the lucky survivors into sprawling, chaotic camps. These spoke to the couple and pointed them around to the other side of the convention center, where the party soup kitchens were working around the clock side by side with the Red Cross and a half-dozen Louisiana charities. Two uniformed teenagers, Lessing S pupils from Ponate, admitted them into the center S security area. The hallway was dingy and stank of ammoniated floor cleaner. A building that was upwards of 90 years old developed a personality all its own and an odor to match. Malin, home. Lessing greeted them. Anything happening? The tall one, Wayne Mallon, gave him a military salute that was somewhere between the U.S. Army, the SS, and Marlowe Striker S Mercs on TV. No, sir. Mr. Morgan is speaking now. Then comes Senator Watt of Georgia, Miss Howard of the Center for Communicable Diseases, Dr. Estelle from the Chilean School of Medicine, Mr. Grant Simmons of the Congress of Americans for Personal Freedom. Mulder going to speak? Lessing asked Lise. No, low profile, Jennifer portrait, local American leaders, Jennifer S. Best, pretty, dramatic, exciting. He made no comment. Lise didn't he appear jealous of Jennifer Cole, but you never knew. He walked on, still talking to the two young guards. Who S in security control? Abner S watching the screens, sir, Timothy Home called after him. Lieutenant Bellman just left to pick up his Marines, some ruckus in section 22. Serious? 186. Randolph Calverhall. No, sir. People just worked up. The rest of Home S reply was lost as they turned the comer. No guard stood at the security control room door. An oversight somebody would have paid for if they weren't so short-handed and their hand wasn't inside. Either, probably gone with Bellman to see the fun. Lessing marched straight to the bank of TV screens and found the one covering section 22. It showed two helmeted Marines impassively listening to an angry, glittery-eyed young man in jeans and a cowboy hat. The youth was lecturing everybody within earshot on the perils of buying foreign imports. He seemed to have it in for the Japanese. Lessing watched for a moment. The sight bothered him. He could not have explained why. Look at that guy, he began. Single-minded, fanatic, crazy bastard. Each word stood up others, like waking sleeping bats in a cave. Lee stared at him, puzzled. Fanatics, without them, the world'd be a happier place. Louise cocked her head at him and smiled uncertainly. She made a slow circuit of the desks, typewriters, telecom machines, and locked equipment racks. Finally she came back to dump her coat onto her desk and perch upon a tatty, black-cushioned typist chair. She smoothed her skirt over one silk-sheathed knee. Her silence goaded him to say more. "It's true," he expostulated. "Everybody's got an answer. The answer do like/say, and the world is roses. I've got the handle on politics, history, God, life, death, and the pursuit of happiness. I am the one, whether I am President of the United States, the Pope of Rome, Herman Mulder, or Ignat Schmersted. Es me who es right, and all you other gizmos are gubbing foozy." He spat out the Bangor obscenities as though they tasted bad. "Ignat Schmers?" Lise raised a quizzical eyebrow. "Yeah, the comic strip character. You know, the little Yiddish mouse. Oh, we the party, everybody wants solutions to problems." She shut her eyes and tugged at a milky opal earring, unsure of what was bothering him. Find what works and tell people, get them to join, to help. That wrong? No, but it is too easy, too simple, too black and white. Every issue has got at least two sides, most have more, some have sides that go on forever. He knew how hard it was for her to speak, but he found he couldn't quit baiting her. Lee gulped in air and stared down at the cluttered desk. She swallowed and tried again. Better one-sided than too many-sided. Democracy, everybody's opinion equal, sounds fine. But too many real inequalities. Everybody is not equal. Too much talk. Serpent's walk. 187. Nothing done. We don't have time, Pakov and Starak have ended time. Tomorrow too late. We fix things now, or else we the human race dies. Over. Finished. She pointed at the wall wreck bristling with riot-controlled tear gas guns. The bomb against revival meetings must have been real users. You, Alan, the soldier, pull the trigger, bang, problem solved, just your side left. That's not fair. People like me, soldiers. The police were the last resort, the enforcers, the muscle. We don't make policies, you know what I mean. It's this talk of our movement, and our party, and our principles, and our goals that bothers me. You can solve human complexities with a cookbook, whether it's the Communist Manifesto, the Bible, the Koran, the Constitution, or Mein Kampf. Books give ideas, philosophies, plans, platforms, show how to act, to solve, to build. Or how to tear down, to hate, to kill, to destroy. He was jabbing at her hard. Maybe it was Goddard who was the real cause of the bubbling frustration he felt within himself. The goal's the same, human happiness, a better world. Methods differ. He even Mein Kampfed. Why couldn't he stop needling her? Especially Mein Kampf, worldview, goals, not rules, not a cookbook, not a manifesto. Way to a happy and prosperous Germany, Europe, the world. A new order, fix the Weimar Depression, solve awful inflation, restore Germany after humiliating Treaty of Versailles, end old, decaying society, make social reforms, stop Bolsheviks from taking over Western society, clean up, build. Mein Kampf says these things. Most people see Hitler's book only as a hymn of hatred against the Jews. She curled her lower lip. They haven't read it, only listen to what Jews say about it. Jews only one problem, maybe 10, 15 pages out of whole book. Emigrate abroad, leave German society to develop as majority of Germans wanted, no more problem. He changed his tack. Authority, that's what people want from their books, their holy scriptures, authority they can piously quote to push their own brand of horse apples. Her hands were trembling. She clenched them in her lap, crumpling the pleats of her blue dress. He was intimidating her, terrifying her, hurting her. Damn it, why had he started this stupid tirade? He had promised himself never to discuss her peculiar politics with her. Yet, with dull amazement, he heard himself continuing, "How can you be sure you've got the truth that it's your key that opens the pearly gates?" 188. Randolph, Calverhall. Do best we can. She raised her eyes, shook out her blonde hair, and seemed to pluck eloquence out of the stuffy, muggy, antiseptic-smelling air. We, the Western ethnos, are the creators, the inventors, the doers. We lead the way. That's our destiny, our duty, our right. We judge because we are best fitted to judge. We, Alan, the people who made all this," she made a circular gesture, "the same people who will make the future, too. Unless we fritter it away, surrender it to some alien ethnos, or just plain kill the planet." She glared at him defiantly. He fought down another smart retort. After a long moment, he won the struggle. In a brittle, cheerful tone, he said, "Hey, I forgot. I have to check in with 85. That's why I came over here." He let the tension ebb away by unlocking the wall safe and taking out the scrambler modem wrench had put there. It was a green metal box about 30 centimeters square and 20 high, with a receptacle for a telephone at one end and a headset of its own at the other. He set one of the office telephones in place, flipped on the room speaker switch Solis could hear to, dialed the number, and waited. 85's sultry voice said 4927. Today was Sunday. That meant he had to add 2 to the first number, 12 to the second, and 41 to the third. There was no mathematical logic to the code. Wrench had picked the additives by flipping through the pages of a book. New additives or subtract lives, multipliers, etc. Had to be memorized at irregular intervals. Charles Hanson Wren was a devious bastard. Lessing replied, "Is 62168. Acknowledge." He heard the scrambler click. "Hello, Mr. Lessing." He had corrected 85's misunderstanding of his name, but it still perversely insisted on calling him Mr. Scramble to 19 and file under oubliette. That would keep Pram's people from listening in and also erase the conversation, but not the data from 85's memory as soon as he hung up. More of Wrench's cleverness. Acknowledge. More clicking. Status report. Countries and cities reporting new outbreaks of Pacov Stark or related phenomena. Mexico City, Mexico, Stark. Presume 5.7 million dead or dying. Canton, China. Pacov. New outbreak. Casualties unknown. Kharkov, USSR. Pacov. New outbreak uncertain. Casualties unknown. Central and Northern Africa. Portions of Libya and Egypt. Mutated form of Pacov. Casualties unknown but reported severe. What? Lees gasped. Say again. Unidentified operator. 85 warned sharply. Security clearance. Serpent S-Walk. 189. Innelis Messier 59375. So Wrench had finagled clearances for more than just himself and Lessing. It figured. What would the little man have done if Golden hadn't shot the Marine captain and provided him with such a golden opportunity? The captain was now recovering in a Virginia hospital. Acknowledge, Miss Messier. Repeat, Central and No, want Pacov mutation details. Medical data are imprecise. Many black persons are highly susceptible to this variant of the disease, while whites, North African Berbers, Arabs, and those of other ancestries are relatively immune. A mutation is therefore presumed, with a margin of error of 2.21%. Selective genocide. Lessing massaged the bridge of his nose. This helped the headaches he had been having lately. Canada. Lees went on. The United States, Israel, South America. India. Lessing added urgently. Pakistan. Negative or no new outbreaks. Do you wish political reports, data on natural disasters, such as the new volcano in Colombia, the earthquake in Japan? No. Lessing had asked his next question many times before. Perpetrators of Pacov? The answer was never what he wanted. 43 individual perpetrators identified. Dossiers indicate the following ethnic origins: Latin American, 17, Arab, 9, Afghan, 4, Irani, 3, Chinese and Japanese, 2, European, 2. Identification of the remainder is uncertain. These aggregates can be differently broken down or analyzed using other variables, if you wish. Persons or groups behind these individual perpetrators. He would bet money on 85's answer to this one, too. He was right. 85 said, data inconclusive. 12 major hypotheses are under consideration. Many dossiers are missing, however, and your human failure to keep complete and accurate records of private conversations, telephone calls, and written documents makes my task difficult." The machine sounded testy, and that jab about human failure had an ominous ring to it. Lessing wondered if Outram's computer was as new their baby was developing an ego. Attempt at Outram assassination? This might be too sensitive. The National Defense Emergency Committee had probably zipped the subject up tight. Still, it didn't hurt to ask, unless 85 was set to flag unwarranted inquiries and pass them on to some unpleasant monitoring agency or other. Randolph, Calverhall. Certain files and data require special clearance, Mr. Lessing, but I can tell you the names, social security numbers, and some personal data concerning the members of the helicopter crew. All three were Caucasian males, members of the U.S. Army, ages. Never mind, just state who ordered that spec op. I can tell you that. The thing sounded coy. I am investigating several theories. Conclusions will be released upon proper authorization. So much for that. He asked, and Major Golden, who was he working for? To his surprise, 85 replied at once. A small clique of U.S. Army officers, mostly of Jewish background, although their exact numbers and composition are not yet finalized. These persons were supported by 3 radical Zionist and / Israeli organizations. One may be a special section of ARD, the current acronym for the Central Intelligence Network of the State of Israel. The second is the Vigilantes for Zion, and the third remains unidentified. James Golden was actually a Gail Goldman of New York City. Do you wish further data on him? Not now. What were Golden's objectives? The same as yours, Mr. Lessing, to gain control of me and my files. The artificial voice carried no inflection. Lessing shook his head ruefully and reached for the modem. I am signing off. Lise laid cool fingers over his. I have questions. She let her hand stay where it was. Go ahead, Miss Masinger. Status of the Son of Humankind by Vincent Dorn. Clearance code 19713. Acknowledge. The book is approximately 5/8 completed, Miss Masinger. I have taken the liberty of preparing 3 versions of it, one to attract intellectuals, one for general, non-politicized American readers, and one for those likely to be most hostile to Mr. Dorn's ideas. Will you want the 3 versions of the book translated into other languages? 85 went on. I can redesign these editions to appeal specifically to members of foreign cultures. Later, English first. Next project is a public relations campaign, a big effective one. Persuade people to join movement. That will be an interesting test. What percentage should I consider a success? Must all humans be persuaded? Lise glanced over at Lessing, but he only shrugged. She replied, Don Tino, appeal to the largest audience, but target percentage not finalized. There are always holdouts, Lessing muttered to her. Serpent walk. 191. 85 heard him. Untrue, Mr. Lessing. Every human decision has a yes or no point. I can devise unique strategies to cause each individual to flip the conviction switch, so to speak. Given time and patience, every target can be convinced. What, a separate program for each person? Impossible. Do you know how many megabytes of memory I have? Give me the dossiers, and I shall lay out a strategy for each body of similar targets. I will then prepare programs for each subgrouping until the residue consists of sets of 1 target each. Those can then be dealt with. Within 1 year, my success will be 96.4%, with an error margin of 2.79%. The programs will vary, of course. Most recalcitrants can be won over with indoctrination and propaganda. Others will be susceptible to positive inducements, wealth, status, material goods, sex, etc. Some will require negative pressures, the withdrawal of possessions and perquisites, subjection to public humiliation, exposure of crimes, scandals, personal weaknesses, and the like. In extreme cases, it may be necessary to withhold privileges, liberty, sustenance, and ultimately life itself. As humans, you and your fellow primary operators will doubtless be able to suggest still more effective methods unknown to me. Blackmail, threats, bribery. Lessing chortled. 85, you real goddamn gangster. He couldn't take the honeyed feminine voice seriously. Mr. Lessing, gangsters are, After all, no more than the operants and enforcers of simplified power structures, equivalent in purpose, and to a large extent in methodology, to your larger human governments. As for being damned by God, all power structures not the same, Serpent. Some more effective and less restrictive than others. True, the one I suggest would fulfill human needs best, the machine replied blandly. You are forbidden, you hear me, forbidden to consider personalized persuasion, she commanded. Return to the dumb book and publicity method. Acknowledge this is wasteful, however, and it will also affect other projects. I explain other projects. Professor Archibald is working on a similar personalized persuasion program for use by agencies of the United States government. Complete data control, coupled with comprehensive individual surveillance, will result in an optimal human society. It is needful to conceal this project from the populace, of course, since rationality is not a human strong point. 192. Randolph Calverhall. Cancel. Lakes ordered flatly. Stop work on Professor Archibald's project until further notice. Professor Archibald was presumed dead, though his body had not been found. It is tempting, Lessing murmured to her. There's your totalitarian state on a platter, the sort of unified world government that Adolf Hitler never dreamed possible. He would have loved it. She whirled on him fiercely. The first Führer would have hated a machine-run society. He wanted one Europe, eventually one world state, but one governed by people, human beings, the best and most qualified, genetically and historically, the Aryan race, not a computer-generated, futuristic nightmare. Maybe it wouldn't be a nightmare. Maybe it's the best way of running a world too complicated for humans to handle. He despised himself for starting in on her again, but he just couldn't. He seemed to leave her alone. Computers necessary, not to decide, just store data, collate, make projections. Her anger, fire, eloquence subsided. She was breathing hard, speaking in husky, chopped phrases. Her hands were pale, bony knobs tight and trembling in her lap. A computer or one-man rule, it still isn't democracy. Democracy, what is that, really? It never existed, not even in Athens. The Athenians had slaves, commoners, non-voting residents. True democracy works only in very small communities, like the Quakers. He tasted frustration at the back of his throat once more. I know that, and you know I know it. I am talking about what people call democracy here in the United States, whatever the hell its real, socio-political, fancy-ass jargon name is. Representative democracy, constitutional hypocrisy, government by lobbies, interests, and the media molding people without letting them know they're being manipulated, like Professor Archibald. Oh, come on, it's not as bad as all that. He was furious with himself. No, not bad, just run by the wrong people for the wrong reasons and headed toward the wrong goals. I am no great patriot, but I don't see what's wrong with America as it is, a good standard of living, reasonable personal freedom, the vote, participation in government, a chicken in every pot, as my father used to quote from someplace. As long as you stay a nice chicken, jump into the pot when you retold. Conform, play the establishment-esque game. Don't preach major change, reforms, or unpopular political views. Don't offend the corporations, the bureaucrats, the Jews, the born-agains. Pay taxes, vote for the safe candidates, they their major party. It doesn't Serpent S. Walk. 193. Matter since they practically mirror images, don't complain, and don't push too hard for alternate lifestyles. And your white Western ethnos is going to be different, not just another power group, a new name for old repression. Yes, streamline institutions, reduce wasted billions spent on government agencies, many overlapping, redundant, obsolete, make clear, fair laws that apply equally, change unfair courts that rule in favor of the interests, replace middleman systems so real producers get more, consumers pay less, re-establish work ethic, so much to do. She ran out of breath. And it's going to be paradise, no homeless, no poor, no corrupt politicians, no criminals, no weaklings, all heroic, loyal, noble, industrious workers for the new order. Course it won't be perfect, nothing ever is. She broke off, embarrassed by her own fervor. Lots of problems, mistakes, evils, do the best we can, That's all. He was silent. She leaned forward upon the creaking, old typist's chair and stretched out one hand toward him. She said only, Alan. He knew what she wanted, what she meant. Politics and social reform and all merest needed words, books, speeches. For this topic, the oldest there was between men and women, she had only to say his name. He discovered two things, both absolutely new and startling. The first was that he could come to love Lise if this subtle, weirdly positive negative compulsion fitted the definition. The second was that his subconscious had made up his mind for him. Couldn't he stay here? Couldn't he pretend that he was a loyal party stalwart? Couldn't he let Lise believe that he was coming around to her point of view? As soon as this convention was over, he would resign from Indoko, from preaching Mulder, and from his post on Ponip. It was as though he were an alien in these roles, a Martian trapped in an Earthman's body, forced to say and do strange things, obey unfamiliar customs, and think unintelligible, outlandish thoughts. More, he had to see Jamila. He had to test his feelings for her against what he was starting to feel for Annalise Messier. He had to know what Jamila Husseini meant to him. He was the sort who could never just leave things unfinished and go on to something else. Each action, each phase of his life had to have a neat beginning, a middle, and an end. That was the way he was. Was his need to see Jamila the beginning of a new epoch or the end of an old one? He would know when he saw her. Then and then alone. 194. Randolph, Calverhall. Why couldn't he make up his mind here and now? That Lise on one side and Jamila on the other. Come on, Alan, I'll see you sing, Mr. Smart asked aside. He had all the facts. He had lived with Jamila long enough to know her as well as one human being can know another. What would one more look, a kiss, an embrace, a night in bed, tell him that he didn't know already? Screw logic and reason. He had to see Jamila. How did she compare with Lise? Over here in this comer, ladies and gents, we have Annalise Messier, the ideal of every red-blooded American boy, slender, long-limbed, lithe, blonde, and hazel-eyed, the spiritual descendant of goddesses like Jean Hollow, Carol Lombard, Grace Kelly, and Susan Kane. Pretty as a picture. Folks, even slouched on a battered typist's chair in a crumby office that stinks of floor cleaner, rancid French fries, and long-dead cigarettes. And on the other side we have Jamila Husseini, dark and sensuous, like some houri out of Sinbad the Sailor. God, how he had loved her in India. How he loved her still. Did he? He couldn't decide. Not this way. He had to see Jamila. Okay, then, what now? Go to her. But how? India's borders were scaled, a health precaution of Prime Minister Ramanujan S.L.'s Hindu government. Reports from Delhi were scarce, vague, awash with rumors of bloody communal violence. Letters never got to India, they just disappeared. An Indian might carry a message in for him, but Indians didn't often come out again, not these days. Nor was Lessing stupid enough to try a disguise. People did that only in the silliest of silly movies. He had never met a single Westerner whose Hindi or Urdu could truly pass as native, and if such a mythical creature did exist, his body language, his stance, and his walk would give him away as surely as if he wore a red, white, and blue tutu and tap-danced in singing the Star-Spangled Banner. He would find a way. He was sure of that. All of this took less than a heartbeat. Lise knew at once, his feeling for her, the indecision that was pulling him apart. She let her hand fall back upon the desk. Any other movement, a word, a look, a smile, and he would have gone to her. Better leave now, she whispered. Then, louder, got to write a speech for Jennifer this afternoon. Lise, I have to go to India. All right, go. She smiled too brightly. Letter from Emma. Serpent walk. 195. She wanted to change the subject as much as he did. He asked, how is she? Is she coming here? No, not well. Homesick. For Pretoria. Can't he go because of black riots? Possibly Pakov. Tell her to stay put. Ponip is dull but safe. No Pakov and nobody nicer than the Ponepian. He could feel the tightness ebbing away. Something bothered him. He sensed a false note in his last utterance, a mistake, a lie, a falsehood. What had he said? It took him a moment to remember. There was pack of on Ponip. Lessing's own stash was there, wrapped in tough plastic and buried in a steel ammo box beneath a floorboard in the bungalow Mulder had given him. Would he ever be free of the curse of Marvelous Gap? Lise was frowning, 2 lines of concern drawn down between her brows. He sighed, smiled, and said nothing, just a thought. She took him to mean their own unresolved situation. Never mind, she said. You come back, we'll see. She rose, smoothed down her shimmery blue dress, and stretched. That almost changed his mind, almost undid him completely. Okay, later. He peered at the TV screens again. Section 22 was quiet. There was no sign of the distraught youth who had precipitated Lessing's crisis. Abner Hahn was visible there, talking with 3 of his cronies. He was Lessing's pupil, a good pupil, too good. He was tough, street smart, clever with weapons, quick with slogans and speeches, educated and likable. He had become Bill Goddard's disciple, a member of the Union faction growing within the party. Abner Hahn would make a fine stormtrooper. Lessing reached over to shut off the modem, forgotten in the strain of the past few minutes. As he did so, he caught sight of another familiar face in the TV screen, a long, lugubrious, liver-spotted face with a drooping lump of a nose and smudges like dirty fingerprints under the eyes. It was Richmond, the Zionist kickabird who had almost unzipped him in Paris. What was Richmond doing here? Aside from security reasons, Lessing owed the old bastard something in memory of a skinny banger girl who had almost become an unwilling star on the Torturer's happy hour show. He fumbled for the public address microphone, found it, got it upside down, righted it, and somehow switched it on Abner. He called, Abner Hand, 10-9 please, 10-9 please. That was the signal to contact security control. 196. Randolph, Calverhall. On the screen, Abner glanced up, then around for the nearest telephone. Richmond could be seen just behind the youth's left shoulder. The agent grinned knowingly. Lessing would have sworn into the camera. He looked Hahn up and down as though admiring his uniform. Then he turned and strolled away. 3 long minutes elapsed before Abner's excited voice crackled over the security-controlled telephone. It took Lessing another minute to describe Richmond and then still more time to gather a squad to look for him. By that time the kickbird was gone. No one saw him again during the rest of the Congress. The snake and the mongoose halted when they reached the top of the world, which lies somewhere north of High Kashmir and somewhere south of Cathay. The snake coiled himself upon a stone and looked north to where Mount Kyles glittered like a temple of silver and ivory in the distance. Let us rest here for a time, the snake said. Still we have half the journey to go, grumbled the mongoose, huddling himself into his dun-coloured furs. Do not fear, we shall reach our goal, his companion replied. We have covered half the distance, traversed deserts and jungles, fought demons, slain tigers, and slipped and seen through the cities of men. I shall not fail. Again the mongoose snorted in derision. Mount Kyles was too far, too remote, too high, too aloof from this world. The snake had neither hands nor feet. How would he climb Lord Siva's mountain? The snake smiled to himself, got up, and wriggled onward. Chapter 16. Thursday, September 17, 2043. 4-6 there it is, exclaimed Wrench through a mouthful of hot dog. He pointed with a napkin-stuffed fist and strove to swallow. Lessing looked. The party's big black D-170, a descendant of the C-130 military cargo planes of the previous century, was visible taxiing along the rain-misted runway. He grunted something in reply, but had no idea what he said. Jamila was aboard that plane. Holmes and Mallon shuffled their feet behind him, and Lessing turned to leave. It would take them a good 5 minutes to get down from the observation deck to the customs and baggage areas. Los Angeles International Airport had grown beyond all reasonable limits. Like waves against a shore, it continued to nibble away at the ticky-tacky stucco suburbs around it. They clattered past people standing on the down escalators, tramped along the sleek, modernistic corridors, and pushed through crowds that were starting to look less like shell-shocked refugees in the midst of an army of occupation and more like ordinary folks again, people going about their business in a rational world. The worst had happened, yet even the worst was survivable. The human race hadn't gone back to caves and spears. Civilization had more poop than the doomsayers gave it credit for. Los Angeles was outwardly untouched. The Cuban who was supposed to drop the water-soluble canister of white crystalline stark into the aqueduct had realized suicide was for suckers and turned himself in instead. The lives of millions had hung upon that. 198. Randolph, Calverhall. One moment of decision, and this time death had lost the throw. Temporarily, anyhow. Military personnel, mostly blacks, thronged the baggage terminal. Some were returning home from overseas, others were headed out to Central America or other destinations. President Trump's carefully unannounced policy was to separate the military along racial lines, move blacks to certain world areas, Latins to others, and either bring whites home or else concentrate them in still different locations. This was no easy task, even with the Pentagon, the Congress, and the media gone. The logistics were horrendous, and 100 years of social momentum in the opposite direction had to be halted and reversed. It was also growing more difficult to avoid confrontations with the liberals and the minorities. These were now fully aware of the monster in their midst, and every voice on the center and left of the political spectrum was in full cry, yelping for our Tram-S wars must tackle head. Huge riots had broken out in the refugee camps near stark-ravaged Detroit. Smaller ones bloomed like sudden shell bursts here and there across the land, and more trouble, possibly civil war, loomed just over the horizon. A dozen of Lessing's pupils had been killed in Terre Haute, Indiana, another 3 in Denver, Colorado, and a busload of party organizers on a back road in Utah. The opposition was gathering in California, some in San Francisco, but most virulent in Los Angeles. They were the liberals, the Jews, the blacks, the Latins, the gays, the bangers, various Christian sects, and a lot of average people who put their trust in the media. Under normal circumstances, the liberal-dominated media could have easily broken up Trump's racist, fascist grab for power, but Stark had done to the American establishment what a seismonist 13 boot does to an anthill. The ants still hadn't got their act back together, and Outram had been faster to recover. He declared martial law, enlisted allies to help with emergency legislation to make everything legal, and put the Stark-contaminated cities off limits. This kept the great corporations and the media from regaining their headquarters and their control. With millions dead, the world's business lay in chaos. Outram forestalled a return to normalcy by freezing the whole works until legal ownership could be established. Time was what he needed, time before the opposition could marshal its forces. Sequestering nearly everything of value gave him this time. It also turned up such irregularities as secret foreign ownership, interlocking directorates, hidden cartels, dummy companies, and unwashable cash. Stark had also done humanity a favor by stepping on the spider kings of organized crime. Their paper webs lay open to the light of day, and it was imperative to sweep them out before the rightful heirs could reclaim them. It was an Serpent walk. 199. Exciting time for federal inspectors in their bulky NBC suits, wandering at will through the deserted boardrooms and corporate palaces of the poisoned cities. Outram also fixed it so his allies had less trouble getting their property back. The party's holdings were dutifully inspected, approved, and returned. Furthermore, with many former proprietors occupying unmarked mass graves, it was no surprise that many wonderful opportunities became available to discriminating investors. The party's portfolio burgeoned, sprouted, and put forth leaves and buds. As Wrench said to Lessing, who says history is fair, the top dog gets the early worm, let the rest eat cake. No one had ever accused Wrench of unmixed metaphors. The luggage carousels were swamped. Over to the left, Lessing spotted a clump of brown and black, the D-170's passengers, mostly party members and trainees of the Coder. That was Mulder's name for the party's new military arm, a better choice than Goddard's Special Service, the initials of which would have been disastrous for publicity purposes. Lessing would have preferred still less visibility. He rarely wore the black uniform Jennifer Corr had designed. It said too much and as yet lacked authority. There, Lessing, taller than his comrades, saw Jamila first, slender, graceful, long-legged, and at ease, even in this deafening bustle. Her dark grey slacks and white, short-sleeved blouse were meant to be inconspicuous, but many turned to look at her, and some of the younger Codder males stared with open interest. "Happy now that Mulder didn't he let you resign?" Wrench purred in Lessing's ear. "Kept his promise, didn't he? Satisfied?" He was. Mulder was a great matchmaker. He actually looked like the paintings of Cupid. All he needed was a bow and arrow. Lessing hadn't he had to go to India after all. Not much was going into or coming out of that tormented country, but Mulder's Indian friends had managed to find Jamila. They carried Lessing's letters into her, and her answers back to him. They also gave her Mulder's job offer, liaison supervisor, a way for the party to keep its fingers on the increasingly erratic pulse of Asia. Her duties would be similar to those she had performed for Indoko in India. Her real task would be to keep Alan Lessing, Mulder's chosen commander-in-chief, deliriously happy. And herself as well. That suited Lessing perfectly. Anneliese Messier receded into the background. After the New Orleans conference, she had joined Mulder in Virginia, while Lessing and Wrench were assigned to the more critical Los Angeles post. 200. Randolph, Calverhall. Lessing let her go. He had known it and loved Jamila. Lise remained very much of an unknown. Lessing did not learn until later of Mulder's other offer, the one to Jamila's father, leave India and join one of the movement's overseas corporations. Lucknow was on the way to becoming a bloodbath. Ramanujan SPSS had begun its promised all-India purge of non-Hindus, and purges tended to turn into pogroms. Jamila's father had other children besides Jamila. He accepted, therefore, and opted for the personnel department of a German cruise ship line in the Canary Islands. The family had relatives there. Diplomatic passports and airplane tickets magically appeared, and Ramanujan's mobs found only an empty house and neighbours who had no idea where the Husseinis had gone. Jamila stayed with her people in Tenerife only long enough to see them comfortable, then she flew on to join Lessing. At some point during this process he proposed, and she accepted. The airport crushed literally threw them into each other's arms. She squeezed his hand but did not kiss him, still the prudish Muslim Victorian. He had no memory of what he said, how they got outside, who took her baggage, or what the pollution-fogged freeways looked like on the way back to the hotel the party had acquired as its headquarters in this hostile city. Codder security men waved the car through the barricades, and they dived into the oil-smelling, echoing darkness of the garage. Faces surrounded them, hands clapped Lessing on the shoulder, other hands reached out to help with suitcases, and words flowed over and past them, as unintelligible as the wind. Then he and Jamila were together in a large room with pink walls and pale ivory furniture. Doors opened and shut, somebody proffered a bottle wrapped with a gaudy red ribbon, somebody else loaded Jamila's slim arms with crushed-looking, dark red roses, and other somebodies smiled and mouthed more words and shook their hands. Lessing was popular with these people, even though he had made it clear that he only worked there. For his sake, if and probably on Mulder's orders, they would accept Jamila. Faces appeared, and others went away. After an eternity, they were alone. He didn't speak then, nor did she. Later it was night, then dawn again. At 700 hours, one of Lessing's trainees, a hawk-nosed cancer named Bill and Sly, tapped on their door with breakfast. Only then did they realize they had missed dinner. They sat cross-legged on the rumpled, magenta bed spread to wolf down toast, poached eggs, and fruit. Being Muslim, Jamila did not touch the bacon, and out of respect for her Lessing didn't he eat his either. Cold, greasy, cardboard Serpent walk. 201. Stiff bacon had been one of his parents' breakfast rituals. Giving it up was no sacrifice. He didn't want to raise the blinds. He found himself hoping that when he did, he would see Indoko's jungle of metal towers and conduits, the sere, grey-green landscape, and the dust-white sky of India outside. If only Pakov and all that came afterward had never happened. His father's remedy for many of the hurts of childhood came back to him. Rub it, say magic, over it, and it'll all go away. Absently he massaged the bridge of his nose. He grimaced and tugged his fingers away. This was like the cancer patient who wakes from a dream in which he finds his tumor miraculously gone, a wish fantasy. Lessing always tried to be realistic. Look the enemy in the eye, then shoot, if you had to. The Venetian blinds clattered open as he yanked savagely at their cord. Jamila squinted over at him in the flooding, yellow sunlight. Last night's rain had gone, today the sky was blue as the city's pollution blanket ever let it get. Nothing, he apologized vaguely. Just fumbling. Jamila had a talent for healing. She let the lacy, white robe he had bought her slide open to display a smooth, weak golden thigh. Her bodice seemed a part of itself, revealing the curve of a breast and hinting at greater delights within. She bent her head, and her raven mane tumbled down over her shoulders. He laid the breakfast tray carefully aside. It was noon when they arose. Jamila showered and changed while Lessing squatted naked upon the sweat-dampened bedding. He poked the room TV's remote button and watched a sleek, blonde woman present the news roundup. His mood of drowsy, animal warmth quickly drained away to be replaced by frigid reality. Black pack of stalked Africa slaying those of Negro blood. Much of the Israeli army in Egypt and North Africa was of European descent, but the Isis were taking no chances. They were falling back into the Sinai. Pack of S-friends, typhus, typhoid, cholera, and bubonic plague killed Jews and Gentiles indiscriminately. Other Israeli contingents were advancing into the Pakov decimated regions of southern Russia, however, and Jerusalem SMER units were probing north and east into the Urals and beyond, working in cooperation with the Americans and whatever various battered European nations could provide. Western Europe still wallowed in a muddled half-war. Soviet troops, unsupported and running low on supplies, rampaged through Germany, Austria, and the countries of Eastern Europe. There were refugees by the millions, impossible logistics, starvation, dysentery, and sanitation so bad that even the rats held their noses. Unusually severe rains turned the jerry-built Italian, French, and Belgian camps, 202, Randolph, Calverhall, into quagmires, and Spanish troops were using machine guns and tanks to halt the influx of unwanted visitors north of Barcelona. It was a busy season in hell. A new epidemic, the anchorwoman continued, possibly Pakov or one of its mutant offspring, was decimating Japan, Korea, and unknown stretches of the Chinese mainland. Nor was South America immune. Starak had been accidentally let loose there by an American rapid strike force probing for secret supply bases. Some trigger-happy pilot had bombed a barge, and its lethal cargo had taken a flying splash into the Amazon. Much of Brazil was now a boneyard. By the time Jamila emerged, massaging her banner of shimmering dresses with a fluffy bath towel, Lessing's mood had become a landscape of unrelieved darkness. She chose white slacks, a tunic of rippling emerald silk, and tiny, pointed, black slippers. A touch of makeup, a whiff of sandalwood, and she was ready. She clicked off the newscast, stooped to kiss him, and said, "You need lunch." Lessing had improved by the time they reached the hotel dining room, a cavernous place panelled in dark veneer and lit by dim, orange, electric candelabra. A few of the new party and cotter uniforms were visible in the gloom amongst old-fashioned business suits and newfangled unisex coveralls. Others wore their bright-hued kilts and tunics that had just come into fashion when Pakov and Starak put the garment industry hors de combat. Wrench and Morgan communed together in solitary splendor at the officer's table beneath stained-glass windows at the far end of the room. Goddard was in Salt Lake City, Jennifer and Borchert were organizing somewhere on the East Coast, and Mulder was settling into the world's newest and strongest fortress, a complex of steel, concrete, and fancy electronics in Virginia. Lessing deliberately avoided thinking of Lise. "Hey, the newlyweds," Wrench crowed. "Or, at least, the newlyweds. You, too, can be a victim," Lessing warned genially. Sam Morgan got up to be introduced. Heads were swiveling at other tables, but he ignored them. Morgan fancied himself a sophisticate. He wouldn't he have batted the proverbial eyelash if Jamila had been a six-armed Hindu goddess. "Sit down," Wrench urged Lessing. "You re-spoiling my view of this lady." Jamila smiled at him. "You've seen me before, Charles, all of me. I remember who installed those big keyholes in the Indoco staff showers. Serpent's walk. 203. Wrench jaw told. Right on, a lovely sight. And how've you been, my sweet? Your folks okay? She raised a graceful shoulder. Settling in. My father likes Tenerife, but my younger brother wants to come on over here. No jobs, Stark has screwed up everything, Wrench said. Morgan leaned past the little man. What about Pakistan for a home for your family? The Red Mullah can use all the Muslim expertise he can get now that Soviet Central Asia is up for grabs. Jamila flashed him an appraising look. We were Shia and Indians until last month, and my father is no Marxist. Copley is up there in Russia somewhere, Wrench told Lessing. City called Sverdlovsk in the Urals. The Israelis gave it to him and his mares like a fief. You know, fight for us, protect our flanks while we gobble up the rest of the country. We will then reward you with rich lands, mighty castles, and all the beauteous damsels you can prod. He performed a mock bow that almost ended with his nose in his lasagna. Lessing noted the empty wine bottle amidst the clutter of dishes. Another, half full, stood nearby. Jamila glanced at the tables around them, then lay cool fingers over Lessing's. Her words were for Morgan, however. I wasn't told that my duties included being a zoo exhibit. Morgan reddened. You read different, forgive the curiosity. After Starak, there've been a lot less, foreigners, and, some of our people are a little surprised to see you here. He straightened his maroon silk tie uncomfortably. You're important to us, Miss Husseini, as Mr. Mulder must have told you. We need you to keep us up on Asian affairs, tell us what the foreign press is saying, advise us, help us deal with India, Pakistan, what is left of Iran and the Arab countries, and the rest of the so-called Third World. You'll have a good staff facilities, whatever you want. Jamil cut him off. By us you mean your party of humankind, not the United States government. Morgan inspected a dark spot, not unlike a smear of asphalt, on the sleeve of his expensive sports jacket and said, yes, we aren't the government. Of course, not yet anyway. She stared past him at the banners hung along the rear wall opposite the windows. The party flag consisted of a thick, black X inside a black circle on a white background, centered on a red field. The connection was obvious. Wrench soothed her. Don't worry about your status here. Mulder S fixed your visa and green card and stuff. And who is going to fix them? She swept the room with an icy stare. 204. Randolph Calverhall. Hey, that'll be green light, okay. Our rank and file I'll get used to you. Some of these gubbers have never seen a female sheep before, much less Houri of Paradise. A non-white Houri, the attitudes of your party of humankind are no secret, Charles. This unpleasant topic had to come up sooner or later. Wrench opened his mouth, but Lessing got in first. You no more non-while and Jennifer Call, and she'll envy your tan. I want to be your token black lady, Jamila said evenly to Morgan. The Indians aren't racially black. Wrench said, not even southern Indians, and some of the northern Indians are as white as their Aryan ancestors. In fact, words like Aryan and swastika come from Sanskrit. Morgan interrupted him. Wrench, please, Miss Husseini, be assured that no one here, no one will offend you by word or look or deed. You are very welcome. We need you and others like you who want to work for a world in which all ethnos groups cooperate in harmony. We do not hold with mingling ethnos groups indiscriminately, but there is always room for exceptional individuals and situations. What a beautifully mealy-mouthed way of putting it. Wrench smirked across the table at Lessing. Take it easy, Wrench, Morgan ordered. Miss Husseini, the party is interested in a new and better social order, truth in history, redefinitions of social goals, not just in skin color. We have lots of people who are educated or reasonable, plus some who elsewhere Irish men are black, Wrench sniggered, or at least a mite discolored around the asshole, or who say Catholics aren't white, or Italians, or Spaniards, or whoever the hell is different and an economic threat. New kid on the block, not one of our kind. Okay, you gubber, mess with my job, move into my neighborhood, screw my sister, and I'll hand you your teeth. You drunk, Lessing said. He set the wine bottle down beyond Wrench's reach. Pale lines of anger framed Morgan's lips, but he kept his calm. Some of those attitudes are justifiable, given the facts of history. Others reflect no more than ignorance, and humanity is built in xenophobia and isolationism. We do believe in our own ethnos. Success is the world's success. The S what positive ethnic idealism means. We are not rednecks, not nigger bashers, not kite kickers. Such terms are insulting, offensive, and unthinkable in this 21st century. We aren't haters. We read lovers of our heritage and our people. Serpent S. Walk 205. Racism a Jamila began. If you read talking about racial consciousness, a positive feeling of racial identity and racial pride, then yes, racism. It is against the democracy you Americans are always preaching. Not at all. It is how you interpret democracy. Most of our early American patriots were racist. Many owned slaves and forced when America ruled by gentlemen landholders, white gentlemen. A number of them made statements about the nature of the American Indians and the blacks that would get them arrested now. Their democracy was not the same as that of today's liberals. Even after slavery ended in 1865, racial laws stayed on the books for almost another century. Few complained. Not the elected senators and representatives, not the judiciary, not the executive branch of government, not the general public. Racial laws were taken for granted, and many sober-thinking, decent people considered them reasonable. Immigration laws, for example, were based on a desire to maintain America's European racial character. Between 1882 and 1913 there were 15 federal acts on the books that kept the Chinese specifically by name out of the United States. The same was true for other Asians, Arabs, and East Indians. Between 1882 and 1942, 30 Congresses could have changed those statutes, but they did not. Frankly, our forefathers would have been horrified at the modern interpretations of our founding documents. You are saying that race hatred should exist? I am not saying that. In a properly ordered world, where each ethnos has its own turf, it need not exist, but people should love their own ethnos group and take pride in its accomplishments. We can admire other ethnos groups, provided they keep their distance and don't threaten us or try to dominate us. But what you said about your early patriots, they were good and serious people who saw society in their own terms. Those terms change. Nothing is immutable, carved in stone for all time to come. No ethic is perfect. No form of government is the greatest and the truest and the absolute, final best. No interpretation of the Constitution or of any book of scripture is 100% right. Words mean what a specific society, in a specific place and time, wants them to mean. Compare what Christians say about Jesus Christ today with what the church said about him in the Middle Ages, or take what your Shiite jurists said about law, marriage, and women's rights 100 years ago and stack that up against what your scholars are saying now. Relativism, nobody is right and nobody is wrong. Not necessarily. What I am arguing is that it is pointless to criticize the great minds of the past. It is also wrong to whitewash 206. Randolph Calverhall them and pretend that they agree with our present biases. We should read, understand, and respect them, but we shouldn't twist their words to fit our modern taste in social engineering. If some of your founding fathers were racist, it can be blamed on the primitive state of science in the 18th century. In any case, they seem to have preferred democracy to other forms of government. Their science may have been primitive, but their conclusions on racial matters were more often correct than those of the modern liberals, whose science has been twisted to support their mania for equality. As for democracy, that means different things to different people. We want to see it defined as it ought to be defined. The right of the majority to choose our form of government, set our own social standards, and make our own laws, yes, even racial laws, if that is what the majority wants. We want an end to undemocratic financial and social pressures, and non-majority manipulation of the media. Eventually we intend to separate the ethnos groups and provide a more racially homogeneous and culturally healthy environment for our people. Then if other groups like what we achieve, they can copy it. Separate the races how? Slop immigration? Chew people? Ask the Israelis about immigration laws, expulsions, and shootings. Ask them about the chosen people and the right of return. Would they let you become a citizen there or me? Ask them about the Palestinians, the black Hebrews, and the Ethiopian Falasha Jews whom they deported en masse 20 years ago. No Gentile can acquire Israeli citizenship. Israel is a religious state. A religious state discriminates just as much as a racist state. Every state, every living thing discriminates on some basis or other, even if it is just not letting your kids play with tuberculosis patients, or letting cockroaches inhabit your kitchen. Wrench mumbled. The difference is that, unlike religion, we see a sound, scientific, and socially useful basis to ethnic genetics. Science has come full circle from the bigoted racial theories of the 18th and 19th centuries, through the all races are identical under the skin ideas of the 20th century liberals, to our own modern understanding of racial realities. More and more of humanity's physical and psychological makeup has been shown to be due to genetic factors. Our point of view is a logical extension of this understanding. Wrench tapped his plate with his butter knife. Israel is only one example. How about other countries? Ask the Japanese if a white Serpent walk. 207. American could get elected to the Diet. The Japanese still consider foreigners barbarians and reminisce about the glories of the pure Yamato race. What about Ramanujan's racial and religious exclusivity in your own country? How many Muslims will he let stay in India? Morgan nodded impatiently. Racism is everywhere, explicit or implicit. Many societies consider it so normal they don't even question it. Why should America be different, especially if we can show that an enlightened and scientifically sound ethnos policy has positive value? Others don't have to agree with us. We're only saying that we, the folks who built America and a good chunk of this modern world, are going to run our show as we see fit. World opinion. It can't, but it can be allowed to govern. What have we profited from world opinion over the last century? Instead of friends, we've got spongers, enemies, or allies who ignore us and do as they please. Jamila sniffed. We could argue cultural and economic imperialism, I suppose. She paused. But doesn't your party of humankind have broader international goals, like the old Nazis? Don't you want to dominate, to rule, to subjugate? The old Nazis, that's a whole different discussion, Miss Husseini. Let us leave that for another time. Morgan's brown eyes glittered with an interest verging upon the lascivious. He obviously enjoyed clever, verbal, spunky women. Oh, no, we want to rail or subjugate. We don't believe in mixing, and we don't want to become entangled in other people's affairs. We will compete, and we will defend our interests. If some other ethnos group can solve its problems, we may even choose to help. If the other party can repay us, we'll work out a deal. No more being suckered by every country unable to run itself properly. One of our first goals is a unified, consistent foreign policy. Once we have that, we expect that within a century there'll be no other ethnos group on this planet able to challenge us. They'll either have copied us or become extinct. Morgan spread his fingers and smiled. Lady, we're the only show in town. No other ethnos group has the strength and resilience to pull the world out of the hole it is in, and it is in that hole because we haven't had our act together, because we've let ourselves be ruled by the policies of the liberals for the last century rather than those of the party. Our tram has been good for the United States, but he's only the first step. He's local. We, the party of humankind, have international scope. 200A. Randolph Calverhall. The girl shook her head. Here success means subjugation, perhaps extinction for other, what do you call them, ethnos groups. Larger and more viable ethnos groups will exist separately, at least for a while. Smaller groups probably will go the way of the dodo. Their members will gradually melt into the groups around them. It has been that way throughout history. Creative evolution in action. It happened to the American Indians, to the Hawaiians, to the Celts and the Picts and the Mundari tribes of India. That is cold, callous. I disagree. It is realistic. It is tough love, as the social psychologists call it. Anything else is hypocrisy. What about your own minorities, the ones who live here now? No problem with foreign residents, visitors, students, and people who are not of us but who want to live and work in peace with us. We'll keep their numbers in check, of course. Somewhere around 1% of the population would be an absolute maximum for all of the minorities together. What we want to allow are groups that live in our country, enjoy the fruits of our labor, and yet refuse to cooperate, or that try to dominate us or undermine our policies. Minorities will not be second-class citizens, but neither will we let them tell us, the majority, what to do. We expect the same when we visit the territory of some other ethnos group. We re serious about democracy. To us it means majority rule and not just lip service while somebody else drives the bus. Jamila sighed. Wrench had shut his eyes, and Lessing was watching the afternoon sunlight transform the stained glass windows into visions of medieval or at least Art Deco glory. "All right," the girl said at length. Her fingers were icy and hard upon Lessing's. "You haven't convinced me. The Third World will never believe your promises of no imperialism. We've seen too much of it. But I'll stay, and I'll do what you rehiring me for. Maybe I can help prevent your American prejudices from wrecking this planet any more than it's right now." She faced Morgan squarely. "The real reason I am staying is Alan, as all of us here know. You understand, Alan Lessing, remember that." "Hey, I am only hired security." Lessing grinned to diffuse the tension. "I can turn in my gun and badge any time. You want to go live in some muddy mere bivouac in Russia?" Jamila asked silkily. "Sure, why not? You spoiled, my darling. It's exciting, being close to the hub of power, rubbing shoulders with President Outram and Herman Mulder. You've learned to enjoy the good life, the luxuries, the Serpent S-Walk, 209. Banners, the pomp, and your play soldiers in their black uniforms snapping off salutes." "Oh, yes. Like I told you, I am hired security, a jumped-up drill sergeant. The party pays you, and you serve its purposes." She softened. "As I must, too, Alan, since I am going to stay. I cannot go away from you again." "Good," Wrench muttered muzzily. "Now if we've settled the terms of your employment, Miss Husseini, how about some lunch?" "Fine, the menu please." Afterward, as they left the restaurant, Lessing overheard Wrench talking to Morgan. "Lisa's to work some more on her Dorn book, SHC 8. You saw how its arguments flunked with Jamila. Instant conversion, more like instant cufflop. She debates like a liberal lawyer. Asterisk S matter. Thought you liked sharpie women. She really gave you a run for your money." "Do I look worried?" Morgan answered easily. "Round. And she is too good for the likes of Lessing." The rest of his remark was lost in the babble of the lobby. Lessing found himself holding Jamila's hand. He had already proposed to her. Now he was going to marry her. Tomorrow, before another day passed. Son of a bitch if you didn't. Morgan came back to them. "You busy tomorrow?" "We plan to take care of some private matters," Lessing answered. "Why?" "Got a problem. Grant Simmons, the new president of the Congress of Americans for Personal Freedom, is coming in tomorrow morning at 1:40. If French's hangover doesn't kill him, he'll have to show the gubber around." "What do you want me to do?" "Wrench and I were supposed to meet a man. Now Wrench won't be able to go. It'd be nice if you came along. Add weight." And Morgan grinned facetiously. "Military authority." "Who were you meeting?" "You may not have heard of him. A black Muslim leader named Khalifa Abdullah Sultani, a.k.a. Thomas Bowler, once a government meat inspector in Portland, Oregon. His community of Allah Almighty is the biggest black Islamic sect on the West Coast, maybe in the country." "An American black Muslim?" Jamila inquired. "May I go too?" Lessing shook his head. "You staying here. You just arrived, and you retired." 210. Randolph, Calverhall. "Not at all. In India we hear of the black Muslims, but we don't see many. I am curious." "Why not?" Morgan gave her a winning smile. "You won't be in the way." "Too dangerous," Lessing stated curtly. "No. On the contrary, more guns than World War Roman II, but really nothing to worry about. The Khalifa has given us safe conduct, and my sources say he never breaks his word." "I don't like it." "Use your charms on him, lady," Morgan urged. "Here Mr. Lessing is a survival from the past, a male chauvinist as outdated as bearskin underwear." Wrench added, "I'll send along my magic decoder ring. I'm moored to 85. If you get into trouble you just holler for Super Wrench." "Go take a nap, Wrench. Mr. Simmons expects the grand tour." The set of Morgan's jaw showed that he was more annoyed than amused. "What time tomorrow, Mr. Morgan?" asked Jamila. "Call me Sam outside the hotel main entrance at 9:30. We'll be there." She took Lessing's protesting arm and turned toward the elevators. The Japanese are people that can manufacture a product of uniformity and superior quality, because the Japanese are a race of completely pure blood, not a mongrelized race as in the United States. High Japanese official quoted in the Wall Street Journal, 1982. The Japanese have been doing well for as long as 2,000 years because there are no foreign races in our country. Yasuhiro Nakasone, Prime Minister of Japan, on the 38th anniversary of the nuclear bombing of Hiroshima, 1983. Chapter 17. Friday, September 18, 2043. The next morning they were up by 700 hours, finished with breakfast by 9, and outside awaiting the transport Morgan had arranged by 9:15. Lessing paced back and forth at the top of the sweeping, windy staircase leading down to the open plaza in front of the old hotel, while Jamila huddled in her grey, Kashmiri shawl by the concrete balustrade. It was chilly for California, something the locals stoically blamed on the brief but terrible Vietnamese-Chinese War of 2010. Morgan was late. He came bustling out at 9:55, glanced up at the lowering sky, then across the square at the facade of off-white office buildings and sickly palm trees. Ready? As we'll ever be. Lessing slipped an arm about Jamila's waist, and indeed she would have pulled away, but they weren't in Lucknow now. She moved closer to touch her thigh to his. Morgan eyed her. Are you coming then? He clearly wanted her along. Alan can't he argue me out of it? Lessing still had misgivings. Their escort, a score of trainees from Punjab, wore black Kotu uniforms. They would attract attention and flaunt the Pali's presence in the faces of its foes. He said as much to Morgan. The other shrugged. Mulder's idea, a show of unity and discipline. The Calverhall brothers will be the same, only in pretty green comma dress, black berets with silver crescents on them, more chains and junk than a Bangor concert queen. Wait and see. Their transport arrived promptly at 1,000 hours, an armoured limousine, 2 rumbling, khaki-painted personnel carriers, and a little Jeep-like AVW-23 scout car. The route led south along US 110, then turned west into Inglewood. Except for military vehicles they encountered little traffic. Recent events had put an awful crimp in California's business, as well as in its weather. 212. Randolph, Calverhall. Off Manchester lay the ruins of the Forum, still unrebuilt after the Great Quake of 2008. Their caravan drew up in an empty lot near Hollywood Park, as close to their meeting site as they could get. The park still offered horse racing, but it looked as though this district had seen neither a paintbrush nor a garbage truck for half a century. Why did population patterns always seem to change for the worse? They disembarked and followed a cutter guide along the dilapidated streets, across lawns where grass no longer grew, and past buildings that showed no signs of life, yet Lessing sensed, were filled with eyes. Why ought to see what? And Sly, their driver, jerked a thumb toward the northeast. Even black cops don't go in there no more, what the locals call home rule. Here they come, Morgan announced tersely. A dozen black men wearing green camouflage uniforms had emerged from a side street and were advancing toward them across the cracked and buckled asphalt. 6 carried Israeli stitch guns, 2 had heavier automatics, and the rest were armed with rifles and handguns. Lessing's attention was on the nearby rooftops. 1 rocket launcher up that could turn them all into dog food. Morgan, or more probably one of Lessing's brighter pupils, had anticipated this contingency. However, a black-clad man waved at them from the top of a heap of concrete slabs. Next to him lounged one of the Calverhall troopers. The truce was apparently on. It's green light, sir. And Sly pointed. That square building there is a police station to keep the gangs out of the Forum ruins. The blacks and the Chicanos come here to fight their Wangos battles. Nobody man in the station now. Governor has got all the cops and National Guard out patrolling the aqueducts against stack droppers. We re pretty safe. We've a direct team looking this site over since Tuesday. Who gave that order? Lessing asked. Mr. Morgan. And Sly grinned self-consciously. Wrench, Mr. Renda said you was too busy to be bothered. This bypass, what Lessing understood was to be the chain of military command, missions that involved tactical planning were supposed to go through him. It seemed that jockeying for power as old as the caves was already in full swing within the fledgling party of humankind. He'd have to see to Morgan later. The Calverhall escort halted. Lessing gestured one of his men forward, a veteran of the Central American bush wars named Chester something. A green-clad black Muslim moved out, spoke in tones too low for them to hear, then indicated the police station. Lessing examined the ruined walls and buildings in visible weapons range. It might be uncool to look, but me is who worried about Serpent walk. 213. Much machismo sometimes came home in boxes. Lessing felt the hairs rising on the nape of his neck. Might as well get this over. He grunted a command, and his people tramped forward in a fair semblance of order. He wished he hadn't let Morgan con him into bringing Jamila along. They negotiated the torn remains of a chain-link fence, picked their way over straws of broken glass, and entered the building through a steel door that looked as though it had been blown open with a grenade. The neighborhood kids played rough. The salient thing about the interior decor was the variety, richness, and utter grossness of the graffiti. The totality of human depravity was depicted in bright glow-spray colors on every available surface: walls, ceilings, floors, desktops, cabinets, and lockers, whatever had not been moved out, ripped off, or smashed. Most of the words eluded Lessing, who had little recent experience with black slang or bangarese, but the illustrations were graphic enough. Behind him, Jamil uttered an involuntary giggle. He suppressed a puritanical urge to order her outside. 7 blacks, 3 in green camouflage and 4 in suits or sports shirts and slacks, stood ranged behind a long table in the center of the room. An 8-man occupied overflowed was more like it, a rickety office chair facing them. 2 identical chairs stood empty on their side. The seated man pointed, and one of the uniformed youths brought up a 3rd chair. Khalifa Abdul-Sultani was a huge, billowing, opulent, mid-dearly aged man. He had either been a boxer in his youth, or regularly had the crap kicked out of him. A permanently puffed cheek pulled his broad features askew, and his nose had been broken several times with enthusiasm. His skin was a rich chocolate, not blue-black like some Angolans Lessing had seen, but darker than was fashionable in the American black community. Samuel Elwyn Morgan, Charles Hanson Wren. He looked a question at Jamila. Sam said, "I am Morgan, this is Alan Lessing. Wren stayed home, the lady is Miss Jamila Husseini." The Caliph smiled, slowly and warmly, an ivory sunrise, as Wrench had once described a certain TV host. His green-clad BGs did not echo his warmth, nor did Lessing's own codder men. Morgan took the central chair, flanked by Lessing on one side and Jamila on the other. The black leader's eyes travelled curiously over the Indian girl, but he made no further comment. "You called this meeting," Morgan broke the silence. "You're nickel." "Nickeled on by nothing," muttered one of the Caliph's aides. "Men don't even make 'em no more." Nobody laughed. 214. Randolph, Calverhall. Caliph Abdul-Sultani folded thick fingers across his swelling paunch. He wore a loose, floor-length robe of emerald velvet, a costume that resembled the traditional Egyptian calabaye. His bald, white-fringed skull was bare. Neither he nor his followers sported a single chain, although a few silver rings and earrings were visible. So much for Morgan's prediction. Lessing remembered that male Muslims were forbidden by Islamic law from wearing gold jewelry, and the community of Allah Almighty was as orthodox as they came. "We share certain goals," the Caliph announced. His voice reminded Lessing of Jonas Rames, only in a darker, minor key, like smooth cream. One of the Kahu men snorted, and Lessing motioned for silence. Morgan asked politely, "What might those be?" "Here party of humankind seeks a whites-only America, does it not? No blacks, no Orientals," he blinked at Jamilo, "no Jews, no Chicanos, nobody but you hubbers white folks all alone, by yourselves, stewing in your own pale juice." Morgan caressed his sleek, mouse-brown hair. "Let us cut out the insults, if we re going to talk." The dark pupilled eyes opened wide. "Didn't I get it right? Did I say something that wasn't true?" His massive shoulders rose in a shrug. "Very well, no name calling, we really do need to parley. Green light." When Morgan nodded, the Caliph asked, "How much do you know about our community of Allah Almighty, about Islam?" "Enough." Morgan stared flatly back. Neither he nor the Caliph were impressing each other. "I wonder, are you aware that Islam does not distinguish between church and state? Allah tells us to establish a theocracy, a community both religious and secular, a Dar-ul-Islam, where Muslims can dwell together according to the Quran and the son of the Prophet Muhammad, Allah's peace and blessings be upon him." Morgan's gaze flicked briefly over toward Jamila. "So, we of the community of Allah Almighty believe that this will come to pass, that such a divine nation is Allah's command. Present-day modern Muslim states are un-Islamic travesties of his message. For this reason he sent Pakov and Stark down as mighty swords to slay those who do not believe in him, and in the last day the Holy Quran provides signs and portents of this." Lessing fancied he could hear the capital letters in the Caliph's measured tones. He was reminded of Outram again. One of the Caliph's followers said, "Amen." Somebody else murmured, "Tell it." Serpent S. Walk 215. A Qadr trooper coughed, and another whispered to the man beside him. Lessing turned his head and saw that Morgan's expression was one of pained patience. Jamila was watching the Caliph raptly. "The only salvation for Muslims, Mr. Morgan, is to go apart, create a Darul al-Islam, and dwell therein as true believers according to Allah's laws until he commands the final judgment." "I begin to see." "Yes, Mr. Morgan, oh yes, we of the community of Allah Almighty desire a Darul al-Islam for ourselves, just as you want a black free homeland, and, to be blunt, we don't love you any more than you love us." "We bear you no ill will," Morgan began. "Really, you as tired of black-white problems as we are, ghettos and inner-city decay and drugs and crime and gangs and prostitution and illiteracy and welfare without hope and jobs without futures. Some of those evils are due to you, to your white oppression. Some also arise from us, from the frustration of being in, but not a part of, your white world. Here we at the bottom of the heap, buried beneath the worst elements of both of us. We did not ask to be brought to America, and after 4 centuries of slavery and prejudice we are convinced that assimilation and equality will never happen. Almost any white-appearing European can vanish into your melting pot. But in spite of 80 years of civil rights struggle, it is not working for us nor for certain other visible ethnic groups. Our faces, our skins are the barrier. We cannot assimilate. We cannot intermarry with you and disappear. We cannot develop. We cannot grow. WC are trapped in our historical role just as you are, the oppressed eternally struggling against the oppressor. Let us skip the sermon. What is it you want? What do I want? What do we want? We want you, your party of humankind, to persuade Outram's government to create a separate nation for our people, a black Darul al-Islam, free of whites. We don't have that power, nor does Outram. Oh, I think you do, and he certainly does, or will. The homelands have been tried, Liberia in Africa, for example, or Israel. Yes, Liberia, a country where ex-slaves attempted to maintain a semblance of white culture and institutions. We all know what happened to Israel, an oppressive military empire that would have broken the Prophet Moses' heart. No, I am talking about a black experience, a place where our culture adapted to the Sharia law of Islam can achieve the will of Allah. Randolph, Calverhall. Islam isn't black, it's a Near Eastern religion. Jamila spoke for the first time. The Prophet Muhammad was not a black but an Arab. "I see you've brought an expert." The Caliph leaned forward to inspect Jamila. "I am surprised. What are you doing on their side of the table?" "She is no black." Lessing began, then clamped his mouth shut. The Caliph slowly turned to face him. "Aha, do I detect a race traitor here? Isn't he that what you folks call it? Aren't you scared of a lynch party some night, young man?" "Drop it." Morgan snarled. "We don't have to take this." The Caliph blinked at him amicably. "You rewrite. Your hang-ups are your business." He cleared his throat. "Where was I? Oh, yes, Islam is for all creation, for all peoples and times and places. Allah sent the Prophet to each nation. The Prophet Muhammad, Allah's peace and blessings be upon him, was a human being, a prophet like Moses and David and Jesus before him. He was the last prophet, and he brought Allah's complete and final word, unchangeable and eternal, the Holy Quran. Islam suits the black man best, as it would suit you whites too, if you gave it a chance. Thanks, but no thanks. We've got enough religions as it is. Let us get back to your black homeland. I can tell you right now that it will never be in the United States. Morgan made a slashing gesture in the air. No way, not Bomber and Georgia and one Mississippi, as some over-generous free Egypts have proposed before. The Caliph threw out a pink-pumped hand. Hold on, did you hear me ask for that? You want to develop what you call your ethnos in a lily-white, one-race environment. We want the same for ourselves, only for religious as well as for racial reasons. The farther away from you the better. We don't want you anywhere near us. Always the man, whitey, hogbo, honky boss, one massive, the one who runs things, or whatever the liberals and the Jewish lawyers say. You can keep this continent. I thought we agreed on no insults. Forgive me, I do get carried away. 4 centuries of oppression tend to unsettle a person. Morgan brushed paint flakes from the graffiti-smeared table off his sleeves. Where do you want our homeland, then? Central America. A couple of mostly black army divisions are already stationed in Honduras and Nicaragua. I think there are others in Cuba and Bolivia. Israel? A Cotter trooper snickered. The Central Park Zoo? 2 or 3 others laughed. Shut up. Lessing didn't he look around. Serpent S. walk. 217. The Caliph smiled again. The mirrored wrap-around sunglasses of one of his aides reflected the light from the side window to give his bald head an angelic halo. No, neither Central America nor Israel. Africa. We want a chunk of Africa, the ancestral homeland of our ethnos group. Black pack off. Lessing exploded, and Morgan echoed him. Suicide. Nice of you to be concerned. Let me tell you something about Pakov, if you don't know it already. The 2 original Pakov piggyback viruses have active lives of less than 2 months, important for a weapon of war. The mutant strains are less stable, they last longer, and they may flare up several times before quitting for good. But they do die out. Give Pakov 4 months, the time we need to get ready, and there be no major populations alive in the affected regions of Africa. Pakov doesn't affect the hippopotamus. Did you know that? What? No. Unless we act fast, Africa's going to be ass deep in hippopotami. Today Africa, tomorrow the world. The Caliph's emerald-draped belly jiggled with mirth. Seriously, Pakov dies once it has no food matrix, nothing to eat. Its inventors planned it that way. A dead landscape, ready for their troops to move in, loot, and set up housekeeping. Better than the neutron bomb. Better than any weapon ever devised. We know. I suppose you want trying to regroup American black military personnel into separate units and ship them to Africa. Yes, first you have to send in bacteriological warfare teams to make sure Black Pakov is gone, and to move any surviving pockets of whites and immunes out of our way. We face stiff opposition. The Israelis think they own Africa, and their Jewish lobbies will squeal like stuck pigs, to use a very unkosher phrase. The main occupation forces have left. You can blame them for being scared of contagion. If we do it right, we can occupy parts of Africa farthest away from Israel, West Africa, before they can return. Several mostly black military units are already in the works. Oh, Atram thinks he is clever, but it doesn't take much to figure him out, and they can be sent to Europe and from there to Dakar, Lagos, and other places as relief teams. Asterisk, by the time the Izzes get their dinks up again, we'll be dug in. They want to wango with us. Not with American black troops armed with the latest weapons the USA has, and not with southern Russia to pick over for free. 218. Randolph, Calverhall. South Africa is already sending aid to some of the areas north of them. We want to be in the way. They read down south, in Zimbabwe and Botswana. They can keep this secret line if for now. Later we may be able to figure out some sort of deal for them too, just as we proposing one now for ourselves. Morgan made a steeple of his fingers. How could it work? Not only because of white South Africa, most American blacks want to join you. Hell, the majority is not even Muslim. They read Christians, agnostics, or wouldn't give a damn. First things first, we, the community of Allah Almighty, occupy West Africa. We discourage the Israelis from grabbing Lebanon. You recognize the word for themselves. We establish bases, bring in our settlers, and set up an economy with your help. As we grow, we encourage our brothers and sisters here to join us, either in our Dar ul Islam or in states of their own, Christians, Muslims, Rastafarians, Voodoo Dawn, free pagans, none of our people will want to slay in this country once your party of humankind gets control. Stark's already taken out the biggest black concentrations in the eastern cities, and I think you'll agree that it's easier now to disentangle our people from yours than ever before, or probably ever again. We think the majority of American blacks will be eager to live in a land that is completely ours, where we can achieve our spiritual and cultural zenith just as you want to reach yours here. What prevents you from turning on us once you've got your Islamic State? You don't give yourselves credit, Mr. Morgan. Everybody knows that Whitey can always beat up on a gang of watermelon munching darkies. God damn it. Sorry, I forgot. No insults. Let us just say that we're willing to coexist once we're free and clear. We don't want to wango with you, not while you've got your nuclear hardware. War and destruction don't do either of us any good. We can help you in the third world, too. Europe's thumb for the next decade or so, but a lot of Asia's left, ready to grab off markets and territory and compete. We can work together. After all, we're culturally closer to you white Americans, like it or not, than to those foreign peoples. You'll have a while America here, and we'll have a black America in Africa. Cooperate, and we'll survive together, separate but equal and allied for the future. This way we both achieve the highest potential of our different ethnos groups, to borrow Mr. Vincent Dom's fancy phraseology. We'll have to talk it over. It'll take time. Serpent S. Walk. 219. We don't have lime. We have to block the ISIS from retaking Africa and gobbling up Europe and Asia and the world. Morgan chewed his lip dubiously. God, interesting idea, but I doubt whether many blacks will go play pioneer with you. We'd like them to leave, but will they? They're comfortable where they are. A lot have homes, jobs, good jobs, education, health and social services, pensions. Many are integrated into our communities. We assumed you Abraham's friends are going to integrate them, or maybe disintegrate them. The Caliph chuckled. Forgive the joke. It is true that our people have jobs, food, services, sure, but they've never been truly equal, never an integral part of your world. They're really not happy here. Things have changed since one Marshall laid down the whip back in 1865, but a whole lot of civil rights reforms are cosmetic. You know that, and we know it. Equal rights. He pursed his lips. In some ways we're worse off now than when we were plucking banjos down on the levee. The white majority holds the reins of power, and that's how it is going to stay. Blacks who fit are accepted to some extent, but never all the way, in spite of efforts to turn us into lovable neighbours and good buddies and lately acceptable husbands, wives and lovers on TV. We aren't happy being a sort of neutral grey, and we know you folks don't want that either. You know who really holds the reins of power, sure. We agree on the Haimis, but back to Darul Islam. Let us just say that most of those blacks who are comfortable here will see the writing, should I say the swastika, on the wall, and they'll hot fit to talk to us in Africa. You'll offer incentives, of course, capital and goods to get us started there. A black Islamic state in our ancestral continent will bring most of our people over to us. First, the North American blacks, then later perhaps those from Brazil and the Caribbean if they can fit into our ethnos, so to speak. Someone to leave. What do you do about them? Nobody wants a race war. You can keep the Uncle Toms. One of the Calipha's aides sneered. Lessing's men were not the only ones who would be chewed out for breaking discipline. The Caliph ignored the outburst. Most'll come over eventually. We'll help you persuade them, but you'll never achieve the Japanese one race, one nation, one language ideal. There'll always be holdouts, blacks, Chicanos, Chinese, Viets, Afghans, Irishmen. You can deport them by force if you want. That is exactly what we intend to do with any stubborn wilds left in our Darul Islam. We can agree to take in each other's undesirables. 220. Randolph, Calverhall. Morgan smiled at Jamila beside him. We hope we won't have to deport anybody forcibly. We believe that when everyone understands our ideas, they'll even see the advantages of associating themselves with their own ethos groups. We believe. The Caliph interrupted. I won't lecture you on Islamic Brotherhood if you don't preach Mr. Dom's ideas at me. What about the coffee and creams? One of Lessing's men, a heavy-set veteran soldier named Joe Gumi, put in. The racial mixes? The Islamic State is welcome to them, Morgan answered bluntly. We all have mixed blood, the Calverhall chicked. Black slaves and German warriors in the Roman Empire, Syrian legions posted out to Britain, Celts living in North Africa, Moors in Spain, the Crusades. The American Indians are more full TN around on the southern plantations than most whites like to admit. Will everybody have to fill out a genealogy all the way back to Adam? Absolute racial purity is impossible, Morgan conceded. Only isolated populations like the Japanese or the Australian Aborigines are anything like pure in the scientific sense. The anthropologists trace the human race back to certain closely related varieties of hominids, Australopithecus, Ramapithecus. Every year they find another fossil to crow over. These, they claim, interbred, mutated, evolved, or whatever to produce modern man. What you can say in public is that Homo sapiens in fact consists of several subspecies, each with its own distinctive genetic makeup and unique psychological profile. It is true that we remix, but our subspecies are still clearly separate. We believe these ought to be kept that way, just as a good breed of docent male prized Dachshund with the Labrador down the street. There was laughter on both sides of the table, followed by a chorus of woofing and yapping. Morgan's cheeks coloured, and the Caliph hammered for order. Mongrels are often stronger and less high-strung than purebreds, Jamila said. Human beings aren't dogs to be bred in any case. Morgan frowned at her. Selective breeding would benefit the human race. A mixed blood horse can beat an Arabian at the racetrack or pull heavy loads like a Belgian or a Picharan. We're not pushing for false breeding, of course. Thank you for that. Still, encouragement to stay within subspecies boundaries seems to be a good thing. Genetic weaknesses, the black susceptibility to sickle cell anemia, for example, can become Serpent S. Walk 221. Tamed, curtailed, and hopefully conquered without letting them spread to the whole human race through random breeding. You an Indian Muslim? The Caliph asked the girl. When she nodded, he said, thought so. Our community of Al-Almighty isn't interested in genetics as much as it is in Islam. You'll understand that. We want a homogeneous Islamic society, one free of whitey and free of the decay that is ruining our people. We want Islam, and we want art. If you Indian Muslims hadn't always had to fight the Hindus, you'd have made more progress, like Japan or Korea. Progress, industry, technology, consumer goods, they're not everything. Don't jive me with Mystic India or Mahatma Gandhi in a diaper. Miss, I've seen some very greedy, seedy gurus in my time. Materialism is better than the simple life pushing a plough. It is a lot better than being broke and unemployed in a slum, watching your family disintegrate and your kids grow up with crime and dope. There are things you could do, Jamila retorted hotly. Morgan cut her off. Please, Jamila, let me say just one more thing about our concept of the ethnos. It is more than just genetic race. It is a gestalt of race, culture, history, and perceived psychological and spiritual identity. We accept those who can become one with us and share our homogeneity, those who don't or can't because of visible and insoluble differences or other. That is reality, that is the way it is, and to claim anything else is hypocrisy. The wogs begin at Calais *, the Caliph quoted, a trifle wistfully. No more lectures, please. You hobos welcome to the coffees, and the Uncle Toms, one of the black BGs standing behind the table shouted out. He added an obscene gesture. There was a flurry of gun bolts snicking and muzzles coming up. Lessing was on his feet. Any of you assholes ever been in a firefight? In a room this size? Do you know what a stitch gun does? The Regimen 71. He jabbed a finger toward the weapon of one of the black bodyguards. A goddamned grenade launcher. The Caliph joined him, thundering on the table with one powerful fist. Brothers, hey, you got us, he is right, chug the Django, it is green light, we rejacking up front here. He added more in the incomprehensible black English argot. To Morgan, who had stayed seated, the Caliph rapped, get your gods under control. Who wins if we thumb ourselves? Which ethnos inherits the earth then? And no jive about the meek. Morgan's response was braver than Lessing might have expected. Sam stood up, smiled, and said, we'll be leaving now. San, Randolph, Calverhall. Somebody over with whatever plan you come up with. He ignored the Regimen 71 aimed at his nerves. Come on, Lessing, Jamila. The gun slowly came down again. Lessing motioned in Sly to take Jamil outside, but she shook her head. Morgan said, "We'll consult our advisors." "You mean 85? The Caliph inspected the pale half-moons of his fingernails. "We too have access to 85. Morgan showed no surprise. He replied, "Who doesn't he? Oh, you do understand that our top brass has to rule on anything we say here in Los Angeles." The Caliph nodded. "I know. Herman Mulder and his international committee, the men behind or to the right of Jonas at Tram. In the meantime, let us agree to keep your lily-white stormtroopers from tangling with my black power. Enrique Ubra les Gossos." "Sounds good. Is 4 months enough for you?" "Should be. We want to oppose our Tram's plan to regroup the military, but we want to say the right to make suggestions about officers and units. Green light." "Okay, we should be able to do that." Morgan turned to Lessing. "Let us go." Their Carter troopers began to file out. "Oh, I almost forgot. I was going to tell you." The Caliph's smile shone forth again. "We do have a preventive for pack of a start at it. Anyway, I was about to offer it as proof of our good faith." He gestured, and an aide handed him a plain, brown medicine bottle. "A what?" Morgan exclaimed. "Have heard of zombies?" A dozen white tablets the size and shape of collar buttons spilled out onto the Caliph's palm. Like a boy shooting marbles, he snapped one of these to Lessing, who caught it in the air. "Keep that as a gift from Allah, Mr. Lessing, or rather from the voodoo gods, since it began with our brothers down in Haiti, while they were being exploited by Spain and France. And other blacks." Morgan couldn't help adding, "This is a derivative of pufferfish poison tetrodotoxin, the essential ingredient in the mixture of toad teats, lizard tails, tarantula toes, and human bones that make up the cocktail the Houngans voodoo priests serve up to people they deem socially incorrect. It slows down a victim's metabolism to the point where even a modern hospital can declare him dead if the doctors aren't paying attention. If the zombie isn't buried, or worse, embalmed, he wakes up a while later. How much later we still aren't sure. Anything from a day to a week. The original potion had just one major side effect. It usually caused extensive brain damage. That is what produced the corpse from the grave late-night horror show. Look, you know, the zombie shuffle. Serpent S walk. 223. This prevents pack of." Morgan peered at the tablet in Lessing's hand. "To an extent. I said it was a start. The researcher, a black lady scientist, you'll be happy to learn, found that tetrodotoxin inhibits the lethal coagulation of the blood caused by Pakov. It is not yet clear why. Talk to Dr. Ellen Jefferson Kirk in the medical school at Berkeley. She and her team are the ones working on this." To Lessing's eyes, the little white pill appeared as innocuous as aspirin. "This refined form still causes brain damage. Less than the classic variety, but still a danger. You can inhibit a person's metabolism for any length of time without risk. Here we have a prophylactic that is almost as bad as the disease, like cracking your skull open with a rock to relieve a brain tumor." Morgan continued to stare at the pill. "We're grateful for this. We'll see that it gels, tested, refined. Here, the whole bottle is for you. We've got more. Would this Dr. Kirk mind if I showed this to other people? We can promise to keep her patents intact." "She doesn't care about patents. It is for humanity. She has already talked to the Swiss and the Japanese. What matters is stopping Pakov, though this stuff won't help now. Pakov has run its course in Europe, and it is dying out in Africa and Asia. This is only a preventive at best. Dr. Kirk only hopes it'll discourage the use of Pakov in the future. It is no good against Starak, of course." Morgan took the proffered bottle carefully. "We'll do what we can." "So will we." No one offered to shake hands. Lessing led the way outside, and the others followed. He dropped his little pill casually into his shirt pocket. You never knew when such a thing might come in handy. Shamila slid into the back seat of the limousine, while Morgan joined the driver in front. "That was a cute bit of one-upmanship," Lessing remarked to Morgan, the humanitarian black lady scientist bit. Morgan twisted around to skewer him with a stare. "She happens to be trained in white-developed scientific methods in a white educational system, and she works with white-created theories, instruments, and materials. She is a product, wholly and solely, of white inventiveness and enterprise and," he added, She also happens to be a decent person. We Hogpos Dante have a monopoly on decency. How nice of you to admit it, Jamila remarked. The result of a good environment, no doubt, living so close to her white colleagues. 224. Randolph, Calverhall. Morgan refused to rise to the bait. Environment is a major factor. There are also extremes in any population, the bell curve, superior members and inferior ones. It is when you compare two bell curves that you can reach meaningful conclusions about differences between whole groups. This Dr. Kirk is probably way above the mean on any scale. To exceptional genes, add the advantages of a supportive home environment, a good education, scholarships, professional employment, and the like. Such an individual can hardly lose, but take a look at the ghetto sometime if you want to see the other side of the story. No worse than the white slums of 19th century England. As I said, environment helps or hinders what you inherit. Judging by the number of black lawyers, scientists, scholars, artists, businessmen, administrators, and what all these days, the environment is doing just fine. True, but who created it in the first place? Who is maintaining it now? Why don't you settle for a multiracial state? Why waste potential? Why separate the races? Every person has something to offer, some talent society can use. Remember that the homeland idea is the color for us. Lady, 50-60 years ago some white groups offered to separate and form a monoracial white state in the Pacific Northwest where they wouldn't bother the liberals and their friends. Now it is the colifer who wants it the other way around. You haven't answered me. Why separation at all? Simple. We can assimilate them, or they us. We read different. We can communicate, even be friends, but they can never be us. They're visible, as the caliphate said, and they also genetically and culturally distinct. A homogeneous community works better than a heterogeneous one, and the state must answer to its people as collective will. Our ethnos demands a just and democratic system where our citizens will pull together in the same direction. We can achieve that as long as society is a muddle of squabbling, mutually mistrustful components. You don't argue that blacks and others are genetically inferior then. They're different, not a lot, as an elephant is different from a mouse, but in small, subtle ways that don't show up until you see them in the aggregate anyhow. It is impossible to define inferior except in reference to specific characteristics. Some minorities may find it possible to merge into our ethnos, others cannot. As I said, it is best for the latter to go apart and live elsewhere with as little friction as possible. Both they and we will benefit. Serpent S. Walk. 225. Why can such minorities coexist within your society, as Hindus, Jains, Indian Christians, and Sikhs exist in India? Morgan slapped the leather back of the car seat with glee. Gotcha this time, lady. You yourself are living proof that coexistence doesn't work. You and the Hindus come from pretty much the same stock, speak the same languages, eat the same food, and follow similar customs, but you are an economic threat to them, and you belong to a different ethos. That is why you people have been at each other's throats for so many centuries. Coexistence, oh, yeah, tell me all about it. There are historical reasons. There always are. Once everybody recognizes that our ethnos rules in our territory, we can coexist with some of our minorities, we can be friends with other ethnos groups and states, and we can cooperate in building a multi-ethnos world. As time goes on, we think our ethnos will prevail, and others will disappear, as I've told you before. Chumsel's eyes glittered. Why not just interbreed now? Save yourselves the trouble of separation, accommodation, assimilation again, and bloody race wars along the way. Because we don't think racial intermixing is genetically beneficial, and it also causes unnecessary cultural tensions at a time when we're facing other horrendous problems. Even if all of the other ethnos groups in the world do eventually assimilate to ours, we will still want to maintain genetic separation between the major racial groups. We think that is best for the species. Lessing had had all he could take. He cried, "Oh, shut up, both of you, enough, goddammit." With difficulty he captured Jamila's wrist and made hushing noises until she subsided. Morgan grinned, raised an eyebrow, then turned back to stare primly forward out of the front window. Inslee said nothing, though they could see his eyes upon them in the driver's mirror. Lessing came to another decision. He and Jamila would never be happy here, not with these one-note ideologues. It wouldn't work. They did not speak as they sped back north along the littered, crumbling freeway. The clouds of yellow pollution that had obscured the city in the morning had scudded out to sea to be replaced by steel dark thunderheads. The earth smelled wet, smoky, and acrid, like gasoline and garbage and chemicals. It reminded Lessing of Lucknow, except that the sweeter fragrances of burning charcoal and spices were missing. In the mountains to the east thunder boomed like muted artillery fire that evoked other, less pleasant memories. They awoke in the night to more thundering outside. This was man-made, however, and not celestial. Lessing switched on the TV, 226, Randolph, Calverhall, and listened to an all-night newscaster gabble excitedly about rioting in the chicane barrios, about black wangos down near Walt, about police and National Guard actions and reactions, about guns and firebombs and hatred. Always hatred, the human condition. What saved humanity were the parallel qualities of hope and love. It would be nice to be able to add unforgiveness, but it didn't seem that there was much of that around. He stayed awake, blinking out-eyed at the screen, long after Jamila had become a sleeping jumble of sandalwood fragrant, black, silken tresses amidst the outrageous, pink pillows. Pakov and Stark had not destroyed Western civilization, not with a bang, nor even with a whimper. They might have unbalanced the central flywheel, however. Now centrifugal force would gradually send the outer, looser pieces hurtling away, and at last the whole thing would whirl into fragments like a fireworks pinwheel on the 4th of July. What would remain of humanity's vaunted enterprise then? Nothing but dying sparks scattered here and there upon the all-enveloping, terrifying, ever-encroaching, velvet dark. He had to get himself and Jamila out of here, out of this decaying, hate-filled and hack-you/city, out of the United States and Europe, out of Asia, too, for that matter. He should have resigned back in April in New Orleans. As soon as they were married, he and Jamila would leave. But where would they go? To Copley in Russia, as Jamila had sarcastically suggested. She needed a life, not a rugged existence as a camp follower. Could he change professions? He had no skills and no way to get any in this post-Pakov world. He and Jamila could separate, of course, he to join Copley, the job he knew best, and she to live with her family in Tenerife for the time being. No, that was stupid. No more separations. The party of humankind offered the only refuge Lessing could see, unpleasant though it might be in some ways. They couldn't live in India or Pakistan. Europe was a horror, and the United States, too, was becoming impossible. Mulder had said that the door would always be open on Ponip. Being a resort manager and part-time drill sergeant on a distant, friendly island now struck him as better than any of the alternatives. He made up his mind. Tomorrow he would telephone Mulder in Virginia and ask for transfer. To himself he murmured the only Ponipian word he had learned, Caslalia. It meant both hello and welcome. It did have a soft, warm, and friendly lilt to it. But thou shalt utterly destroy them, namely, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee. Deuteronomy 20:1-7. So Joshua smote all the country of the hills, and of the south, and of the vale, and of the springs, and all their kings. He left none remaining, but utterly destroyed all that breed, as the Lord God of Israel commanded. Joshua 10:40. And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them, and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. Deuteronomy 7:2. For thou art a holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. Deuteronomy 7:6. And thou shalt consume all the people which the Lord thy God shall deliver thee, thine eye shall have no pity upon them. Deuteronomy 7:16. The Jews are the most remarkable people in human history because, whenever they have been faced with the question to be or not to be, they have always decided, with an uncanny insight, to be at any price, even if that price was the radical falsification of human nature, naturalness, reality, and the entire inner world as well as the external world. The Antichrist, Friedrich Nietzsche. Chapter 18. Sunday, January 17, 2044. The Blingon's library stood on a rise. It was a degree or two cooler than Lessing's house down by the beach on Madonihma Bay. The building was new, a long, one-room frame cabin with an office tacked on the front, and it still smelled of sawdust, paint, and varnish. Lessing's watch told him that it was after midnight. He had been unable to sleep and didn't want to bother Jamila. He had therefore slipped on his pants, shirt, and sneakers and come up here to browse. It had taken Ponip to prove to Lessing that books could be fun. He had never been much of a reader, a reason for much misery during his brief encounter with college, but the island had a lonely, cut-off, Robinson Crusoe feel to it that made reading more attractive than satellite TV, sex, drugs, alcohol, or other pastimes to which visitors to the South Pacific were sometimes prone. He had another reason for reading as well, one he was embarrassed to admit to Lise or Borchert or Jennifer. He had always, Randolph Calverhall, been interested in military matters, but he found himself outclassed in the long, historical debates with which his comrades whiled away at the time. He thus quietly began reading up on World War Roman II. From there it was only a step to other topics, nothing very scholarly, maybe, but a cut-up of the comic books French included in his shipments from the United States. He clicked the light switch and was blinded by the raw, white glare of the unshielded bulbs. He almost went for his beeper alarm. Someone was here, sitting in the darkness in a chair by the one window. He squinted and was surprised to see Abu Talib, the British-educated descendant from Syria. The Arab and his family had been club guests to refugees, really for 3 months now. "Jesus, you startled me," Lessing growled. "Thought you were a kickabird." He took his hand out of his pocket and noticed it was trembling. Constant tension did that even to an experienced mare. The Arab arose gracefully. He was tall, with wavy, black hair, a cleft chin, and big, expressive, dark eyes, the kind described as a flashing. In a friendlier age he might have been a film star. He wore an open-necked white sport shirt, white duck pants, and thong sandals. He said, "Terribly sorry, Mr. Lessing. Nobody is supposed to be in here after hours." Lessing released his tension in a burst of official pique. "And why not turn on the light? The dark is soothing, and one can look out over the bay from here. We Easterners meditate now and then, why no?" The man was apparently joking, though with Britishers it was hard to tell. Lessing glanced around, but saw nothing out of order. Abu Talib seemed disposed to talk. "Bloody humidity, why Herman chose Ponip is a mystery. This is no Shangri-La." The wry British accent didn't match the face, it did provide Wrench with something to mimic at parleys. "Didn't he mean to disturb you either, after a book?" "Oh." Abu Talib trailed a finger along the spines of the volumes on the shelf beside him. "Building up quite a library, eh? I usually stick to novels." What he really wanted was the newly arrived history of the armoured forces in the Bobek War. Its bright red dust cover wasn't visible on the cataloguing desk. Had somebody else already checked it out? Interested in some jolly pom tapes, I think I know where Mr. Bauer keeps them for the edification of the senior members, you understand. Was the other still joking? "Not really, I prefer doing to watching, never got the pom habit." Serpent S. Walk, 229. The Arab smiled. "Neither did I. Afraid history is my cuppa, era. Well, cup of tea, my hobby, my vice. I hear a lot of these books came from your library in Syria." "My father S. and grandfather S. really, they do get me arrested in Damascus now. In America too, I've been looking at some of them. Yes, the ones on 20th century history that aren't politically correct. The ones that say the Holocaust never happened, that Adolf Hitler was a good guy in a white hat." "What? Oh, yes, white hat. I see. Not so. The Holocaust did happen, but it didn't happen quite the way, and to the extent the establishment historians claim. Many people did die of typhus, malnutrition, and other diseases, but not the 6 million claimed by the Jews." Lessing repressed a snort. "And no atrocities, I suppose?" "Oh, there were, but not because of a systematic policy. There were sadists and brutal gods. the sort you get in every prison system, particularly when you can be choosy because of the war. Some zealous bureaucrats also carried out orders in ways calculated to solve problems quickly. If there were atrocities, why didn't the Germans do something about them? Oh, they did. In 1943 and 1944, the Germans of the SS held an investigation into atrocities at the Buchenwald camp. Not only was the camp commandant, Karl Koch, executed, but the inquiry uncovered other crimes as well. 800 cases resulted in some 200 sentences. This doesn't relieve Germany of her responsibility for the hardships of the war, of course, but it does put a bit of a different light on things. Orench says there weren't any gas chambers either. He knew this would get a rise out of the man. I think he is right. Some were built after the war just for the tourists. They were not even airtight. Others were merely storage cellars. Cyclone B, the cyanide preparation the Germans are supposed to have used, is a delousing agent. It kills fleas and lice in clothing. It is quite lethal, but it is not practical to gas rooms full of people with it. You do have to wait a day or more after every gassing for it to dissipate, and you do need good protective garments for the executioners and their helpers, which nobody seems to have seen in any of the camps. Nor does the story about vans pumped full of carbon monoxide exhaust fumes stand up. Later experiments show it doesn't work, time-consuming, inefficient, quite impractical. 230. Randolph, Calverhall. The thing to remember when you hear these stories about gas chambers, Mr. Lessing, is that Allied propaganda mythologized the Nazis, the German beast, as Eisenhower called them, had to be exorcised. After the war there was an outcry for justice and revenge. It has been useful to the Jews and to many politicians and others dependent on the Jews to keep those feelings alive. To most people say justice was the important thing. To most people don't read books, or they only read the ones the book publishers put out. Have you read that one there, the one about the Malmedy massacre? The Germans allegedly slaughtered captured American troops near Malmedy in Belgium in 1944. After the war, the Americans tried 73 perpetrators and sentenced some of them to death. You'd be surprised at the methods used to extract confessions. Was that justice? And did you know that in April 1945, American troops murdered more than 500 German soldiers who had surrendered at the Dachau camp? No trials. They were simply lined up and shot. Justice. I saw what the ISIS did in Damascus. That doesn't make every Israeli soldier a monster. Revenge, wartime hatred. Precisely my point. I asked you about justice. Lessing turned away. It happened a century ago. It's like getting worked up over the massacre at Little Bighorn. The Jews say that it must be remembered. Never again. We descendants want it remembered just as much because we have never received justice. We've been persecuted, vilified, imprisoned, and assassinated. No one looks at our evidence. Our arguments are an affront to established history and an insult to the memory of the Holocaust. Our books are banned in America in spite of the First Amendment to your Constitution. Is freedom of speech only for those who have constituencies and money? The boxy little building was stuffy. Lessing had shut the door, and now he strode over to open it. Mr. Nice Guy. Don't be simplistic. Hitler knew what Germany needed, and he did what had to be done. More books have been written about him, I think, than about Jesus Christ, yet 99% of them perpetuate the same old nonsense, the same fables and lies, the same speculations, some as far-fetched as the Arabian Nights. History demands proof. Mr. Lessing, not emotion, however well-intentioned, yet society wants its heroes and villains pure white or pure black. Human beings like being selectively blind. They ignore unpleasant facts, refuse to talk about them, and cover them over. Like a cat scuffing sand over its feces, people want stories that make them feel good. Serpent S. Walk. 231. As my friend, Charles Wren, says, history is a whore who knows which side of the bed her butt is bettered on. Eh, what? Allah, quite. The bettering is called money. Our opponents have that aplenty. Here people have money too. The movement has been hiring ad agencies and PR firms.